New England defense, obviously, especially a linebacker, because that's Bill Belichick's specialty. So Gerard Mayo, very interesting hire there. Not,
37 years old, youngster, man. 37 years old. He'll be introduced next week. And the Patriots moving swiftly to name a replacement for Bill Belichick. I thought they'd take some time with this. Now,
I thought Vrabel made the most sense, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
I know he's not technically a Patriot guy because he never coached under Bill Belichick.
But
he played under him. I just thought he fit that market very well. He's won Super Bowls there. Interesting, to say the least.
He was a linebacker with the Patriots, Mayo, from 2008 to 2015 after being selected in the first round. I remember him at Tennessee. Remember playing linebacker at Tennessee. He joined the coaching staff with Belichick in 2019, serving as the linebackers coach. And again, the Patriots were able to forego the standard NFL hiring process and immediately hire Mayo because they established a succession plan in the contract extension he signed last offseason, similar to what the Ravens did with their GM position, Eric DeCosta, Ozzie Newsome. Of course, Ozzie Newsome moved on in 2019. Mayo becomes the first black head coach in Patriots history, but apparently the defense loves him. And when the news of Belichick broke, one defender said in the text, I hope they give it to Mayo. He deserves it. So,
sounds like they've been grooming him to take over for a little while now.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is some they pulled one over on Bill Belichick. No, I think this is Belichick's guy. And I think he gave his, stamp of approval. This whole thing that, did they bamboozle Belichick? This guy was playing takeover all along. I think Belichick knows.
Right.
He knows everything, the ins and outs of that. He's been there for 24 years.
Right.
He knows everything about that organization, top to bottom. You don't think he knew about Mayo taking over. Yeah. So, and Bill obviously still wants to coach, so that gets even more interesting. Where is he going to go after this as Mayo takes over now? So now 7 still remain. 7 job openings now still remain in the NFL.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. That is a lot. Seattle's open. Atlanta's open. Tennessee's open. Chicago's not open, surprisingly.
No.
Chicago's not open.
Sticking with Eberflus.
You got the Chargers. You got the Raiders. Carolina and the Commanders. Now, Antonio Pierce is going to go interview for the Tennessee Titans job. So what's going on with the Raiders?
Well, Patrick Graham, defensive coordinator, just finished up with the Los Angeles Chargers as well, interviewing with them. So musical chairs all around. And it's interesting because a lot of people are saying, hey, why didn't the Raiders just do what the Patriots did with Antonio Pierce, right? Just he's already in your system. Mm-hmm. Well, it's different because it wasn't built into the contract. McDaniels obviously was fired. A lot of his staff is still remaining there. So that's why you just saw their offensive line coach get hired over in New York now. So that isn't Antonio Pierce's staff.
Right.
So he is still allowed to go interview elsewhere and do all this other stuff because it wasn't built in his contract before the season. This is a very unique thing. I don't think we've ever seen this before with Gerard Mayo just taking over, and it was built into his contract to be a successor.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. By the way, 888-957-9570 will open up the phone lines. We'll get YouTube running up in a second here. Good morning to everybody on YouTube. Of course, Twitch. Shasky's out, Spinoni's in. Our prayers still go out to Shasky. He's dealing with his father, so he'll be back as soon as he can. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Look, man, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We got playoff football tomorrow. We got the Warriors and Bulls today. By the way, Jordan was good. He honored that team, and he's not even going to show up to Chicago. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw the videos. I can't be there. He didn't even give a reason. He's like, sorry, I can't be there. I saw Luke Longley. Guy looks like he's been hanging out in the Bear Grylls out in the wild. My God.
Dude, I just, it's kind of strange. Kind of strange. Jordan, well, you have the whole Pippen situation and Mike Jr. and Tate Larsa. Anyway.
She's all over the place.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Don't talk about that.
We're not going to talk about that one. Also, Spinoni, some news that dropped yesterday was right here at the station.
Oh.
That was Tim Kawakami joining Willard and Dibbs. Basically
TK Pod
Odyssey. Alluding to Steve Kerr possibly being back. And the message he gave basically was if Steve wants it, he has it. Now, I'll look up the exact quote because I don't want to put words in people's mouth. But I was a little stunned by that. I was a little stunned coming from TK and all the contacts that he has with the Golden State Warriors. I know a lot of Warrior fans are out on Steve Kerr right now, which is crazy to me. Here is the inclination on both sides is that Steve Kerr will be the coach next season. If Steph Curry is still the guy, odds-on favorite to be the coach is Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr.
Well, it makes sense, and I think a lot of fans are seeing this Eric Spoelstra contract, it's 8-year, whatever, $120+ million. So they're like, oh my God, I don't know if we want to do that with Steve Kerr, but I don't think that's what the Warriors would do. I think they would tie him here till the end of the run with the big three or big two, whatever it goes into, whatever this offseason has in store. But I think you just tie him here as long as Steph is here. Yeah. I think that's the prudent move. You've seen that before. You saw it with Phil Jackson with the Chicago Bulls. You mentioned the Chicago Bulls just now. That was Phil Jackson with the Bulls, right? It was the last dance. We all saw it. So would this be the Warriors' last dance per se, tying up Steve Kerr for a couple more years?
I guess so. I mean, after the way the season's playing out, obviously there's going to be some movement. Yeah. The Warriors will make some moves. Steph Curry finally said something the other day, basically said, look, it's insanity if we keep losing and doing the same thing. It's insanity to not try to shake it up. Yeah. It's insanity to not try to right this ship here by moving some guys. And it may be Andrew Wiggins, it may be Kuminga, who knows with the names. I don't even want to throw that out there. But the fact that Steve Kerr now, he gets that vote of confidence. That to me sounds like a vote of confidence for the head coach. Now, it's not coming directly from Joe Lacob, obviously. That's Tim Kawakami from the Athletic, of course, Odyssey podcast, TK. But obviously he's not just saying that just to say it.
No. And you're looking at the trade deadline. This is a massive, massive trade deadline for the Warriors and specifically Mike Dunleavy, excuse me. I almost said the junior there. And you're starting to see some talks ramp up now, and you saw it yesterday. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. There have been talks. Warriors, Raptors, Dunleavy, my guy Masai Ujiri over there in Toronto about Pascal Siakam. There's a lot of smoke there, quoting Anthony Slater. Are you interested in that if you're the Warriors?
Sure,
Bonte?
why not? Sure, why not?
Expiring contract? Are you going all in on this year? It's kind of what we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, that goes back to Steve Kerr, right? Like, if you're all in, like, you might as well go all in then.
Right.
Because he's only going to have a couple years and tying to Steph Curry. Yeah. How many years of his prime does he have left? You're already starting to see some wear and tear there mentally and physically with Steph. I know he's still one of the top 5, top 10 players in the league, but, man, you got to maximize what you have right now. And I don't know if they're willing to wait on the young guys.
Yeah, I don't know if Siakam gets them over the top. That's just one player. Is Siakam enough to get them into the top 6 in the Western Conference?
What are you parting with?
And what are you giving away? Picks, players? I don't know. I just don't know. He shoots 29% from 3. He does drive to the rack. He can do a little bit of everything.
I thought he was a better 3-point shooter than that. Man.
Yeah, 29%.
That's Andrew Wiggins right there.
29% from 3. Check it out. So I don't know if that. I don't know about Siakam. But I am intrigued to see what the Warriors do. Because they don't really make a lot of movement at the deadline. I guess the biggest trade they made at the deadline is trading D'Lo for Andrew Wiggins. They traded Wiseman for GP2, essentially.
Yeah.
Obviously the whole Sadiq Bey thing. But they haven't made a lot of movement at the deadline. They haven't had to.
No.
This is the first time they really kind of come out there and said it. And you got the report from Chef Sharani yesterday that everybody's on the table for the Golden State Warriors. Everyone outside of Steph and Curry. So what does that mean? That means, to me, that somebody in that organization, the hierarchy of that organization, is willing to break apart the big three.
Man, that's crazy. Again, coming off the heels of all these guys retiring in the NFL, moving on, and now the big three potentially getting broken. I know things don't last forever, but it feels like it's been this whirlwind within the last month, right, Bonte, with the suspension, the indefinite suspension with the Draymond.
Oh, it has.
Again, injuries left and right. Chris Paul, Moses Moody now, GP2. Wiggins is a shell of himself. We don't even know who that guy is out on the floor. Steph is not making 3-pointers in games.
Yep.
You know, Clay's getting a little pissed off after the games with the team's play. You know, Steve Kerr's lost. He says the team has lost belief. Like within the last month, it feels like it's crumbling.
Yeah, no, it is crumbling.
And this is a massive road trip for them starting tonight against the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, they've got to win tonight. They've got to win tonight.
For the mentals.
And you just don't know where this team is at. You
No.
just don't know. You just don't know. But we'll get to the Warriors a little bit later. I do want to talk some football here. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Now, we got coaching openings. We got coaching hires. And we got the NFL playoffs.
Oh, I'm so excited. You excited for that Peacock game tomorrow night? Crickets? No?
No, it's Chiefs-Dolphins.
Come on.
That is to me, that is the game of the week.
Great. Everyone should go download Peacock and watch it then.
They should. If you want to watch Mahomes against Tua and Tyreek Hill coming back to Arrowhead Stadium.
Do you see the latest weather reports?
Yeah, it's like below 15.
Minus 30, I saw.
Minus 30?
Minus 30.
With the snow?
The weather advisory is like, this is dangerous, like, to your health. Like, Chiefs fans, like, the season ticket holders are selling their tickets. They don't want to go.
Really?
It's that bad. It's that bad.
Go ahead, Big John.
They also said for the Bills-Steelers game in Buffalo, they expect 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, my God. James Cook, come on down.
Oh, man. It's playoff football.
Well, that's the only way the Steelers could probably win then, right? Like, if it's like a run it out, like...
They could with Najee Harris and Jalen Ward.
Yes, just lean on the running game.
Now, they don't have T.J. Watt. Minus 30 wind chill. Yeah, that's my
brutal.
gosh. So they don't have T.J. Watt this week against Buffalo. But, boy... You talk about having to win a playoff game in the elements? Now,
you remember that Patriots game a few years back where it was Josh McDaniels still the OC, and they literally threw it like 2 times with Mac Jones, and they ran it like for 40 plus attempts. They won the game. I forget who it was against, but it was just one of those games. But it's playoff football. I'm going to hear from everyone calling domes. Everyone should be in a dome. I get that. That's why the Super Bowl's like that, because they want an even playing field.
Right.
But I love that kind of weather.
Or warm weather in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
They'll play it in Miami.
Exactly.
They'll play it at SoFi.
You get some rain occasionally.
Right.
Yeah.
Occasionally, but a little outdoors. They had the cold weather Super Bowl between the Broncos and the Seahawks.
It was like 58
in New
degrees.
Jersey. Yeah.
It wasn't even that cold.
Right. Now, will you have one in Chicago outdoors, Soldier Field? Probably not.
No.
Will you have one in New England area outdoors? Probably not.
Green Bay? No.
But boy, KC and Miami.
Are you selling your tickets? That's actually a fun question for fans. Are you selling your tickets if it's that bad of weather? Or are people calling you soft if you're doing that?
I've got to bundle up and watch playoff football. Were you going out there? Minus 31?
Oh, my God. I don't know if I'm a Dolphins fan if I'm doing that, to go out and get my ass kicked, and then it's minus 30 on top of that. Although, I think we're sleeping on, everyone's looking at Tua in this matchup, and we're going to break down all the NFL action, and especially in the NFC side, because of what pertains with the 49ers. As you know, Ponte, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things that you could do to overcome toxic stress.
I know, I just read that. You just doubled them up. You just made them happy.
That's fine. I just wanted...
You just pulled a Shasky.
Pre-game show, 95-7 the game, 5 to 6. You're looking at this matchup, and everyone's looking at Tua, but just look at the running game. Raheem Mostert has been one of the best running backs in football.
Yes.
Like, lean on the running game if you're Mike McDaniel, right? I'm not throwing the ball. Limit the opportunities for turnovers, run the damn ball, and keep it away from Patrick Mahomes. And by the way, Patrick Mahomes off, like, would you be surprised if the Dolphins won this game, Bonte? But the way that the Chiefs have played this year, I understand past, history shows that Patrick Mahomes has only gotten to at least the AFC Championship game, right? Or the Super Bowl. He's never gotten bounced prior to a conference championship game.
He's also never played a road playoff game yet.
Never. And he'll have to do that if they win this game, you would think. I have to look at the standings and all that. But would it be that shocking if the Chiefs got knocked out against the Dolphins?
No, it wouldn't. These two teams played in Germany earlier this season in the 6 a.m. game, 6:30 game, or whatever it was. And the Chiefs were up 21-0 at the half. And they held off for dear life to win that football game. The Chiefs ended up beating them 21-14. Tua could convert a 4th down late in the football game. The Chiefs ran a 0 blitz. They just got to Tua. He had to rush his throw, and that was that. Tua had a big fumble. They had a fumble right before the half. I think it was a lateral or something.
Yeah.
And Chiefs went up 21-0.
Oh, that was like a fumble, pick 6, but yeah.
Backwards pass or something like that.
And they picked a scoop and score.
Yep. And so their receivers are not good. And Jalen Ramsey is back. And he'll probably shadow Travis Kelce, who's not been the same tight end this season. Looks like he's lost a step or he's been hurt. I could see the Dolphins winning this game. Now, what's the spread of that football game? What is the spread? Because they're getting some guys back. They also signed Justin Houston, the former Kansas City Chief.
And they have Melvin Ingram, too, another former Chief.
They got Armstead back on their offensive line. Now, Posey and P-Town say Chiefs minus 4.5, easy money. I don't know if that's easy money. But the Dolphins, at lifetime, their record in cold weather games just not good.
No. And I'm taking the Chiefs just because I have that respect for Patrick Mahomes. I know Shasky's mentioned this, and I mentioned the same thing. I'm giving Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes the Brady and Belichick treatment. I'm not betting against them in the playoffs. I don't care. I was the same way, even when everything came to an end with Brady in New England against Mike Vrabel and the Tennessee Titans. Then I was still convinced, like, hey, this is bad, but you know what? Tom Brady can do it. He can take this team to the conference. Hell, even last year, Bonte, weren't all of us still talking about the Bucs being that one team where it's just like, well, they just did win a Super Bowl. I know it's looked bad all year, but they got Mike Evans. They got a running. They got Tom Brady. They still got players on that defensive side.
Right.
And then they just got their asses kicked against the Dallas Cowboys. So I don't think it's going to be that bad for the Chiefs, but it could be a low scoring, whoever turns the ball over late, kind of an affair.
According to National Desk, Miami is 0-10 in games played below 40 degrees since 2017.
Lock it up.
Chiefs 9-1 in their last 10 home games in such temperatures. Now, this is different.
No, this is different kind of temperatures. Yeah.
I mean, you look at this field right now, it's nothing but snow. And there was a rumor that when you talk about Buffalo and Pittsburgh, there was a rumor that they wanted to move the game to Cleveland. But the NFL debunked that, saying, no. We're playing this football game in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Neutral site, like you get the home field and you're just going to move it over? How is that fair? Right? Like, come on, miss me with that crap. I just love all the matchups this weekend, too, because there's so many different storylines regarding every single matchup. You got Cleveland and Texans, obviously, the first matchup of the day tomorrow. The Browns still favored on the road against C.J. Stroud.
Is it -2.5 still?
It's 2 now. Came down. Denzel Ward nicked his knee up in practice yesterday.
Oh.
That is something to monitor.
Oh.
That is a massive piece for that secondary of the Browns, best in the league probably, and that defense. And Jim Schwartz, who, by the way, should probably be up for a head coaching gig. The job he has done with Cleveland, and I know it didn't work out when his first stint in Detroit, but I would not be surprised if Jim Schwartz got some calls this offseason for head coaching. I mean, there's 7 of them. He'll get someone should probably interview him. But C.J. Stroud, my guy is a rookie quarterback.
He's played well.
And he was in MVP conversations at some point this year. That's how well he has played. Obviously, the Deshaun Watson factor with the trades. So all of that. And then you got the Steelers, you got the Bills, you got Packers, Cowboys, obviously their history, 2 storied franchises in the NFC. Mike McCarthy taking on his old squad.
Yep.
Remember the Dez Did He Catch It game a few years back? Then you got Rams, Lions, Sunday Night Football. I mean, what is better than that? Matt Stafford returning home to Detroit. Jared Goff trying to stick it to Sean McVay. And then Monday. We're all going to be watching Monday night.
Well, we're all going to be watching all the games.
Well, all of them? But specifically Niner fans?
No.
Because, well, the Eagles, Bucks, it depends.
I mean, it depends. What if the Rams win? What if the Packers win? We'll watch the Eagles, Bucks for sure. I think we're all going to be watching these games.
I want to dissect more of it on the other side with you.
Yeah, we're going to be watching all these games, Spinoni. All these games are getting watched. All of them. And I love what Fred Warner said yesterday. I hope they all lose. I'm rooting for them to all lose. Oh, man. Playoff football's back. We'll get to the Warriors and Bulls, what they need to do to get a win. We're going to look at Zach LaVine, Kobe White, DeMar DeRozan. Ah, man, Warriors need to win.
Alex Caruso,
all that stuff. All right, more coming up on the Morning Roast. It is a football Friday, not a payday Friday, here on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
It's been a magical season for the Niners.
From Hawaii doesn't play well in the cold? Shocked.
Well, the kid from Hawaii, did you see the report yesterday?
No.
So, Tua Tagovailoa is Samoan. And so the guy asked him, said, you're Hawaiian, you're from Hawaii. He said something like, can you explain it? He goes, and Tua just smiles like, yeah, I'm not Hawaiian. I just lived in Hawaii.
He's from Hawaii,
Right.
but he's not. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not Hawaiian.
Yes.
I lived in Hawaii. I'm Samoan. I got Polynesian,
Yes.
And so he was trying
He's
to
a
explain
Pacific
it.
Islander.
But it's just, there's a Dolphins beat writer, and it's like, wait, you've covered this team all season long.
Yikes.
If you covered this team for years, all right, great.
Well,
maybe do some research.
Does he know that Mike McDaniel is African American?
He doesn't.
Did any of us know until he got
I didn't know until he got hired.
he got hired?
So they were saying, so I just saw
the
a graphic.
memes for that, by the way, were out of control.
They were out of control. I just saw a graphic of the African American coaches coaching in the wild card game. Todd Bowles, Mike McDaniel, Mike Tomlin, and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, boy, all 4 African American coaches could be bounced in the first round.
Oh no. Yeah, Steve Wilkes. He might be a future head coach.
Well,
he's doing some. I know, but he's gonna be a head coach.
You think he's gonna get a job this offseason? I don't.
He might. I think he might. He just interviewed with someone. Who did he someone requested an interview with him.
Atlanta?
I think it was Atlanta. I think he could do well there.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Some revenge games on Carolina twice a year.
Might
That'd
be back
nice.
with the Niners. Might just be back with the Niners.
Stay on the sideline.
Robert Saleh hasn't been fired yet?
No, they're going to keep him. Saleh says he likes Aaron Rodgers stuff on Pat McAfee show. He says it's fun.
Well, he has to say that.
He has to.
By the way, Pat McAfee said Aaron Rodgers was done. He was back on the next day.
Oh, God. I can't, real quick.
He's jumped the shark, dude.
He is, for a guy, and actually, for as much as we like to crush Nick Wright on Fox Sports and all that sort of stuff, he actually laid out a great little piece, little ether on him, if you will. For a guy that says, he doesn't want everyone all up in his business, he sure shares his business with everyone constantly. Constantly. And for a guy that's always trying to, quote, better himself, both mentally and physically, and always about mental health and ayahuasca and all this sort of stuff and finding happiness, he seems to be miserable as hell. That guy, whenever I hear him speak, it's always just so negative.
Right.
I don't need that in my life.
Right.
And when I think of Pat McAfee, I think of a positive kind of, just a frat boy kind of a mood. And then you bring in Aaron Rodgers.
How do you feel about McAfee?
I don't know. It's not for me.
Yeah.
I can understand the appeal for sports fans out there. Right. I know he used to be a part of Barstool and kind of shifted, so he has that sort of audience. It's not for me. I get it. Like that moment he had with Reese Davis on College Football Game Day.
Right.
A naysayer, all that sort of stuff. That was funny. I can get why he is in there. But I feel like he has become so oversaturated over there. They want a combatant with a Stephen A. Smith type.
Right.
They're trying to force it, and it's just not for me. It's not working for me.
Yeah, I don't.
It works as a pod. I get that, but you can't, like, they're trying to stretch a podcast into something it's not, right?
Yep.
Like, that, it just doesn't work for me.
So Pittsburgh, Buffalo, shift back to the NFL playoffs because that doesn't work for me either. And I'm looking at some
That's a no
text
for
here.
you, dog.
Comcast Business text line. Gutter Trash. What up, Gutter Trash and the PDX? Hell no, I'm not selling my playoff tickets. I grew up in horrible elements. Put some Band-Aids on the nips and go shirtless
On the
and
nips?
wear thermal underwear. What?
R.I.P. Nipsey Hussle. Come on, man.
I would go to that game. Now, check this out in Buffalo. Saturday is going to be a high 24 degrees with winds gusting near 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, I'm out.
50 miles per hour. You can't even throw the ball.
Yeah, I'm out.
Well, Josh Allen can. He has a hose for an arm.
Yeah, but in the playoffs, he likes to throw it to the other team, unfortunately. That's why I know the Bills are hot. Josh Allen's got to prove it to me. And he's, you know what? I think I've lit a fire under him because early on in the season, I told everyone that I'm taking Brock Purdy over Josh Allen. A lot of people were offended. I think Josh was listening that day, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to prove it to Joe Spadoni out there that I'm better than Brock Purdy.
Or he's just going to prove that Joe Spadoni was on that crack.
No, I'm still taking Brock during the playoff run. 888-957-9570. I'm taking Brock Purdy over damn near every other quarterback in this playoffs.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
Okay. Relax.
Cocaine's
Different
happening.
kind of snow happening in the playoffs, not that sort of snow.
All right, Matt Higgins in the office.
No, yeah,
let's dead the crack drop, the cocaine drop.
Don't talk about that.
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that.
Don't talk about
But
No.
if I'm also team, especially for football, I'm always team couch for football. Specifically because I think that's the best vantage point for that game. If like NBA games are different, I feel like I can really dissect an NBA game being there.
Right.
Baseball, you're there. It's a slower game, so it's not as physically and mentally taxing. But for football, especially, I get a great vantage point. If you're not sitting in a certain area at a game, you're not going to pick up every little thing. Like the tickets that you're going to want for the best vantage point are going to be kind of pricey. And if you're in the press box, like maybe I'm different. I just like for football specifically, I'm a couch watcher.
All right, 888-957-9570. I gave you 2 tickets to a game, and the weather was below 30 degrees, or the wind gusts were up to 30 miles per hour.
Hell no.
You going? Or are you saying no, Bonte? I'm staying at home.
Bonte, it's like 68 degrees in this studio, and I bundle up and put this beanie on. All right, we're not built for this, Bonte.
No,
we're
you may not be built for
You're
this.
from Northern California,
Hey.
and we're not talking Mount Shasta area.
Well, listen.
We're talking from the Bay. You're
Well,
not built for this. All
Well, I'm
right.
going to Buffalo next year because the Niners visit Buffalo next season. Now, I don't know when the schedule gets released. When is that game going to be taking place? Is it going to be in September? Is it going to be in October? It's going to be in November or December. But I want to go to that game. Orchard Park in the middle of the neighborhood. I want to go to that game.
We'll see.
If it's below 30 and it's a playoff game, I am going to that game.
Okay.
I, Bonte Hill, will brave the elements. I'll throw on thermals, hoodies, jackets, beanies, ski mask. I'll have all the hot chocolate in the world. I am going to that game. What about you, Roasters? 888-957-9570. Let's have a little fun. We got shameless shout-outs in about an hour. Shameless shout-outs. We have a lot of shout-outs to give out.
I wonder how much you want to go to that game. Let's say, hypothetically, it's like December. Knock on wood, it doesn't happen. But Brock Purdy's out for some reason, and it's Sam Darnold going over there. And say they retain Sam Darnold or Brandon Allen. He's still going in that game, Ponte. And Josh Allen's healthy.
Yeah, you got to go for the fun of
And
it.
it's December 20th or whatever.
It gives me a reason. It gives me a reason to visit Buffalo.
Okay.
No, I do. I will say this. I do like watching football games on the couch. I do. But boy, there's something about being at that game and seeing everything. There's some things you miss. Guys who are wide open. Guys who miss a block. Miss tackles that you may not see on television. There are advantages to being at the game. There's disadvantages to being at the game. And no, it's not a press box. Hey, Sean, I'm paying for the ticket, and I'm going to the game. If it's below 30.
There's 2 of them next year. Have you been to Green Bay?
I have not yet. They visit Green Bay next season.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Are you going to Green Bay? Are you going Buffalo? Are you going to the 1-2 punch there?
I kind of want to go to Green Bay. I do want to go to Green Bay.
That is like a football bucket list. My brother-in-law, Jonathan, was telling me this during the holidays that him and his buddies, He went to the Packers-Bears game. Like, that's like one of the historic rivalries, if not like one of the oldest. And they went, and he doesn't have a dog in the fight, but his buddy's a big Bears fan.
Right.
And he said it's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Like, every football fan should go.
Our boy Oscar at EPA. Comcast Business Text Line. What about Green Bay? I'm going to make it out there next season. Oscar at EPA. This is great from Zucci, man. Spadoni. Zucci, man.
Love
Our
Zucci.
2023 Doobie Award winner on the Comcast Business Text Line. I'm sitting at home eating my Daisy Dips, chilling.
I like that.
I can't be mad at
Let's
the
pick
Daisy
this
Dips.
up on the other side. I think people are capping about wanting to go to minus 30. I don't think these people, especially in the Bay Area, have dealt with this sort of weather before. It's brutal.
I'll share you my experience in New York City during the NBA All-Star game and
That's
how cold
a
it
tease.
was. That is a tease, folks. And that's coming up. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
It's been a magical season for the Niners and the faithful.
I'm on my way to work, fellas, out here in South San Francisco. Shouting to the rooftop, go Niners!
And now it's time to get down to business.
Commodore Lenore, when he hit Swift, I was like, ow! I was like, oh my God!
The road to Vegas starts now.
You bet not like the Niners get home field advantage, because if the NFC comes through Santa Clara, it is a wrap.
The Bay Area's football station.
95.7
All right, Zucci Man just talked about it. And it's all of our guilty pleasures. It's Daisy Dips, folks. You can eat it with chips, wings, pizza. It goes with anything. And I just discovered the Daisy Sour Cream. And now make the French onion and the ranch dip. You can use Ruffles. You can use pizza. You can use any type of chip you want because it is cracking. Game-changing flavor. Even better than if I made my dips from scratch at home. And I love that there's no MSG, no added other junk I cannot pronounce. You know those 10-letter words that's on the back of the label, and you're like, what the hell is that? Well, I don't have to worry about that because Daisy Dips doesn't have any of that. The taste is amazing. It's so addictive. I can't stop eating them. So what are you waiting for, folks? Go grab some Daisy Dips.
Jefferson, touchdown!
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nobody can stop it!
Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $9.90. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
At Merrill West.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Look, today's show is all about you, the listener. 888-957-9570. We'll get into playoff football. We'll get to the Warriors and Bulls. Got a lot of good sound here from Peter King about the LA Rams. Could they be the biggest challenger to the 49ers in the NFC?
They got to get past the Lions. The more I keep gassing up the Rams, I feel like the Lions are going to win, aren't they? Everyone's gassing up the Rams.
50-50 game, man. It's a 50-50 game. Dan Campbell, Sean McVay,
Detroit
Jared Goff, Matt Stafford.
They're going to be rocking.
This
is their first home playoff games in my lifetime.
Can they stop the run?
Kyron Williams is a badass.
Kawakami got some stuff on the Golden State Warriors. Who are they going to deal? What's going to happen there? Lot going on in basketball. We'll get there, though. But I want to stick on football here because we're talking, would you, if I, Bonte Hill, or Joe Spinotti said, here's 2 tickets to Arrowhead Stadium this weekend, would you go knowing that the weather is going to feel like negative 27 degrees?
No.
And I'll get to how you asked me if I've ever been have I ever experienced weather like that? I'll let you know that I have. But that'll be after Big Dog City out in Fairfield.
Oh.
Your favorite. You love Big Dog City.
I need to hang out with Big Dog City.
I don't know if you're ready to hang out with Big Dog City.
I don't know, man.
We hung out at the Rose
Raider
Bowl.
Fans are built different, Bonte.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Big Dog City and I, go figure. We saw the last game ever coached by Nick Saban at the Rose Bowl.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Let's bring in Big Dog City. Bring in Big Dog City onto the morning roast. He's up early. He's barking. What up, Big Dog?
What's going on, guys? Bonte, Spadoni.
Let's go.
What's going on? Hey, I'm calling to say if I was given those tickets, Arrowhead, I'm there. I'm a sports fan. If you are a real fan of your team, not every team can make the playoffs. I'm a Raiders fan. You know, we don't make the playoffs often. So I'm at that playoff game. I don't care if it's sleet, snow. I don't care what it is. I'm there. And then my second thought real quick on these playoffs. For the Niners, you know, I'm going to roll with the home team. But for this first week, I need them Bucks to beat the Eagles. I think the Eagles are frauds. I think the Bucks will take care of business at home. And you'll see the Bucks here next week on a rematch.
All right, real quick. Let's go around the horn. Rapid fire for you, Big Dog. Cowboys, Packers.
I got Cowboys at home winning that.
Oh, Chiefs, Dolphins.
You know what? I'm going to go with the Chiefs at home. It's going to be tough at home. It's hard to beat the Chiefs. If Mahomes can catch lightning in the bottle with the Taylor Swifties, they can win that game.
All right, you got that. You got Bills, Steelers.
I'm going to go with the Bills.
All right, Bills, Steelers. Right.
With no Watts. It's going to be tough.
Texans, Browns, and then Lions, Rams.
The Texans game and the Browns, I'm going to go with Flacco, but Ward being a little banged up is tough. I'm gonna stick with the Browns and Flacco at home. I do like what D'Amico's doing. And then I'm going to go with this Lions, Rams. I'm going to give it to the Rams. Stafford going back to Detroit. He's going to take care of business in Detroit.
All right, Big Dog. Enjoy the games this weekend. Keep barking loud out there. I know Big Dog is be at the game. He likes that stuff.
You guys go to games a lot.
We do. We've been to some classics.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he goes all the time. I mean, he goes to a lot of Raiders. He was in Detroit for Monday Night Football.
Poor guy.
Josh McDaniels' last game ever as the coach of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Actually, so maybe it is a good thing he went there. You got to see the funeral of Josh McDaniels' head coaching career.
He did.
He attended that.
He's been to Arrowhead. He's been to Green Bay when the Raiders went up to Green Bay a couple years ago.
Yeah.
He's been all over the place.
I don't think we've won in Green Bay ever. Ever.
That game started off well. Josh Jacobs was running hard.
Yeah, I remember that game too. And then this is the first time the Raiders have even beaten the Packers this season. It was on Monday Night Football against Jordan Love. He threw the pick to Amika Robertson to end the game. But yeah, it was the first time they beat them since like 1989 or something ridiculous. But just looking at the playoffs right now, and it's nice if you're a Niners fan, and we're talking about all this, the cold weather, all that sort of stuff. That's why it's so damn important for the Niners to have home field advantage. Because I did not. If I'm a Niner fan, and you were there last year, I'm sure it wasn't as cold as it was is going to be, but I don't want to deal with the elements. A chance of like the sleet, the rain, 30, 20 degrees, whatever the hell it is in Philadelphia. I wouldn't want to deal with that.
Well, Tampa Bay just got the kiss of death on ESPN. All the experts picked Tampa Bay.
Oh, night.
Yeah. I'm going Eagles. The coldest I've ever been, Spinotti, 2015 NBA All-Star Game, New York City. Okay. Steph and Clay were the first pair of teammates for the Golden State Warriors to go to the All-Star Game since the 70s with Rick Barry, Nate Thurmond, I believe. It was the closest I've ever been. And I'll be honest with you. Real Phil, on that Sunday night of the All-Star Game, the weather said, Real Phil, I think it was negative 22. Oh. Could be wrong. It was one of the coldest fronts in New York City history.
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you, I got off the subway, and the house I was staying at was 5 blocks away from the subway. It was so cold, I took a taxi. Could not walk in it.
Really?
Yeah. It was that bad. It was that bad.
Jeez.
So now that I'm thinking about it, that would be one tough game to brave through.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I felt the coldness. My lips were chapped. I wore 4 jackets. I had the beanie on, the scarf.
You got to go ski mask.
I had sweats under the pants. It was cold. But for football, you got to do what you got to do.
I guess.
Maybe just drink Hennessy. Maybe just drink hot alcohol.
Yeah, it's going to be frozen.
Hot toddies.
God. No, I don't want to have to wear gloves to a game. That's the I'm out. If I have to wear gloves to a game, I'm out. No.
That's a little soft.
No, I don't want to wear gloves or hand warmers.
888-957-9570. I gave you tickets to a cold game like that.
We're from the coast, Bonte. We're not supposed to be going to the blizzards. That's not our game, all right? Leave that to the Midwest, the cheese curds, all those people over there. We're the West Coast elites over here, all right? We don't deal with that stuff. There's a reason we came west, Bonte.
Look,
and it wasn't to deal with the snow. That's why we pioneered over here.
Hey, Posy and P-Town said he's going.
Have fun.
Thanks for the tickets.
Thanks for the memories.
David Hernandez, negative 30, no shot.
No.
No shot. I don't know. You going, Big John? You going to a game? Negative 30?
I feel like if there's no snow, I can bundle up proper.
Wind is worse than the snow.
But you're sitting down in a seat. You got your big starter jacket. You got your scarf, your beanie, your gloves. No. Sit down, ball up, get a little Hennessy and hot chocolate. Again, you'll be good.
You're putting on too many layers of clothing for me to go. All right. I grew up in a sweatshirt weather atmosphere. If I could put on a sweatshirt and go to a game, I'm fine. Maybe a beanie, but come on. Oh God, do I see we have an Eagles fan on the line too? Oh God.
He's the same guy who needed counseling the other day. But Matt Nahiga's been to a lot of football games. Our program director, he's taking calls. Matt Nahiga, what's the coldest game you ever been to? You grew up in Illinois, in Chicago?
Eagles, Bears in Chicago, McNabb beating the Bears. We stood around a garbage can with a fire in it, and I put my hands in the fire because they were so freaking cold. Literally in the fire.
What was it, -0? -2?
Yeah, it was about -10 wind chill.
Wow. Ugh. You would never do it again?
Never, ever in my life. It was the worst experience I've ever had.
Oh, my gosh.
What was that game? Was Chicago hosting it when it was Jay Cutler breaking his thumb, or was that in Lambeau?
No, that was It
was against the Packers, though. That was the year the Packers won the Super Bowl.
Oh, that was with his knee. His knee. That was in Chicago.
Oh, okay. I thought it was his thumb that got. Yeah.
This is a McNabb playoff game, huh? At the old Soldier Field, correct? Now, how cold was the Fog Bowl when Philadelphia took on Chicago, late 80s?
I don't think it was that cold. It was just a mixture of the
late
rain, dampness.
Yeah.
I think the coldest still is the Ice Bowl in 1967. It was the Packers and the Cowboys, I want to say. 36 below zero with the wind chill.
Oh, my gosh. 21-16. That was the final score.
That's actually higher score than I thought it was going to be.
37.
It's a shootout.
Fog Bowl was 40 degrees. 40 degrees. That's not bad.
I know Cleveland's had a lot of them because they got the wind over there on the Lake Erie. So awful lot there. Hey, Bonte, real quick, we're talking football right now. Did you know?
Did I know what?
There's a jersey behind you.
Is there?
There is one.
Oh.
And starting Tuesday, yes, this coming Tuesday, as I segue here to promote something, you listeners have a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. All you have to do is listen Tuesday, the 16th, during the morning roast between 7:30 and 8:30, Steiny and Guru, 12:30 to 1:30, and Willard and Dibbs, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. How it works is, in each of the shows, we will give out a key word, and all you have to do is text the code we give you, and bam, you qualify for a better chance to win, you can text each keyword during every show to give yourself a better chance at winning the Christian McCaffrey signed jersey. So that's 3 times every day next week, starting Tuesday, that you have a chance to qualify.
Right.
So 12 total if you're a diehard like I know a lot of these listeners are. Christian McCaffrey signed, I think it's pretty sick. Bossy might just take that home with him.
I might just take it home with me. Coughlin's face.
The chap.
Yeah. His face was about to fall off.
No, he needed a big bucket of Vaseline to wipe on his face.
No, it was bad.
No, do you remember Harbaugh? Harbaugh wearing like the quadruple khakis and sweatshirt at Green Bay.
You guys made me sway me the other way. You just have
to look at Coughlin's face.
Zucci, man, give me 2 tickets to a below zero game. I'm going to Reese Bobby those tickets.
Yes. The Chiefs fans, they're built like Kansas City, Missouri. They're built for the cold.
Right.
Even they're selling their tickets, Bonte. They're like,
This is insane. There's a guy from Oklahoma texting us, 510. It's single digits out here in Oklahoma. We're camping out here. We're chilling and camping. What?
Yeah, have fun with that. I'm out. I actually just don't like camping.
Camping for 2 weeks. -1.
I don't like camping.
Yeah, I'm not a big camper.
Yeah, I don't want to go out in the dirt. Hey, my version of camping is you have a nice cabin with Wi-Fi and all this other stuff, and then I could pick and choose when I want to walk into the wilderness, and then eventually come back after 20 minutes. John's looking at me like he's thumbs down. He's from Redding. That's what they got. That's all they can do up there in Redding, California. Although he grew up down in Pacific Grove as well. Big sir. I get it.
Redding's what, 5 hours away?
About 4.5.
Big Dog City and I in high school drove up to Redding. Redding, California twice.
You're laughing. What did you do up there?
No, just hung out.
Drove past the Jelly Belly factory?
We had some friends up there.
It's an interesting place.
It's a very interesting place.
Beautiful.
Very interesting place. Very
interesting. Red Bluff out in there. One of my buddies is from there. Yeah, Red Bluff. The Bluff.
Yeah, you know what? We can't complain about 60 degrees at Levi's, Ahmad. We cannot. Let's go to, you know what? Let's get this guy from Philadelphia on. He needed counseling 2 days ago about his Eagles. Now I think he's feeling good about his Eagles.
We are not therapists.
Sammy in Philadelphia, what do you want?
Oh, that's a first of all, I do feel bad. I called the end yesterday.
Your phone line
stinks.
It
sounds like that Philly phone line, just like the team.
Call us back, Sammy. Call us back, Sammy. We'll take your call. Call us back.
Everything's just in shambles in Philadelphia right now.
No,
you see Jalen Hurts calling out his teammates and the media and stuff like that?
Wait, this week?
Yeah, he said something very cryptic and odd. The quote, it was very odd. I'll pull it up for you specifically, but it was basically the end of the Seattle game. A.J. Brown said that was not the final play call with the interception or whatever. Yeah. They changed it, and it was just a lot of pointing and blame gaming going on right now, and that's reflective of the head coach to me, right? That goes back to Nick Sirianni not having a handle or a grasp on this team, losing Shane Steichen, losing Jonathan Gannon, and now he has to find all the answers, and it's blowing up in his face.
What did Bradbury say, Big John? What did Bradbury say?
So Bradbury, talking to the media yesterday, they asked him about going on the road this year as opposed to last year, and he said, well, maybe the road will be good for us because they boo a lot quicker in Philly, and we can't deal with those boos.
Wow. I want the Eagles next week. I'm not going to lie. I want the Eagles.
No, come on.
I want the Eagles.
They do have the personnel still, though. I know they're not playing well and they're awful, but they have the personnel that if they find it and they get right on one day, they could beat the Niners.
I want the Eagles.
Now, I wouldn't bet on it.
I want the Eagles.
What do you think the spread on that game would be? Touchdown?
Niners, they were 2.5-point favorites in Philly, or 2-point favorites in Philly.
5.5?
5.5, maybe 6.
Yeah.
That's a high spread, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. While you are there, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Who do you want to play, Niner fans?
Found the quote.
And what's the easiest path?
So this was Jalen Hurts on A.J. Brown revealing that the players checked to a different play on the final play versus Seattle. Quote, there's a lot that you guys don't know. In fact, you don't know what you don't know. Whatever the hell that means. You don't know what you don't know. And then I guess he went on to say, has he attempted to throw this week? I have not. This was yesterday, by the way. Obviously, leaving that game and attempting to go back into that game probably wasn't physically the best idea, talking about his popped out finger. So now a compromised Jalen Hurts potentially throwing the ball. Just a lot of mess going on.
By the way, on this day in 1982, the Bengals became the AFC champions after defeating the Chargers in the coldest NFL game ever regarding wind chill. It was played at Riverfront Stadium, old Riverfront Stadium, where the Reds and Bengals played on that nasty turf. Teams battled wind chill tips of negative 59 degrees.
Oh, okay. So that's not
the Freezer Bowl.
I thought the Freezer Bowl was colder than the Ice Bowl.
The Freezer Bowl. Negative 59 degrees Fahrenheit.
Interesting.
It's because of the wind chill. And there's a photo, and you see him on the line of scrimmage.
That's badass. It's pretty cool.
Fouts was irate.
Well, he was pissed because he felt like that was the best year for them to win that Super Bowl. That offense, no one was stopping it except the elements.
Wow.
You hate to see it for the Chargers.
Could have played the Niners in the Super Bowl.
That would have been fun. But local guy, they're going to have ties there. Guys.
Yep, SI. 888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts coming up at 7:45. Shameless shoutouts 7:45. But I'm going to ask everybody out there, especially you Niner fans, had the week off. Get to sit back this weekend, relax, watch the NFC playoffs, and see who makes it to the divisional round, which could be the greatest weekend in sports. Who do you want to play? What's the easiest path? We know the Eagles would be juicy. There'd be a lot of drama there. But wouldn't the Packers and Bucks be the path of least resistance? Wouldn't those be the easier teams to play?
Yes.
Who do you want, Niner fans? Who are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for this weekend? 888-957-9570. Peter King joined Willard and Dibbs. Here's what he had to say about the Rams.
The one thing about the 49ers, and I'm not saying they're going to lose if they play the Rams in any way, shape, or form, because I don't think they would, but that could be a much more difficult matchup, divisional round, than a one seed would usually have if the Rams end up winning this weekend.
Brian Baldinger, earlier this week on the Morning Roast, echoed those same sentiments.
I just feel like it doesn't matter where they go right now, who they play, what time of the day or what day of the week they play. I feel like you're going to get the very best that the Rams have. And I think they're a dangerous team because of the way they execute and the way that they have been coached all year. They're very hot, but they're hot because they execute.
Yeah.
And they kind of know who they are right now. And I don't care who's covering Puka Nacua. You can put Travarius Ward on him. I mean, the guy beat every single corner in this league this year. Every one. We haven't quite seen anything like it. Oh, that's right. Cooper Kupp did it 2 years ago. Their timing and their passing routes is scary good.
So that's Baldy. So should we be rooting for the Lions this week? According to the experts, now Puka Nacua had a great year. 1,486 yards receiving, 105 catches, both rookie records. Cooper Kupp played in 12 games, still had 737 receiving yards, 59 catches. Kyron Williams ran for 1,144 yards. He started running hard in only 12 games played. 12 games. Matt Stafford got hot down the stretch.
Yeah, he's looking like old school Matt Stafford. He's healthy now. Last year he was hurt, and you could clearly see he was compromised, but this year he's slinging that thing. He's doing the sidearm throws, Bonte, and everyone likes to, say Patrick Mahomes is the poster child of the sidearm. Matt Stafford's been doing that for a long time.
Think about what they've done since the bye week. They've won 7 of 8, and the one loss they had was in Baltimore in overtime.
It's a hell of a game. It was a punt return touchdown for the Ravens to win it, too.
They controlled that football game. They controlled it. But Niner fans, we're hearing all this talk about the Rams. Do you want to see the Rams? Are you tired of this talk about the L.A. Rams and Peter King and Baldy and all these fans from down to Southern California said, you don't want to play us? Who's our guy at Riverside? Rudy in Riverside?
Yeah.
Who calls? I expect him to call next week. He's always in the chat. Well, he may not call next week because they may get bounced. But if they don't get bounced, we're going to hear a lot from Rudy in Riverside.
The rooting interest, if I'm a Niners fan this week with all the slate of NFC games, I'm rooting for the Packers against the Cowboys because that's just a given. I mean, Jordan Love's a young player. It's been a fun year. I'll give you credit, you were on the Jordan Love hype train. Started off a little shaky, then he got back his way, and he's a young player. By the way, real quick on that, it really pisses me off as a fan that the Green Bay Packers are now going to have 3 straight really good quarterbacks. Like, it's not how it's supposed to be. That's not fair. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and we'll see with Jordan Love, but it looks pretty good right now.
Life isn't fair.
Yeah, life isn't fair. I haven't had a quarterback since Rich Gannon. These guys got 3 in a row. Come on. Anyways, not bitter or anything.
Aiden O'Connell, not the quarterback of the future?
It's a great backup, although he'll always have beating Taylor Swift, Brittany Holmes, and Patrick Mahomes.
I think the Cowboys are going to roll the Packers.
Okay, but
as much as I love Jordan Love, first postseason game, Jerry's World.
They got defense.
Yeah, Cowboys got a very good defense. At home, I just see the Cowboys on that turf just rolling the Packers.
Okay.
What is that spread? 7.5?
I have it up here. It is, 7. 7 right now for the home team. But, again, rooting interest, you want the Packers to beat them.
No doubt.
Then you can host the Packers. And then you would love the Bucs to win and then the Lions, because I think you're beating any single one of those teams. Bucs, Lions, Packers. The only team and the only quarterback that has won a Super Bowl that is remaining in this conference, as a starter, I should say. I don't know if any backups are on any of these teams. Matt Stafford. And the one thing that Baldy mentioned to us about the Rams that gave me most concern, it wasn't the receivers, it wasn't the quarterback, it was how well the offensive line has played. And that scares me.
Yeah.
Because what we've seen from Nick Bosa in the past is he's getting winded late. And that goes to show the depth of this team getting tested. Now, he brought in Hargrave, and he's great against the pass. But you've seen the weaknesses in the run game as well when it comes to the lack of an Eric Armstead. And now he returned to practice, which is massive. Eric Armstead has returned to practice. That was yesterday, I believe. So that is huge for this team going forward, because they have desperately missed him in the run game. Because if the Rams start running the ball, then the play action, Charvarius Ward, Thomas, Lenore, they're going to be biting on Nakua, on cup routes. Like, that is a dynamic duo in that secondary. And it all starts up front, getting pressure on Stafford. Because if you can pressure Stafford, he'll have 2 or 3 throws a game where it's like, it's gimmies.
The oh-no throws.
The oh-no throws. He'll have those, but it's coupled with, and he'll also have some amazing throws too. That's the give and take with Matthew Stafford. But there is something to be said about the only starting quarterback remaining in your conference potentially playing you, and a head coach that has beaten you as well in an NFC Championship game. You were there.
Yeah. The pass rush still wear down. I don't want to relive that.
No. But I'm saying the offensive line.
But no, I hear you. They have gotten better. And you know what the Rams do very well is they keep themselves out of third and long situations. We could pick this up on the other side, because I do want to break down the Rams. They keep themselves out of third and long situations. And when you're in third and manageable, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, all of a sudden you got all these options. You can run a screen pass, or you could run the ball if you want, set up a 4th and short. Rams are dangerous, but Niner fans, 888-957-9570. We do have Chevy Shoutouts coming up at 7:45. Are you worried about the LA Rams? All this talk about the Rams. Are you truly concerned about the Rams if they advance to the divisional round? I want to hear from you, Niner fans. 888-957-9570. It is a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
It's been a magical season for the Niners and the faithful.
Let's go Niners!
7:45. Shameless shout-outs. It's been a tough week here at 95.7 The Game. Let's uplift some people. Let's shout some people out that you truly love, some businesses that you truly love. We all have some shout-outs coming up at 7:45 here on The Roast. Just looked at Adam Schefter from ESPN, his last tweet. Record temperatures within reach Saturday night in Kansas City. Here's the coldest NFL games on record before we get back to the Niners and whether or not you want the Rams. 888-957-9570. Coldest NFL games on record. Negative 13 degrees, Lambeau Field, the Ice Bowl, 21-17, but only 21-17, not 21-16, 21-17.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
I got to be better than that. 48 below wind chill. That was back in December 31st, 1967. I always love these dates because the NFC Championship games were played. We're seeing all these anniversaries in NFC Championship games. We haven't even started the wild card round yet.
Nope.
The second coldest game on record. Negative 9 degrees. Obviously, the Freezer Bowl. January 10th, 1982, Riverfront Stadium, Cincinnati. They beat the Chargers 27-7. They went on to play the Niners. Niners beat them for their first ever Super Bowl win. Third coldest game. This was a sleeper game. Negative 6 between the Seahawks and Vikings in the wild card game.
Oh, was that Blair Walsh project?
Blair Walsh missing the kick at the outdoor stadium in Minnesota.
It was like 23-yard attempt. Oh.
Well, when Shasky and I were flying to Philadelphia last year, we had to lay over in Minnesota. Got off the flight. It was 6 degrees. We were like, it was like, whoa.
I love that airport, Minneapolis, St. Paul. I love that airport.
So flying over Minnesota, I took a photo of that stadium where the Golden Gophers play. It was covered in snow.
It's pretty cool though, right?
Yeah,
that game. Yeah. And then you had
who's the coach?
You had the late Bud Grant walking
in with just a polo on.
Or just a polo.
Yeah, walking in to do the coin toss. Look at
95.
Me. I know, that was so cool.
God bless him.
That was so cool. And then the fourth coldest game between the New York Giants and the Green Bay Packers in its title game, in which a couple people referenced Tom Coughlin, his face almost falling off.
He turned into Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
He did. -1, 23 below wind chill. So we're talking about 27 below wind chill in Kansas City Saturday night at Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, I'm good.
And if whether or not you will want to go.
I'm good.
You good?
Like, unless you're in a box, like that's the thing. If you didn't have box seats, would your loved ones even go to that game? That's the other thing. Mom, Dad, you know what? You guys are like early the 70s, late 60s. Stay home.
Wow.
You're catching pneumonia, and we don't want to deal with that stuff.
Wow. Folks in the suite.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift in the suite.
Oh, are you kidding me? She ran out the whole suite to herself, probably.
She was not happy with that Joe Coy joke the other day.
Yeah, Joe Coy getting crushed on social media. Not that I watched a second of the Golden Globes.
I did not.
I'm not into movies as I used to be, like films and stuff like that. I used to catch up, but there's just so much streaming now. It's just, I can't keep up.
So we were talking about the Rams, Pedoti. Whether or not, what's the big deal about the Rams? Now, that's how the 408 feels. Rams are going to get slaughtered by the Lions. Don't believe the hype train.
Slaughtered?
408. Give me the Lions in the second round. I want Eminem in the stands. Well, that's an interesting point of view. 5-1-0.
Marshall Mathers going to be out there?
Right. 5-1-0. Give us the Bucks next week. 2 reasons. They'd be an easier matchup, and we get to see the Philly fans cry, Eagles cry. That's our boy Teeks from Hayward.
It's funny you say that because the Bucks actually gave the Niners a much tougher matchup than the Eagles did.
They did. They did.
Like the Bucks were in that game.
They were. They were.
The Eagles were never really in that game after the first quarter.
But I get why there's a lot of hype. Here's Peter King on Willard and Dibs about the LA Rams.
The one thing about the 49ers, and I'm not saying they're going to lose if they play the Rams in any way, shape, or form, because I don't think they would, but that could be a much more difficult matchup, divisional round, than a 1 seed would usually have if the Rams end up winning this weekend.
So, Baldy also said this about the LA Rams. Remember, this is a team that came out of the bye week. They've won 7 of 8. And the one loss they had was in Baltimore, which was in the overtime game, 37-31. They're playing some really good football. Maybe McVay's best coaching job that he's done since he's been the head coach of the LA Rams. Here's Baldy on the LA Rams.
I just feel like it doesn't matter where they go right now, who they play, what time of the day or what day of the week they play. I feel like you're going to get the very best that the Rams have. And I think they're a dangerous team because of the way they execute and the way that they have been coached all year. They're very hot, but they're hot because they execute.
Yeah.
And they kind of know who they are right now. And I don't care who's covering Puka Nacua. You can put Travarius Ward on him. I mean, the guy beat every single corner in this league this year. Every one. We haven't quite seen anything like it. Oh, that's right. Cooper Kupp did it 2 years ago. Their timing and their passing routes is scary good.
Niner fans, you buy that? Are you buying that the Rams are the most dangerous opponent? That they pose the most problems for the Niners in the second round of the playoffs? Or as a Niner fan, are you saying it does not matter who comes to Levi's Stadium? We're going to smash you because we have the best roster in football.
If I'm a Niner fan, I feel more confident about my defense slowing down the Rams offense than the Rams defense slowing down my offense. Outside of Aaron Donald, who, by the way, for a majority of his career, Kyle Shanahan, more recently in the regular season, he's neutralized him.
Yep.
I mean, they had a hobbled Trent Williams in the NFC Championship game a few years ago. He was very compromised. Notwithstanding, outside of that, I mean, that's when they had Jalen Ramsey and stuff too. So I don't fear the Rams defense like I did during that Super Bowl run for them. So if I'm Brock Purdy, now this is where it gets interesting. And Big John, producer extraordinaire, doing a hell of a job all week long filling in for Sam Lubin. We appreciate you, John, doing a lot of stuff back there, lots of moving parts. So thank you.
I don't know if we do appreciate you.
I do.
Let's wait until 10 o'clock for that.
I appreciate you. Shout out to Mita and the lovely Tracy. But he mentioned to me, Brock Purdy now going into this game next week would not have played in 3 straight weeks.
You worry about stuff like that?
I'm asking you. No, don't turn it back on me.
No,
I'm asking the questions.
I don't worry about it.
Really?
Nah, he needs to rest. They're going to practice at a high level. They'll get the timing routes down in practice, play a lot of 707. That rapport with the big boys, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle, I think they'll be fine.
Okay.
They'll be fine. I truly believe they'll be fine.
I don't know. This is the first time.
Don't you know?
This is the first time we're seeing Brock, in this scenario. Last year, he had to play in the wild card. He had to play in the divisional. He was staying hot. Now all of a sudden he was playing so well, and then we're I don't know. It concerns me, Bonte, because he had his worst performance a week prior to the Commanders game, and now he got back on track. But that's the Commanders. They stink. I don't know how much stock I put into that. We needed him to play clean football, and he did that. Great. I can't name 2 players outside of Jonathan Allen on the Washington Commanders defense. This is a whole nother dog, potentially. If it is against Tampa Bay, they got a legit defense. If it is against Philadelphia, Jalen Carter, them boys, right? And then if it is against the Rams, Aaron Donald. So there are some things to be concerned about. I get it that you've been here and done that. He's won 2 playoff games before. But if it is against LA, that does give me slight pause that maybe McVay and co. do have something up their sleeve next time they see Brock Purdy, because it feels like forever ago they played the Rams when it was both teams at full strength. I was driving out of Disneyland when that happened. That was September? Right? It's been so long. So I can't put anything into the game we just saw, by the way.
How much
Carson
preseason?
Wentz, Sam Darnold.
How much preseason did Brock Purdy play?
Not a lot. But that's the preseason. McVay doesn't play anyone in the preseason.
He's coming off a torn UCL, right?
Yeah.
Didn't get to practice with his team much. Came to training camp, took all the reps. How'd that work out in Pittsburgh?
Well, he did turn the ball over. Just saying. TJ Watt. Steelers, I think, I get what you're saying. Steelers are whatever. They're not that great.
They're a playoff team. What are you talking
Congratulations.
about?
They got a playoff team.
Playoff team.
They got a playoff team because everyone else's quarterbacks
they're a playoff team.
Great.
They're a playoff team.
Do you take them? They're also 9.5-point dogs.
Yeah, that's fine because Buffalo's playing at a high level. TJ Watt had the sack fumble, no doubt. But Purdy didn't throw no interceptions. As a matter of fact, he was 19 to 29
They're
for
1-11 without TJ Watt. There you go.
Yeah,
they stink.
19 to 29, 220 yards. 2 TDs. What's the Niners record without Nick Bosa? FYI, teams struggle when they don't have their best players on the field. That happens.
The Steelers, if you watch them at all this year, they got outgained for most of them.
But the point is, we had no idea what Brock Purdy was going to do in that game. Didn't get any reps in preseason in a live game. Practice is one thing. Live reps in the game. Go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You're playing against TJ Watt, that Steelers team, and you go out there and smoke them. You throw nothing but dimes. I'm not worried about Brock having a week off. The more worrisome issue with the Rams is you'd have to play them 3 times. playing a team 3 times is not easy.
Well, you're playing a team that also knows you in division, too. Yeah, 3 times, as you mentioned, but also just the historical rivalry between McVay and Shanahan. Like, these two coaches, more than anyone, know each other inside and out. They're from the same coaching tree. They're like brothers. You want to add McDaniel in there, too. O'Connell, all those solid. They're all homies. LaFleur, I should say. So that's where it does get interesting here. And I know McVay is on, we think of him as this offensive side of the ball, but he knows the offense, too. And he knows the key points of a Shanahan offense, where to attack it on the defensive end, on the defensive side, I should say. So, I don't know, man. I'm hoping the Lions win that game if I'm the Niners. I don't want to see the Rams. I don't. That's the one team I don't want to see.
You know what? Nah, I want the Rams.
Okay.
No, I want the Rams. I do. We owe them something from 2021, but all this jibber jabber about, oh my gosh, McVay. Oh, he knows Shanahan.
He's beating him in the playoffs.
You heard that before about Pete Carroll, and the Niners played up 3 times last year. And I get the game was close late in the third quarter. Niners ended up blowing them up.
Pete never beat him in the playoffs, so that is different. That the playoffs is a different.
Well, they met
beast.
one time.
They met one time, and I get it. Different
McVay should have had him met one time in the playoffs, and they got lucky. They could count their blessings for that football
wasn't
game.
Lucky.
It's Quasi Tart jumping it. I mean, come on. That was the equivalent of, I don't know, Jose Cruz Jr. dropping a flyout against the Miami Marlins.
I mean, players make
in the
plays,
playoffs.
Right? I mean, Kyle Williams fumbling the ball. Is that lucky? Stuff happens.
Kyle
there you
Williams.
go. But that was just. Don't
talk.
That was just Jaquaski Tart. He was out of the league after that.
I can't believe you disrespected the Steelers. Coming out of that division.
Who's respecting the Steelers this weekend? Who? Mason Rudolph? Come on.
You win 3 straight to go to the playoffs.
Congratulations. Who'd they beat?
Look at this.
Seriously, who'd
look
they
at this
beat?
5-1-0. Sorry, Bonte, but the Rams were beating the Niners in the playoffs. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Well, they have to get through the Lions first, but that's why I'm rooting for the Lions if I'm the 49ers.
I'm rooting for the Rams now.
Oh, okay.
I'm rooting for the Rams. You know what?
Bonte wants to smoke.
No, as a Niner fan, honestly, 888-957-9570. I want to hear from you guys. Who the hell are you rooting for? Because honestly, I don't give a damn who comes out of this round. I don't care if it's Green Bay, Tampa, Philly, L.A. I do not care. You have to come to Levi Stadium on the West Coast against a team that's fully rested, that's healthy, that's mentally refreshed. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me?
Steelers, by the way, beat Jake Browning, Geno Smith, and Tyler Huntley. Get out
Well,
of
their defense is really good.
Yeah, great.
Their defense is really good.
Yeah.
If they did have a quarterback, the Steelers probably have 12 wins. And they're in the toughest division of football.
If the Bengals had their quarterback, the Steelers wouldn't even be in the playoffs.
Think about that. Think about that. No, if the Steelers had a quarterback.
I don't know why we're talking. I don't know why I'm so angry about the Steelers right now.
No, because you're a Raider fan. And because
they've been outgained in damn near every one of their wins. That's why I'm angry.
Which is that much more impressive.
No, it's not impressive.
They're 10-7 by just playing smash mouth football.
Oh my
and they rediscovered the run.
You know what? I can't wait until the Bills just destroy them by like 30 this week. That's just what I'm waiting for.
Temperatures are ugly out there.
I don't care. As you said, Josh Allen's going to throw through the wind.
Now he's going to throw through the wind.
Yes.
Although last hour you were saying
under him.
No, last hour you were saying Josh Allen's going to throw it to the other team. Which one is it?
I said he's done that in the past, not this week.
Oh,
pivot, don't panic.
Spadoni, don't just because you're sitting in Shasky seat doesn't mean you need to be Sausalito Spadoni.
No, I've never been to Sausalito.
Never?
No.
Really? Right across the bridge?
I think I've driven through it. I've never hung out.
Jay's never made you hang out out there.
We're at the East Bay, Bonte. We stay over there. The Creek. We go over there.
Alameda.
Yeah, the Meta.
Come on. The Steelers defense is a top 10 unit all year long, and Brock Purdy went there after not playing in a preseason game, after not knowing whether or not he's going to be able to start week 1, and he lit them up. So the rest is going to do Brock Purdy wonders. By the way, shameless shoutouts, 13 minutes. Shameless shoutouts, 13 minutes, 888-957-9570. I'm at the point here, Niner fans. Are you with me? Who the hell cares if the Rams win? Give me the Rams next week. I don't care about them. Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. Give me Matthew Stafford.
Okay. We're going to bite a kneecap off.
There you go.
I don't care about the Rams.
Okay.
What the hell do we start fearing the Rams?
Nacua, you're sleeping on Puka Nacua right now. He just burnt Charvarius Ward this past week for a touchdown.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's just your best cornerback on him. They were literally trying.
He's going to make plays.
They were coaching him not to break the all-time records. They were literally. Shanahan was literally telling them, we don't want that happening.
And guess what? He couldn't do it until midway through the third quarter.
He couldn't do it until, but he did.
He couldn't do it until midway through the third quarter. All he needed was like 40 yards. That's nothing these days.
You got it.
That's nothing. Come on. Nobody's scared of the damn Lambs.
No one's saying you're scared, but you should have a healthy amount of respect for them.
Well, we respect them.
I don't think you're respecting them.
We respect them.
Okay.
I don't think
you said they got lucky a couple years ago.
You're not respecting the 49ers and what they've done this year, which is run the ball down people's throats, which is throw the ball all over the yard, which has had an MVP candidate in Brock Purdy, which has had a defense that's starting to find themselves, especially during the bye week when everybody whined about Steve Wilkes being in the booth. Well, he came down from the booth, and the Niners didn't look back.
Just because I said that I would not want to play the Rams doesn't mean I don't think the Niners would still beat them. I just said I trust the Niners on defense against the Rams offense more than I trust the Rams defense against the Niners offense.
See, this is such a good point for the 925s for dog. See, this is where you're losing me.
Oh, boy.
And it's the Raider in you, and I get it.
See, no, this is so unfair. No, it always goes back to this. Just because I'm a Raider fan, my opinion is somehow skewed.
Because like Big Dog City. Because like Big Dog City.
Oh, my God.
You said something.
We get discriminated against in this market. We're not even here anymore. We still get discriminated.
Like 925 is so spot on.
Oh, God.
You take Brock Purdy damn near over any quarterback in the playoffs. Now, all of a sudden, we got a healthy fear of the LA Rams. He's going to shred the Rams.
Because Matt Stafford has won a Super Bowl. That makes sense.
He's going to shut down.
Okay.
He's going to get shut down. You know what? Let's go to Sammy in Philadelphia. Now we got an Eagles fan. Now I got to hear from an Eagles fan now.
Jump in
I didn't ask for this on a Friday. I didn't ask for this. Sammy in Philadelphia.
Ask for this.
I don't want any counseling. Listen, first I want to say my heart goes out to you. I heard your Sabante show. I don't know exactly what happened, but my heart goes out to someone. You said someone at the station went through something, so I hope I'm sorry about all that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the other day putting me on. I know I was a little bit of kind of like asking for counseling. I know, listen, I call a San Francisco station. You don't want to hear about my Eagles' troubles, so we're going to talk about you guys. First, I want to say, I used to watch the Golden State Warriors with Monte Ellis and all of them, and I keep telling people, this team turned it around. Mark Jackson must feel so unwanted. Steve Kerr comes in and they win all these chips. I mean, what does he do differently? I give the same example when Mike Singletary was the 49ers coach, remember? And he didn't do anything but mediocrity, and then Jim Harbaugh comes in. It's those two analogies. I don't understand. Like, what's wrong with Golden State, you know?
Yeah, they're not playing well. They're older, they're smaller, they're unathletic. It's a lot of problems. We'll get to the Warriors in the 8 o'clock hour, trust me. Sammy's still there? Oh, he said I saw the caption, he said he wanted the Niners.
Oh, of course.
2 days ago, he wanted counseling. Now he wants the 49ers.
He needs to worry about Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield first before he wants the Niners. The Eagles aren't in a position to want anything. They got to go out there and take it.
Are the Eagles going to lose this game? We got a shoebox better here. I want to know what he's doing this weekend when it comes to lines and everything. Are the Eagles really going to lose to the Bucs on Monday Night Football? Do we even care?
I kind of love that the Bucs are home dogs.
What is it? What is the spread now?
3 points.
Still 3?
Yeah. I kind of like
that.
Oh,
wait, it went up.
Yeah.
It opened at 2.5. So, quote unquote, the sharps, the experts, have bet on the Eagles.
I don't know. What's the weather like going to be at the game, too? I don't know if it's going to be raining.
It won't be negative 30.
No, it won't. By the way, we're talking about all these like record-breaking games. My wedding was a record-breaking night for heat.
Ooh.
September 2nd, 2017, out in Carmel Valley, 105 degrees.
Oh, my gosh. Oh,
it's brutal.
Were you sweating up there at the altar?
Yes. Well, the altar wasn't too bad. It was at the Carmel Mission over there, the historic Carmel Mission Basilica out there. Because it's built in a way where like it's built for heat and anything like that. So it was not too bad. But when we got to the reception out in Carmel Valley, it was toasty to say the least.
Wow.
Not fun. I always remember. Everyone will always remember that wedding, not in a good way probably that went there. Probably because it was too damn hot. It's all right.
How about this? Monday Night Football, Tampa Bay, 71 and cloudy.
Must be tough. Must be brutal. Hey, imagine if you're Tom Brady playing all those snow games in New England, and then you automatically go to Tampa, and then you just, he played all road games, I understand that, but having to deal with just that nice humidity,
right. Oh, gosh.
Must have been great.
It was great. But no, seriously, all seriousness, I get your point about the LA Rams. They're a hot team right now. They have won 7 of 8. And you guys always joke with me saying McVay is one of my favorite coaches. He is a very good coach.
I like McVay. Like, I understand, like, there's this, like, the same way you hated Pete Carroll.
Right.
But the way he relates to the young players and that fiery energy, Like, that translates. I know we like to make fun of it because we see Shanahan as kind of this red ass and stuff like that. He's like his dad. But I like the rah-rah, like going out in the end, like maybe running into the end zone is a little too much.
Right. But
the khakis, the manicure, I don't really care about that. It's the energy that he instills. Like, when I watch the Rams, I see why it's McVay offense. It's his personality imprinted on the team. Just like for the 49ers, the same thing. Like, Kyle Shanahan wants to kick your ass.
Right.
Like, you can see that in his face, and you see that with the 49ers offense. So, I in that respect, I understand, and I do have a great appreciation for what McVay has done because I do think he still gets slept on. For he won a Super Bowl. Do people forget that? Like, he did that thing, and he was going to retire, and everyone was comparing him to, like, John Madden, all this success, and then walking away and doing broadcasting. But he has won a Super Bowl, and he has during, like, we all thought this team for the Rams this season, and maybe Shasky didn't, maybe Hugh didn't, but a lot of people thought this was going to be a one-off year for the Rams. They're going to retool and stuff like that, and they're one of the hottest teams in the league.
Well, to Shasky's credit, I remember in training camp, he goes, it's too quiet down in L.A. with the Rams. Something's going on down there. It's just too quiet. And after all the rumblings about McVay walking away and Stafford walking away,
we were talking about
Donald,
Stetson Bennett maybe having a chance there.
You may be.
No. People, not me. People were saying, is Stafford done?
But no, Aaron Donald maybe played his last season. And they came out of the blocks, and they were 1-2. And then they were 2-3. And then you look up, and it's like, wow, they're 3-6 after losing to the Green Bay Packers 20-3. And they got blown out the week before by Dallas. Remember that? They lost 3 straight going into the bye week.
That's right.
So they're 3-6. They take a bye. And I thought, boy, we don't have to worry about the Rams. And they stole one against Seattle at home. They go down to Arizona and wipe them away. They beat Cleveland at home, and they ran away from Cleveland. And then what really woke me up was when they did lose to Baltimore in overtime. And I go, damn, I thought that was going to be a blowout.
In Baltimore, too.
In Baltimore. Now, you look at the teams that they beat, if we want to play that game, they beat the Commanders. They stink. They beat the New York Giants. They beat the New Orleans Saints. I mean, Arizona, it's nothing to write home about. But when you win 7 of 8.
Their biggest win was a loss, probably, to you.
Yes.
Right? In a weird way.
Basically, in a weird way, yeah. No doubt. Just like the Warriors win against Detroit, it felt like a loss.
Exactly. Go 2 ways.
Warriors, I don't know, man. I'm not.
Win.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to them. Trust me, we will get to them, Spinoni. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We got some open lines for shameless shout-outs. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. You know we do this every single Friday. You go to shout out your dog. You go to shout out your cat. Shout out your school.
You know what I want?
Shout out your neighborhood.
Can I shout out something real quick?
Yeah.
I want to shout out this contest we're doing next week, Bonte. Because starting Tuesday, the listeners will have a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. And all you have to do is listen Tuesday. Yes, this Tuesday, the 16th, during the morning roast between 7:30 to 8:30. Steiny and Guru, 12:30 to 1:30. And Willard and Dibbs, 4:30 to 5:30. How it works is in each of the shows, we will give out a key word. And all you have to do is text that code. Gives you a chance to qualify. For a better chance to win, you can text each keyword during every show to give yourself better odds to win the Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. So that's 3 opportunities a day. That's 12 for the week. Starting Tuesday, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey.
All right, by the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Before we get to shameless shout-outs, let's get to RJ in Fairfield.
Let's go.
RJ in Fairfield. He was a nominee for Roaster of the Year. I don't know how that happened, but you know, RJ, you wasn't winning it. You know that, right?
Hey, that's kind of cold-blooded, man. I wanted to, spice it up a little bit, man. Hey.
You know I love you.
Hey, I appreciate it. But, hey, Vontae, I don't know if you took your crazy pill today, but why the heck do you want to get into a shootout with the Rams, bruh? I don't know if this game, if it's going to be a shootout, you really trust Brock Purdy to get into a shootout with Matt Stafford? Did you not watch the Ravens game when he got desperate, throwing interceptions left and right? You weren't here that week. I'm kind of mad at you that you didn't come that week because it should be mandatory overtime when we lose that big of a game. Come on, man. And for them, you got to help me out here. Well, why the heck does Vontae want to get into a shootout with the Rams? They could carve our defense up real quick. The receivers are better than our quarterback. And they got a run game. I ain't worried about the defense. I know we're going to score points, but can we score enough points to win us that game? I appreciate you, Vontae. Friday, hey, we're going to light the beam today, just FYI. Don't lose this game, Vontae. All right? I've been hearing you calling us a fraudulent 5 seed, but...
Hey, RJ, who do you guys play? Who do you guys play today?
Who do we play today?
Yeah.
Who we play today, man?
Sixers.
You don't even know.
You're at Philadelphia.
Oh, you're at Philadelphia? Against Embiid?
Embiid's going to steal Sabonis' lunch.
Oh, my God. You won't be like no beam tonight, RJ. You won't be like no beam. RJ, you want Green Bay? Is that who you want next week?
I want Green Bay. That's the path of least resistance. And then Philly, because, like I said, we could smack Philly at home. And Vontae, I wish I was there. Get me a box suite with you when that game happens, man. I'm ready with you.
I sit with the fans, RJ.
I don't think he's in a box
RJ, I sit with the fans, baby. You know me, RJ.
Media pass. You got a media pass, man.
RJ, get the hell out of here. You won't be like no beam tonight.
You're also not allowed to root in the media section.
Yeah, you
although
can't
you're not
do that.
supposed to, but some people.
RJ's off the hook. RJ, I'm coming up to Sacramento soon. I'm going to take in the Kings game. You, Kitty, Damian Barling, ESPN 1320, Kyle Madsen, Mr. Ham. I'm coming up to Sac soon. You know they have, before we get to shameless shoutouts, whenever they win, they've got T-shirts of my face, lighting the beam, me smiling, and the beam in the background.
Do they really?
Yes, they
Who's
do. I'll
they?
show you. Damian Barley,
Oh, my
Kitty Caraway, whatever their what cereal breakfast, I think his name is, up there in Sacramento. Because you know a lot of Kings fans listen to the show because they're waiting for the smack talk. He wears the shirt with pride.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
That's called rent-free.
Oh, I love it.
That is rent-free. And so I would never, no.
Now, D-Lo and KC, I want some royalties, homies.
Yeah.
You're going to use my face and profit off of my face.
NIL?
Off this handsome, light-skinned cat. Come on now.
Kings fans are mad DeMontis Sabonis isn't getting more respect, I guess. Is he not in like the all-star votes?
Is Joel Embiid out tonight? Oh, boy.
Oh, that hurts my narrative. Never mind.
Never mind. All right, let's get to shameless shoutouts here on the roast. All right, Spinoni, kick us off here.
I would just like to shout out everyone at 95.7 The Game. It's been a rough 2 days. The producers, the hosts, the listeners, everyone. I just want to say that I'm very proud to be a part of this company, of this station. I love everyone I work with. Everyone is so damn nice. I love Big Boss Man. Yes, even you, Big Boss Man. I love you, all you guys. It's been a tough 2 days.
You trying to get that raise right now?
Well, it doesn't hurt. But thank you to everyone. I know, and specifically you, Bonte, you had to fight through a lot yesterday. Talking about fighting through adversity. That was our version of that yesterday, and you did a good job. So I
appreciate that.
Shout out all you guys.
I'm going to shout out my guy, Ja. I got to see my guy, Jihad, the other day after the Warriors game. Been a while. He's actually basically brothers with Worldwide Hef, but I hadn't seen Jihad in a while. It was great to see his smile. Guy's got $1 million smile, but also want to shout out his cafe because he's been doing it. He's got his own coffee shop out there in San Leandro, Ancestors Cafe, Peruvian and Palestinian food and bomb-located roasted coffee. Jihad, Ancestors Cafe, San Leandro. Check it out. He's doing the damn thing out there in San Leandro. What's going on, Big John? Who you shouting out?
My shout out is going to all the fine people on First Street in San Francisco that stay in the left 2 lanes getting onto the Bay Bridge. For everyone that gets in that right turn lane and then tries to cut back in at the last minute, no respect for you.
Yeah, you probably have no respect for me then.
Yeah, no, that's called city driving, and it's called
I sat in traffic for 2 hours yesterday because of all those people.
Why didn't you get in the right lane then?
Because I don't like anarchy.
If it's a dotted line, you're allowed to go over there and then come back in. That is legal.
Right turn only.
Yeah.
No. Oh, that one. Oh, right before you can shift over.
Yeah,
I do that a lot. Steiny also gets mad at that.
Yeah, I do it a lot too. I'm not sitting there.
I'm trying to go home.
I gotta get to where I gotta get to.
Also, shout out Nick Saban.
Actually,
what a great
that
career.
Is a good
Best college coach to ever do it, Nick Saban. I'm glad to see you go because maybe my Texas Longhorns now have a chance.
No,
you're a Texas fan?
Sarkisian's going over to Bama
poor
now.
guy.
Sarkisian's going.
The more you learn about Big John, the more I'm like, really?
Hook 'em? Or what is it? What is it? Horns down? They do that
Horns
in
down. We do the horns
Oklahoma?
down. Yeah, we do horns down. All right, let's go to Tamir in Oakland. We'll get Matt Nahiga shout out. Real quick, Matt Nahiga, who you shouting out this week? Come on, man.
Shameless shout-outs. That's what it's called, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to shout out our company Odyssey because out of the 14 teams left in the playoffs in the NFL, our great company Odyssey has sports radio stations in 12 of those cities.
Man.
So go to the Odyssey app if you want to listen to other stations and see what they're talking about. There you go.
Oh, we got RJ and Sean. Down there, was it 105.3 in Dallas? You got
talking to
94
Jerry's
WIP.
We got Guru calling into that show, by the way.
Yeah, Guru does call. He does call. Guru, I talked to him yesterday. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to my daughters in school, Ari, Tati, and my baby SB at home with Grandma. Love them all. Have a great weekend, roasters. And let's go to the lines here. Tamir, who you shouting out, Tamir? Good morning. Top of the top.
Good morning. I'm giving a shout out to my basketball team. We coach their 1-0 league. We 10-4 overall, and we play Hayward High today, and it's a big league game. And if we win this, sky's the limit. So I'm giving a shout out to us, and hopefully they pass their finals today, and we get this win.
Wow, that's a big game, Tamir. Good luck out there in the stack. Good luck out there in the stack. Let's go to Patrick. Patrick, what's happening? Shameless shout outs. What you got?
What's up, Patrick?
I do a quick shout out. One for Coach Carlos Sumalong and De La Salle Wrestling. We got postseason coming up next month. Good luck and stay healthy to them all. And then I got my little brother. He's kicking butt in bowling, and he's moving up in management at In-N-Out. So I want to shout out Steven.
Love that.
I love In-N-Out.
De La Salle is good in everything. Football, basketball, baseball, wrestling.
Golf. I always told Jade, I was like, if Benny shows any signs of, like really good at being sports, we'll look at De La Salle. We used to scrimmage them. I went to Palma High School in Salinas, like in the early 2000s. They'd smoke us every time.
Hey, football?
Yeah, football.
You guys scrimmage them with football?
We scrimmage them because they're our sister schools, kind of, because it's a Catholic school, all boys. So they're our sister schools. Early 2000s, I should say, we were like pretty good. Like we would scrimmage them and not get blown out by like 20. So you keep it to like the double, like 10s.
They ran that option at your option.
Exactly. So, but then, yes, once I got to high school there, then they stopped altogether. We don't play them at all.
Justice Siena and Napa, also a sister school, right?
Probably.
Yeah, Justice Siena.
They're co-ed now, Palma High School. They're going co-ed next year, so that's a little different.
All right. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570.
Palma, by the way, they have two recruits. They got two of their recruits are going to one to Cornell and one to Notre Dame.
Oh, that's awesome.
Team. Yeah.
That's awesome. They had a shot, state championship, right?
They did.
What division?
Division 4.
Division 4. Division 4.
Yep.
Let's go to Kyle. Kyle, he's got a shout-out here. Kyle, what's going on? Who's your shout-out?
What's going on, guys? I want to shout out the NBA trade deadline. It can't come soon enough.
What do you want to see? What do you want to see how he come? That's it. He wants action. And I guess that'll lead us into the Golden State Warriors coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We've got sound from Tim Kawakami from The Athletic. We got a bunch of sound from Shams Charania. Shams Charania, of course, yesterday mentioned that everybody's on the block with the exception of Stephen Curry. And you just heard from Kyle saying, we need help.
And then you saw this report from Anthony Slater, our own Anthony Slater of 95.7 The Game, and obviously covers the team for The Athletic. The Warriors and Raptors have been in discussions on a substantial level revolving around Pascal Siakam in recent weeks.
So my guess is if that deal does happen, De La Salle has a powerhouse soccer team too? Oh, wow. My nephew, Jefferson, plays. Their track team's also good. Their track team is also legit. My nephew, Jaden Jefferson, runs track and plays football for him.
Nice.
Had an 80, I don't want to shortchange him, but an 80-plus yard touchdown.
Nice.
In the NorCal championship. I want to say Clovis East or Clovis West. We attended the game out there in De La Salle. The game was like 40-0. I mean, they just wiped them out.
Do they have a down year? Or no? Or were they De La Salle? Felt like
they went to the state championship.
I mean, a down year for them.
A down year. They went to the state championship. I mean, is that a down year? Oh, man. Shout out to my daughter's soccer team for beating the team that was formerly in first place. Not anymore. Wow.
Was that a shot at the soccer team, or I don't know
if it was a
shout out my daughter's soccer team.
They beat the number one team.
First, you're last.
Yeah, they beat the number one team. So shout them out. That's from the 925.
Okay, there you go.
I don't know what the Warriors are going to do, Spadoled.
Well, it sounds like they could be going after Pascal.
If it's Siakam, you got to think that Wiggins and Kuminga's probably gone.
Probably. And what else? Maybe a Moody, maybe a Pajemski, a Trace Jackson, someone else, I would assume, to be attached to that.
All right, we'll get into that in the 8 o'clock hour. Warriors talk, and then we'll get back into the playoffs. We'll have our picks. We'll have a lot of fun with that. That's all coming up. But first, the injury report.
Injury report.
It really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, the Warriors will be without Moses Moody tonight against the Bulls with a strained left calf. Coach Kerr spoke after the Pelicans game on Wednesday night and assured the media that Moody's injury wasn't serious, but after an MRI Thursday, they decided to sit the third-year guard in light of the injury. So no Gary Payton II, no Chris Paul, no Draymond Green, and now no Moses Moody. They'll be shorthanded against the Chicago Bulls. Warriors need a win in the worst way. 2-5 homestand, and, of course, 2 back-to-back wire-to-wire blowout losses. The Warriors are in some trouble right now. They need to get a win. They're 3 games under 500. They've got to get going right now.
Bulls 3-point favorites tonight.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me as the Warriors begin this 4-game road trip. Of course, the Bulls, the Bucks, the Grizzlies on Monday, and then the Utah Jazz. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up? Your phone calls. How do we fix the Golden State Warriors? What do you think about some of the trade ideas? And what do you think about Tim Kawakami telling Willard and Dibbs yesterday, right here on 95.7 The Game, that Steve Kerr could be back next season and for the foreseeable future as long as Stephen Curry is wearing the Golden State Warriors uniform? We'll get to all that coming up on the Morning Roast, and that will be brought to you by nobody.
It's been a magical season for the Niners and the faithful.
I'm on my way to work, fellas, out here in South San Francisco. Shouting to the rooftop, go Niners!
And now it's time to get down to business.
Yamador Lenore, when he hit Swift, I was like,
of Morning Roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast.
Oh, baby! What is happening? We made it to Friday, folks. We got Warriors and Bulls. We got playoff football this weekend. We got your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got Spadoni in for Shasky as our condolences and our prayers go out to Shasky. He's out with his father right now. He'll be back when he gets back, but he's going to take all the time he needs. Our prayers and our thoughts are with him, as well as Matthew Steinitz, who, of course, lost his father a couple nights ago. So our thoughts and prayers are with Steiny as well. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Drive safely. It's not worth it. Do not text and drive. Do not speed. It's not worth it at all. Good morning to everybody out there. My overnight dancers. Hopefully business is picking up. Hopefully business is booming, especially in the San Jose area where playoff football will be played. Good morning to all the doctors, nurses, students, teachers. No, you guys love that one. Good morning to all the people who signed the DMs.
I'm a married man with 2 children, Bonte. I don't go out anymore.
Good morning to all the people who signed the DMs.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Caller moment of the year, Brianna. Detroit. Is she going to be at the Lions game for Detroit? Ooh.
She might be.
She might be.
She might be. She's at all the big games in Detroit. Surprised she wasn't at the Rose Bowl.
I think she knows like Jared Goff's, all their friends and stuff like that. She knows people.
I'm surprised she didn't go to the Rose Bowl. Root out of Michigan Wolverines.
Maybe.
Maybe she's not a football fan. Who knows?
I have style.
Uncle Gene needs a bounce back call in the worst way.
I think that was Eskin, but he kind of did sound like Uncle Gene.
Yeah. Was that Eskin?
That was Eskin.
That was Eskin?
Yeah, I have style.
Oh, it sounded like
no, Gene had his low moment of the year yesterday. That wasn't his best call.
No, it wasn't his best call.
That's all right.
Gene, he's a 2023 Roaster of the Year. We got a lot of Roaster of the Year still representing. I see Lori out there. Who does Lori want to play? Who does Dublin Barnes want to play? All right? Who do you guys want to play?
I know what Lori will say. She's like, if the Niners play their best football, they'll beat anyone.
Yeah. By the way, this Keith Lee thing, you know who Keith Lee is? He does all these food reviews, right? Former UFC fighter.
He does food reviews?
He did a food review in the Bay Area, and he cut it short early. And he said Oakland was more grimy than Detroit.
Wow.
So a lot of people are talking about that, and another blow to the Bay Area. But 888-957-9570. We got the Warriors and Bulls tonight. No Moses Moody. Out with the stray calf.
Wait, real quick. You just call this guy's a mixed martial artist.
He does food reviews now.
And he was scared to be in Oakland.
Yeah.
His living was literally defending himself, and he was scared to be in Dude, I am 5'10", $180, not very jacked at all. I feel fine walking around in Oakland with my children.
Must have been a sorry-ass USC fighter.
Yeah, miss me with that. Oh, he's a featherweight. There you go.
Yeah, you're right, Big John. It is a reason why he's doing food reviews now. Keith Lee. Dublin Barnes, about to have PTSD from Brock Purdy's injury last year. I don't want to play the Eagles. Don't worry, Dublin Barnes. We all have some form of PTSD when it comes to the 49ers and playoff games. But we're going to put out positive vibes for the Niners. But before we get back to them, I do want to get into the Golden State Warriors because there's a lot going on here. February 8th, the trade deadline. Tonight, we know Moses Moody's out with a stray calf. We know Gary Payton II's out with a hamstring injury. We know Chris Paul's out with a hand injury. We know Draymond Green is out due to ramping up coming off of his suspension.
You love ramping up. That's your favorite phrase these days.
It's the buzzword. It was my favorite phrase 2 years ago.
Ramping up.
My favorite phrase this year, or word this year, is a word I haven't heard much of. That was connectivity. Connectivity. I haven't heard that much around the Golden State Warriors because they're not connected right now.
Well, Steve Kerr said that he feels his team has lost belief. The spirit isn't there.
You want to know how Joe Lacob feels? You want to know?
Tell me.
Tim Cobby told Willard Dibbs how Lacob feels right now.
He was not happy, obviously, throughout that. He sat through the whole thing. As we know, like after halftime, that first row was not really filled. It was like him sitting by himself frequently, with not too many people around him because people are still in the suites. And he was grimacing, and as soon as the buzzer was over, where was he? And he was walking already almost all the way down back through the tunnel, moving very quickly and quite unhappy. You can imagine. The Warriors people are not in a good mood these days, Joe Lacob being at the top of that list. Even if they had won that game, I don't think it was a good mood in the franchise. They kind of know this thing is teetering. There's no, I don't think people are trying to lie to themselves about this is all good. Almost losing to the Detroit Pistons earlier in the homestand, I think, was almost worse. It wasn't worse because these games are terrible, but that was a sign that things are not going well, and it just continued and continued and continued. There's some discontent among everybody, including fan base, I believe. I think the fans are upset. That's what I've heard. There's a rumor about that.
Nice.
And Joe Lacob is, in many ways, he's the number one fan, right? He's the guy who cares as much as anybody about the winning and the losing, and they are not winning very much these days.
I mean, you ever just watch Joe Lacob Spinoni sit on a bench?
It's fascinating. I love watching owners just sit there and how they die, because it's funny, because you see it a lot in football more so than basketball. The Jerry Jones box,
right?
The Mark Davis is like the
Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft. They always just show those guys when they're chilling.
When the Jets beat them, he just walked out. Robert Kraft is like, I got to get out of here,
right? So I love if they had just a camera fixate on the owner cam. How they have all these different cams, like the under the basket cam. But if they just had the owner cam, I would love to just watch that, because it's true. What Tim Kawakami, I think he put it brilliantly. He's the number one fan of the team.
Mm-hmm.
He is emotionally and at a bigger level financially invested in this team more than anyone else. So he wants to win. And you guys were talking to him in studio. I remember he banged his hand on he wants to win badly.
Right, he banged his hand on the table.
They want to win badly. They want another chip. They want 5. That means a lot to him. He has modeled his entire ownership career after Dr. Jerry Buss of the Los Angeles Lakers. He wants the Golden State to be the Golden State Showtime Warriors. That's what he wants.
He does. He references Jerry Buss all the time. Dr. Jerry Buss, a late great owner for the LA Lakers. He knows that Jerry Buss with the 16 NBA Finals in 33 seasons owning the LA Lakers.
And part of that is knowing that there's going to be different iterations from decade to decade. Yep. It's not always going to be Magic and James Worthy and Kareem. There might be a lull in between there in which you bring in Shaquille O'Neal and you get Kobe Bryant, and then that restarts it. Are we looking at that gap in between that Showtime to the New Age Lakers?
We might be.
We might be.
We might be. Just might be. By the way, shout out to the mailman and women. Good morning to you guys.
My dad was a mailman for over 30 years. He was a postmaster in Monterey.
I got a lot of love for the mailmen and women.
John Bob Spinoni.
Yeah, no doubt. Joe Lacob, so he's not happy, right? We heard the report from Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area, our Warriors insider over there, about Joe Lacob sitting in on the presser after they blew that lead to the Denver Nuggets, where the Nuggets go on a 25-4 run to end the game. Lacob's in Kerr's presser.
I was going to say real quick, doesn't that feel like, I don't know if you ever did any speech classes in college.
Oh, yeah.
It feels like when you have to do that 10-minute speech or whatever, and then you just have the teacher all the way in the back chilling on the left.
Oh, yeah, I can't stand that.
Taking notes, and they tell you not to stare at one person. You got to be looking everywhere, but you're always fixated. It's like, I just flubbed there. Oh, she's writing it down. Oh, I'm screwed. That's what it must have felt like of Steve Kerr, just sitting in the back, and then he just sees Joe Lacob like this, just sitting there, just arms crossed.
Speech class was fun.
I like speech. Well,
speech class is fun.
That was our wheelhouse.
What was your icebreaker before we get back to the Warriors?
My icebreaker? Oh man, I don't know. I always just said I always went back to being one of 10 children and not having anything to myself and going back just there because it was just easy for me. But man, that was back 12, 13 years ago. Right. What was yours?
Mine was I started walking around, pacing, looking befuddled. People were kind of looking. Eyes getting bigger, and I go, you guys just ever forget to put deodorant on in the morning?
That's good.
And I go, I forgot to put on deodorant today. My armpits stink. So you get a couple laughs there, ease the tension, and boom, you go.
There you go.
It worked.
Do you still use that one? No, I don't think so. I don't think Monte Hill's using that one now.
I may now. Kawakami thinks that the Warriors will trade Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I think they're going to trade Andrew Wiggins. I don't know what is out there. I think they've got to find out what's out there. That might be the kind of hinge point. If you can upgrade by trading Andrew Wiggins, by all means. I think they would, they can get Siakam for Wiggins and something else, Wiggins and Moody or Wiggins and Pajemski. I think that helps them two ways. It gets rid of the contract and it makes them better this season, and maybe they can convince themselves that and I don't think they're, irrational to think that maybe that could get them to the 7th seed or make them a dangerous 6th seed, something like that. Something like we saw last season. And I mean, they'll take what happened last season. They got through the first round and then they gave the Lakers a run for the money in the second round.
So what about Kerr's future? Because I do agree that we're going to get into Wiggins, and his last 3 games have just been atrocious. Tonight would be a great night for Wiggins just to go crazy. I mean, he's taken 19 shots in 3 games.
He's had some big games in Chicago, has he not? Maybe I'm misremembering that.
I don't know. I'm not even going to pretend.
That guy Andrew Wiggins, he's had some big games, right?
I forget now. Out there. Yeah, I don't even know.
Well, they better win tonight because they play the Bucks tomorrow in back-to-back, and the Bucks just destroyed
Boston.
Destroyed. We were talking about the Bucks yesterday, and Giannis not being happy, and is like, I'm taking the Celtics. They
just won by 33.
I know. Bucks were listening to that segment, Bonta. Giannis was listening. He took that as disrespect. Dame time's for real over there.
You trade Wiggins, fine, but you need more than one player on this roster. Pascal Siakam just isn't the answer.
Really?
You can't just do.
I feel
Pascal
like a lot of Warriors fans think that he is.
Just Pascal Siakam. That's good. That's the cure all.
I mean,
to all the issues
for this year, it might be. They're looking at a second best player with Steph Curry. They're saying they need someone to take the load off of Stephen Curry because he can't do it all by himself.
Well, Pascal Siakam wasn't even the second best player on the championship team with Toronto.
I know, Cal Lowry. Well,
Lowry, Van Vliet,
yeah, but he was really impactful.
He had a big game one.
Was very
he had a
important.
big game 1, big game 5, but he was feasting on guys like Alfonso McKinney.
Yeah, another Chicago guy.
Yeah, it's true. But
I think for a lot of Warriors fans, he is because I mean, for as much as he wasn't the number 2 there, I think he'd be the no doubt number 2 here, right? Yeah. Siakam on this Warriors team, right? Is that not saying? Or are you saying that's not saying much?
What is that? What is that getting you? Where is that getting you in the West?
I mean, right now, if we're looking at the standings in the West,
who are they better in with Pascal Siakam? If you trade Wiggins,
Jazz, you're fighting with the Jazz, Rockets. Like that's the teams we're talking about right now. Can you get better than Jazz and Rockets? Then you're talking about a play-in team.
Okay.
Because the Lakers are scuffling. They need to make a move. They're talking to DeJounte. Apparently, they're sniffing around DeJounte Murray, what he's doing over there. Maybe they're going to be involved in Seattle. I don't know.
So great. Play-in team.
But that's
for a team that has championship aspirations. We're talking play-in, folks.
Well, the Lakers were just in the Western Conference Finals, and they were a play-in team.
They had a good draw. We knew Memphis was fraudulent.
Yeah.
We knew the Kings were fraudulent. And then you had the Warriors and Lakers battle a lot in 6 games. Big John just told me about here that Wiggins' career high against the Bulls is 21 points.
Hey, that's big for him right now. We'll take that.
Oh, my God.
He'd take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would take that right now. He scored 11 points in the last 3 games.
But you also have to take more than 5 and 6 shots to do that.
Yeah,
so can we have that?
Let's get to the lines here. Esteban in Oakland. Then we'll get to BPA. Esteban in Oakland, what's happening?
What's up, Bonte, Spadoni? What's going on, guys?
What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
Good morning.
Hey, man, I agree. Siakam is not the answer. I know the Suns wouldn't do it, but like I was telling, I don't know if it was Naheem or Big John, who outside of KD can help this team right now win a title? Siakam is not the answer. You're trading away 4 or 5 guys to get him. What are you getting in return? Nobody in the NBA that's contending right now wants Wiggins on their team. So Siakam is not the answer. Are you trading just for what? Just to get into the playoffs? Are you trading for Siakam to? What are you going to do with Siakam? He's not the answer.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with you. He's shooting 29% from 3. All right. Now he's got some nice all-around numbers, but is that enough to catapult you to the top 6 in the Western Conference? I don't think so. And do you really want to give up on Kuminga? Because it may cost you to get a Siakam on the expiry. Now maybe you're just trading for Siakam because he has the expiring contract. You get some money off the books, as well as getting Andrew Wiggins off your books.
I think that's what it is, too. Warriors fans are looking at. You're going to target someone in the offseason. Maybe you move off of Klay Thompson. You're sticking with Draymond. You're sticking with Steph. And then you're selling, Steve Kerr coming back. I know we have a Kawakami cut there. I mean, if Steve Kerr truly is tied to Stephen Curry, then I think this move would make sense, but only if you try to re-sign him. And then if not, you have to go after another a But again, who's available this offseason, Bond? I don't know if you've looked at the free agency list. I don't think it's that like.
It's not sexy.
It's not sexy.
We'll get into that. Let's get into that after BPA. BPA, what's happening?
What's up,
Brian
Brian?
and Palo Alto.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, BPA? Good morning.
Hey, it's Appreciation Friday. Appreciate you guys, Shasky, Steinmetz, and I think one of the reasons why you guys have created such a loyal following is that you tell the truth. You tell the truth, and you allow sports fans locally to express their feelings. And when you don't tell the truth, it's going to cost you, and you guys do. Even with the Warriors, amazingly, you guys are more honest about the Warriors than even like your rival station, and you're their flagship, which is incredible. But appreciation for the Warriors, what they were. The current iteration of them, there is no solution. There's just not. Telling the truth means the Warriors have to tell the truth to themselves internally. I believe Steph is still a great player if you give him help, and he has none. I don't understand why the Raptors would trade Siakam for a long-term Wiggins contract. That just doesn't make great. It's irrational.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either, BPA. Especially when they have Scotty Barnes and RJ Barrett.
And they've not shown any desire, the Warriors, to take on long-term money. And so trying to thread that needle of we want to get roster help, but we don't want to commit to any long-term dollars. It's just, what they should do is just ride it out. They're going to miss the playoffs. Take as little off of Steph's tread as you can and let Clay go. It's over. At any price, I don't want it back. Draymond, if he behaves, is still a very good player. But beyond Steph and maybe Draymond, that's it. Everything else is let the dollars come off the cap, and then you legitimately have potentially maybe even a max slot if you can get Wood Wiggins contract somehow. Anyways, that's it, guys. Hey, have a great day. Love you. You're the best. Thanks.
All right,
Thanks,
BPA.
Brian.
Good call. Appreciate you as well. And all our roasters yesterday. A quick aside, as Shasky would like to say, our roasters will make the show. These listeners will make the show. They picked us up in a major way yesterday. I'll never, ever forget that. All the tweets, all the texts, all the messages. Got a great message from Big Ralph from down in Coyote Creek. I think D. Wright might be going to – no, I think D. Wright's going to Contra Costa County. Contra Costa Club today. But
I love D. Wright on the broadcast, by the way. Another quick aside.
Yeah.
He's gone really good and comfortable with you. I think that's credit to you as well and Festus. Yeah. But when he posed the question to him after that beatdown the other night, hey, D. Wright can make some threes. I know that. Can he come off the bench? He's like, hey, that thing's still right. I was like, that was the best line of the night.
Oh, man. No, seriously, all the messages and tweets yesterday. Yesterday was a tough day. And even BPA reached out and it showed us that we got a real authentic audience that really loves the station. So we try to tell the truth. And right now the truth about the Golden State Warriors is they're not a very good team. They're not a very good basketball team. So what do you do ahead of the deadline? Is Siakam the answer? Is it? Coach Hall has a thought. Coach Hall down in San Diego. What's up, Coach Hall?
Coach.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, real quick, I want to tell you, I really prayed for y'all yesterday, man. I went to the beach and meditated and prayed for Joe and Matt, and man, I just hope that everything turns out well and God sends y'all the comfort y'all need during this hard time.
Appreciate you, man.
For sure, but so I don't think Siakam is the answer. That's just one player, and we giving up so much. Mm-hmm. But I saw that Chris Haynes said that we might be interested in DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
What do you think about packaging two separate deals, Wiggins and Chris Paul, for somebody, and then Kuminga and I hate to say it, Moody, and a couple picks for a Siakam or somebody else. I think if we do that, then we got two solid pieces, whether it's Jared Allen and DeJounte Murray or Jared Allen and Siakam or something like that. Do you think the Warriors would be that aggressive to put two trade packages together?
I do think they'll be aggressive, Coach Hall, and I do like DeJounte Murray. I do like him. I think he's a guy you could pair with Stephen Curry.
He's young,
in that
too.
backcourt. Very young.
He's 27.
Which is why tonight we're going to see Kobe White with the Chicago Bulls. I'm very intrigued to see what Kobe White does because Kobe White is a guy that I kind of like. He's 23 years old. And you look at his numbers, go ahead, pull him up, Spinoni. He's got a team-friendly deal. Kobe White is in the first year of a 3-year, $36 million deal. But I look at DeJounte Murray in his contract. It's not bad, man. It's not bad. He's going to make 24, 26, 28, and then $30 million a player option at the age of 31. That's a good player. Very good player. Can you get him? You'd have to deal with Grant Liffman and Landry Fields, obviously, our old pal out here in the Bay Area. DeJounte's interesting. They also need length and speed. They need length and speed. So you can't get Kobe and DeJounte. It's going to have to be one or the other. And Siakam does provide length and speed.
This from Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports. This was yesterday. The Lakers, Knicks, Sixers, Heat, and Pistons. 5 suitors expected to engage Atlanta in heavy talks about acquiring DeJounte Murray. So the Lakers, Knicks, Sixers, Heat, and Pistons. That via Jake Fisher yesterday for DeJounte. You're going to see a lot of these teams. Warriors will be on all these calls too. That's the one thing in years past where we talk about the trade deadline, Bonte. It was never the sexiest show here. Because, Bob Myers, he's sticking with the core 3. They're not going to do anything massive. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. They're not going to do anything massive. But with Mike Dunleavy, anything's on the table with him. He can go anyway, and I would not be shocked outside. And you heard it from Shams. He said as much. Shams Charania at The Athletic. Everyone's on the table. Shams doesn't just say that stuff unless he got it from somewhere in the Warriors organization.
Here's what Kawakami had to say about that Shams report.
I would say Draymond is more likely to be traded than Clay just because there's some sort of contractual, consistency there, but there's not a lot of value there either. I would guess that Draymond's still on his team after the trade deadline. Again, I'd circle Wiggins. I think Kuminga could go. I think they both could be traded. I think Moody could be traded. I think Podziemski could be traded. I think you name it from it. Looney could be traded. Sarge could be traded. Chris Paul certainly could be traded. Those guys, just the way the money works and the way the value is, I see that maybe more than Clay for sure, and then maybe more than Draymond. It just depends on what the offers are. Does somebody really out there really want Draymond? I don't know. Could be. He's a valuable player if he can stay on the court. I think all things are up in the air, and I think what we heard from Steph last night, that he would not love the phrasing I'm going to make, but I think he's kind of okayed it. He's kind of okayed it publicly, and I'm sure privately, that they have to make some changes, and there are no sacred cows in there other than the guy wearing number 30, and nobody deserves it in that locker room other than Steph Curry.
So what Kawakami said, forget whether or not they'll trade Clay before Draymond or trade Draymond at all. The key thing to me is Steph Curry's okayed it. Yeah. Would Steph Curry be okay with trading and breaking up the core 3 or the big 3?
That quote about the insanity thing, people took it any way they want. For me, it was Steph Curry finally speaking through the media and saying, we need to make some major changes.
Yeah.
And Steph doesn't, that was spicy from Stephen Curry. I know we've gotten kind of dulled to it because LeBron does this all the time. You've had the Kobe's of the world, all the big Giannis. Steph doesn't really do that sort of stuff. He doesn't speak through the media. He does a lot of stuff behind closed doors. That's why we love Stephen Curry. But something needed to be said, and it was really refreshing if I was a Warriors fan hearing that.
We have a standard. It's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So,
Steph Curry is okayed the front office and the organization to make some moves here. What would that look like?
And on the other side, Bonte, there's a team out there that may be in on the Andrew Wiggins trade front.
I heard there's a couple teams, which would surprise me.
We'll tell you those on the other side.
All right, we'll do that on the other side. It is a Football Friday. We'll go back to football at 9 o'clock hour. We'll have our picks, our predictions. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
It's been a magical season for the Niners and the faithful.
Let's go Niners!
And it's only just begun.
Bosa, 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 Bosa.
The 1 seed is locked in, and the road to Vegas starts now.
from 10 to 2. We got some breaking news here. Should we
I
use
think
the
we hit
breaking news
this is sounder worthy.
Let's hit the sounder. Big John, let me know. Take your time when you find it out. Filibuster.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Well, Bob Myers, Rick Spielman, part of the Council of the Washington Commanders. Bob Myers, of course, advising the Commanders on the coaching and GM hire. Well, they just snatched one up, and they snatched one up for the 49ers. Assistant GM Adam Peters, who the Niners have tried to keep in the building throughout his tenure with the Niners, has been now named the GM of the Washington Commanders. Adam Peters will have the number 2 pick, and of course, he's won Super Bowls while working with New England and the Denver Broncos. He's been in San Francisco since 2017 with John Lynch and, of course, Kyle Shanahan, helping build one of the NFL's top rosters. Adam Peters now going to the East Coast to be the GM of the Washington Commanders.
Bob Myers got his guy?
Bob Myers got his guy.
Interesting.
Bob Myers got his guy.
Maybe we should have known that all along. Bob Myers, his ties obviously this season, chopping it up with John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, all those guys. Interesting, to say the least. And that's a big blow for the 49ers. Adam Peters has been the architect for a lot of this stuff. Obviously, John Lynch gets a lot of the credit and Kyle Shanahan, but that's a loss right there.
A lot of people credit Peters for the picks of George Kittle, Trey Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga. So we're going to see what the Niners do to replace him, because a lot of credit goes back and forth, right?
Yeah.
You know, is it John Lynch making all the picks? Is it Kyle Shanahan making all the picks? But the secret sauce to what the 49ers did to build this roster was always Adam Peters. So Adam Peters moving on, and good for him. Congratulations to him. He did a lot of great things here with the San Francisco 49ers. Adam Peters, now the GM of the Washington Commanders. He joins Martin Mayhew. He's out there as well. He was with the 49ers. So the first GM spot filled up here by the Commanders. Adam Peters going to the Commanders.
Interesting to where they're going to go with their head coach. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh has been linked over there. Some reports saying maybe he wants to be closer to his parents who are getting older. Obviously, his brother's over there in Maryland with Baltimore, John Harbaugh. So very fascinating to see what Adam Peters does over there. And ultimately, again, you mentioned it, it's going to be a loss for the 49ers, but the thing we've seen with the Niners is they have a little scab, if you will, but they could band-aid it up real quickly.
Yeah.
Whether it's moving on from McDaniel, who gets a head coaching job, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, Steve Wilkes. Shaky there a little bit. People wanted to fire Steve Wilkes,
right.
Whatever. Steve Wilkes has done a hell of a job all season long. We'll see that now in the executive office, because we haven't seen too much movement when it comes to the executives here. Just John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Adam Peters, Parag.
Right.
So this is going to be interesting.
Wow, he had dinner with the Commanders brass all through the night when he interviewed with them. I did a hit with Craig Hoffman, one of our sister stations out there in D.C. He asked me about Adam Peters. I said, look, man, there's a reason why the Niners have not wanted him to leave the building. It's a reason why. This guy's good at his job. He is good at his job. He's been credited with a lot of those lower round picks. He's been John Lynch's top lieutenant. John Lynch has delegated a lot of responsibility to Adam Peters. He's been ahead of the scouting department with the 49ers, and we've seen what they've done in the mid to late rounds. They have picked some ballers.
And that's been the difference. Like, it's one thing for whiffing on those first round stuff like that. That occasionally happens, but when you nail it later on in the draft, that covers up a lot of that stink from earlier on. You think of Solomon Thomas. They whiffed on that one, but you know what? You get guys in the like a Dre Greenlaw or a Hufanga, something in the back end. Like, that's when it helps. Getting guys like those, and those aren't the easy ones to do.
Right.
It's easy for all of us to go out here and say, oh, Caleb Williams and Drake May and all the guys that are supposed to be taken in the top 10. But then it comes to the third, the fourth, the fifth. That's when you make your bones. Hell, Brock Purdy, right? Mr. Irrelevant. We're talking about the guy in the last pick of the draft. So that's where you make your bones as an executive, as a GM, as a president of football operations, et cetera, et cetera.
I got to shout out to my guy. I don't know if I can say his name, but
that guy.
I'm calling him Mr. Michigan.
Oh.
Loves his piano scarves. He knows who I'm talking about.
Loves his piano scarves.
I just got a random text. All these people who said they sit outside at 10 below weather for almost 4 hours, obviously you haven't lived in that weather. It's so bitter to be in that stuff. When I lived in Detroit, it got so cold that cars wouldn't start. Just brutal cold.
Yeah, there's like ice on the windshields. You got to get like an ice pick. Have you ever seen the movie Fargo?
I have.
Like that's what that's how cold it is, Bonte.
I have seen Fargo.
It's miserable. It's actually a really good movie if you haven't seen it.
Right.
Spoiler alert. A lot of blood, but it's also dark humor. But man, like that's what I think of when I think of The Cold and that soundtrack, all of that. Fargo. Man, I might have to watch that movie later.
Might have to. Nah, I won't.
And we're not built for it, Bonte. That's what I'm coming back to. You're from the San Francisco Bay Area. It doesn't snow here. It gets to 40 degrees and we're complaining about it. In the studio, you're bundled up when it gets to 65.
I want to go to a snow game now.
Has Baby Ches, have you gone to the snow, Baby Ches?
No, she hasn't been to the snow.
No, we want to go. We want to go to Tahoe.
Benny and Norton.
Benny haven't. No, not yet.
Yeah,
Do you want to build a snowman? You got to play the Frozen soundtrack.
Oh yeah. Do you want to build a snowman?
You love Olaf.
I do love Olaf. That summer song is so good. It's a banger. The Encanto soundtrack is pretty good. Encanto's
really good. That's Lin-Manuel Miranda too.
I do like me some Dizzy.
He did Hamilton.
Now.
He did a lot. Yeah.
I do like me some Dizzy now. And I woke up Baby Ches with the Encanto soundtrack to get her going.
Oh, it's great. Benny loves. We're into Trolls right now. They have like a lot of current music they play during it. He loves all the Trolls. A lot of Daft Punk for Benny too. He loves the techno music. Doesn't got a lick of rhythm in him. God bless him. He's like his dad. Nora though. Yeah. Nora, she's shaking the booty. She's got it. Oh yeah.
Oh, that must. If I see Ches shaking the booty, I say, "Hey, stop that right now." There will be no booty shaking from you.
It's the Filipino side of her because Jade's mom's from the Philippines. They got the rhythm. The Caucasians.
I'm actually really concerned. Really concerned when my daughter has to go to her first dance.
Oh no.
I know how these little young men act.
Because you were one of them, Bonte.
I was not one of them.
Oh, okay.
I was a gentleman.
Sure, totally.
I can't say the same for you or Big John or anything.
Hey, enough room for the Holy Spirit. All right, shout out Catholic school. There you go.
6 inches, 12 inches.
Relax. You're out of control over there. Can we go to a call or something?
I'm talking about 12-inch space in your dad's team.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Where's your head at? I'm talking about like in middle school, they'd be like, hey, you need to give each other like 12 inches. Ain't no bumping and grinding around here. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know where your head's at.
Back to the Niners.
Back to the Warriors in this case. Boss man's back in the building. He's got a scowl on his face right now.
Well, that's just how he looks all the time.
You know, he's got that haircut like your boy from the Spider-Man cartoons who read
J. Jonah Jameson.
J. Jonah Jameson. Doesn't he got the haircut like J. Jonah Jameson? The Daily
Bugle?
Bugle?
Pictures of Spider-Man.
The Daily Bugle?
I need more Brock Purdy takes. To hell with Adam Peters.
Shoebox bet. What's the shoebox bet this weekend? That's what I want to know.
And we're going to, at one point, we're going to do a pick 'em with all these games of the weekend. I want to do that. That'll be fun.
I will be like Will Smith and Martin Lawrence in Bad Boys. The poor kid who has the opportunity to take Baby Ches to the prom.
Oh, you're going to be
for the winter ball.
They're just...
Oh, homie, 10:30. Dance ends at 10 o'clock.
What's the one where it's 50 Cent talking to I forget what movie or show that is. It's 50 Cent is talking to one of his daughter in the show or movie. He's talking to one of his daughters, and it's like all of his boys are with him in the room. He's like, nothing better happened tonight.
Oh, that's the movie with Ice Cube's son, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's with Ice Cube's son.
Yeah.
And he goes in and it's all like the Latinos and everything, and they got him in the garage.
888-957-9570.
What is that movie? I just watched that movie on a plane. Oh, it's a good movie.
It's a 50 Cent Friday, too. That's why
it is a 50 Cent Friday. Let's go to Steel Toe. Steel Toe, what's happening, man?
Steel Toe?
What you got on the Warriors, man?
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Warriors, how they got to be a little bit more consistent instead of contradicting themselves with this roster.
Yeah.
They're a 3-point shooting team, and they're showing too much commitment to like Kuminga and possibly getting Pascal Siakam. They need to fill up their roster with more threes and commit to what they are, what Steve Kerr is. It's a 3-point shooting team. That's how they won the championship 2 seasons ago. Was they had like 6 3-point shooters, 3 of them coming off the bench, like Damian Lee, Jordan Poole, and all those other guys that are shooting 3, Otto Porter Jr., and now those guys are gone, and they didn't replace their 3-point shooting.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a little confused with the Warriors. Thanks a lot.
Nah, no problem. 3-point shooting, they definitely need some more shooting, some spacing on the floor. But also to create those open 3-point shots, you need somebody who can break the defense off the dribble, break down the defense off the dribble. You don't have many guys who can do that. Steph Curry's slowing down, which is why I brought up Kobe White. I don't think the Bulls are trading Kobe White, but a player like that. Kobe White is second in the NBA when it comes to blowing by his defender. What does that mean?
Great hair, too.
Great hair, but blowing by his defender, getting to the cup, breaking down the defense, creating for others on the 3-point line. That's the number one issue to me right now on offense. You don't have nobody who can create for themselves.
No.
Steph Curry can, but it's tough when you got Herb Jones or Scotty Barnes, Aaron Gordon, some of these 6'7", 6'8" athletic marvels on the floor. That's tough.
I also don't want Steph doing and taking the load of that every single game because his body's he's getting older, man. It's going to wear down, and then his shot, like we're already seeing it. Then his shot's going to start not falling. He's already had 2 games this year where he has not hit a single three-pointer. The greatest shooter in the history of basketball. He's already had 2 games this season where he has not made a 3. Like, I can't have that. So they need to take the load off it some way, whether it's shooting, whether it's not. So we teased it going into this. Our guy, again, this is Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports, he's an NBA insider for Yahoo. He keeps hearing Andrew Wiggins attached to Indiana. Now, that's an interesting team there in Indiana. They got a lot of pieces there. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously. They got Miles Turner. What is it from Indiana that you would be looking at, Bonte? I'm looking at it right now, and a guy, and you just mentioned shooting, a guy that has an expiring contract that they could get back for the rest of the season at the very least, a Buddy Hield.
Oh, God.
I know.
Oh, God.
He shoots threes, though.
Oh, Lord.
You need scoring. Miles Turner.
Buddy Hield could hit a 3. He'll give up 6 on the same possession.
Hey, you know what? You say
that's
that.
That's making you worse.
But you know what? Andrew Wiggins isn't giving me anything on either end.
Yeah,
I need something that gives me something.
I hear you.
Miles Turner, size, but you got Trace Jackson Davis. So it's like.
Buddy Hield shooting 37.5% from 3. Oh, God, Buddy Hield. And by the way, the Pacers are 4th in the East.
They are. So they're looking
I just don't get why they would need Andrew Wiggins when you look at their depth chart.
Are they looking at a change of scenery for him and getting a player still?
They're trying to get anything for Buddy Hield, no doubt. They're trying to get anything.
Yeah.
And maybe Wiggins could thrive in that situation where he's not the man in that market.
Indiana,
not a big market.
Yeah.
But they have Bruce Brown. They have Benedict Mathurin, a young man out of Arizona. He's balling. He's starting to really turn it up. Maybe if you could get off that money. Gosh, I'm just telling you, man. I saw Sacramento go through the Buddy Hield experience. I remember watching Buddy Hield. They came down here his last season with the Kings. Bully and I were sitting like in one of those boxes for that game, and we watched Buddy Hield. And you talk about a dog on defense.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy wasn't even trying.
There was trade talks on the table, I remember, with the Lakers and the Kings about trying to acquire Buddy Hield, but they ultimately went the Westbrook route. Remember that a couple years ago?
The trade almost went through, right?
Yeah, it almost went through, and in hindsight, they probably should have just done the Buddy Hield deal because they just needed scoring at any which way. But, yeah, I get it, but also he makes threes. Like, I need help, man. And if it's Buddy Hield.
You still need to create for him. So you still need somebody to create for him. Buddy Hield, oh my gosh. We're getting desperate here.
Desperate times call for
you guys interested in Buddy Hield out there? 888-957-9570. That does nothing for me. Nothing.
What about Miles Turner attached to that?
Miles Turner would be great, but why would Indiana trade him right now? Indiana's top 4 in the East. They have a rim protector in Miles Turner. You need rim protection in the East. You got Joel Embiid. You got Kristaps Porzingis. You got Giannis in Milwaukee, right? And Miles Turner's having a season.
He is.
17.5 points a game, 7.5 rebounds, 2 blocked shots. I think that ship has sailed with Miles Turner.
So I'm trying to find out then what the Warriors would get back there.
Well, Kawakami on Willard and Dibs, he said there has been talk about a big man. Instead of a shooter or a guard,
that's a big man.
Here's Kawakami on maybe the Warriors going after a big man.
There has been some talk about maybe just go get a 7-footer who can score. They've not needed that over the years. Steph Curry, frankly, has been better without that because you don't want a big guy getting his way. You want the movement. You want the flow. You need passers and playmakers with Steph more than you need a big lumbering guy, but maybe they should change that a little bit. I don't know. I mean, a name I've thrown out there, I don't even know if he's available, is Jared Allen. Theoretically could be, Cleveland could trade him. I don't think they will, but, could you go, Kuminga and Wiggins for a center? I don't want anybody to aggregate me, so I'm trying to avoid saying them for Jared Allen. But like somebody like that would be interesting. And Jared Allen's not a scorer, but he's a guy who could stand there on the post and take a dribble and dunk it if he's got the angle. How many times have we seen them try to dump it into Looney? Not his fault. And the first 3 possessions or 3 of the first 4 possessions, they try to dump it into Looney because he was open, and the other team just swipes it away. It's gone, and they're going back the other way for open three-pointer.
A big. Would you want a big? Zach Collins, San Antonio from the 405 Comcast Business Text line. I'm not mad at him.
He's hurt a lot.
He is
Zach
hurt
Collins.
a lot.
That's the thing. His availability is just in question. Yep. The one thing for Wiggins outside of the 2-month gap last year, then obviously he had the injury, but he's been available a lot. That's the one thing, if I'm going to give anything to Andrew Wiggins, he's been pretty durable for the most part of his career. I'm wary about getting a guy that has an injury history with a team that I'm already concerned about getting older. I'd have some red flags. I'm not mad at it. Like because he still is relatively young. Just the injury past concerns me for him.
It does.
And also he does do a lot of antics to that guy.
Now you want to laugh a little bit?
Oh, I love laughing.
Before we pivot back to football.
My life is just a laughing stock.
Kendrick Perkins.
Oh God. What do you say?
Well,
carry the hell on.
I don't even know why I'm going to play this because I vowed to never play a sound ever again. But I did hear him.
You need.
I heard him on NBA TV the other day because James Harden addressed the haters. He goes, "Where's the haters at now? They went away like I knew they would because the Clippers are rolling." Yeah. So Kendrick Perkins thought he was talking about him. Of course, it's all about him. And Perkins goes, I know you talk about me. What we want to know is where was you at during the NBA Finals against the Miami Heat? We still can't find you. And it's like, Perk, I give James Harden, he was balling during that playoff run. He had more to do with the OKC Thunder being in the finals than he ever did.
He was also the sixth man on that team.
Yeah.
Like, what?
It's kind of...
Get mad at Westbrook and Durant.
I mean, that's Perk for you. Now here's Perk on why the Warriors have lost their spirit.
Ask yourself why Steph Curry has been in the slump, or why Steve Kerr has said this team has lost their spirit, lost their confidence, right? Steve Kerr is getting exposed. We saw the Pelicans, they were ready to play. We saw the Pelicans going for the 50-50 balls. We saw the Pelicans contesting jump shots. We saw Toronto go in a couple nights before and put up 133 on them. 133 in Chase Arena. The spirit comes from the coach. Stay with me. As a guy that's been in the locker room, went to 5 NBA Finals, I know the spirit, the energy comes from what your coach is saying at practices and in the film room. It's almost like when you go to First Street Baptist Church. You going in there to feel the Holy Ghost. If you walk out of there and you got the spirit in you, damn it, the pastor did his job. It's the same thing when it comes down to the Warriors. They're playing with a lack of effort. They're playing with a lack of urgency right now. No fight whatsoever. That is a reflection of your coach.
But I don't know if I agree with that.
Coaches coach and players play.
Exactly.
Like that's what I always go back to.
I don't know what Perk is talking about.
Now, is it time for a new direction? That's a different conversation. Like you're just looking at the tea leaves here of how everything's shaping up. Like if the Warriors do truly want to move off of Steve Kerr and Steph Curry gives that okay and Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and all them, then that makes sense. But to just flat out say because of the last year and a half that it's all Steve Kerr's fault that the product, I was like, no, well, again, it all happened because of one player and one player only, and we all know who that is. Yep. And he's currently just ramping up.
Ramping up to get back in. That's
Draymond Green.
Now, the 7-footer, real quick, before we move on to that, the 7-footer, we may be watching that guy tonight. Warriors of Chicago could be in line for some business.
Oh.
Vukovic.
The Baltic States? Okay. I'm not mad at that.
That could be the 7-footer you're looking at here. Now, I don't know what that does for you. Now, can you get another asset alongside of that? Let's dive into that. But first, since Perk is talking about Steve Kerr, sounds like Steve Kerr may not go anywhere, according to Tim Kawakami. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but here's what TK said about Kerr's future.
The feelings are still that Steve Kerr is the right guy for this job, mostly because, largely because of 4 championships, also specifically because he's the right guy to coach Steph Curry, and all things come from Steph, and all things should come from Steph, to work things in a way that fits him best, and I think Steve Kerr does that. But you don't know. And, the last 2 games were terrible. And, I could see them saying, dude, Joe Lacob saying, do I want to pay $18 million for this, which is the going rate for a star coach, a championship-proven coach? I don't know that they'll get to that moment. I do know that, Joe Lacob tends not to put the best deal on the table until he absolutely has to. That's negotiations. And Steve Kerr has every right to say, I don't need to take it till you put your best deal out there. The longer it goes, though, it is fair to raise the question that, is there a reason why this hasn't been done yet? And could it mean that there are serious questions? I'm not going to deny that that's out there. I think Steph Curry wants Steve Kerr as his coach. I think Steph Curry is important enough by multiples of 100 to deserve that commitment. And I think it's going to end up with Steve Kerr as the coach after the season, but maybe it's going to be a short-term deal. And maybe it's going to be, with some qualifiers like, things are changing. We're not going to play the exact system that you played for all these years. That has been incredibly successful all these years.
How do people feel about that?
I'm trying to think of a time where a dynasty shifted their head coach and it still worked. I can't think of one. Red Auerbach, they didn't switch a coach later on. Bill Russell, player coach, right? Maybe?
Yep,
okay, so that was it.
Yep.
That was a little different, though.
Yep.
Different time. That was long ago. You think of the Lakers.
Well, they went from Pat Riley to Mike Dunleavy Sr.
They did.
And then they went to Dale Harris.
They did.
Now, Magic was in there a little bit. He coached a few games.
He did.
And then once Dale Harris got fired, they went to Phil.
They got to Phil.
And they won 3 straight championships.
And then they won 3 straight. And then you go Phil Jackson with the Bulls, stayed with there. Popovich with the Spurs. You usually stick with the guy. That's the thing. Like Kobe and Powell, they tried that late. There was a weird thing where Jimmy Buss didn't want to bring back Phil Jackson. There was some beef there. So they ended up going with Mike D'Antoni. That didn't work out. Obviously, Mike Brown. That didn't work out. So you don't want it. Then you're playing with you're having this whole new system. These guys are already older. They've only known one thing their whole career. So if Steph wants him there, he's going to, long story short, if Steph wants him, he's going to stay there. Yeah. It all comes down to what Steve Kerr wants.
Right.
Content.
And you know what? I don't have a problem with Steve Kerr being the coach here.
Yeah,
I really don't.
No.
Because I think, sure, he's made some bad substitutions. His feel for the game, in-game adjustments have been, in my opinion, have been average at best this season. But I also understand that what he has to go through on a day-to-day basis in terms of different guys being in and out of the lineup, guys being suspended, guys being in slumps. He's changing lineups. What do they have, 13 different starting lineups?
Yeah, they've had the most in the league.
I lost count.
Yeah, they've had the most.
I've lost count.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a nightmare for him as a coach. But if Steph wants him, what are you going to do? Disagree with Steph?
No, he's the franchise. You listen to your franchise.
You got to listen to him. If Steph wants Kerr and Kerr wants to be back, Kerr's going to be here.
Although I just mentioned, Kobe wanted Phil, and the Lakers said, I don't know. So, and that's Kobe Bryant. And they end up pivoting, and he was like, you know what? Fine, go. D'Antoni's fine, I guess. And that's Kobe. And all he knew was winning with Phil Jackson. So maybe Steph is like, hey, what if Dunleavy and Joe say, you know what? I think we need a different direction.
Who's the coach for after Phil Jackson the first time around?
Oh, who's my guy? He had a European.
And then they
last
brought
name.
Phil back.
Yeah. They ended up because they lost to the Pistons, right?
Tim Floyd wasn't the coach for the Lakers.
No, I was like 12 or 13.
Tim Floyd coached the Bulls.
You're talking about the first after the 3 championships.
Rudy
right?
Tom Janovich.
Yes.
Rudy T.
Yes.
Thanks to the tech YouTube for that.
He was one and done.
Yeah. They brought Phil back.
Phil's perfect, by the way. He does that. He's like, yeah, I think I'm done. And then take a year off. Let's go get Pau Gasol.
By the way, Vuk, if we're talking about a 7-footer, he's 32 years old. This year, he's averages 16.5 points per game, 10 rebounds. Now, he does shoot the 3 at times, but he's only shooting 27% from 3, 45.5 from the floor, 87.5% free throw shooter. He doesn't block shots at all. Maybe that's the 7-footer that you pair with somebody, a DeRozan, a Levine. I doubt they go the Levine route. Because even with Vuk, after this season, he's got 2 years and $41 million left on the deal. So I know the Warriors, they don't want to really take on too much money here. I don't know what the Warriors, this trade market, I don't know who's available.
Yeah. And you look at that Bulls team, Caruso, he's going to be highly coveted because he's defense, he's long. He doesn't cost a lot. So that's going to be a guy that's going to cost you a bunch. Levine, again, his injury, I don't think he's going to get moved on.
Yeah.
Kobe White, he's too young to me for them to move on and give up on it now.
Yeah, especially with that deal.
Yeah.
Especially with that deal. He's a good player, man. Let's go to Jordan at Fremont. Jordan at Fremont, you got a solution for the Golden State Warriors? What up, J-Dub? Good morning.
Yo, good morning. Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday.
I was thinking Vooch, but you guys pointed out some good points why he may not be a good fit. A little on the older side, doesn't defend at the rim as well. I'm thinking, how about Naz Reid? Maybe we get Naz Reid and Kyle Anderson. Maybe we can package something for them. Combine them, they're about $20 million.
Yeah.
That's about the cost of Vucevic. Naz Reid can extend the floor.
Wiggins back to Minnesota?
We're big Naz Reid fans on this show. Big Naz Reid
Warriors
fans.
killer.
But the T-Wolves they're looking to add, Jordan. They're number one in the West. They know what they have. They're not breaking that up right now.
Well, they already got 2 7-footers to play in front of him. He's the lowest in the totem pole. But Kuminga on the wing. He's got a future behind him. He's young. He's promising.
Yeah. Listen, I love Naz Reid. I wanted the Warriors to try to get him in the offseason. But he's on a great contract with the T-Wolves. And they know, hey, something may happen to Karl Anthony Towns. Rudy Gobert, we may crunch time. We may have to go to Naz Reid.
When it comes to playoff time, that's when Naz Reid plays dividends. Because teams are going to try to run Rudy off the floor.
Yep.
You bring in Naz Reid, and then that's your counter move.
They are not getting rid of that guy.
No.
They are not.
T-Wolves are so good.
They're stacked.
They're sick. I love Anthony Edwards so much.
Dude, you were at the game last year against the T-Wolves when Karl Anthony Towns pulled up from 3 and made it, right?
Yep.
And you saw Naz Reid.
Yep.
He's a problem.
I saw Luka Garza for too much time, too.
Yeah, probably.
But I took it with young Benjamin. He actually calls Chase Center the Timberwolves arena because the last time we went to a game was Timberwolves. It's like, are we going to see the Timberwolves? I was like, no, the Warriors play there. Oh, kids just like the name. But yes, they're young. You're looking at these teams in the West, and this is what the Warriors have to contend with. Young, big, athletic. How do you try to do that at the deadline? I don't know if you can, but you definitely need to address it in the offseason.
Warriors,
and that's why moving Kuminga, God, I don't.
Right.
I'm trying to look at the future, too, without Steph. I'm a Warriors fan, and I understand it's hard to do, but the future is athletic and big.
Yep.
And I want to keep a guy like Kuminga.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You don't want to get older and slower. That's for damn sure. Naz Reid, 3-year, $42 million contract extension. The extension included a player option for the 2025-26 season. Warriors really had no money in the offseason. Naz Reid was a bargain. I'm surprised more teams in the league wasn't on Naz Reid. So that's not going to happen. The T-Wolves are not trading Naz Reid. They're not trading Kyle Anderson. The T-Wolves are looking to add to what could be a team in the Western Conference that is loaded. I know they have 2 bigs. Why not have 3? The Warriors have 3 bigs. The Warriors during those championship years had 3 bigs. The T-Wolves aren't dumb. You come in off the bench with Naz Reid, who can get you a double-double, hit the 3.
Yeah.
They're not moving him.
Again, it's all different. Every round in the playoffs is different because they're already thinking about that. They're thinking about 1, 2, 3 seed, whatever. Every playoff round and matchup is different. Jared Vanderbilt, may have worked against the Memphis Grizzlies and the Nuggets. It didn't work very well against the Warriors. So people have to shift their expectations of some of these guys come playoff time. And then I'm looking at the West, man. Yeah, the Thunder, the Nuggets, the Clippers, the Kings. A lot of these teams above you are trying to build, and they're trying to take that next step because for as much as we think the Nuggets are still the team to beat in the West, they are because they're the defending champs. They got Nikola Jokic, all that. If I'm the Clippers, I'm feeling like I'm right there. If I'm the Thunder, hey, you know what? We don't know any better. We get in there this year, anything can happen. The T-Wolves, we got humbled last year in the first round against the Nuggets. You know what? We feel like we are just as good as them. Let's add to this. Let's go all in. That's what these teams are looking at. And then you got the desperate teams, Bonte. Yeah. The Suns and Lakers are desperate.
Right.
They need to win now.
But they don't have a lot of assets.
But they
to
don't.
Move.
See, that's the thing. So
they don't have a lot of assets.
Are they going on picks? Are they going on?
Right.
Are the Lakers going to give up on an Austin Reeves or something like that to try to go to get DeJounte Murray? That's the stuff they're weighing.
Well, yeah, no, I don't see the Lakers and Suns. The Suns are going to have to figure it out with the squad that they have. I don't know what the Lakers do. Warriors do have assets, though. That's one thing for sure. Now, Kawakami said the Warriors knew they needed to move, not just yesterday, but a few weeks ago.
I think there's been a gradual discussion within the team, a gradual kind of conclusion that what they got isn't good enough. And you don't have to make the trade right now. They didn't make the trade last week. You don't have to make it in a week, but you're going to make it at some point. And I think that is not I'll talk to a team person, I'll just say like 3 weeks ago, and that person was saying that, yes, there could be moves. There absolutely could be moves. And that was 3 weeks ago. And it's gotten a lot worse since then, but I don't think they've said, oh, my God, now we think it even more, and now there's even more. Like, there was a crisis moment in the team even 2-3 weeks ago.
So that was on Willard and Dibs, Tim Kawakabe, and last but not least, before we pivot back to football for the last part of the show, what about Siakam? That's the name that everybody – I feel like I've been hearing Siakam's name for 3 years. He's the new Bradley Beal. Who's the other guy? Miles Turner.
Miles Turner.
Right. It's just I just keep hearing these names. It's Pascal Siakam this, Pascal Siakam that. Well, here's TK out with Willard and Dibs about Pascal Siakam.
If they can't get Siakam or they can't get a player of that level, and I'm not sure there's a long list of them, would not put Zach LaVine in that list of the player they think they could add and would make a significant difference to what they are this season. Then maybe it's Andrew Wiggins for nothing, right? Just get off of him. Maybe they'd have to even put Moody in that just to get nothing or very close to nothing, just to move off that, the remaining $84 million of the salary after this season to give themselves some, room to think where every decision. You don't have the luxury tax bearing down on you. Every decision you're not saying, well, we're constrained because we have a $4 million payroll commitment, and that's what they got. I think they would do something to alleviate that. I mean, you could let Clay go for nothing. You could let Chris Paul go for nothing. I just think Wiggins is the first decision. What can they get for him? What do they have to do to move off of him?
So that's Tim Kawakabe on the Warriors and Siakam and what they could do. Maybe the best move. And somebody just asked me what I think of DeJounte Murray. I think the world of DeJounte Murray. I like DeJounte. I do. But maybe the best move, Spadoni, and let's see how this road trip goes. You start off in Chicago tonight. You get Milwaukee tomorrow night. You get Memphis on Monday. Their season's toast because John Morant's out for the year. Marcus Smart is now hurt. Maybe that's the win on the road trip the Warriors can grab. And then, of course, you get the Utah Jazz, who all of a sudden are scorching hot. They just blew out the champs the other night in Salt Lake City.
8-2 on their last 10. They've won 3 in a row.
They're rolling. I think we can say bye-bye to Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
Maybe the best course of action is just to clear the deck and get rid of these salaries and try to rebuild with Stephen Curry. Maybe that's the best course of action.
I think so. And then you heard him there. Are they just going to, try to move off Wiggins and maybe have to attach a Moody to it, which would suck?
You might have
because
to.
Moody's been playing well. God, I feel bad for Moody. Guy's been playing very well. I don't feel like he's getting rewarded with minutes, and then he gets hurt with his calf. So it's just like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Moses Moody. And with Andrew Wiggins, again, that's why maybe that report from Jake Fisher from Yahoo Sports, Wiggins to Indiana, Buddy Hield. I know it's
right.
I know.
Yeah,
Don't think of it as player for player. Think of it as a salary dump.
Yeah,
maybe
that's it. Yeah,
that's just what it is.
Yeah, but then we got to live through Buddy Hield for the last
for a few months.
35 plus games.
Is that too many games for Buddy Hield for you, Bonte?
It's a lot of post-game shows talking about Buddy Hield. A lot of post-game shows.
How's it going to go? How's the TV? Buddy Hield out of Oklahoma?
Well, how'd you think TV Bonte did? They thought it was a little radio Bonte involved there.
He did.
It's a little spicy.
Well, after that performance, there needed to be some radio Bonte. You can't sugarcoat that one. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, Drew Dowd's right. Sacramento would have a field day if we traded for Buddy Hield. Oh, my Lord.
That's a great point. I didn't even think about it like that. Kyle Draper doing the laugh.
Oh, yeah, where is that laugh? Can I get a Draper laugh?
It's somewhere. Look at the top.
Draper.
Look at the top right there over. It's somewhere over there. That's right.
All right, by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. You guys have been awesome all week long. Look, we're going to get back into football. We got some great playoff games, but first, let's get to Phil in Oakland before we pivot to football. What's up, Phil? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say, I feel like the Warriors need to hold on to Kuminga. I've been a Warriors fan for a really long time, and I feel like if they were to trade Kuminga, it would be on the level of magnitude of how they traded away Chris Webber. And that was a disaster for us because we saw how that played out with Chris Webber going on to Sacramento and becoming this all-star level caliber player. I just feel like we need to focus on getting a big man and, trying to keep Kuminga out of the trade scenarios if possible. That's not, he's definitely a focal point for our offense that we need to have him play more.
Well, he may have to play more, but I don't know. If you're talking championships or playoffs, is Kuminga ready to take that leap? It's not enough evidence. Too inconsistent.
I love.
That's not his fault. He's only 21, Spadone.
I love the confidence of the young kid, but there's confidence and there's backing up said confidence, and he hasn't been able to back it up consistently enough. To your point. I love that. That is a joke.
Do that.
Real quick, as we were pivoting to football here. That's if the Warriors trade for Buddy Hield. Bonte, did you know starting Tuesday, the listeners have a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey? Did you guys know that? All you have to do is listen starting Tuesday, the 16th, during the morning roast between 7:30 to 8:30, Steiny and Guru 12:30 to 1:30, and Willard and Dibbs 4:30 to 5:30.
Can they see that?
Yes, they can. That's perfect. Nice. How it works is in each of the shows, we will give out a keyword, and all you have to do is text the code we give you, and bam, you will qualify. For a better chance to win, you can text each keyword during every show to give yourself better odds to win the Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. So that's 3 opportunities every day, starting at Tuesday. That's 12 total for you to try and qualify. Here you go.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, right?
May the odds be ever in your favor.
All right, we're going to have some playoff picks. I want all the roasters to participate. 888-957-9570.
We also got all-pro news for the 49ers. All-pro teams, the official ones, have been released, and we can give you those on the other side as well.
I like that.
Maybe a few 49ers.
We're going to do Call of the Week right now? Let's do Call of the Week right now.
That's a lot.
Want me to play it, Big John? I can play it.
Film on Mike.
Oh, love Film on Mike. Film on. What's happening now?
Booze. Carl Lewis got booed for doing the national anthem horribly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Comedians get booed. If you're not bringing the heat, you're going to get booed. Shout out to Cat Williams and Shay Shay. If you know what I'm saying, singers don't get booed. So when the Warriors play horribly, you're going. And you know why we boo you? Because we know. Give it up to the Bay Area fans. We're basketball fans. We know good basketball. We know you shouldn't be losing by 25, 35, 45 points to whatever team it could be Boston. You shouldn't be losing by those 35 points. What the hell is going on? And y'all tripping on Bulls? Man, check this out. And another thing of you fans, y'all gonna start talking about my city. The Warrior from Philadelphia came in Kezar. They probably got booed back then. They went to wherever they went to, Pinot, to play a game, Daly City. They probably got booed there, too. And you know what happened when they went to Oakland and Oracle Arena? They got booed there, too. So I be speaking on my city, talking about the Chase Center. Oh, it's because we're in the Chase Center. No! If you play horrible, the Bay Area basketball fans gonna call your ass out, and we gonna boo you. We love basketball. Stop trying to put us. Thank you.
Film on Mike.
Bring the fire.
This week's Call of the Week. Might be Call of the Year.
Might be. That's an early nomination.
We'll be adding categories to the Doobie Awards. The 3rd annual Doobie Awards coming up in December. And we're going to have to do it live on location. Film on Mike. Early candidate for Call of the Year. I love that fire. I love that passion.
As long as we're not the Doobie Awards in Buffalo or Kansas City in December, we're good.
I
don't think you could handle the Doobie Awards in the elements.
I wonder if FPC he thinks you're weak. He thinks you're a wimp.
Really?
You know he's played some cold weather.
Not doing that to me.
You know he's played some cold weather games.
You see that tan?
Yeah, no,
he doesn't go out in the snow.
Hey, FP Senior may be more bougie than me.
Come on.
He might be the bougiest of them all. And I love it. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. All pro teams have been released. We'll get to that, plus your playoff picks. It is wild card weekend. Plus, we got a little Bulls and Warriors. All that coming up as we wrap up the week here on the Morning Roast.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Mayo West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
It's been a magical season for the Niners and the...
You're not going to this.
Yeah,
game.
I'm not flying Frontier. I'm sorry.
Frontier Airlines.
I'm not doing that.
Spirit A.
You call me Bougie Bonte, you want to. I'm not doing the.
It's one thing to take like Spirit to like LA or San Diego from SFO or Oakland, but it's another to go to like Kansas City.
I'm not doing that.
And it's cold. No, I'm okay.
Call me Bougie all you want to. I'm not doing Frontier. I'm not doing Spirit Airlines.
No.
All right.
There's Delta as well. Delta.
So, again, if you are just now joining us back on YouTube and Twitch, it's now connected. The All-Pro teams came out. The 49ers have 7 members of their football team on the All-Pro team, the Associated Press All-Pro team. One guy who's not on the All-Pro team, Brock Purdy. The quarterbacks for the All-Pro teams, Lamar Jackson first team.
Actually, I hope he's the
Dak
MVP.
Prescott second team.
Dak, that's the one. Dak. No.
Christian McCaffrey, unanimous pick for the All-Pro team. Fred Warner, unanimous pick for All-Pro team. Tyreek Hill, unanimous. Charvarius Ward, second team All-Pro. How about Brandon Ayuk? Oh, Shasky, I know you listening. How about Brandon Ayuk, that number 1 wide receiver? He made second team All-Pro.
And some of those other ones on the second team are number 1s on their team. A.J. Brown and Mike Evans.
CeeDee Lamb, first team All-Pro.
Yeah, he's been a baller this year. Tyreek. Amon-Ra, how about Detroit?
Yeah, they got 3 members.
Amon-Ra was so damn good. If you had him in fantasy, he was balling this year.
He is legit. Dallas Cowboys, I believe, have 9 members on their All-Pro team. 9 members on the All-Pro team.
That's stupid.
Their punter.
Thanks.
Brian Ager. Brian Ager, their punter. Who else do they have on the All-Pro team?
They got Zach Martin.
Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Tyler Smith.
They got Brandon
Tyron
Aubrey,
Smith.
their place kicker. Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, Dak. Damn. They're loaded. Loaded.
Are they on a collision course, Bonte? Potentially? Dallas and SF?
Sure. I would love
But
to.
you don't fear them.
I would love to.
You don't fear anyone. We've established this already.
I would love to sun them again. Well, I didn't know this from the 216 Comcast Business Text line. Browns had a negative 24-degree game against the Saints last year. Tickets were $4.
Lots against the Saints, too. No one want to watch that.
Dude, let's fly to Kansas City.
No.
Let's go see Dolphins Chiefs in the cold.
I'm okay. I'll chill in my house.
Who's down the fly?
With a nice hot cocoa.
Who's down the fly? No, I need to get paid tomorrow.
That's what you back the truck up, please.
I gotta need to get paid. That's all it is. I just can't get the day off. That's all.
Now, there's levels to this. If it was like the AFC Championship game, obviously, NFC Championship, I could understand it. Anything short of that, I'm out. A divisional, wild card, I'm good. Also, dealing with the heartbreak, potentially, Bonte, flying all the way out there, and obviously these teams, you don't care.
Can have some barbecue in the cold.
Yeah, but it's going to be the
barbecue ribs in the
rib
snow?
will be frozen by the time you put it in your mouth.
Barbecue rib in the snow?
The rib will be frozen. The barbecue sauce will be cold.
Wow.
I can go for some Kansas City.
My guy David Tella.
Great.
My guy David Tella is in Chicago. He's in Chicago to pay off a bet to George Contos. We all know who George Contos is.
Wait, he flew out to pay off a bet?
Yeah, he had paid off a dinner bet. He had to lose a bet. So he's in Chicago. He picked this weekend because the Warriors were out there. So he's going to see them.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's snowing in Chicago. And it is nasty in the Chi. Nasty.
CeeDee Lamb, almost unanimous, had 49 of 50 first place votes. One person didn't vote for him in first place.
Hey, I know Shasta's going through a lot. But when he said that CeeDee Lamb, he didn't consider him or Brandon Ayuk number 1 wide receivers.
They're both all pro.
That did not age well.
He'll take the L on that one.
He'll take the L. No, it's all good. It's all funny games. He ended up being, I just had it up. He ended up being 50 yards short of Tyreek Hill for the receiving lead.
Really?
Yeah, Tyreek Hill had 1,799 yards.
I know
receiving.
Tyreek was hurt, so
he missed a game.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb, 1,749 receiving yards.
He had an unbelievable season. He really did.
He went crazy. Let's get to Trent and Tracy before we make some football picks here for the last 23 minutes. But those are all pro teams. Do you have a problem, with Brock Purdy being left off the second team all-pro team? Second team. No Brock Purdy.
I have a problem who it
What's
was,
up, Trent?
Jack. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Fred Peebles. I'm going to tell you something. I grew up, raised and born in Chicago, lived there for 40 years. You ain't built for that. You are not built for that weather, sir.
Hey, Trent, I'm cut from a different cloth. Come on.
Yeah, it's a frozen cloth. It ain't, you ain't going.
That's great. It's a 5.
So look, Bonte, I went into my closet yesterday, right? I pulled out my Smiling Bonte T-shirt that you love so much.
Oh, is this you?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
and
man.
I looked at it. I said, what can I do to get this man to smile? Because I love you so much. Look, I think in Chicago, I don't know if this works money-wise, right? Because he's got a lot of money on the books. But if you could find a way to get both Levine and Caruso, I don't know. Again, I'm not a GM, but I think those two could both invigorate that team somehow. One on the defensive end, and he doesn't put numbers in the box score in the boxes, right? But Caruso is a dog, and getting that offensive output from Levine.
Who are you trading to get Levine and Caruso? Who would you trade?
I think Clay got to go.
Clay? That's one.
I think so.
Clay?
And then
CP3?
You're going to probably have to give up one of your 2 young guys, whether it's Kuminga or Moody, right?
I think you got to give up 2 young guys in that scenario, whether it's Trace Jackson, Brandon Podziemski, Moody, and Kuminga. 2 of those guys and Wiggins probably. Like that's a move where you're blowing up a lot.
Real quick, how are those T-shirts selling up there in Sacramento with my face on the beam?
Yo, hey, man. I'm the only one got it. It's an exclusive, and I wear it proudly, sir. I wear it proudly.
Hey, I'm coming to Sac soon for the game. I'll let you know what I do.
Please do.
I'll let you know what I do. Maybe I'll be good luck for you guys. Maybe you'll win a meaningful game and not just beat the Pistons and Hornets and think you're back.
So we're talking football right now, too. Nick Saban obviously stepping down from Alabama. Who's going to take over there? Talking about toughest acts to follow.
Oh, my gosh.
Gerard Mayo getting the job in New England. Now, who's going to take over for Bama? There were some whispers, maybe Mike Norvell of Florida State. Well, no. Sources, Pete Thamel, ESPN. Mark Norvell's new contract at Florida State is slated to be an average of more than $10 million per year for the next 8 years. You got your guy, Bonte, for the next 8 years at least.
We do.
Mark Norvell's doubling down on Florida State. There you go. Now all eyes on Kalen DeBoer of Washington. Apparently he had to cancel a press conference or something.
See, I think I texted Softy Baller yesterday from KJR.
Lanning?
I'm thinking no. Lanning announced yesterday that he's staying at Oregon. He had a whole video out on Instagram and everything. I'm thinking Kalen DeBoer just goes down the street and coaches the Seattle Seahawks.
Whoa.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Whoa. That would be surprising.
He's in Seattle. He's got a lot of love up there. Does he want to go from Seattle to Alabama?
Going and being the first guy to take over a job like that is like, I'm sorry, you're set up to fail there.
Yeah.
Like you can't that's Bear Bryant and Nick Saban, and then who's next, right? Like that, it just doesn't happen. I would not want to be the first guy to go take that job. I'll just say that right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. By the way, Nick Bosa also didn't make the All-Pro teams.
Yeah, it was really edge rushers were. It was loaded. A lot this year. It was loaded this year. I mean, Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, Micah Parsons, Crosby was in there. And he started off slow.
Yeah.
And if you ask Nick, I would say he probably says, you know what, I didn't start well enough.
Yep.
He ended well, but didn't start well enough.
Now, Brendan Ayuk named to the second team All-Pro team for the first time in his career. When he got snubbed for the Pro Bowl, which to me the Pro Bowl doesn't matter. It's all about the All-Pro teams. Brendan Ayuk said, we'll see probably pretty much every one of those guys at one point who did get into the Pro Bowl over him. He said they had to come through San Francisco, so that's all good. I like that. But Mike Norvell, man, he did a great job at Florida State, man, getting all those transfers over. Alabama, nobody wants that job, huh? Nobody wants to go to Bama.
I'm telling you, as far as toughest acts to follow, in some way, Alabama might be even harder than New England with Bill Belichick. Just because of the sustained excellence in that program historically. Like the Patriots before Belichick were just like, okay, they've been to a Super Bowl here or there, but they weren't one of the elites. Obviously, they're one of them now because of what he and Tom Brady accomplished. But there was already the history prior to Nick Saban, and then he even somehow surpassed what Bear Bryant did.
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
He's got 7 total national championships.
One with LSU,
6 at Alabama.
That's unbelievable.
Brock Purdy. I don't think anybody cares that Brock Purdy did make the All-Pro teams. I know I don't. Only thing that matters to me is if he's hoisted that Lombardi.
Dak Prescott, I didn't.
Dak Prescott had a great year.
He did, but
Dak Prescott balled out, man. You got to give it up to Dak Prescott. Look at what Dak did.
Maybe I'm just jaded about his playoff performances, and that's why I'm saying that.
Yeah. No, look, Dak, 36 touchdown passes, 9 interceptions. Completion percentage was 69.5%. All right? He was third in the league. Brock was fourth. Mason Rudolph in just 4 games. Number 1.
Stop.
I know. I just want to make you mad. Jake Browning, number 2, 70%.
I like Jake Browning this year as a backup. He's fine.
He lost to Mason Rudolph. Dak Prescott, 4,516 yards passing, Spadoni. 265 yards a game through the air. 36 touchdown passes, 9 interceptions. He deserves second-team All-Pro, but how does Brock feel about it?
He's not. He's, again, cut from a different cloth. Shout out Iowa and Arizona State. That's actually interesting because Brock Purdy, obviously growing up in Arizona, dealing with cold elements in Iowa, now he gets to be at. I wonder if you asked him if he'd like to play in a game like that or if he'd be a fan. Again, we're going to get into some of these picks here in a second. And just Big John sent me this on Twitter, and then these are just all the prices from the different NFL games. And then the 2 coldest ones, shocker, Kansas City and Buffalo, the cheapest tickets. 57, the cheapest get-in prices for Dolphins Chiefs. Steelers Bills, just short of 100, $99.
Yeah, they got nothing else to do in Buffalo.
No. Then you got Eagles at Bucks, 114. Browns Texans, 133.
Ooh.
Packers Cowboys, standing room only 72, $139 for a physical seat. And then Rams Lions, standing room only about $400.
Oh my gosh.
You want a seat? $500.
Woo.
That's the game of the weekend right there.
Is it?
Yes.
Packers Cowboys? Or no, Lions Rams?
Lions Rams.
See, my game of the week
That's the game of the weekend for me.
My game of the week is Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins against Kansas City.
Really?
We may see Mahomes out in the first round at Arrowhead Stadium.
Do you really believe that, though?
Yes,
in
I
your
do.
Heart of hearts?
I do. I really do, Spano. You think I'm capping? I'm not. These AFC playoffs are going to be wild. Lions Rams is cool.
There's nothing about playing in Miami than going to the cold for you.
I love cold weather games.
No, but do you think McDaniel and co are built for that?
Yes. Come on, all the motions in the snow.
No.
Come on, man. This is football.
I mean, if you run the way they win this game is not turning the ball over and limiting the turnovers with Tua. If Tua just hands it to Raheem Mostert all the time, but this is the thing. Kansas City, for as much as we want to throw, everything, the dirt on them, they're done, they're dead. That defense is legit still, and they are going to force Tua to throw the ball, and when he does, he will turn it over. I do not trust Tua in this game. There is no way in my mind I am taking Tua Tagovailoa to beat Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game. No chance is that happening, Bonte.
You don't like watching cold weather games?
No, I like watching it on my couch. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying attending the game. Just watching.
Yeah, that's
no game.
No, I'm just saying, yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Who said I didn't want to watch it?
Yeah, this is going to be a great game.
I got Peacock. We're good.
Great game.
I got Peacock for free. Shout out Comcast. It's part of the package.
Please don't come in here on YouTube with fake news about trades.
Oh, what'd they get you with?
They didn't get me with anything, okay. But somebody just said, Woj posted that the Warriors are trading Wiggins and Shards for Miles Turner. I don't see anything there about that.
No.
I don't see anything about that.
No.
Not at all. That'd be a good deal, though.
Dario Saric.
All right, we'll get to our picks in just a second. Let's go to my main man, Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby's
a good caller. I like Bobby.
What up, Bobby?
Hey, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Happy New Year. I really haven't been listening to sports radio this past year yet, but I'd like to make a programming suggestion and then tell you who I think the challenger to the NFC is.
All right. Well, first, Bobby, let me just interject. It's probably good for your health that you haven't been listening to us. Probably good for your mentals.
Okay. Not sure how to take that, but
I'm saying we're you got to come from a different cloth. The buzzword of the day, or buzz phrase of the day, and listen to this show.
Come on, you know how much I respect you and love you, Bonte.
You're my guy. You're my guy.
So programming suggestion for Mohegan, and I don't think you'll be mad at this, Monte. Take it from 3 4-hour shows to 4 3-hour shows and add a Spadoni and Gibbons in one of the time slots. Got to give the young talent. You got to give the young talent some opportunity to spread their wings. I've been very impressed with both of them, and I don't think you'll be mad at working 1 less hour a day. Mohegan, get on that. Finally, Spadoni, I know you're repping the 831. I thought you were a Pacific Grove kid.
I am. The Grove.
It sounds like you're a Salinas kid.
I went to high school at Palma. I sure did.
Yeah, I don't do anything on the other side of 68. I'm talking about Pacific Grove. So
there you go.
No one knows what we're saying. No one knows what we're saying. So listen,
Bobby, you just made Spadoni's day.
Hey.
I mean, I thought Worldwide Hef gave Spadoni a lot of love. He called us Chad Pennington and Randy Moss. That type of connection.
Brother.
Now
I'm Randy Moss.
No, but now, Bobby, my guy Bobby is saying Giddings and Spadoni. You know what, Bobby? They are coming up, man. The youth is coming. Their time is now.
Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis?
They're ascending.
I'll make you higher than that. I'll make you like, the Thunder, the Thunder kids.
All right.
So listen, in terms of the challenge, and, like I said, I've been listening, so I apologize if this is a common theme, but the team that scares me the most in terms of the NFC are actually the Detroit Lions. And I say that because their defense doesn't scare me. They got a solid run game and a solid pass game. I think they could outscore anyone on any given day. The only thing that makes me sad is I was really expecting them to show out on Thanksgiving Day, and they laid a giant turkey poop on that Thanksgiving Day game. But if there's any team to me that I feel like is the biggest challenge or could upset the Niners on their way to the Super Bowl, it would be Detroit. Am I crazy? Or do I got something?
It's a good call, Bobby.
Well, who laid the bigger turkey poop? Jack Harlow or the Detroit Lions?
Oh, that's a great point. That was the worst Thanksgiving show I've seen in quite some time. And then you got like 80-year-old Dolly Parton crushing it.
Oh, yeah, she did crush it.
I don't know. She was wearing some clothes that 80-year-olds don't usually wear, but shout out Dolly Parton.
She pulled it off.
She did pull it off in Dallas. She showed this guy Jack Harlow, I don't know what he's doing. They have the firepower to beat anyone.
Yep.
I don't think anyone's arguing that, Bonte. The Detroit Lions, if Jared Goff is playing right, and that's the thing, it all comes down to the quarterback for me. If Jared Goff is on his A game, they could beat anyone because that offense is loaded. Sam Laporta injury hurts.
It does.
The bone bruise, that's massive because Laporta's been, even as a rookie, one of the best tight ends in the NFL this season. He's been unbelievable. Again, Iowa tight end. Where have you heard that before? First team All-Pro, George Kittle. So Gibbs, Montgomery, Amon-Ra St. Brown, a first-team All-Pro. They got the weapons on offense. It's that defense, though, Bonte. Outside of Aiden Hutchinson, I know they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, but they're Swiss cheese on defense for the most part, for me.
And the Niners would just play ball control. But to Bobby's point, they've got the weapons. They have the running game. They have the offensive line to keep the Niners off the football field as well. And the Niners haven't stopped the run over the last month.
Armstead's coming back,
Armstead's coming back. By the way, some breaking news in Baltimore.
Oh.
The Ravens have designated tight end Mark Andrews to return from injured reserve. And, we didn't even talk about this, but the Ravens did just sign Dalvin Cook as well.
Got some depth there.
Ravens are scary.
Mark Andrews, honestly, that real quick, Mark Andrews coming back potentially for a Super Bowl, if that is the case, and play the night
alongside Isaiah Likely. I don't want to think about the Ravens right now.
Two tight end sets.
I'm not going to think about the Ravens.
They got to
get
there first.
I'm not going to think about the Ravens.
Tougher road for the Ravens and the Niners.
I got to think about the NFC first and foremost. I'm not going to think about Baltimore because then I'll have a lot of sleepless nights if I do that. Detroit, they haven't seen him yet. Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, trying to get a job in the NFL as a head coach.
They're linking him now. I've seen a lot from Ian Rappaport.
To the Commanders?
To the Commanders. Him and Adam Peters, potentially.
Interesting.
Bob Myers got to interview Ben.
So I don't, the Lions, their defense is not good enough. That's why I think the Rams will beat them. Is it who are Niners fans rooting for? Before we give our picks for the playoffs for Wild Card Weekend, we're going to do that. We got 10 minutes left in the show. And you can go ahead and text us at the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube. Who do you want to see win this weekend in the NFC? Who are you rooting for? Who? Is it the Lions? Is it the Rams? Is it the Bucks? Is it the Eagles? Is it the Packers? Is it the Cowboys? Now, I would be all good if Dallas lost, if Philadelphia lost, and if the Rams lost. I'm good with that. Oh, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think that's what you're rooting for, but that's not going to happen.
So V says, I'm rooting for old school football, no penalty flags, none of that.
Well, that's not going to happen. There's going to be something that's going to be well, if you're rooting for that game, it's probably the snow games where they're going to do a lot of running. That's going to be old school football for you. And then you got Detroit, the Rams, the Cowboys, Packers, the Bucks. The unsexiest matchup for me, though, Bonte, it probably is that Bills-Steelers. I know.
I like that matchup.
I know they're historic franchises.
I love that matchup. Oh, I love that matchup. Mike Tomlin, Sean McDermott.
Is Kenny Pickett just done there, by the way? He's designated a return. They're just like, no, we're good off you.
You roll the hot head. Roll with the hot head. Mason Rudolph.
Jeez.
Somebody's got to throw the ball to George Pickens.
Who's going to be their quarterback next year?
I don't know.
They're saying Russell Wilson. Oh, God.
10-7 on the season. Najee Harris, Jalen Ward, Deontay Johnson. You got Stephon Diggs. No Gabe Davis in his football game for Buffalo. Very intriguing.
Tyler Rapp.
This is perfect for the 10 a.m. slot on Sunday. Perfect. I'm excited for all these games. You guys are talking about it's boring. And watch, we come back Monday morning and everybody's going to be saying, boy, what about that Bills-Steelers game? What a game that was.
Please mark this.
Hard-hitting.
Please mark this for
physical,
when we talk about
cold weather football game in the Northeast. I like this stuff.
Mason Rudolph is going to get destroyed in this game.
Yeah, you better be careful.
Put some money on it. You won't. Yeah, you won't.
They get 9.5. That means the spread went down from 10 to 9.5.
Because of the weather.
They're always back to 10. Oh.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I'm not betting against Buffalo and Buffalo.
We got some music here. We got some NFL primetime music.
You want some primetime music? You want to go with the picks here? Let's start with the first game of the weekend.
Spadone's beds. You should have it there.
All right, first game of the weekend. You guys can play along. Give us your picks. We'll read a couple of your picks. Let's start off with the first game of the weekend because it is playoff time.
I can't wait.
The playoffs are here. We got Warriors and Bulls tonight, and then we got playoff football tomorrow, starting with the first game of the day. The Cleveland Browns back in the playoffs. They got to go against fan favorite, a guy who's taking him, not Kirk Cousins. This guy stole America's heart. That's C.J. Stroud. The performance he put on last week in Indianapolis.
Catching strays? Guy tore his ACL.
You know me too well, Spadoni. He's going to catch strays all the time. C.J. Stroud at home, the Houston Texans against the Cleveland Browns. I see here ESPN.com says tickets as low as $81. But our buddy D'Amico Ryans. Who you got? Cleveland, Houston.
My gut tells me Cleveland. I want to take CJ Stroud, but I think the Browns defense gets it done here ultimately. I think they just have too many dudes. I know Denzel Ward got hurt. I think Joe Flacco just does just enough in the passing game. They run the ball. They take care of the football. CJ Stroud, I think Myles Garrett has a couple sacks there. Not sure about the O-line for Texans. I like the Browns to get this one.
Ooh, 650 Comcast Business text line. Big John, you get in on this as well. Bonte, if you had to choose a team we based on food, which would it be?
Oh, well, it might be Kansas City.
Yeah, I've never been to Kansas City, but I hear the barbecue is really, really good. Miami's okay. Too likely. Dallas, Texas, they got food all over.
I mean,
the place.
LA's got bomb Mexican food too. I mean, this is California. Come on. We're taking Niners here. Detroit pizza's good, by the way, too. Detroit style pizza. Pizza.
I'm going Cleveland.
Okay.
I'm going Joe Flacco.
We're locking that in.
Although I think this is going to be a very tough game. Very tough game.
It is
Cleveland's
funny.
Defense.
The quarterback age discrepancy is hilarious in this. Old man Flacco going against the young shot. The storylines galore. Obviously, Deshaun Watson used to play there. He's not even playing in this game. Pretty crazy. Joe Flacco, by the way, comeback player of the year?
It should be DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
I know what happened to DeMar Hamlin, but he didn't play much.
Well, that's like a separate bracket for me. That's a different
It's great that he came back.
Yes, I actually thought, shout out the pregame show. I predicted this. Baker Mayfield, comeback player of the year. That was mine.
I like that. That's
season.
a good one. I'm taking Cleveland. That defense is going to be too much. Big John, what you got?
Yeah, I honestly think the DeMar Hamlin, the comeback player of the award should be named after DeMar Hamlin.
Okay. Name it after
and
him.
then give it to someone else.
All right,
I also got Cleveland. I think Texans get out on top early, but Cleveland rallies back and wins.
All right, since you're on the mic here,
means
Big John.
Texans are going to win.
Yeah,
correct?
we all pick Cleveland. We're all the idiots here. Miami, Kansas City. What you got, Big John?
It's so hard to go against Patrick Mahomes in Arrowhead, but being a Denver Broncos fan, let's go Fins.
Well, yeah, being in the AFC West, you know better. It was not beating Mahomes. I know Aiden O'Connell beat him on Christmas Day, one of the greatest games of all time, but it's the playoffs, brother. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, all they do is win, and they're going to beat the Dolphins. Mike McDaniel, 0-2 in the playoffs.
I'm going with the upset. I'm going with Miami.
Wow!
I'm going with Miami.
Slater's going to be happy with that one, your boy.
Yeah, he is. He's stressed out right now. He's got to cover the Warriors Bucks during that football game.
He does. He'll have it on the phone.
Oh, that's going to be
Peacock app.
He's going to write like 200 words that day in the Athletic.
He might be covering the Kings tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, he might say, I want out on this road trip. I'm going, damn. Miami's not winning this football game. I'm flipping. I'm going to Kansas City. I'm flipping. They're not winning in the cold, man.
Just like the Dolphin himself, he is the flipper.
Where's the flipper noise?
As someone once told me, gutless.
If you ain't flipping, what is this? What is the job? You know it's Spinoni.
No, who's our guy?
Peter Schrager?
No. It was our guy that called Guru, our former Cron newscaster for sports director.
Oh,
Mark Ibanez.
Mark Ibanez.
Yeah, you don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's on your mind at that moment.
Love that. I love that.
All right, this is the one we've been arguing all day about: Steelers, Bills, Bonte.
Bills.
Oh, sorry. Did I skip one? No, we're right.
No,
yeah,
we're right.
Yes.
Buffalo will survive at home in the elements, but I may have to take Pittsburgh in the points.
You're taking the points for Pittsburgh?
I may have to take the points. I got Buffalo at home. What do you got?
Buffalo's going to win. It's going to be lower scoring, so I could see why you're taking it if you're going to spread there. But Buffalo will win out.
Steelers are hot.
Shifty line. It's already moved back down to 9.5.
Oh,
I think Bills win this, but they don't cover.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. All right, moving on here. Green Bay, Dallas, 1:30 slot. Fox, Greg Olson, Kevin Burkhardt, Jerry's World. This is a juicy game, folks. Jordan Love's first ever postseason game as a starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. But I got the Cowboys big. I got the Cowboys winning by 10+. What do you got, Spinoni?
I want to take the Cowboys. There's something that scares me about this game. And maybe it's Jordan Love just not knowing any better in this one. Mike LaFleur. Everyone's counting out the Packers. No one's expecting them to win this one. No one expected them to be a factor. Not even in their own division this year. But there they are. They've been playing well. Ultimately, though, I think Micah Parsons, gets like a strip sack fumble. There's going to be some secondary picks in this. Stephon Gilmore. I think Bland gets a pick six. Something like that's going to happen in this game. And that's going to propel the Cowboys to a victory. Cowboys get it done.
Yeah, Cowboy fans, do not forget about the Dez Bryant catch or the lack thereof in Green Bay. They win by 20.
All right, there it is. See, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that.
I don't think, was anyone even on that team from the Cowboys that's currently on it from that team?
No, nobody.
Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
there you go.
Rams, Lions. A lot of people's game of the week.
This is the game of the
Stafford
weekend.
going back to Detroit. Goff playing against his former team. Detroit's first home game since, 93?
The year I was born. How wild is that?
Well, you know what? It's going to be a lot of disappointment in Detroit. It's pretty par for the course. The Lions are coming up short.
Oh, now Michigan just won the national championship.
Well, that's Michigan. That's Michigan. That's NCAA.
Detroit is in Michigan is what I'm saying.
No. It is in Michigan, but Ann Arbor's about 50 minutes away. Ann Arbor's 50 minutes away.
Okay.
I've been there.
Rams win on a last 2-minute drive from Matt Stafford. Crushed the Lions' hopes.
You see? You know what happens in this game? And you guys have all been saying, Spadonio, the Rams. I was like, well, the Rams have to get there first. I just said the Niners don't sleep on the Rams. I'm taking the Lions in this game.
Ooh.
I'm taking Dan Campbell. I'm taking Jared Goff. I'm taking Amon-Ra St. Brown. And I'm taking Aiden Hutchinson. That place is going to be rocking, man.
It will be rocking.
And you know what? There's going to be a moment in this game where Dan Campbell puts his nuts on the table, goes for it, and wins it. At some point in this game.
EUTS.
That's right.
All right.
Scared money don't make money. And Dan Campbell has he has the pulse of this city right now. I don't see them losing this game. I don't.
Yeah, I got a rematch between the Lions and Cowboys. I'm taking the Lions, too. There's no chance in hell I'm taking the L.A. Rams. McVay, you're going home. Stafford, you're going home. Donald, you would get ran all over. The Lions will control the football. Their defense will come up with some big-time plays, some big-time interceptions. Stafford will throw one up. I'm taking the Lions at home. Let's go, Lions. Let's go, Dan Campbell.
Real quick on Eagles-Bucks, because I know we got fast
Bucks,
five.
Yeah, Eagles-Bucks.
I'm going Eagles with this one.
I'm also going Eagles with this one.
So we got Eagles-Niners, according to our picks in the second round. And you know what? I want it. I want the Eagles. I want to devour them. I want the crossover with 94 WIP. I want Eagle fans to know how I feel about
Hugh
them.
Douglas, part 2.
Let's go, baby. Eagles over the Bucks.
For the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
This is fun, Bonte. My final thoughts is football and playoff football is back, and there's anything like it.
No, it's not. It's not. It really isn't. My final thoughts is with all the roasters, and it's with Shasky, it's with Steiny, and what was a very emotional show yesterday. I failed you guys. I was terrible yesterday, just trying to get through it.
No, you did a great job.
It was
You're not failing anyone.
It was an emotional day. So my final thoughts are with the Shaskies, it's with Steinmetz, and it's with the roasters for picking us up yesterday. Big John, what you got?
Yeah, just to piggyback that, shout out to all the listeners at 95.7 The Game. You guys are incredible. Bonte, you had me in tears yesterday, obviously, rightfully so, but it was really, really sincere and touching to hear those words coming from you. So thank you, and thank you to all the 95.7 The Game listeners.
Appreciate that.
Real quick, breaking news, Jeff Passan, ESPN right-hander Jordan Hicks and the San Francisco Giants are in an agreement on a 4-year, $44 million contract.
Oh, awesome.
There you go.
World Series, baby. Print
And
those tickets.
FP Santangelo and Evan Giddings.
Yeah,
you better
don't get
talk
into
about
it.
that.
Yeah, don't get into it. FP Senior. FP Santangelo Senior in the building. My bougie brother. He's here. Evan Giddings are here. And the future starts now with them. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Have a great weekend, everybody.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me and my family. But now that Prime offers 24/7 virtual care through One Medical, I decide when our visit starts. It seems we're not so different, them and I.
Mom, I think it's supposed to be they and I.
I think you're supposed to be resting while I text with the doctor right now. Smart little minion.
Your care team on call. A new add-on from Prime.
don't they want more?
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what is going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings alongside FP Santangelo with you here on a Feel Good Friday. In for Steiny and Guru. Matt Steinmet's out, of course, sending love to him along with Joe Shasky, Daryl the Guru Johnson back next week. Well, I know it's supposed to be a fun Friday. I know F doesn't stand for fun, but what's going on, FP? I'm happy to be working with you, man.
Evan, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. Look, I know it's a little foggy outside. We got the Bay Area weather coming through, but we got a lot on our radar because the Warriors got a tip-off tonight in Chicago, beginning a 4-game roadie. The San Francisco 49ers are waiting to see who they play in their NFC divisional round. And then even the Giants are making a move right before the show starts, FP. So we got a lot of different things we can get into today from 10 to 2. Of course, the number, as always, is 888-957-9570. But I'm happy to be working a course with you, but also getting to know you a little bit on the air because as someone who early in my life, wanted to play baseball at a high level, getting to now work with someone who did it at the highest level. It's like I'm just looking forward to these next 4 hours, man. I'm looking forward to learning more about you.
Well, yeah, don't get your sights set too high. You know what? It really weird as a player. Like you watch these guys on TV in your whole life, and then you get to know some of your heroes, and that's the worst thing that could have ever happened. Like you're like, oh, that's so and so. Oh my God, how are you doing? And then he's a jerk. So
Yeah.
I hope I don't let you down.
Oh, no, never that. Look, I've only been fortunate enough to meet a couple of heroes. Fortunately, also, none of them have been, I would say, too out of bounds. Like one time when I was in St. Paul, actually, in Minnesota, and I met Bill Murray. And he was extremely good. Thank you for the drop.
That's why I didn't say any names, because I didn't want to hear that noise right out the gate.
Oh, we're gonna be name dropping from 10 to 2. You best believe. But Bill Murray was super cool. Was just as advertised, dry, sarcastic, but also kind of, I don't know, just a low-key cat. So, whether it's your heroes, whether it's someone like Stephen Curry, who you see all the time, look, we're very fortunate here in the Bay Area, FP, and I think that's kind of where I want to start today. Right now, we got, yes, the Warriors are trying to figure out what they're doing, but the Niners are about to embark on what we hope to be a Super Bowl run, and they're looking for their 6th championship, and this is kind of where I want to start today because there's been so much movement in the coaching ring. Bill Belichick is out in New England. Nick Saban's out at Alabama. Pete Carroll is out in the NFC West in Seattle, and it just got me thinking about how the 49ers are in a position to do some great things, but also to kind of be appreciative of the head coach that they have at this point. I know he doesn't have a Super Bowl, and Kyle Shanahan is looking for his first, but the 49ers, I think, are in a position, and we are as fans, to be extremely appreciative of what he has given us both in the last 7 seasons, but particularly this year as we start the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird how the coaching carousel of the NFL has changed, and even in college football right now in the landscape. And when you talk about these coaches, they're legendary coaches, right? Whether it's Belichick or Saban, and they're retired. Now, Pete Carroll, even though nobody around here likes Pete Carroll, I've always admired his energy, his enthusiasm for the game, and I've always been a big Pete Carroll fan. And now, I just think with today's athlete, the landscape has changed so much. And from, being around a baseball team for a decade and seeing how the game has changed and seeing how the coaching philosophies have changed. And I think nowadays, whether you were a legendary coach, the modern day athlete doesn't respond to the old school ways. They just don't. And I don't know if Belichick got to a point where he was just so satisfied in all his successes that maybe he felt like he knew more than his scouts. I read an article in Sports Illustrated today where they had A.J. Brown and Debo come on a recruiting trip there before the draft, and Belichick said they're buddies and they were screwing around. He said, I just don't think they're serious enough. And then their scouts insisted that they draft one of those two guys, and he said no, and he went in a different direction. So maybe with so much success, you get to a point where you feel like you got it all figured out. And maybe you're not as relatable to the younger, modern day, what is it, Gen Z athlete?
I forget what generation we're on. I know my brother's a Gen Z. I'm technically in the millennial side. I think our producer John is too. But yeah, no, we're on Gen I don't know, XYZ. I'm not sure.
So you can't get on guys.
Gen A.
Yeah, whatever. Gen young guys that are super sensitive, whatever that is. I don't know what that's called. But yeah, and so the old school ways of getting in somebody's face and yelling at them and screaming at them, even in football, doesn't play anymore. I would talk to coaches for the Nationals and they would say, like, I go, dude, he's making the same mistakes all the time. I'm like, are you getting on him? And like, FP, we can't get on guys anymore. If we get on guys, we lose them for 2 weeks. Like they're so sensitive to any sort of criticism now. So like coaching has evolved into, I think, being more relatable to players. And that's the most important thing. And having their best interests in mind and being super authentic, because the modern day athlete with social media, they're getting criticized all the time. They grew up in a world where they really didn't get criticized a whole lot. So now I think they're a little more sensitive. So where the old school guys maybe don't relate, and I don't want to say the game is passing by, because smart is smart. Like even if you want to get into Steve Kerr, everyone's criticizing Steve Kerr right now. He's got 4 rings as a coach and 5 as a player. Like you don't get dumb overnight. Like but there comes a time when, whether you're an athlete and you've had all the successes and you've made all the money and you have a beautiful family and a beautiful house and you have the rings, that maybe the motivation isn't quite what it used to be. I always marveled at how after 3 championships, the Warriors could dig down deep and get number 4 with all these guys that have all the resume and all the money. Like when you have everything, like where do you go for that extra gear? And maybe some of these coaches and their message got a little stale. That doesn't tarnish anything they've accomplished. But I just think that the landscape of society has changed, and sports mirrors society, and maybe the landscape with coaches and relationships to players have changed. And now you're going with 30-something-year-old coaches that can relate. You know, whether it's D'Amico, like look at what he's done with Houston. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's done, but like he seems relatable. You see their celebration after they won the other day. They're in the locker room and they're all just going nuts. Like that's cool. And I think that's what resonates with the modern day athlete, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, whether it's baseball at the highest level. Like you're starting to go with the younger coaches and weeding out the old school philosophy.
Yeah, and that's where I think Shanahan threads the needle and is able to do it in a way, like I would throw McVay in there, obviously, who does have a Super Bowl, Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, guys that have been with Shanahan. I think like they're young enough to understand what you're talking about, the new athlete. And Shanahan's obviously been able to make it work with someone like Deebo Samuel, who Belichick didn't want. But I think he's also a guy that understands, because of his familial connection to his father, but understands how to kind of blend the old with the new school. And those are the coaches that I think have been the most successful this season in the NFL. And one of the reasons why a guy like D'Amico Ryans, who you're talking about, he's a former player. He played when it was a much more physical, gritty, tough type of game. But he also understands now that doesn't always work. You kind of have to pick your spots. And I think that's a big reason why a very young Texans team has responded like they have and they find themselves in the postseason.
Dude, thread the needle is a perfect term. And you know why it is? I'm going to tell you why. Because you have to be relatable to the player, but you also have to command the respect of the player. So in order to do that, it's a fine line. You know, he was a man before his time, and we had him on the last time I was here, was Dusty Baker. Like there was nobody better at Dusty Baker than relating to the player, being literally concerned with your family, your wife, your kids, what's going on at home. He'd check in on you all the time, call you in the office, walk around during batting practice, but then have that authoritative type figure where you knew he was your manager. And I always tell people, like, as much as I love Dusty Baker, my biggest challenge with him was remembering he was my manager. Like there was a few times when I told him to F off. I did, because it was just like a player, and he'd come over like, what, you're pouting in your locker because you're not playing today? And he'd start like jabbing you. And I'm like, yeah, Bake, F off. And that would be, oh man, I just told my manager that. But like you would forget, because when you were out after a game and he'd see you out, he'd come have a beer with you. If you were out and he saw like multiple players having dinner, he'd pick up the tab. So he became like that threading the needle, to your point, is he was the modern day coach before we're to the modern day coach, because he was so hip, he was so cool. It was like a player was coaching you, almost like a player coach. But then you had to remind yourself, and every once in a while you would kind of waver in that sense where I'd be, oh damn, he's my manager, I can't talk to him like that, because he was so cool. So now when you have these younger coaches, I'm sure Steve Kerr's a lot like that, where he's super relatable. He's got an open door. You can talk to him however you want. And then all of a sudden you have to remind yourself, man, he's my coach. And I think I got in the doghouse for about 2 weeks after I said that to him. I remember to this day, we're in Pittsburgh. We're at Three River Stadium. I was platooning against lefties, and he started Marvin Bernard against the lefty, and I wasn't playing, so I was pouting in my locker. And he came over and got on me in front of everybody. And then I went, oh, no. So, yeah, I didn't think I played for a couple of weeks after that. But, like, that's the line and the needle that you have to thread as a young coach today, to be relatable to players, give them a hug, tell them everything's going to be all right, have a beer with them, go to dinner with them, but then also have that authoritative figure style like that. You know, you still have to respect them, that they're your head coach.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to chime in. Also, the Comcast Business Text line. Evan Giddings alongside FP Santangelo in for Steining Guru here on 95.7 The Game, talking about the coaches and Kyle Shanahan in particular. Like, I am appreciative of Steve Kerr. I don't think there's anyone that wouldn't be appreciative of what he's helped bring to the Bay Area. I think people have discussed maybe his place in the future, which is something we can certainly get into. But sticking with the 49ers, he is a big reason why, if we're just listing Super Wild Card Weekend, begins tomorrow, 10 a.m., we're going to have football all weekend. I can't wait to watch both AFC, particularly in the NFC, to see who is unveiled for the path for the 49ers. But if we're just looking at storylines, the 49ers, I know they don't play this weekend, and I know that they have been top to bottom probably either the best team or the second best team, them in Baltimore in the NFL this season. But if you look at best stories in the NFL, I know last year Brock Purdy was sweeping the nation, and he was, the crown prince of a lot of people's quarterback rooms just because of how he came out of nowhere. He still has a chance to do something historic. And I also think that Kyle Shanahan is in a unique position. Like, we're talking about what legacy can be improved or aided or sent into a different stratosphere. To me, Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy are at the top of the list if I'm looking at all these teams. And that's where I think the 49ers are in a unique position because they are favored. They're the Super Bowl favorites. They're going to get a bye. They're going to host home games throughout until the Super Bowl. But they also, to me, are flying under the radar as the best kind of story so far in this postseason. I know we got Joe Flacco, and he's trying to turn back the clock in Cleveland. DeMeco Ryans, you mentioned, in Houston, has got a rookie quarterback and a sensational one, and C.J. Stroud. There's a lot of Patrick Mahomes has a chance to win his third Super Bowl, all that. But to me, the San Francisco 49ers, because of how good they've been, I don't think have really been on the radar for a lot of people as to how just impressive a Super Bowl could make both Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and a front office who just sent a piece of its Adam Peters out to Washington. So, to me, if we're talking about the best stories beginning the NFL postseason, I do think the 49ers have a place at the table. And to me, it's kind of at the head of the table.
Yeah, no doubt. I think a lot of people in the Midwest that are Detroit Lions fans might argue with that might be the story, 12-5 with Jared Goff, who, I don't know. Who would you rather them play, the Rams or the Lions? And I know it's weird because they're going to play the lowest seed and they're sitting around.
Yeah.
And if the favorites win, they might play the Eagles in the first round, which is really weird to me. So we'll just see how this whole thing plays out. But yeah, I mean, the Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant to maybe a Super Bowl champ, and then 2 wins and getting to Vegas. Have we ever, is there ever going to be a crazier venue for a Super Bowl than Las Vegas? I mean, are you kidding me? Like, as a player, I'm motivated to win a Super Bowl. I'm motivated for a ring. I want to parade on Market Street, but I'm also motivated to go to Vegas for a week and just see what that S show is going to be like for a Super Bowl scenario in Vegas, man. That's going to be crazy. So, I don't know. This weekend, to me, is the best weekend in the NFL, period. The wild card weekend, and when you're watching all these teams and all the games are on at once, it's like almost like March Madness in the first round of the NCAA championships. Like, this weekend's the best weekend for any football fan. I can't wait.
Yeah, look, Texans-Browns first game Saturday, Chiefs-Dolphins at 5 o'clock on Saturday, and then, of course, you get into the 10 a.m. Sunday, Bills-Steelers, Cowboys-Packers, Lions-Rams. Yeah, I think it's... Look, and maybe not the best story, but to me, I guess the better way to phrase it is, I think the 49ers and what they are as, just greats. Like, the 49ers have everything but a championship. I think everyone has given the respect that is deserved to Kyle Shanahan, and people recognize his brilliance. I think people recognize that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. I'm not sure if there's a consensus that he is yet a great quarterback. And that was on full display earlier today when he was not named to an all-pro team, and Dak Prescott was the second-team all-pro quarterback. And, so Brock Purdy, who had better numbers in a lot of categories, maybe that's the kind of version of disrespect that he's seeing. The 49ers, by the way, Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Trent Williams, members of the first team, Brandon Ayuk, and then Charvarius Ward on the second team. But I do think if we're talking about what a Super Bowl means to certain players, like a Super Bowl would mean everything to the city of Detroit. I'm with you. It would mean a lot to Joe Flacco to do what he's doing. But as far as realistic Super Bowl contenders, to me, the 49ers are in a position where they have maybe the most expectation on their shoulders. And so a Super Bowl would put Shanahan now, if we're talking about the coaches that have left, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, it does put him into a different tier, a different stratosphere, and one that I think people have already been inclined to kind of put his name with. But again, he's missing the hardware. And that's where I do think that this postseason and potential Super Bowl run for the Niners is important.
So, Evan, as we open up the phone lines today, like I've done full shows on this. As a Bay Area sports fan, or more specifically today as a Niners sports fan, what do you consider a successful season? Like, is it you have to win the Super Bowl, or this year's just a total failure for you? I think that the standards have been set so high around here with the Giants in 10, 12, and 14, the Warriors in their 4 championships, the Niners with all of their Super Bowl championships, that a lot of sports fans in this town, I feel like, are entitled in the sense that their expectations are so high that even if the Niners get to the Super Bowl and lose this year, I mean, they got to win 2 tough games. I know they're at Levi's, and we're all kind of assuming they're going to do this. Anything can happen in the playoffs. It's usually the hot team that runs it, whatever sport it is. But, like, what do you consider a successful season? Like, are you the sports fan out there that's saying, like, if my team doesn't win the Super Bowl, they suck, and this is a failure of a year? Because, like, as a former athlete, like, there's so much more that goes into a successful season. Thank you. There's so much more that goes into a successful season for us, because there's only one team that goes home happy, right? Yeah. There's only one team that has the parade. There's only one team that gets the ring. So, like, as a sports fan, are you okay if the Niners get to the Super Bowl and lose? Or is a successful season for you like, yeah, what are you talking about? They have to win the Super Bowl, or else, everybody's on the hot seat. Like, have they set the bar so high with how well they played the last 2 years that if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, you're going to be pissed off?
I don't know if I'd be pissed, but I'd find it hard to believe that there's any 49ers fan that wouldn't be extremely disappointed if they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Disappointed, but would you consider the season a failure?
This season, yes.
So if they don't win it all, and there's not a parade right here on Market Street that we're looking at, it's a failure of a season.
Yeah. Like that's how much confidence I do have in the 49ers to make the Super Bowl. I know that one game, one Sunday, one play, things happen. But with how dominant they've been this year, I mean, I don't know. Would you consider them the best team in the NFL?
Yes,
top to bottom?
Absolutely. They have been since, I don't know, week 5, even after they lost 3 games.
Yeah.
I didn't lose faith in them at all.
So to me, if you're the best team and you have the best roster, you may not have the best player at every single position, but in totality, like I think they have the best offense going away. Their defense is a top 3 group. That to me says that you should go win the Super Bowl. Like, and I know that things happen, and I'm generally not a Super Bowl or bust person, but one of the reasons why you're talking about the expectations, is the Giants winning 3. It's also the Warriors having won 4, and the Niners still are kind of waiting for that chip. Super Bowls might be harder to win than anything. I don't know, but to me, with the way that the season is played out, I do think we would look back on this season as a failure if they don't win it all.
Evan, I've had friends say, after the Giants won 3 championships, I've had friends say, why can't they just win one at home? Like, I'm sick of them winning the World Series on the road. And it blows my mind. I'm like, do you know how hard it is to win a World Series? I mean, they went 50-something years without winning a World Series since they moved from New York to San Francisco. And people were upset. Like, legit would come up to me and say, like, yeah, that was great, but I just wish they would win one at home. And I'm like, I don't care where you win it. In the Target parking lot, on the road, wherever, you win a championship, you win a championship. But I think expectations for Bay Area sports fans have been set so high, and you want your fan base to expect greatness. You do. But like I don't judge seasons by championship or bust. Like if the Niners get to the Super Bowl and lose a close game, I'm going to still think it's a successful season for them, and all the thrills and enjoying the ride and the ups and the downs of the season and what they've brought entertainment-wise to me. Even last year. Like last year's the first time I can ever remember as a sports fan where I liked watching defense better than offense, with the way their defense flew around last year before Brock got hurt in the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia. This year, the offense has been the story, I think. The defense has some question marks lately. I don't know if they're banged up or their tackling just isn't the same. But, like, I think the thing to watch in 2 weeks is, like, has Jake Moody been on the couch for, like, a couple of weeks talking to his therapist after what happened on Sunday? Like,
don't talk about
we remember with was it Maher, the Cowboys kicker last year? He couldn't make an extra point.
He got the yips.
He got the yips. Like, Moody's used all 18 feet 6 inches of the uprights all season long, and in the playoffs, like, Robbie Gould was money, dude. So, like, we can talk about everything and break everything down, but that's the one thing that really scares me about them in the playoffs.
And to me, if it comes down to that point, yeah, like you do have a rookie kicker. And whenever you lose, no matter what sport, your flaws are revealed. Like when you lose, you find out where you lack in a certain area. Could be on the offensive line, could be in the secondary, could be your kicker. We're talking about the Niners. But to me, with how good that they've looked and with they're the best team. And when the best team doesn't win, okay, maybe failure is a little strong. FP, meet me here then.
Dude, I'm in the minority here, like with my take. Trust me. Everybody listening in their car right now.
What if they don't make the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Like that would
What if they lose in the first round?
You wouldn't consider that a failure?
I'd be disappointed.
See, to me, and yes, the level ramps up. I mean, if they get beat by the Rams or...
I'd be pissed. I think I'd be pissed.
I can't envision them losing to the Eagles.
I'd be pissed. I wouldn't be disappointed.
Yeah, I'd be furious if I was a 49ers fan. But that to me is where this team is at. Like, we're talking about how they got 4,000-yard players. Brock Purdy is a revelation, and you got him for 2 more seasons. And, I guess there's hope going into next year no matter what because you have a contract, manageable quarterback. But I think there's a lot of people out there with the way that this year has looked, and really the last 1.5 seasons have looked. Like, if you don't get it done this year... This is the best 49ers team of my lifetime. I was born right after the 94 season, so I have not seen a great 49ers team of old, 90s, 80s, all that. This is the best 49ers team that I've seen from top to bottom, and that's to me why I would label it a failure if they don't win. I know it's hard to say in a sport in which a drop kick or a missed kick can be the reason why you lose, but in that case, I think we'd come in on Monday or whatever day and basically look at the game and say, well, it shouldn't have come down to a kick. Like, that's how good I think the Niners are. The only team to me that can measure up to them is the Baltimore Ravens, and I think they have a much tougher path in the AFC. So,
yeah, Ravens are tough.
I mean, look, and what we're talking about here at 888-957-9570 is what is the story going into the NFL's postseason? What are you looking forward to learning this weekend? What is the path that you would prefer for the 49ers? Is it the path of least resistance? Is it a matchup with the Rams? Is it another meeting with the Eagles? We're going to get into that on the other side as we continue on. 888-957-9570. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's FB Santangelo. My name is Evan Giddings, filling in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Shop Safeway this week and find deals on items you love with Digital Coupon. Untrimmed USDA Choice Tri-Tip just $3.97 per pound and creamy delicious.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings alongside FP Santangelo here with you on 95.7 The Game, talking about failure in sports. But before we get to that, we're also bringing, of course, the San Francisco 49ers. I don't know if Brock Purdy necessarily has a fastball, but it sounds like FP, the Giants have a new pitcher that's got a pretty hard fastball.
Man, they signed Jordan Hicks to, a 4-year, $44 million deal. Jordan Hicks, if you don't know, was a closer for the Cardinals. He come in sometimes to be dominant. He throws 104 miles an hour at, I think he's thrown the hardest fastball in the major leagues ever. Yeah. I think he hit 105 a couple of times.
He overtook Aroldis, yeah.
But sometimes it's a snowball fight and he doesn't know where it's going. So we'll see. We'll see. Well, like a snowball fight on Elf when he just starts throwing them everywhere. Yeah, we'll see. And it sounds like the Giants are going to make him a starter. So this will be interesting. An interesting experiment by the San Francisco Giants. A $44 million experiment. This guy does have a golden arm. It's just command and control and throwing strikes have been an issue.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're keeping tabs on everything the Giants are doing, or in some cases not doing this offseason, but you tag him, Robbie Ray, Jung Ho Lee have probably been the biggest acquisitions in the free agency period for the San Francisco Giants. Would you consider Brock Purdy a player with a golden arm, FP?
No.
What is a good...
Joe Montana didn't have a golden arm.
You got to throw seeds, you got to throw rockets, got to throw pellets.
Yeah, I mean, John Elway had a golden arm. That's, to me, one of the best arms in the history of the NFL.
Our producer, John, is a big Broncos fan, so he was just throwing up the...
Yeah, I mean, but you don't have to have a golden arm
Not John Elway.
to be successful. Greg Maddux threw 91 miles an hour. Joe Montana didn't have a cannon. Derek Jeter didn't have a great arm at shortstop. So it's more about, I don't know, the intangibles. Oh. And with Brock Purdy, he absolutely doesn't have a fantastic arm, but the timing, the wherewithal, the confidence, the ability to extend a play, the ability to keep his eyes downfield, accuracy on the run, reading the defenses, getting his team in the right play, commanding a huddle. There's so many different things that go into an athlete to be a winning player besides just tools. I mean, there were so many guys with way more talent than I ever had that never got out of the minor leagues because they couldn't put it all together. So you can have a golden arm, but if you can't read a defense, you can't read a coverage, you panic in the pocket, you don't have confidence. There's so many different things that go into it besides just, the tools.
Yeah, and that's why I thought it was interesting that someone who doesn't always read defenses, doesn't always operate the way you would like him to in the pocket. Dak Prescott was named the second-team All-Pro quarterback over Brock Purdy. So maybe a bit of a slight there, but Brock's got an opportunity to prove him wrong yet again, as he did in Week 5, which you brought up in the first segment. And he's got a chance to prove everyone wrong in the playoffs. Beginning next weekend, the 49ers are going to figure out FP by Tuesday who they're playing in the divisional round. And we also want to remind you that starting Tuesday, all listeners will have a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. All you got to do is listen Tuesday the 16th during the Morning Roast between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. Steiny and Guru, 12:30 to 1:30, and Willard and Dibbs, 4:30 to 5:30. So this is how it works. In each of the shows, we'll give you out a keyword, and then all you have to do is text the code we give you, and then you'll qualify to win the CMC jersey. For a better chance to win, you can text each keyword during every show to give yourself a better odds to win this Christian McCaffrey jersey, FP. And I got it right behind me, so I just want to hop off the mic for one sec.
You have it? Am I eligible to win this? I want to enter. I'm only part-time. I think I'm eligible. Can I win this? Dude, that's insane. Is that game worn? I don't think so. But it's still beautiful.
It's beautiful, man.
I want that.
He's a first-team All-Pro, by the way, Christian McCaffrey.
Is he going to win the MVP? Who's winning the MVP?
It's probably going to be Lamar. But
yeah.
Christian McCaffrey... This is so funny. We've had this conversation a lot, especially on this show. Who's the most important player? Is it Brock? Is it CMC? Well, Brock plays the most important position. Man, Christian McCaffrey. I mean, they're both incredibly fun to watch. But I grew up a Chargers fan, so my favorite player growing up was LaDainian Tomlinson, and I've never seen a player like him up until this guy, Christian McCaffrey.
Marshall Faulk.
Marshall Faulk. Yeah, no doubt. I guess I was a little young then, but that's absolutely a name that his name is attached to, and pretty much every record that this guy throws up, touchdowns, receiving, rushing, and I can't wait to see how healthy he is too, because he got the calf strain a couple weeks ago. Looks like he's going to be 100% starting for the divisional round But the Niners need him maybe more than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he's a football player, like in every sense of the word. I don't know. I was wondering if he was being overused. Like I was hoping a pitch count. I'm glad he sat out last week. I'm glad he got rest.
Yeah,
because he was getting dinged up. He was getting banged up. Between the tackles, he's been so good this year because he's just shifty. He's patient. He waits for the play to develop. He follows his blockers, and he's just got a great sense and a nose for the end zone too. But I mean, whatever, wide receiver, running back, whatever. He's Brock's safety net. Like when he goes, it checks down like no, and there's Christian always in the right. Swing it out to him, and that's 8 yards at the very least. Which is awesome.
Everything goes forward, and everything is moving forward. Everything's in front of the San Francisco 49ers right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's FP Santangelo. My name is Evan Giddings, filling in for Steininger. We're here on a freestyle, a fun, and Aloha Friday, by the way. Let's get out to the phone lines. Let's bring on Gina from Oakland. Wants to talk about what you were discussing in the first segment, FP, the idea of spoiled fans. What's up, Gina? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, gentlemen. I just want to keep it short and say I've lived here for about 10 years, and my boyfriend and I have this argument consistently. I feel like the Bay Area sports fans are incredibly spoiled. I come from a market of repeated failure, so I'm from Minnesota, and it's like to sit here and complain and complain and complain is like theater of the absurd for me. You guys have so many incredible teams, and it's just like a pleasure to watch them win. But you don't deserve to win every time. The expression is you win some, you lose some. So, I don't know. I would like to see people be a little kinder to the teams here when they don't do as well. Because it's like they're great 99% of the time, and that's really fun to watch compared to watching people lose your entire life.
You like that? See, that's the point I made when I used to talk about this all the time, because there's markets and there's cities that they haven't won anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we're sitting here and, when a team's 500, everyone's losing their mind. And when a team doesn't win a championship, the coach should be fired and the players should be released or traded and trade everybody. And all of a sudden, a coach that has so much success is dumb overnight. Like what she's saying, and I think, when you've lived in other places and you've been a fan of a team, like you don't judge your season by if my team wins a Super Bowl, it's a great season. You judge your season by like, I really love that player and I love watching him. I love going to the games. And maybe I don't want to say that's a loser's mentality, but maybe that's more of a realistic mentality in the sense that, I think everybody in the Bay Area realizes it's hard to win a championship. But I also think they expect it. And if the season isn't going the way that you expected, you lose your mind. And if I'm an owner of a team or of a coach of a team, I want my fans to expect greatness. Because nobody's going to expect more out of my team than me as the coach. But then I feel like sometimes, and maybe it's just the sports talk mentality radio, where you're talking to passionate fans that love the game and live and die. What Clay said the other day about like, I'm not losing sleep over it. If you as a fan, I should say this, let me back up a little bit. If it appears that you as a fan care more about the team losing than the team itself, that's when you see fans lose their mind. And I think you have a right to lose your mind as a fan when you see players sometimes with kind of a, I don't really care attitude, or it's going to change and we'll be fine. I think fans want to see the same passion that they have when their team loses. And when you throw the remote control at the TV set because your team is playing bad, and then somebody that you love, like Clay, comes out and says, like, what do you want me to lose sleep over it? Well, we kind of do want you to lose sleep over it. And I feel like the fact that Clay went there with that question immediately, that what do you want me to do, lose sleep over it, kind of tells me that he is losing sleep over it, but he just doesn't want to let on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Bay Area fans are also knowledgeable, like they're smart. So to me, the expectation of a championship also comes from an understanding of, all right, what's a fair expectation for the team? Like, I don't think anybody last year was up in arms that the Giants weren't going to be World Series contenders. Now, they might have been mad about the direction the season was going, but they weren't mad because the Giants weren't going to win a championship. That was understood. Even the Golden State Warriors, I think people want them to be competitive, and that's why people were booing the last two games, is because they weren't even competitive. But I don't know how many fans out there were entering this season saying, we have to win title number 5 for Stephen Curry. We have to win the next championship. The 49ers, to me, are in a unique position. I told you this during the break. I'm not necessarily a championship or bust guy, but with how close the Niners have gotten both last year, as well as even go back 2019, they've been to 3 NFC championship games last 5 seasons. Like, this does feel like an obstacle that they can hurdle, and that I feel like this is the year. This does feel in many ways like the season for them, and that's why I think everything that's aligned for them in terms of health, in terms of productivity, in terms of the accolades that we're seeing now. Today they got 5 first-team All-Pro players, 2 guys on the second team. They have the most talent in football, and that's why the word failure might be harsh, it might be strong, but I don't lump that in the category of being a spoiled fan. I lump that in the category of fans understanding just how good this San Francisco 49ers team is, and they've checked off every single box so far. They've won the division. They got the 1 seed. They got the bye that they sought. Now it's about going out and winning the Super Bowl. That to me is, I think, an understandable place to be as a fan.
It's an understandable place to be, and I get it, especially if you see that they are the best team, and they are. But like, are you cool with like Warriors fans booing the team right now? Like, after all they've done in the parade. Hell, I just moved back from D.C. and I was here a month, and there was a parade on Market Street, and I went and watched the Warriors win their 4th championship. And do you think it's? I think the East Coast is more used to booing if a team's underperforming, but like, you don't see that a whole lot out here. Like, so it's saying a lot if Warrior fans are booing this team right now. Yeah. And is that cool to boo a team that's done that much for you? Is it because you're ready to cheer? Even Steph said, like, I would, I'm booing the way I'm playing, and I think, I'm booing the way that the team is playing right now. I get that. So there's an accountability from Steph Curry, but like, I don't know. I just, why are you booing? Because here's my take. If your team is giving you an effort, if your team is going out there and they're diving for loose balls, or they're playing their ass off in baseball and in football, and they're giving you an effort as a fan, and you feel like you paid this much and you're getting your money's worth, then I don't think you boo. I think when you finally are driven to the point where you're going to boo is because you paid a lot of money and they're not playing hard. If there's effort there and they're losing close games and it's exciting, you're like, oh, we lost by 2, but that was a great game tonight, then I don't think you boo. But I think right now the Warriors fans aren't frustrated so much with the record. It's how they're approaching the game, and it's kind of lackluster, and it doesn't seem like they're playing with any intensity or confidence.
I agree wholeheartly. I was in the building for the Pelicans game, and when the boos started coming down, like, I'm not someone that boos. That's just not really who I am. I have a level of respect for any professional athlete to the point, like, I don't know what it would take for me to boo an athlete, but when I heard him start coming down, you could see why. I mean, the team came out flat for the 2nd consecutive game, mind you. And so in the second quarter, when you go down 25 points in the first 15 minutes of the game, as a fan, and you're talking about spending money, I mean, I think the cheapest ticket for that game, an ABC game, was like $70 or $80, to be in the nosebleeds. Like, if you're spending big money on that game, I cannot fault anyone in that building for booing and standing up and feeling the way that they did. Because, to your point, it wasn't about the team and the record. It was about the lack of effort. It was about how quiet it was in there. It was about the lack of just overall an emotion. Like, they didn't look like they cared. And so that's why I thought the boos were warranted. But I also understand the other side of what you're talking about, which is, as a player, you might feel defensive about that because especially if you're Steph Curry, like, I don't think he's ever been booed before. I don't think he's accustomed to be booed. I don't think he feels like he deserves to be booed.
Dude, we had a saying, if you don't like it, play better. So if you don't like the boos, play better. It's very simplistic, but it says everything. You don't like it, play better. Play harder. Like, give the fans their money's worth. Like, whatever it takes on that given night. Felipe Alou always used to say, like, we work 3 hours a day. Do you know how many people that work 9 to 5 that sit in traffic wish they could work 3 hours a day? Like, a baseball game is 3 hours. That's all you have to work today. And you can't go out there and give me your best effort for 3 hours. But I also think, Evan, like, you get to a point, and I've seen this in baseball a lot, where you have all the rings, you have the big contract, you have the big house, you have a beautiful family, you have a wife, you have the kids. Like, where do you go to get motivated for a 5th ring? Do you know how hard it is, both physically and mentally, to climb that mountain and stick the flag in the top of the mountain, have the parade, and win a championship, how much energy that takes, both physically and mentally. And then where do you go again when you have everything, dude? You're set. You have all the cars, you have all the success, you have the legacy, you have the resume, you have everything. You're set for life. Like your kids are never going to have to pay for anything the rest of their life. You've cemented your legacy as a Hall of Famer. Like, where do you go? Like, where do you go to get that drive and desire? This is something I know nothing about. And I've always like wondered, like, when you have it all, human nature, like if you won the lottery today, like, would you come in and do the show tomorrow? Like when you have everything, you have the big house, you live in Pack Heights, you have a Lambo, you have a Mercedes, you have a beautiful wife, you have 3 kids, they all go to the best schools. You have everything you need. Like, where's the motivation to hit that gas pedal and to dig down? Where do you dig to find, like, yeah, there's professional pride, right? You walk on the court, you want to compete. But then if things start going south, like, where do you have that inner drive and desire to reach deep down and to turn that thing around? You just say, hey, man, like, I got 4 rings. I got like $800 gazillion in the bank. I have a house here, a house there, a house there. Like, I travel everywhere on a private plane. Like, so there's different motivations for different people. Like, in whatever your motivation is as an athlete, like if you come from the Dominican Republic and maybe, you know, you're setting up generations with money and you've achieved all these dreams, that's your motivation, right? If you come from wherever and money's your motivation, that's okay. If that's your motivation on a daily basis, great. If your motivation is to win a championship or to be great, that's great. Your motivation is for fame and stats to get to the Hall of Fame, that's great. Whatever your motivation is, bring it. Like, I never look sideways at a teammate because one guy maybe didn't care about his winning as much, but he cared about the money. Or one guy maybe didn't care about winning as much and he'd look at the stat sheet when he walked into the locker room every day. Or one guy, that's all he cared about was winning. I didn't care what your motivation was. I just wanted you to want to win and want to beat our opponent on that given day. But like right now with the Warriors, or if you're just an athlete in general, or you're just the CEO of a corporation, or you invented the iPhone, like where does the motivation on a daily basis come from to be great every single day when you already have everything? Because I know I would take a deep breath. I would just be like, oh, we're losing.
And chill out, man.
I'm cool. Yeah. Like, it sucks that we're losing. I want to compete. I want to beat you. But if we don't, I still driving home to my house with my, look at my rings in the case and my trophies in the case, and I got everything. So like that part to me, I've always just marveled at, like how you can go for Title V and how can you be motivated for Title VI, and how you want to be the greatest all the time when you already have everything.
Well, I think that's why Steph is such a unique person, as well as player, of course. But I think you have to have a little psycho in you. Like, you have to be someone that is unbelievably competitive to try and draw different motivational tactics from either on your way to the arena. Maybe the Warriors are listening to the show right now and they're trying, and it's like, who the hell are these guys talking about things that they've never done? But maybe it's that. Maybe it's that level of motivation. Maybe it's someone sending you a text message saying, it's a personal challenge. Can you go do this tonight? For a 4-time champ, like, I do think I'm with you. It is extremely difficult to motivate yourself to get the 5th. But you can also draw on the experience of, well, you've also done it 4 times. What were you, like, what mindset were you in when you were in the process of building the 1st, then the 2nd?
You're hungry.
Then the 3rd, then the 4th.
You're hungry.
And for not all of them, but a lot of them, these guys have been making big money. A lot of these guys have been living comfortably for a long time. Now they're older. And so maybe it's a motivational, like, I'm fighting against myself. I'm fighting against Father Time. That's where I think the Warriors have run into trouble this year, because I think there's a lot of guys that are trying to motivate themselves. And there's not as much, like, you know this. If you're in a locker room, a big motivational factor is everyone on the same page? Like, is everyone aligned in the one goal, which is to win on that given night? But then, of course, to win more and to win a championship and all these goals that you have as a team. I don't know if everyone in the Warriors right now, which is juxtaposed against the 49ers, I feel very confident the 49ers are all on the same page right now and that they all have the same goal in mind. They haven't won a title yet, but the Warriors, I think, are in a position where some guys have these goals, some guys have this goal. I don't know if there is one goal for this team right now, and that to me is why we're seeing such inconsistency.
Yeah, talent plays too.
For sure.
And they're definitely not the most talented team.
No doubt.
This is, yeah. I don't want to.
I mean, I think they're better than a team below three games below 500, though.
Dude, there's this great book by Tim Grover. It's called Relentless. If you ever just want to read a great book on it talks about what it takes to be successful, and that all great athletes. And Tim Grover was Michael Jordan's trainer.
Yeah,
and he talks about how Michael Jordan had a dark side, and how every great athlete, whether it's Tiger Woods, whether it's Michael Jordan, they have a place that they go to, like a dark side, to motivate them. And that there's guys that are just happy to be there. There's guys that would be cool if we won a championship. And there's guys that they won't settle for anything less but greatness on a daily basis. And if you're not going to step up to my level, then I can't even look at you. I don't want to be around you. And that you have that mentality as a team. And I think all great teams have this mentality where we're not playing you, you're playing us. And right now, I think the Warriors don't have that mentality. And back in the day, it was like, you're playing us. No matter if it's home or road, you're playing us, and you have to step up to our level today to beat us. And now I feel like the Warriors are playing other teams and trying to step up to their level. And that's I don't know if that's talent. I don't know if that's attitude. I don't know if it's coaching. I don't know what it is, but they don't have that same swagger. They don't have that same dark side that they used to have.
Like, I do think that Curry has a dark side. It doesn't manifest itself in the same way like Jordan or anything, but you see Curry get demonstrative. You see Curry be, show an expression of just a fire and emotion. We see it, and we've seen it at times also, whether he's kicking a chair or he's slamming a chair. Like, he is an uber competitor, and I think all of these guys are. Just because you're not, as expressive as like Draymond Green doesn't mean you're not that level of a competitor. So to me, like, I do think that all great champions have that dark side that you're talking about. And that to me is what makes, we're looking at, okay, so like Bill Belichick just retired the other day, just hired his replacement, but he's got 6 titles, 6 Super Bowls. Tom Brady was like, that guy was a psychopath at times. And he was also someone that could dial it back when he needed to. Like that level of champion, Derek Jeter, is another great champion. I don't know how those guys are able to compartmentalize and be able to switch that thing on and off, which is why I have such a level of respect for Steph, that he's the greatest athlete of my generation in my lifetime, especially here in the Bay Area. But, the Warriors, I'm with you. Like, it is a question of talent for sure compared to such as the 49ers. But I also think that the effort and attitude is something that right now is just such a roller coaster ride, and is probably one of the questions in the locker room of like, hey guys, like how do you know that they're going to come out at 5 p.m. today against Chicago and not be the team that was at Chase Center? Like, I don't know, maybe getting away from home, getting away from the noise is what they need right now. But the level of effort is the thing that's concerned me the most about the Warriors. The level of effort with the 49ers has never been a question.
So, get ready with the drip sound over there.
All right.
So, story time with FP. Gather around, kids. The 2001 Oakland A's that I was a tiny, itty-bitty, small bench guy part of. We were 102-60. We were right around 500 around the All-Star break.
That was right when I started coming into baseball fandom.
Yeah, dude, we won every...
So cool.
For the second half of the season, we basically won every single night. And we didn't just want to beat you. In game 1 of the series, we wanted to beat your will to win. I pulled Jason Worth aside when he was a national, and he was trying to get these guys to have a winner's mentality. And he had won a World Series with the Phillies before this, and he agreed with me. With the A's, we didn't just want to beat you. We wanted to beat your will to win game 2, 3, and 4 of the series. We didn't want to just beat you. We wanted to beat your city. Like, we would fly into a city and take over your city. We would beat your city. Like, that's the mentality we had. We would go out at night together. We would have a blast together. When we took off after a 3-game series in Cleveland, we wanted to see smoke coming from the city as we left. Like, that was our mentality. We weren't just beating your team. we were beating your city. And we were like taking your soul out in game 1, where you didn't even think you had a chance to play with us.
Yeah.
In games 2, 3, and 4, you were just showing up because you had no chance. So we didn't just beat your team, we beat your city.
We'll break into that. We'll break that down on the other side. I do want to dig deeper into that. But that segment, by the way, is brought to you by In at the Tides, relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the In at the Tides. Winter midweeks rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com. Okay, that's FP Santangelo. My name is Evan Giddings. I see you, Greg and Buckus. We'll get to you on the other side as we continue here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys, at Prime Mail Medical, their mission.
and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And on Fire Friday, shout out Lloyd Banks. Evan Giddings and FB Santangelo with you here, filling in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Boys, we'll be back soon. I see you, Greg. I see you, Butkus. But speaking of on fire, we're just joking around. You know, there's moves being made everywhere in the football world. The Giants just went out and got a flamethrower. So I was just curious, like, how the hell do you hit 104 miles an hour?
You don't. I mean, I don't know, like, good players can. But, like, when a guy throws 100 or more, I can't speak for everybody, would just guess strike and swing. Like, I'm swinging on this pitch and hope it's a strike. Because there's just no time to wait around. Like, you get to a 1-0 count, and you're like, I hope this guy throws a strike, and I'm swinging here, and if it's over my head, I'm going to look like an idiot. But, like, Jordan Hicks' fastball, I'm looking on Fangraphs right now, averaged 100.2 miles an hour last year. Average. That means he sat at 100 miles an hour. Like, did he know where it was going? Probably not all the time, but still, like, fastball slider split, and his fastball averaged 100. In 2019, it averaged 101.2. So at the very least, you like watch the speed gun when you come out and watch. And then the Giants signed a closer. They're going to make him a starter. They've signed starters and made him closers. We'll see what happens with this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know if they're spoiled with pitching right now, but I know Butkus and Tahoe want to talk about Bay Area fans being not spoiled. What's up, Butkus? You're on with Evan and FP on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, just wanted to address a little the spoiled fans comment. I mean, I'm a fifth-generation Oaklander, and we grew up, massive Warriors fans, and we went through massive pain. And growing up, we were losing left and right and left. We got Weber, and then it went downhill again. We thought we were going to be good. So I think that's part of the reason why maybe some of the fans were just disappointed, because when we're growing up, going to the games in Oakland, watching Run TMC, and We Believe, like, they would never give up. I mean, getting up was not even an option for those teams. And, like, even though we were losing, barely making the playoffs, I mean, that stadium was, like, ear-deafening. People just standing, it was just incredible. So I'll just beg to disagree a little bit with that. And then kind of on the same note, like, I don't think that would have ever happened in Oakland. San Francisco is now just full of, like, very rich, not to be too offensive, tech bro, corporate fan seats, and who did not grow up here. And, like, even watching the game, like, no one was cheering. Like, no one was in the first quarter, second quarter, anything. And, like, that would have never happened in Oakland. And so I'm not sure if all those people who were booing were, like, true Warrior, Bay Area fans. So anyways, just throwing that out there. And then also, Clay, I think he was just frustrated, and his comments, probably just came out a little bit wrong. I mean, he's obviously loved and a brother to the Bay. But I wish you'd just stop being sad and instead just get mad and drop 10 threes, And I think some of the negativity of Clay and whatever is kind of rubbing off on the young guys too. So I just hope he gets back to his, the old Clay and a little more positivity. And, I want to see that Bulldog back.
Yo, Butkus, when is it okay to boo your home team?
Well, I mean, that was borderline. I mean, I was watching from home, and if I take two...
Oh, sorry, we lost him.
Oh, damn, I wanted to hear that answer.
I mean, it sounds like he was as close as I guess he could ever be to booing a team for their effort on Wednesday.
Let me throw that out there. When's it okay to boo the home team? When's it okay to boo the team that you love? Or a player that you love? When's that okay? I don't think it ever is.
To boo a player or a team?
Yeah. I don't.
Even being on the East Coast for what? You said 11 years?
Yeah.
Never okay to boo.
They boo Santa Claus in Philly.
Yeah.
Which I understand, because if he doesn't bring you what you want, I'd boo him too.
So
I'm joking, but like, when is it okay to boo the home team? And I would love to hear from fans that, like, is it just because they suck, Because like Jason Giambi used to tell me, drip, give me the drip. Jason Giambi used to tell me that a boo is a cheer turned inside out. Like people are ready to cheer, and then what they want to happen doesn't happen. So all of that energy goes from a cheer to a boo. I'm like, oh, I never looked at it that way. But like, when is it okay? When's that okay? Is it ever okay? Is it okay X, Y, and Z? Like, I would love to hear from fans when they feel like it's okay to boo your own team.
888-957-9570 is the number. Also, the Comcast Business Text line. 415 is with you, FP. Never okay to boo your home team. I think, to me, if there is no effort, and I don't know if, like, I'm assuming all these players before the game, it's not like they're walking out on the floor or the field, whatever playing surface you're on, and saying, yeah, I'm just not going to give an F today. Like, I'm just not going to go out there. But I do think there are some nights in which, like on Wednesday, the Pelicans come out and hit 5 threes in the first 4 minutes, and to me, the Warriors just kind of wilted. So if you're a fan, and maybe now because it costs more than ever to go to games, fans feel like they have a right to act or cheer or jeer whenever they want. But to me, and this is, I guess, my biggest issue with the caller was talking about Clay, right? My biggest issue with that was, okay, you've been praised and cheered and revered for a decade, if not longer. And this is the first time in your career because of a complete just lack of effort from the entire team. They're not booing you. They're booing the Warriors. Just like they cheered for the Warriors, just like we paraded the Warriors down Market Street. And to me, I do think it was fair on that night with what they did following their effort on Sunday. And when the head coach and the star player of the team are coming out and saying, I booed myself, I think we deserve to get booed. To me, it becomes warranted. Now, I don't think that that's something that should become commonplace, but to me, FP, I don't know how you feel about this, but if you go to a game and the team that you're paying to watch doesn't look like they're into it, it doesn't look like they care, why should you care as a fan or a viewer? You know what I'm saying?
If you feel like you care more as a fan than the players, then that's when it gets ugly. But you know what's worse than booing is when they leave and you're watching them just file out and you're like, damn.
There was 8 minutes left on Wednesday when the fans began to leave.
Seventh inning and people are leaving. There's 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter and people leaving. Like you're the home team and you're losing and you look around, the stadium's empty. To me, that was always harder than getting booed. Although, you know, getting booed, when you get booed by your home crowd, that's tough. On the road, you get booed, you're supposed to get booed. On the road, you get ragged down, you're supposed to get ragged down. Like you're only the good players get booed on the road. And it's kind of like a compliment, to be honest. But like when you finally get home after a long road trip and you're hearing everybody just rag on you and saying how crappy you are, and there's no energy, and you have to create your own energy because there's no fan energy, right? If you're on the road, you used to take pride in like making the other person's stadium arena silent. You'd be like, yeah, listen to this. There's nothing going on right now. Yeah, this is awesome. And then you finally get home and you sleep in your own bed. You drive to your own arena, your own ballpark, and it's like, oh my God, the home fans. And then you let them down and then they boo you. There's no worse feeling. There really isn't.
No, and that's why, looking at the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah. With the Utah Bears, you boo and you don't see effort. Also, Tall Asian Mike, what's the meaning of the drip? Well, as you've heard SP drop a couple times, when you name drop someone or you name drop a story or you have something that is droppable, you hear the drip, right? So when you're, it's a humble brag, well, or just a brag. It could be just a brag if you really want to go down that road.
Nothing humble about when I do it. you just keep your finger on that bad boy.
Let's get out to Greg in Oakland. Wants to talk about the subject at hand right now, motivation and booing. What's up, Greg? You're on with FP and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm hanging out with my bro Davu down here in San Leandro. We're just talking about how, a lot of these players, they're putting on poor performances. And their motivation is questionable, and it seems to me that they could make a great stride. Maybe Steve could get in there with these guys who are thinking about their money or thinking about their tees or thinking about everything but the game, and tell them, hey, be motivated by gratitude. Look up at those butts in the seats and say, hey, man, thanks for making me a millionaire. Now watch me put a nice swish on this three, I do see all this stuff about we have a different kind of tech throwy crowd now, and they have different expectations. But fact is, these guys are they're sports news for the wrong reasons right now. And maybe just turning to gratitude would be a great way to just turn off all the side stuff and start playing the game.
Maybe. I mean, look, whenever you're losing, things are not going well. When you win, it kind of cures everything. And the Warriors are in need of a win. By the way, they can get one tonight at 5 o'clock when they play the Chicago Bulls in Chicago. Right here on 95.7, the game can catch all the action with Tim Roy. Mark Rainey's going to have your pre and post. So, the Warriors, to me now, I mean, I thought that they deserved to be booed. I never thought I'd get to that point, though. Coming into the season or even prior season, you could never imagine Klay Thompson or Stephen Curry getting booed, Steve Kerr getting booed. But when it happened in the moment, and I don't know if you heard it through the television, FP, but were you shocked? Because I wasn't sitting there watching what I was watching.
I wasn't shocked because the effort wasn't there. And I always say that you never tell a paying fan what to do. You don't.
The customer's always right.
The customer's always right. I just don't believe in it. That's just me. And I've... whatever. If you want to boo, boo. But I just feel like there's so much frustration right now. Not so much with the outcome, but the effort. I mean, they lost a couple of close games, and that kind of masked the real problem. Steph hit that big shot against the Celtics, and they won in overtime. And there's still, you could see there was issues, and you guys are probably talking about it every single day on the air. And then all of a sudden, here comes the 3 blowouts in a row at home. I think just fans are frustrated right now. So literally, I would never tell you what to do as a fan. I would never tell you how to feel as a fan. Because fans are always right. You guys go to the game. You guys pay the money to see the product. I just don't believe in it. I think just walking out with a lot of time left was always whoa to me. If you boo, okay, yeah, I get it. You're frustrated. But when you look and the stands are empty and you still got lots of time left or lots of innings to play, or it's the fourth quarter and there's nobody there, that's when you have to do everybody for this team right now, in my opinion. We always used to say that go home, look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what can I do to make this team better? And it might not be scoring 30 points. It might be getting somebody else involved. It might be checking your ego at the door. It might be making somebody better. To put this all on Steph Curry right now, and we could get into it. I have some strong takes about Draymond derailing 2 seasons in a row. And you could say what you want about Draymond, but he's derailed 2 seasons in a row personally. Oh, well, he wouldn't have won. They wouldn't have won 4 championships. I don't care. What have you done for me lately? You punched your teammate last season. They never had any chemistry. You haven't been available this year. And to me, when you talk about tools and players, and he's fast, he can jump, he can shoot, he can hit, he can throw, he can run. He's got a strong arm in football. He runs a 4.40. The biggest tool to me in sports is availability. And as a teammate, if I don't know you're going to be there and I can't count on you being there, and I don't know if your own agenda on being mad at a player, being mad at a ref is more important than us winning a game, and you're putting yourself first in that regard, and then I can't count on you because I don't know when you're going to be there, and there's inconsistency, not only in your performance, but your availability. To me, he's derailed 2 seasons by himself. We wouldn't be talking about them in this regard if he wouldn't have done all this stuff this year. If he had said, I screwed up last year. I shouldn't have punched my teammate, and we never got along, and there was never a vibe, which he said as much, and this is a big year for me, and then you come out and do all this stuff, and you're suspended, and you're not there, and they're playing like they're playing, and now they're getting booed, and he's going to come back on a white horse and save the day. That's not going to happen, dude. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, my level of excitement for Draymond's return is the lowest that it's ever been for any of his returns or reinstatements or whatever, reintegrate, whatever you want to call it. But I do think that, I don't know if the season can get any worse by this point. And a lot of that, to your point, is a result of his own actions, especially going back to even last year. But the Warriors need something. And I don't know if Draymond can be that guy anymore. But I know that they can't get worse with him. Or actually, I don't know that. But I don't think they can. I hope they can't, because getting booed at home in back-to-back games is certainly a bad place to be. Shout out to the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Man of 1,005 holds, donating $5 to say getting booed is okay. It shows that fans care. Seeing fans sleep or silence is worse. If you don't want to be the fans to boo, play better. Simple as that. I'm kind of with you, and even you said this, FP, which I agree with. To me, if I'm not interested in a game, I'm not saying anything. The power of silence to me is almost more deafening and more damning to a performer or an entertainer than being booed. I know that comedians say that being booed and, just falling flat on your face sucks. But also imagine telling a joke and not hearing anything.
Crickets.
Would hurt even more. Like, your joke or your version of entertainment, the way you're playing on a stage if you're a musician, not hearing any type of response means that you're not even worth me vocalizing. Like that to me would be pretty damning.
Yeah, silence speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's like if you don't return a text to somebody, like you're not ghosting them, but you don't respond to a text. Sometimes that says more than like an emotional response to a text. Not that I condone that, but like every once in a while, if you just don't feel like returning a text because you don't, that's fine. Ghosting completely to me is terrible. So I don't even want to get into that. I don't even get into that. How the emotional I don't know, IQ and what happens. Do we have breaking news again?
Well, it does look like University of Washington's head coach Kalen DeBoer is negotiating a contract with Alabama to be the next head coach. So Nick Saban's got a successor.
Oh, he'll last a year.
He might if you don't win, anything.
Whatever.
Dude, you're talking about places you would not want to go or people you would not want to follow. Like,
come on.
Nick Saban's top. I know we got a lot of vacancies around the NFL and college. Dude, following up 6 national titles in 17 seasons, like that is not a place I would want to go. I would not want to be the successor of Bill Belichick, even though I know they hired in-house for Gerard Mayo. Even Pete Carroll, I think, would be a difficult act to follow with what he's done in Seattle, bringing the first championship to that city. So that is why I know Steve Kerr has not done a great job this year, but when you look at the Bay Area and the type of leadership they have at either the head coaching position, front office, and otherwise, I do feel appreciative that we get to watch Kyle Shanahan. And even Steve Kerr, this year has not been his best, but for the last decade or so, and even longer, I am appreciative we get to watch them operate the way they do because they brought a lot of great things to this area.
Dude, we have some of the best coaches in the history of sports in the Bay Area, whether it's Bill Walsh, whether it's Bruce Bochy, whether it's Dusty Baker, whether it's just start name drop Steve Kerr, start name dropping coaches that we've had here in the Bay Area, and it's just been incredible with the run. And Bruce Bochy's a Hall of Famer. Dusty Baker's a Hall of Famer. Yep. Felipe Alou should be a Hall of Famer just based on his body of work as a baseball player. So the Giants had back-to-back, in my opinion, Hall of Fame managers. And then you go to Bill Walsh and George Seifert, and you look at the history there with the Niners. Now Kyle Shanahan. And what he's got to win a ring, right, to join that club. Mm-hmm. You saw what Jim Harbaugh said after winning the national championship. He can sit at the big boy table now because his dad and his brother had won championships and he hadn't as a coach. So, like, once you get into the big boy table, and I think Kyle's got to do that. To be mentioned with the names I said, he's got to win one.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's this year. We'll see.
And even with the Warriors, with Don Nelson, I know they didn't have the greatest of head coaches in the early 2000s and later on. But Don Nelson was certainly a big boy for them and helped turn around a tumultuous time in the Bay Area. Let's get back out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. FB Santangelo, Evan Giddings filling in for Stein and Guru here on a Feel Good Friday. Let's get out to Texas, where Horace is waiting by, wants to talk about booing. What up, Horace? How you doing?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Chilling, man.
Chilling, yeah, I'm chilling too, man. Hey, here's the thing, man, about this booing, man. I'm gonna just say it like this. I'm not rocking with the booing, man, and here's the reason why. I don't blame Clay for his reaction, not losing sleep over it, because here's my deal. These guys, I'm upset. I'm angry with the way they're playing. They're out playing bad right now, but I think it's more of I'm more upset with the front office and the coaching staff, the way they've been doing things over the last few years. That's what brought this on. But now, with as far as the booing is concerned, hey, man, it's like this. If you're going to boo me when I'm struggling, they know they're struggling. They know they're playing bad. The Warriors know they're playing bad. But if you're going to boo me when I'm struggling, when I'm down, then, brother, don't start cheering me once I get it together and get it figured out. You know, why can't we ride with them when they're down? I'm not saying you got to cheer them when they're playing bad, but booing is just crossing the line. You can be silent. I think being silent does send a message, but to boo them and so what we're going to do when they get it together and start playing great, are we going to start cheering them again? To me, that's fair weather, and I'm not rocking with it.
Look, I mean, that is your point of view, Horace, and I think it might be in the minority, but, to me, booing is a form of affection in the sense, like, when you have a connection or a relationship with someone, you being silent about something you feel passionate about isn't always the best way to deal with things. It's not always great to bottle things up, and sometimes getting it out and expressing the way you feel also gives a message to whoever. Like, I understand there might be better, more constructive ways to display your frustration with a situation, but to me, booing, like, as long as you're not saying things that are personal and mean and foul and disgusting, then I do think, like, booing that's just a part of sports. I know it may not be as ingrained in the West Coast culture as it is in the rest of the country in terms of, sports and sports culture, but I do think it's on limits, and it's something that every athlete or most athletes probably have to deal with. And I think the Warriors, for the most part, handled it pretty well. They came out and said the right things, and whether they felt that way or didn't, the only one that really, I guess went after the fans or kind of expressed his disgruntled attitude with what happened was Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, booing's part of sports. But you know what the coolest thing that I think? I don't think fans know how much power they have. Like, when you're on the field, you feed off the energy. When you're in the arena, you feed off the energy. The coolest thing I've seen happen recently with a fan-player relationship is when Trey Turner was struggling with the Phillies this year, and he's walking up to the plate, and for no reason, everybody at Citizens Bank Ballpark stood up and gave him a standing ovation. He was hitting like a buck something or low 200s. He was the big offseason acquisition, and all of a sudden, the Phillies fans stood up, gave him a standing ovation. He just looked like shocked. And he was getting booed. He was getting booed nightly. He said he had a quote like, "My mom should be booing me. I'm playing so bad. Like, I get it. She's even telling me on the phone, like, what's going on?" And he just kind of looked around, and it turned his whole season around. He went from being one of the worst players on the Phillies after signing this huge offseason deal to be one of their best players the rest of the year. So I don't think fans realize, like, how much power they have. And, like, if you get ragged on as a player, like, on the road, it's part of it. Like, when you're in New York, they're like, "FP, can I get an autograph?" And you come run over and sign an autograph, and, like, you run away, and they're like, "You still suck," as you're leaving. The best one ever was at Wrigley Field. Some guy said, "Santangelo, you're so short, I can see your feet in your driver's license picture." And I was like, that's the best rag. I turned around, and I tipped my hat and did a bow in right field in Wrigley. I'm like, that's the best rag I've ever heard in my life, and I'll never forget it. And I started laughing. I turned around, and the fans were laughing. You play with them a little bit, and then it gets, it's the best rag I've ever heard.
That is pretty good. Well, I know the one team that no one's been booing lately is the San Francisco 49ers, and we will talk about them on a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. If you want to get on the conversation, we're talking about booing, the idea of being a fair weather fan. Did the Warriors fans do the wrong thing on Wednesday? Were they in the right? Everything is on limits, just like in sports. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's FP Santangelo, Evan Giddings with you, filling in for Steiny and Guru. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and by Xfinity. Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
With heating bills as high
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and FB Santangelo in for Steiny and Guru. Boys are going to be back next week. Sending a lot of love out to the Stein Mets as well as the Shasky family here on 95.7 The Game. And no, 650, you can't boo Jordan Hicks already. Jesus. Can't do that, man.
He might drive you nuts, man.
He may, depending on how many walks. Won't be able to see the ball, though. Guy throws 112. Let's kickstart the conversation, FP, with someone who was at the game on Wednesday. We're talking about when it's right, when it's wrong to boo, how fans express themselves, what's in bounds, what's out of bounds, especially when we're talking about fourth-time champs. We want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Let's head down to our producer John's neck of the woods, Santa Cruz. Might be foggy down there today. What's up, James? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man.
Yeah, so I was at the game Wednesday night, and I got 2 tickets from my mom as a Christmas present. I was actually in the lower bowl, and it was the second time I ever go to the Warriors game. And I think they started out with 2 quick turnovers, and then on the other floor, the Pelicans hit 5 threes in a row, and the defense and the effort was it was pathetic. And I'm sitting there with my brother, who I went with, and we're just looking at each other like, this is bad. And I started booing at the end of the third, beginning of the fourth. It was just so bad. It was hard to watch. I stayed the entire game. People started leaving with 10 minutes left in the fourth. And I love the Warriors. Like, I've been a Dubs fan my entire life since I was, a little kid. So, I don't know. It just sucked to go and watch them play with such little effort. Like, they didn't care. It definitely feels like there's a vibe around the team, like they know something's coming.
Well, something might be coming, James, but the trade deadline is February 8th, so we got a little bit of time before then. No, I mean, that you heard right there, FP, from someone who was in the crowd, and felt the way they felt along with their brother, lower bowl participant, by the way, and evidently felt the need to boo.
Dude, I want that drip thing as my text message notification. How do I get that? Literally, whoop. There's no bigger name dropper at this station than me. So I mean, you're gonna like wear that thing out, and it's probably button's probably gonna break.
Drops,
but
I
need that. I need that in my life. I need that like just when I'm walking around town, or maybe at a bar. I just need to hear that sound to get me back, like a Pavlovian kind of thing, where I start to drool a little bit, like Pavlov's dogs. Because I'm always name dropping, dude. I just am. It's just kind of, and I don't.
You're a professional athlete. I feel like if there's anyone who has the right to drop per minute, it would be you.
Here's the thing, and this is not trying to justify it, but like, I do it because I'm excited and can't believe that I know that person or was around that person, and it's coming from a genuine place. Like, it's not like, oh, look at me, I know so and so. It's just like there's
FP stands for fancy person.
I look at my life and like, how the hell did a 12-year-old me play for the A's and the Giants? Give me the drip, like whatever. It's just like my life is blessed and charmed. So like, I kind of need that in my life. Like, I like it on the show. And like I guarantee you, in the 5 shows I've done here, I'm leading the league in those things. Like I'm number 1 with a bullet with it. But I need that in my life. Like I need that. Can somebody just follow me around with that sound? Like literally just to check me. Like, dude, you're being an idiot right now. Like we don't care.
Well, now it's just going to be in the back of your head. Anytime you're having a conversation, or you're on the phone, or even like say you send a text message and you just reference something in the back of your mind, you're just going to hear a whoop.
I need that.
Just going to hear that drip,
like a shot caller.
Well, yeah.
I'm not opposed to that in general, by the way.
We pretty
Maybe
much
that's
have
too
had a
much
shot
information.
clock for drips on this show. I mean, every 24 seconds, it seems like. But, of course, we're getting into, well, the Warriors haven't been dripping lately. They've been dropping games. The 3 games below 500. The Niners, meanwhile, of course, are getting geared up for their postseason. And it's also a chance for you getting geared up for Tuesday, listeners, because you have a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. All you have to do is listen on Tuesday, so beginning next Tuesday, on January 16th, during the morning roast, 7:30 to 8:30 a.m., Steiny and Guru, 12:30 to 1:30 p.m., and then Willard and Dibs, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. How it works is in each of the shows, we'll give you a keyword, and then you have to text the code. Text that keyword. We'll give you, and then bam, you can qualify for a better chance to win. You can text each keyword during every show, so unlimited chances to text between Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibs. Send your texts in to get yourself in the hopper. As Steiny likes to say, I don't know what a hopper is because I'm too young, but it will give yourself a better chance to win the autographed Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. I'm going to show that in a minute, but before we do so, let's get back out to the phones at 888-957-9570. Hanging on patiently has been Gabriel in Davis. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing?
Hey, gents. How you doing today? Great show. Hey, I just wanted to just chime in on that lady who called about booing fans. So I'm born and raised in the Bay Area. We've been here for decades and stuff. But I joined the military, went 20 years, came back retired. But the one thing I noticed is there's so many people who are not from the Bay Area. It started like in the mid-'90s or whatever. But there's so many people that aren't even from here. So they don't know, like the other day I was talking to somebody and they said, oh, I'm from the Bay. I said, oh, hum baby. And they were like, what? And I was like, oh, that's weird. How long you been in the Bay? He's like, oh, I've been here 4 years, but I'm a Bay Area guy. You know what I mean? And so, like, a lot of these fans that are booing, I don't know if they're locals, because when we grew up, like somebody said earlier, when they were in Oakland, we were always cheering for them, even when we were terrible. I mean, my hated team was always the Atlanta Braves, because in the 80s, the Giants would be really good, and then the Braves would always beat us, and it would just crush me every time. So when I joined the military and the Giants go on and win all these championships, I was so happy just to be a part of that. But I think the bands in the Bay Area are great. Sometimes they boo, but I think we've been very lucky the last 10 years. They have all these great teams, but don't discount the fact of the 70s and 80s, and except the 80s and the 70s. But we had some really bad teams. So I think we're good fans, and I hope we don't boo, but sometimes it's warranted. But I think overall we have a good culture here in the Bay Area. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, look, there's transplants everywhere, and especially in the city of San Francisco. But everywhere you go, FP, I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the country in a way. It's like everyone has been moving around. Everyone's been bringing their fandom to different places. Like, I'm from the East Bay, so I grew up loving the Warriors, obviously. But, you know, I don't think it's unfair for, like, anytime you go to a game, whether you're from there, whether you're visiting, you're a tourist, you're in town to see, like, you're expecting to be entertained. And the Warriors have not been entertaining. Meanwhile, the San Francisco 49ers have been extremely entertaining. And that's just kind of the state of where we're at. Fortunately, it does feel like even though, let's say the Warriors are down bad, the Giants have not been great as of late, it always feels like there is a team that has taken over the mantle, that is in a position to grab our attention, whether it was the Giants, 2010, 12, 14, then, of course, followed by the Warriors, 15, 17, 18, and then 22. And now it looks like it could be a 49ers town once again. So we are lucky.
Let me break this down. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I know what I'm talking about here, but I want to get your take on it. Like, when teams have success, what happens? Their fan base grows.
100%.
So along the lines of what the gentleman just said. So, like, all of a sudden, the Giants win, and now they have more fans, and you see brand new Giants hats. You don't see the old, like, worn-out hat that they've been wearing since Candlestick Park. Mm-hmm. You get new fans when you win. When the Warriors win, their fan base grows. What is their franchise is worth $8 billion now because of all the success they had in the 4 championships. So you get people want to be associated with a winner. So now you get a bunch of new fans. When any team wins for the first time, you get a bunch of new fans. And now all of a sudden those fans are new, and you take the bandwagon's big enough for everybody. You want new fans. You want to grow your fan base. You want to grow your brand. But now you have fans that haven't experienced the tough times, right? Because now they're just jumping on with the Warriors' first championship, 2010 Giants fans. Back to my initial point where I had friends that have told me, like, can the Giants just win a World Series at home once after they won their 3rd World Series in 5 years? So, like, you have a new fan base. Like, you have a new I don't want to say it's a spoiled fan base, but it's a fan base that, for lack of a better term, hasn't paid their dues. Like, the Warriors fans that were on the other side of the bridge, that went to that place, maybe the most loyal fan base in the Bay Area. When the Warriors sucked and they still came and they still cheered and they were hoping for greatness, but they were there and they were loud. Those fans, I would say, maybe now aren't the same fans that are booing this team. So when you jump in at the highest level, when you jump in, and it's great. It's just, that baseball appealed to you in 2010, and now I'm really a Giants fan, and I'm wearing the gear. And 12, oh my God, I got another Giants hat, and I got the 12 championship T-shirt, and I'm 14. Are you kidding me? But you jumped in at 10, which is fine. You want to build your brand. You want to build a fan base. And the Warriors, maybe they got a bunch of new fans on the last parade a couple of years ago, and so those fans have not. I don't want to call them fair weather because we're open to all, right? We want everybody. We want a bigger fan base. We want everybody to be a fan of our team. We want to sell tickets. We want to sell season tickets. We want to sell suites. And winning does that. Winning, you print money. But with that comes, I think, a certain fan that's not bad, good, or indifferent. I'm not getting on them. That doesn't know the pain that of 2000. What was it, 2 when the Giants lost to the Angels? Yeah. Or the pain of, the Niners losing a Super Bowl, or the pain of the Warriors being crappy for all those years. But you just know the success. So now you think that's how it's supposed to go, right? Yep. When I jumped in this party, the party was raging. I wasn't early to the party where there's nobody here and I'm standing in a corner. When I got to the party, dude, it was full force. I mean, people were dancing on the tables. We were ripping shots. We were celebrating till 4 a.m. That's when I jumped into this party. So now maybe my reference is a little bit, I guess, off compared to like that gentleman that just called and said, I've been a fan for all these years. Yeah, to take your example a step further, it's like if you get to the bar at 7 p.m. and you're in the crowd and you watch people file in and you're having a good time, well, then at the end of the party, if it's not looking great, you kind of have a little more reference to say, well, this place ain't jumping anymore. But if you get there at midnight when it's wall to wall and people are elbows to elbows, and then you're the one that is booing people or is saying that this place stinks and we got to get out of here, well, it's like, well, you're not really local. Like, you're not exactly in a position to understand just how far the night has come. But the loyal fan that's been there forever, that got a quad-A candlestick in extra innings at Giants games and froze their ass off in the summertime watching the Giants play, still is euphoric about a championship. Sure. Still thinks it's the greatest drug they've ever taken. Still thinks it's the most awesome thing ever. But they have like perspective and reference to they've paid their dues. And I don't think they're as expectant or entitled as maybe somebody that jumps in right at the highest level, at the peak. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. I don't know. I could be off.
No, I'm with you. I want to hear what fans have to think, though, at 888-957-9570. That's FP Santangelo. My name is Evan Giddings. We're filling in for Steiny and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. Let's get out to West Oak. Let's go to the East Bay, where it all started for the Warriors. What's up, Bleacher Dave? What do you got?
What's up, Giddings and FP? How are y'all?
Oh, doing fantastic, man.
Bueno.
Here, hey, shout out to Steiny and Butcher Boy.
Thank you.
FP, I think you just nailed it, what you just last said about long-term fans, short-term fans. I grew up in the Coliseum. I'm going to Coliseum since Vita Blue, George Blanda, and Rick Barry, and have been season ticket holders for all those teams probably for the last 20 years or so before they abandoned me. But one thing that I think you got wrong is, at least fans in Oakland, we knew our power. Like, I was one of them dudes out in the left field bleachers in 2001 when the A's swept the Red Sox and the Yankees back-to-back. Giambi walked off Mike Stanton on a 3-2 curveball, and Bill King dropped one of my favorite calls of all time. Jason Giambi is the man with capital letters. And so I got to thinking about who I booed in that place over the years and why I did it. And so here's a list. I booed Matt Holliday because he dogged after a ball he missed in left field one time. Now, my wife couldn't stand that guy.
I kind of get that.
Yeah, my wife couldn't.
Kind of get that.
See?
Just saying. Kind of get that.
I'm with you.
Yeah. And so my wife didn't like the guy. I was like, well, he's just lackadaisical. He's just not expressive. Don't hold that against him. But when he dogged it, I booed. I booed Jamarcus Russell. Because I'm like, dude, can you study the playbook? Can you come prepared to play? Can you get off the lean? And so I thought that was, boo-worthy. I booed Lakem when they came out that day after trade Monte. I sure was wrong about that, but I booed him. I booed Joe Barry Carroll back in the early 80s. Joe barely cares. And so I think, for me, and I think this is where fans come from, it's not about the performance. It's about the lack of effort. And when the effort's lacking, then that's how we express ourselves. But I was watching the game. I'm still a Warriors season ticket holder. So in 2008, the fans powered that We Believe team down the stretch in the regular season, and we urged them and willed them to win the playoff games. In 2015, man, I went to as many of them games I could throughout the regular season. It was all the same people. We were so hungry at a fever pitch. We urged that team on to win. By 2016, half of them people, they kept their seats, only half were coming. By 2017, it was just a handful. They kept their seats, but it got really expensive and people were flipping them. And so even in Oracle, by the time they left in 2019, it was the San Francisco crowd. That passion had gone down. But one thing that A's fans and those era of Warrior fans always knew, was that we would cheer to make things happen, not only in reaction to good stuff happen, man. And so that is what's so important and beautiful about the fan culture that we have here. It's now at the roots. But I would have been very torn at that Warriors game. I sold my tickets, but the effort was poor, just like that dude was saying. But just because what they've given me, I can't imagine booing Steph Curry. I could never boo that dude as an athlete because after 40 years between 75 and 2015, what they've given us is amazing. I posted a video of a dance party that they used to have after playoff wins in 2018. It got like 40,000 likes. People love that team and love that moment. But I tell you what, if you go out there and take the paycheck and you're dogging it, you deserve every boo that comes your way. Hey, appreciate you guys. FP, that 2001 team was so dang good. Best A's infield I ever seen. I'm still flummoxed that, the way that thing ended. But I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you two guys getting. Thanks for being here and talking us through this.
That's an A+ call right there. That's an A+ call all the way. Man. See, well, he touched on something in what I think is a good fan. Like, in my opinion, good fans realize the importance in how much they can influence a game. Good fans are proactive. They cheer for things to happen. For instance, I don't know, 3rd and 5 and everybody's on their feet when their team has the ball. They're cheering for a first down. an 0-2 count their pitcher has with like a runner in second and third, and they stand up and cheer before the 0-2 pitch and will a strikeout. If I'm hitting, I feel that, dude. So a lot of times certain fan bases are reactive. It's a home run, let's cheer. Oh, it's a base hit, 2 runs scored, let's cheer. But like the real true fans, and I think this is more of an East Coast vibe than a West Coast vibe, like the New York fan, the Philadelphia fan, the Boston fan, the East Coast fan cheers for things to happen. They're anticipatory. They're proactive. They will it to happen. Exactly what that caller just said. That's one of the best calls I've ever heard. They will things to happen because they realize that they have this power to kind of influence the game, and you do. Like if I'm hitting with the bases loaded in Yankee Stadium and I'm a visiting player and it's a 3-2 count and everybody's on their feet, or a 1-2 count and everybody's on their feet, or there's 2 outs in the 9th, I used to sit there and go like, I don't want to make the last out. This is intimidating. Like you feel that as a visiting player. And fans can influence the outcome of the game with A, cheering for us and we feed off the energy, and B, like, oh my God, like, look, they're on their feet in a 1-2 count right now, and I'm throwing this pitch, and I'm going to throw the best damn slider I ever thrown because I'm feeding off this. Like a really knowledgeable, passionate fan base that cheers for things to happen can actually make those things happen.
Oh, I agree. I mean, some of the best playoff atmospheres I've seen, you're just talking about baseball here, and it's San Francisco during those World Series runs, and in Oakland for playoff games at the Coliseum, Warriors games at old, back in Oakland. Even here during, the 22 playoff run, Chase Center got freaking loud sometimes. I don't know if it ever got as loud as Roracle, but you could feel it in that building. The thing on Wednesday for me was you never felt it. Like there was never a point in which you could be proactive or reactive from a positive standpoint, because literally, like the caller said, I think a couple calls ago, out of the gates, 2 straight turnovers that turned into 3s. Like there was no moment. I think it was the same case on Sunday against the Raptors. The building was dead, but the team didn't give them a reason to come to life. And not that you necessarily need one, but I also think it's a little, I don't know, just I don't expect a fan that isn't feeling good about their team's performance to just try to rally the troops when you're down 25 out of the gates. Like that's a hard thing for me to expect a fan or a group of fans to do. The other distinction I want to make too is, and I'm with Bleacher Dave, it'd be very difficult for me to envision booing Stephen Curry. I would never do that. I don't think fans are booing a particular player when they boo. They're booing the effort that they see on the baseball field or the hardwood or the gridiron. They're booing the organization as a team. So while Klay Thompson feels he doesn't care about being booed, they're not just booing Klay. They're not just booing Steph. They're booing everyone 1 through 15 on the roster, as well as maybe even the owners that sit in courtside there, maybe the GM that's in the building, because they're not happy with the product that they're seeing on the floor. So, while I'm not one to boo, and I think the power of silence perhaps is more deafening, I don't think that people are booing a 4-time champ. They're not booing the 4-time champs. They're booing a team that is one that doesn't have energy, like that lacks effort. And that is where I do think it's fair. So while I would be torn as well, and I agree with the caller, to me, when and where you get to choose your spot, it just kind of comes to you in the moment. It's how you feel. And I think that's what we're hearing from a lot of these callers is let's get back out to Antioch. Bring on Rosalind, wants to talk about the fans and booing. What's up, Rosalind? You're on with FP and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Well, good morning. I hope you guys are having a great day.
You too.
I just wanted to say, from the season tickets we had in Oakland, everyone would cheer no matter whether the Warriors were losing, winning, whatever. Going to San Francisco and being a season ticket holder is depressing. And I'm not just saying the game from the other day. I'm saying every game we go to, no one is really cheering from beginning to end, whether we're winning or we're losing. They're just sitting there. People want their drinks. They want their food. They don't care about the game unless we're winning and blowing someone out. Then they care. We could be leading by 12, and they still don't cheer. They cheer towards the end of the game. So to boo them I think it's really tasteless. And when the 49ers lost years ago, back in the 80s, when Dallas used to come in and beat us and knock us out, you still cheered for the 49ers, whether we win or lose. And that's the same thing we should be doing for the Warriors. The Giants, when they were losing, we were right there with our grandparents, getting the free bats and everything. We still cheered for them. We were lousy, but we cheered. I just think it's unfair the way our fans are in San Francisco. And I was born and raised in San Francisco all my life, so.
Thanks, Rosalind.
Why do you think I wonder why she thinks the fans are like that in San Francisco?
Is Rosalind still on the line?
It's a different fan base. Yeah, it's a different fan base now than it was back then. Even in Oakland, you could tell when you come to San Francisco and you come to a Warrior game, you could tell the difference.
Thanks, Rosalind. Look, I mean, I don't think it's people just in San Francisco. I mean, it's people all around the Bay Area. Like, the Bay Area is a very different place than it was even when I was growing up, 10, 15 years ago. The Bay Area is different. It's got different people. It's got different fans. It's got different expectations. And the situation that occurred on Wednesday and even Sunday, I don't know how you feel about this, FP, but the Warriors are victims of their own success. I mean, they've set a bar so freaking high for themselves that I think whether it's fair or not, people do expect them to compete night in and night out because that's what they've seen for a decade. I don't know, like any team that has Stephen Curry on it, I expect to be one that's competitive. And right now, or at least the last two games, the Warriors didn't look competitive at home. And I think that's what maybe the boos are just a reaction to being in shock. But I was shocked the last two games. And I think that, with the 49ers right now, people are in an expectation mode for, I don't know, certainly a deep postseason run, but I don't think they'll get booed at home if they lose, a tight game to even the Cowboys like Rosalind was talking about. I just think the Warriors are in a different place than where other Bay Area teams are, and people are coming to grips with the mortality of this team. But we do got to hit a break, and we got to get to, on the other side, of course, the conversation about the playoffs. But also I do want to hear from the fans and continue to talk about how they feel about the state, both of the Warriors, the Niners, and where you're at right now as the postseason begins for the NFL. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's FB Santangelo. My name is Evan Giddings. And a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress,
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, halfway home on a feel-good Friday, an FP Friday. FP Santangelo, Evan Giddings with you here on 95.7 The Game, filling in for Steiny and Guru. Couple of things to clean up. A lot of updates around, of course, the coaching circle. Bill Belichick replaced in New England. Here in the Bay Area, Adam Peters, assistant GM for the 49ers, going to Washington, D.C. to join the Commanders in their front office. And also the San Francisco Giants making a signing with Jordan Hicks signing a 4-year, $44 million deal. That is by Jeff Passett of ESPN. But apparently he's going to start FP. Has been previously, majoritively, in the bullpen. So, interested to see how that's going to work out.
This is from Danny Emmerman on Twitter. He said, aside from Logan Webb's contract extension, Jordan Hicks reported 4-year, $44 million is the most years Farhan Zaidi has committed to a pitcher. So
that's true, yeah. It's only been 2 or 3, I think, at the most, Disclafani.
Jordan Hicks has one of the nastiest sinkers in baseball. It's 103 miles an hour, and it just dives under your knee if you're right-handed. So his thing is about command and control. Apparently, he's a really nice guy. I've done some text messaging around the league since we've started the show. Great dude in the clubhouse, great guy. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm doing my homework. I'm doing my prep work on the air, bro.
Yeah. Well, like I said, even when you're texting, you got to hear that drip in the back of your head.
Yeah. I texted, you ready? Get ready. Chip Carey, the play-by-play guy for the Cardinals, who knows Aaron Hicks very well. He said it's a great addition, so we'll see.
He's a good broadcaster, too.
He is. He's a wonderful dude.
Let's get back out to the phone lines. Bring on Phil Mo Mike here on 95.7 The Game. Wants to talk about the Warriors and booing. I'll give you the floor, Phil Mo. What's up?
Oh, what's up, man? First of all, the Warriors started in Philly. They did not start in Oakland. They came to San Francisco, played at Kezar, sometimes played various places within the Bay Area. You feel me? Played at the Cow Palace and then settled in the Oakland Coliseum. Now, let's get that right, because you said they started in the town. They did not start in the town. Shout out to the town. I live in the town. I love them. But now, the Warriors deserve to get booed. They just deserve to get booed. So, like, when you plan the way that they've been playing, you're going to get booed. It don't matter if you a new fan, if you an old fan. Pick up your game of play. Like people been saying, play with some energy. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Now, we've been spoiled, and a lot of the fans that go to the games now are spoiled because the ticket prices are so high. And I do agree, when we're at the level that we're at,
that was going to happen. You feel me? Now, Laker being a businessman, he was going to move the team to Frisco if they had won some or if they did not win any. It still was going to raise the value of that team. You feel me? The same fans are here. We're still here. We love the Warriors. The one thing about the Warriors, everybody noticed, it's if you could be from wherever. You could be from Hawaii. I love you. You're a Warrior fan. It's all love. So, like, when you playing the way that they're playing, they're going to get booed. Steph Curry said he's the leader, right? He the most everybody say he the greatest sports athlete in the Bay Area. He said we deserve to get booed. So if he know that, he know what's up. He know what's up. So it's nothing to be said. And one thing I do want to say, the weirdest time I've ever seen someone getting booed, FP, you may like this story. Dallas Cowboys got Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders played for the Giants. He got traded from the Reds. He played for the Giants. The candlestick, they were booing him, right? He slapped a double or a triple. Guess what? They stood up and cheered.
That's the fastest man I've ever seen on a baseball field. Unbelievable. He had a triple against us one day, and I blinked, and he was standing on third. Unbelievably fast.
Might be the fastest athlete ever.
And a good dude. Yeah. I'm always rooting for Coach Prime. I don't know how long. I'm surprised Alabama didn't try to get Coach Prime over there. That would have been something, huh?
It certainly would have made headlines. I mean, Deion Sanders got his own problems in Colorado, but I think he's eventually going to get a shot somewhere, whether it's be in the NFL or in college. People want to be attached to brands, and he is probably one of, if not the biggest brand as a coach of college football now that Saban's gone.
Let me add on to what that caller was just saying. Sorry to change the subject on you, Evan, but let me add on to what he's saying. When you see lack of effort from a team, there comes a point where I don't want to say you get satisfied with winning, but you have this here we go again mentality. And when you have that as a group, you can just kind of feel the energy. I'm a big energy guy. I'm a big intangible guy in sports. The vibe that your team is putting out there, the vibe that you have in the clubhouse, the vibe that you have on the bus, the vibe that you have on a plane. Do you have swagger? Do you have confidence? And what you have to fight as a player, especially ones with so many successes, which I can't even relate to with these guys, is how much success they've had, is that I don't want to say you get used to losing, but in the course of a game, let's go. You're in the locker room, you're playing your song, you come out, like you do the introductions with the flames and the fire, and you're ready to go. And then all of a sudden, things don't go as planned. There's this aura or this vibe that everybody that you have to fight the here we go again mentality. And that's a tough thing to turn around. Like when you have a losing streak in sports, it's tough to turn that energy around and do a 180 and start winning again, because you have this just, I don't want to say appall, but you have this terrible energy that permeates throughout the locker room, that permeates on the bench, that permeates. It's not even things that are spoken. It's like you come back to a silent dugout after striking out, or maybe you come out of the game and there's a look from a coach or a look from a teammate, and you just have this here we go again mentality. Like somebody will throw the ball out of bounds, somebody will do something stupid, somebody will take a shot with a forced shot with tons of time left on the shot clock. There's no passing, there's no ball movement, there's no cutting down the lane. It's everybody standing around, and all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and you're down by 15, and everybody has that it's okay to have that here we go again mentality. Then you come in the locker room after the game, and the more you lose, the more comfortable you become with losing. The more acceptable it is, so to speak. Because as athletes, we all want attention. We all want attention, right? We all have egos. And you're still getting attention if you're losing. It's not the attention you'd like. It's negative attention, but you're still standing up front in the podium. You're answering questions. You might be getting more attention losing because you've won 4 championships than you would if you were expected to win. So what they have to fight, and I don't know how you do it. If I had the cure to this, I'd be a billionaire. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. That if you can fix that here we go again mentality, it's a mindset, it's a mental state. You have to fight. You have to dig down deep in places you didn't even know you had to turn this whole thing around. And it could be just as simple as they're just not good. They just don't have the talent as other teams do. When I was at the game the other night, and they were playing the Nuggets, I'm like, Denver, I mean, they're big. They're all tall. They're all big. And you could just, it was noticeable on how much bigger they were than the Warriors and how much better shooters they were. And I know they lost on the last second shot. But when you start losing in fashion like that, and there's daggers, it's like a walk-off loss. And you see the other team bouncing around at home. those permeate into 2 or 3 or 4 games because the locker room's never as quiet as when you lose a close game. It's like crickets, and guys had their heads hanging. Guys aren't even on their phones after tough losses. Like if you lose like by 20 or something, you're probably on your phone 2 seconds after you get in the locker room. If you lose on a last second shot or you lose on a walk-off base hit, then that's when guys stare into their locker a little bit, and those have a tendency to bleed into the next game, the next game, and the next game.
Well, and the next game after the Denver game was a game in which you won by 3 points against Detroit, and that's a 3-win team. And then you look at what happened the last couple games. So I'm with you. I think it might have all stemmed from the Denver game, the fact that they blew like 16, 18-point lead the last 6 minutes of that game. And you've seen it trickle over into the last 3 performances, which have been uninspiring and have led to boos in back-to-back games. I'm kind of with the 510 here on the Comcast Business text line. It's not so much losing, but how they lost and getting blown out by 40. Yeah, I mean, Wednesday night was the worst home loss in the Steve Kerr era. If that doesn't deserve a boo or a reaction in a negative way, I don't necessarily know what does. But I know that Jonathan in San Leandro, pardon me, let's get to Jose in Berkeley first. I know he wanted to respond to our previous caller. What's up, Jose? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you guys doing? Just want to say thanks for taking my call, and you guys do a great show. So all I wanted to say was I've been a Warrior fan since the Mitch Richmond days and Tim Hardaway. So I've always been there, right? I've worked for the Oracle for like 6 years of my life before Burn Davis and everything, right? Seen Curry come in as a rookie. For me, all I wanted to say was, if you're not happy with the team, I get it. Sometimes it deserves a boo, right? But you don't bring your team back by booing. You bring your team back by saying Warriors and let's go. Me personally, I don't think I could boo my own team. I mean, I don't even when we're down, I stay for the last seconds on the last hope, Hail Mary, that we might make it. But I don't boo my team. So I kind of feel like them booing us, like you said, like the other guy was saying, we are a little spoiled for all our wins and everything. So we expect a certain thing. But I still don't think that's not what we do to our own team. Like they feel like the Bay is their home. Like you guys just said, the Pistons have only won 3 games. They have not been booed, have they?
Oh, they've been booed.
3 games, 2 games. I don't know. I don't think you should do that to the Warriors. Like right now, all I want to say is I'm not willing to trade anybody or get rid of anybody. I kind of just want to let them see them work through it. Yeah, it's going to be a tough road, but I feel great about us. We got an injury with CP3 and a few other things, but we just got to work on our chemistry. I don't think, because I look at it as a Warriors fan, like look how bad it would be. What if Kerr left to a different team and Curry and Clay followed him? How bad would that be against us?
No, I think that's fair, Jose. Things can always certainly get worse. I don't know if you should necessarily be satisfied with things not being in a great place. It all depends on your perspective. And FP, you've been on the playing field. I don't know if you've ever been booed before, but you've certainly been cheered. You've certainly been helped and aided by fans. You understand probably better than most the power that fans have and the ability to raise up a particular team. But the Warriors are in a position they do have to get their bleep together, and they got a road trip to do before they come home next Friday. But I can't fault anyone for feeling how they feel.
Dude, I was booed as a Dodger every single game. Like I'd get booed when I struck out walking back to the dugout. I'd run out to center field and get booed by the fans in the pavilion. Like it sucks as a home team guy to get booed. And it's just, players are human beings, and I know you're out there going, well, they're making this money, they should be doing this. Yeah, it's true. I get it. Like if you're making 30, 40, 50, 60, now $70 million a year with Shohei, like, yeah, you better get the job done. You better perform. If you don't like getting booed, play better. And that was kind of my motto. But when that's supposed to be your sanctuary, your home field, you run out there in the home uniform and then they're booing you, that's tough. And I was a good Giant as a Dodger. Like I went down there as a spy. I hit like 196 on purpose to like make them suck. So yeah, no, I deserved it. Like I was miserable there. I hated every minute of it. I thought I'm going to show the Giants. I'm going to sign with the Dodgers. I'll show them. It's the worst decision ever, man. Worst decision ever.
Thanks for hanging in there, Jonathan. Let's get out to San Leandro. Bring on Jonathan. You're on with FP Santangelo and Evan Giddings here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jonathan?
Good afternoon, guys. That was a good take, man. Anytime you thinking Dodgers, I was thinking the whole Bay Area could agree with you, brother.
Bad decision, dude.
Anyways,
Bad
also
decision.
too, thoughts and prayers to the 95.7 family. I know sports is the topic, but sometimes things are a little bigger than that. So I just want to put my condolences out there for everyone. I know Steiny and Shafty got that going on. So, all of us are, we're sending some positive thoughts to you guys today. However, next take I wanted to get to was the booing, and I agree with the last caller. I mean, it says a lot when you pay good money to go somewhere. I mean, it's kind of heinous to pay all this money, pay for parking, get your kids food, get yourself a $17 beer, and then you're booing the guy who you paid. I don't think you're really getting at him that way. And I understand. I'm a Sharks fan, and we were at the Canucks game when they beat us. It was almost 10. I think they reached 10. And I think it was about the beginning of the third period, and instead of getting frustrated and angry, I took my family and we went home. And my daughter asked me, she said, how come we didn't stay? And I kind of explained to her my frustration and how, you need to look for solutions and not just point out the problems. And if you really want to hurt the players, you show an empty stadium. That's really going to get the message clear, I think. And I think it just is, like you guys said, what was it, 2022 is the last championship for the Warriors? And we're already upset with them. Kind of reminds me of that spoiled kid on Christmas who got all those toys and says, what's next? So I think we got to be grateful for what we got going on is my point. Let's look at it a little differently. It's not a good taste for us Bay Area fans.
How many years leeway does a championship give a fan base? Like, your team won a championship in 2021-22, right? Like how long? Is it just like next year you got to do it again? Next year you got to do it again. If you don't, like, screw you, I'm out. Like, I don't understand that. I feel like winning a championship as a coach, as a player, as an organization for the fan base should buy you a little bit of equity, a little bit of cushion. No? There's got to be every year.
No, well, and I appreciate the call. Look, I don't think it does buy you leeway, and it certainly gives you job security. But if, let's say the Warriors had a 15-win season the year after the championship, like, I don't know, there'd probably be some boos interspersed throughout the season. I don't know, like, the Warriors are champions. The Giants were champions as recently as 2014. It's taken the Niners a very long time to get back in that position, and they hope that they can break a drought that's been going on for, I think, since 1994, so like 30 years. They haven't won a championship in a long time, my lifetime. So I don't know if it buys you time, but again, like, I think it comes down to expectation. I think it really does. If you expect your team to compete and to be better than it is, then I think it's a combination of shock and probably frustration and anger, and then it just manifests itself in a boo. I think as long as you're not killing an athlete or saying things to athletes that you shouldn't and direct them at the team, like, as long as you're not talking about an individual. I guess the caller earlier brought up Jamarcus Russell. I think that's probably fair, but, like, you're booing the team, not an individual, to me. So, look, I hear what you're saying, but I also think that it kind of depends on just how quickly the fall from grace is. Like, someone like Andrew Wiggins, for example, 2 years ago looked like he could be the second best player and was the second best player on a finals team. Less than 2 years later, he looks like a player that could catch a DMP tonight in Chicago. Like, that is a fall from grace like we haven't seen in a while. If that happens to a team, I think all bets are off.
Okay, player take here.
Okay.
And I said something about Clay earlier that as we keep talking about this, I'll change my mind, by the way. I'm allowed to change my mind. But I'm thinking about, like, sometimes it takes me a while to get going and get into, like, player mode here. But, like, Clay said, I'm not losing sleep over it. It was kind of controversial. Steph said, like, I would boo me or I boo the way we're playing too.
Yeah.
But, like, what you hear in the locker room is a lot different from what's said a lot. And I've heard this before, and I don't know if these guys are saying this because I'm not in the locker room and I don't know them. But, like, if I read in between what Clay is saying, like, we've done all this for you. We've given you all these thrills. We've won 4 championships. We've done it in just an amazing fashion and become a dynasty. Mm-hmm. And now we're having a little bit of a scuffle. And you're going to boo us.
I don't know if I'd call it a little bit, though.
A lot of bit of scuffle. Like, whatever. Like, the player's mentality is like, I've heard guys in the dugout say, screw that for a curtain call. I'm not going out there. They were booing me last week. Screw that. And they stay in the dugout and they don't go out for the curtain call. So, like, if Clay's saying that, what if that's the mentality right now? Like, are you kidding me? Like, we won 4 championships. We had a parade like a year and a half ago, and you're gonna boo us now? Like, all that we've done for you, you're gonna boo us because we suck right now. Like, where's the loyalty? Like, you're just gonna, you're in this relationship, and just because you have a bad week, you're done. Let's get divorced. I mean, that's probably the mentality these guys are thinking. I'm guessing. This is a wild guess.
No, I agree, but let me throw this at you if you got your player's hat on. The reason why they're booing is because I think they care. Like, you can internalize that as, well, I can't believe, they're fair weather fans. They were cheering me yesterday and they're booing me today. But you could also look at it as, well, again, like, you're not hearing silence. You're not hearing indifference. You're hearing passion that is negative, yes, but would you rather hear silence? I don't know. Like, I guess in that perspective, if you're playing like crap, it certainly doesn't hurt. It doesn't help to hear people pile on you. But you can also go back to your surroundings, your family, your friends, and look around. And it's like, okay, if you're not losing sleep over it, then does it, like, then why should it matter? Why does it matter? Why are you feeling the way that you are about fans expressing their right as a fan to, I don't know, like, to me, when I heard that comment compared to the way that both Stephen Curry as well as Steve Kerr and Kevon Looney addressed the boos in back-to-back games, I heard a player that does care about the boos. I heard a player that absolutely is listening to it and hearing it and wrestling with how he is playing and where his career's at. And I heard him making it about him. And again, the boos are not about Klay Thompson. The boos are about the Golden State Warriors. So that's where I come from.
No, your take is, well, I mean, I get it. And you're in the majority with that take. I'm just saying, like, I've seen guys get really offended by that have had success before, and the first time they have failure, get booed, and just like, wait a minute. Like, all of that's out the door? Mm-hmm. Like, all that we did, all those parades, all that fun we had together, all the thrills I gave you, and now we go through a stretch where we get blown out for 3 games, and we're the 11th seed, whatever they are, the 12th seed, and we're gonna get booed now after that. Like, I kind of understand where they're coming from.
No, I do too. I mean, they have given us everything. They've given us basketball nirvana, but that also doesn't mean that you are someone that can't be criticized. Like, that's what I'm not saying we sit up here every single day for 4 hours and talk about how bad players are, but we give them praise when they're great, and we've been praising them a lot for the last decade. I also think it's fair to say, okay, you guys haven't been playing very, like, what are we supposed to do? Just sit back on the sidelines and just say, I think the Warriors have kind of turned it around. I think they're going to be okay. Yesterday we're hearing that Stephen Curry is the only player that's not on the trading block or couldn't be moved at the deadline, but everything's just kind of going to sort itself out. We're going to be all right. Like, I just wonder what athletes want from fans, because the reason why some players are in certain categories as far as being beloved and appreciated and revered by fans is because they're so emotionally invested. And I think that emotional investment just manifests itself when the team comes out flat and plays with no effort and is quiet and is lackadaisical. It comes out as a boo. So it's the two sides of love, right? I mean, maybe I could be off base, and I hear what you're saying as a player, but I guess I would ask, would you prefer to just have nothing, like just a kind of a flat line of response?
No. Here's the thing. I'm trying to say I understand both sides. I understand a player that's done so much for an organization and a city and a franchise and has won 4 championships that doesn't get it. I get his take. I also get your take in the sense that, what are you supposed to do if a team's underperforming? I would say that there has to be some sort of sense of loyalty there. And the one thing I do get, and the one thing that makes me mad now more than anything, is when I see lack of effort in sports, because that's one thing you can control on a daily basis is your effort and your attitude. So I can't control a lot of things that are going to happen in the course of a game. I can't. It's out of my control. But what I can control is getting after it every single night. That's the one thing I have control over in sports.
Well, the one thing that Moses Moody has had control over is his effort, and that's why he's our difference maker of the week. Moses Moody for the Golden State Warriors, back-to-back season highs in 21-point games, both against the Toronto Raptors as well as the New Orleans Pelicans.
Moody drifting through a screen, comes right side on Ingram, goes all the way in. Wow. Finger rolled it up and in, back to right underneath the basket top.
How about the way he's playing tonight? He's taking no. He's not taking no for an answer.
86-73.
Certainly a lot of effort this week from Moses Moody. That's why he's our difference maker of the week, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Okay, I see you, Jeremy. I see you, Hyphy Culture. We'll get to you on the other side as FP Santangelo and Evan Ginnings continue on for Stein & Guru here on 95.7 The Game. And we're back after this. We appreciate tuning in. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk to you in a sec.
Third Eye Blind.
Oh, yeah, Hall & Oates,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oates, I'm hungry, FP.
These guys got in a fight, right? They're in court. They hate each other now. Such a good song.
Made sweet music, though.
Be a good walk-up song.
Evan Giddings alongside FP Santangelo with you.
Oh, here she comes.
What was your walk-up song, by the way?
She's a man-eater. What is it? A Working Man by Rush was my main one.
Okay.
Working Man by Rush, and There Goes My Hero by the Foo Fighters, because I liked the line that said he's ordinary right after that.
I did see the Foo Fighters at Outside Land this year. They were incredible. Like, they did probably the best show, best performance of anyone I saw. Kendrick Lamar was awesome, but Foo Fighters, they went for like almost 2 hours, and generally sets go at the longest like 90 minutes. They were awesome this year at Outside Lands. I love the Foo Fighters.
You know how polite Evan is right there? He has no idea who Rush is in the song Working Man, so he just like latched down to Foo Fighters because he's so young. That went like right over his head. He's like, who is this Rush band you speak of, and what is this song called Working Man?
I do know who Rush is. Christian McCaffrey, by the way. You could get his jersey. You see that transition?
That's good, dude. That's good.
Yeah. Let me go and get this out of the way here. Starting Tuesday, listeners will have a chance to win this autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's kind of behind me. If you're out there on YouTube, you can see that the top of it. I'll pull it up in a second. But all you have to do is listen starting next Tuesday, the 16th, during the morning roast between 7:30, 8:30, Steiny Guru 12:30, 1:30, and Willard and Dibbs 4:30 to 5:30. It works this way. Each of the shows will give out a keyword. All you have to do is text the code to qualify, and we give you a chance to win your Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey for the San Francisco 49ers, who, of course, are waiting to see who they play in the NFC. They got the divisional round next weekend, not beginning this weekend, even though we got football. But FP, no, you are right. Rush, I am unfamiliar with.
That's okay. Little Canadian band.
Wait, so
had a nice run.
Were you put onto them when you went to Montreal, or were you familiar with them beforehand?
It's just a generational thing.
There you go.
Tom Sawyer, Limelight, Working Man, Geddy Lee. Yeah,
I'll throw them on the playlist after the show.
How about Taylor Swift? Do you know her?
I'm not a big Swift fan. I know.
Where do you stand on that whole thing? I think you talk about derailing a season. I think their priorities got a little bit shifted, and they got a little starstruck. I'm a big Travis Kelce fan. I watched that Quarterbacks Netflix with Patrick Mahomes, and fell in love with the dude. Like he's just a champion. Everything he does, how hard he works, like how he talks to his teammates, the confidence, the swagger he has, and they've been a little off. And I feel like you can get distracted.
I agree. Well, in a year in which it's not going the way you want, like you're trying to figure out who can catch a ball. Your defense is good, but most of the team is pretty young. You obviously have still a great head coach, but it's not even the same team as it was last year. And so I'm with you. I think the added distraction or an umbrella of a superstar, of a billionaire around your team all the time, when things aren't going right, that probably doesn't help at all. Like, I'm sure if they were winning, it'd be great. And, hey, Travis K's winning on and off the field and all this stuff. But when you're losing, you look at that and you say, well, that could certainly be a reason why everyone's looking at Travis like, how come you're not playing that well this year?
You lose that edge, man.
Yeah.
You lose that edge. You lose that hunger because...
He's also doing a podcast with his brother. It's like, is he distracted?
Spreading himself thin.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Right now, the Niners appear to be locked in, and hopefully it's on a deep postseason run. But the Warriors, they got distractions. Maybe it's coming from the fans. We've been talking a lot about booing here on 95.7 The Game. And I know, oh, gosh, we got full lines, FP, so let's open it up. 888-957-9570 is the number. FP Santangelo, Evan Giddings in for Stein Guru here on a Feel Good Friday. Let's get out to Jeremy in West Oakland. Has been hanging on patiently. What's up, Jeremy? You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Bill? Happy Friday. First off, shout out to Steiny and Shasky. Been thinking about them. They're in my prayers and thoughts. And watching that game the other night against the Pelicans, man, it was definitely disappointing to see. They're disappointing to see or hear fans booing, especially after all these years of continued and consistent success. But, I mean, other calls have been right. It's just it's a different crowd. They're spoiled, and maybe they weren't around for all the losing. I don't know if you remember a few weeks ago, the Chiefs fans were booing Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And I just thought to myself, like, that's crazy. You know, this man has brought you 2 Super Bowl championships and multiple playoff appearances. And maybe they're having a less than stellar season. They're still going to the playoffs, but you're going to boo him because of that? It doesn't sit well with me at all as a fan. So I'll never boo the Warriors. I'll never boo any of my teams, honestly, because I love them and I want to see them do well. So that's all, man. Thanks,
Jeremy. Also, a piece of semi-breaking news we got to get across here, FP. According to Chris Haynes of TNT and Bleacher Report, senior NBA insider, the Raptors and Pascal Siakam are on the verge of parting ways. So that sounds like a trade is imminent. And, of course, he's had his name linked to the Golden State Warriors. So that's something we'll certainly keep an eye on.
Let's go.
I mean, do you think change is... yesterday, Tim Kawakami came on Willard and Dibs. He said he thinks Andrew Wiggins will be moved. But I'm to the point where, and this is pre-booze even, I think change is necessary at this point just because they've looked a little redundant as of late. They've looked lackadaisical. I know that being on the road might help them get away from some of the noise, but it does feel like change is necessary. I don't know about a wholesale type of, burn it to the ground and try and rebuild type change, but it just feels like you got to get something in and out of the locker room and mix things up because whatever it is they got going right now, they're stuck. They're stuck right now.
It changed the feng shui a little bit. Here's the thing: you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know who all of a sudden is chirping in the locker room. You don't know who's on the training table every day and whining about an injury. There's so many different things that go into players getting traded that we know the obvious, right? You see the lack of effort. You see the points down. I don't know what's going on with Wiggins. He just looks out of shape to me. He looks skinny and kind of. He I don't know. He seemed like he lost a lot of weight and he doesn't have the same desire, the passion, the aggressiveness, the confidence. Maybe he's just kind of a microcosm for this whole team right now, but trading for trade's sake, just to trade, maybe there's some guys that are viruses that you need to get rid of and that we'll never know about. Mm-hmm. You never hear about these things. I've been on the inside of trades before where they're like, why'd you trade this guy? I'm like, man, he was soft. He was on the training table all the time. He was whining on the bus. He was whining on the plane. He was trying to you see those reality shows where this group goes over here and they start forming an alliance and this group goes over here and they start forming an alliance and they're trying to figure out ways to win the money at the end of the show. When you lose, man, it gets ugly. So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there, but the guys that get traded usually are the ones you're going to get the most value for, obviously, in return. And then sometimes you just trade guys that they're just not right. They're not a right fit right now for you, and it might have a lot to do with attitude.
Yeah, my only fear with the Siakam trade is that, so he makes about $38 million. He is going to be a free agent. I wouldn't mind grabbing an expiring contract just because it would give the Warriors some financial flexibility this offseason. But if it involves, and probably would involve, Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know if I would be willing to pull that trigger because FP, and I think the first time we worked together, you brought up the name Jordan Poole. And while the way he left was, kind of acrimonious and all the rest, don't have to rehash it. I do think that the Warriors, their lack of young pieces that you could envision becoming something or taking the mantle in some certain way from this iteration of Warriors basketball, like there's not a lot of those guys on this roster right now. And so I think Podziemski is a solid player. I think Trace Jackson-Davis is a solid player. I think even Moses Moody is a decent player and can help. But Jonathan Kuminga is the only guy to me that I look at and say, all right, he might have the tools or the physical capabilities to be a potential guy that you can build around. I don't know if he's a true one by any means. He's 21 years old, but that's the guy that at the deadline, yes, Andrew Wiggins is the guy you want to move off of. The guy that I would not feel comfortable moving off of is Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Beane in 2002 shook it up, and he sent down half the team to AAA because he just didn't like what was going on. Players were too comfortable, and they got too comfortable. And I don't know or pretend to know what's going on with the Warriors right now, but maybe that's the onus for these trades, is that maybe some guys are just too comfortable.
Well, and you talk about Wiggins, too. I think that's interesting because I think also a change of scenery would be good for him also. Like, I don't know if I don't think he's this bad. But, speaking as a player, like sometimes you need to get out of the place that you've been there for. He's been there now for 4+ seasons. He's been a part of a championship. He's been a big reason for the championship. He's given the Warriors a lot. And I think it just kind of looks like he's gotten everything he can out of it. And I think being able to move on from him would be both beneficial for Golden State as well as Andrew Wiggins.
What do you got on Draymond coming back, though? I mean, I think we're talking about what's going on right now. To me, that's the story. That's the headline right now, like him coming back and how this is going to influence the team in what way?
Draymond is, sure, a shadow that's hanging over the team right now. I do think they need him to be the best version of themselves, but I don't know if the best version of themselves is really worth all the baggage that he brings. Like, I'm still willing to go to the end of the year with Steph and Clay and Draymond. Like, I don't think the other two members of the big three, I don't think they're going to be moved. And I'd be willing to see what the rest of the season holds. But I'm not married to Draymond the way that I was even at the beginning of the season, even though I was this summer when they signed him to a 4-year deal. Like, to me, the moves that the Warriors made this offseason by trading off Jordan Poole. In the past, the Warriors have moved off of championship players like Andrew Bogut to clear cap space, moved off to Harrison Barnes. Obviously, they attached a pick to Andre Iguodala to clear cap space. I don't think, especially with how he's acted, that it's a foregone conclusion that Draymond's going to be a Warrior next year. And I think, to me, that's my thing about Dre. I think he will be here for this season, but his future is cloudy. I mean, it's like the weather right now in the Bay Area. It's foggy.
I would keep the big three and trade everybody else. Anybody. Podziemski, who I love, he's a basketball player. He's probably my favorite Warrior right now. Kuminga, Wiggins, I don't care. I'm keeping those three and whatever I can get for everybody else. Let's go.
But I thought that Draymond was someone that you weren't looking forward to having back.
Yeah, but get him and just keep those guys. Keep those three.
Okay.
Yeah. And then trade whoever. Everybody else is on the block. Maybe Draymond, but I would keep those three.
Well, it sounds like everyone except for Curry is on the block. So I think you're spot on with that, FP. It's like anything that happens at the deadline, and I think this is where most people are at, is everything's fair game. Like, if we hear in 5 minutes that Pascal Siakam's coming in for ABC player, I wouldn't be mad at the move unless it involves Stephen Curry, and it's not. So anybody that goes at this point in the season not named Steph, I think we can kind of get on board with. I think we have to be on board with, just because the Warriors have shown themselves through 37 games to not be those guys anymore.
What's that going to do, though? Take them from a 12 seed to a what seed? Like, I guess you don't know who they're trading or what they're trading for, but is it really going to turn a season around?
No, I don't think this season is salvageable from a championship standpoint. Like, I don't think they're just going to all of a sudden get a guy in here and win 15 of their next 16. But I do think you have to start making moves for next season to try and still provide a serviceable cast around Curry. And maybe that could involve moving Draymond or moving Clay or Wiggins, Kuminga, whoever. But to me, the moves that are made at the deadline, I know they would love to thread the needle and have them compete for this year, but you got to be looking further down the line than just the last 2 months of the season.
Something's definitely got to change, and we'll see what happens.
No doubt. Let's get out to Rich in Fremont. Let's talk about the Golden State Warriors and their product right now. I'm kind of with you, Rich. What's up? You're on with FP Santangelo and Evan Giddings.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think I agree with the other callers. I think the booing is really in poor taste, and these are a fan base that are young. Most of them probably don't even understand the game, really. They just like to watch Steph Curry hit threes and always have that winning, formula that they've been spoiled with. But I also think that when it comes to the product on the court, that's the reason why they're losing, okay? They're doing the same thing they did last year. They're not playing defense. They're allowing, opposing teams to have wide open in the corner. No.
Sorry, Rich, you're breaking up there. Please call back. Let's go to Marin. Bring on Chef Amy here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Chef? How are you?
Hello. Hey, FP. I've called you before, and we've phone met before. How are you?
Chef Amy, what's going on? I'll tell Pete you said hi.
All right. Hey, guys. In terms of the booing, yes, it's bad taste, and I don't want to turn into a Philadelphia fan base, but I will say, to quote Damon Bruce, if I may, the opposite of love is not hate; it's indifference. So actually, I'm a little bit encouraged that the fans care. I'm taking that look. The other thing I just wanted to ask, specifically FP, because you've been on teams, and Evan, I'm not sure about your background, my bad, but what's happened to the coaches in terms of defense? I remember when Mike Brown was coaching, and everybody goes, oh, my God, he's so great. And then it's sort of, when he left, things seemed to slide. So where's the onus on the coaching staff to encourage the guys to play defense?
That's
my question.
Yeah, thanks, Chef Amy. That's what happens when you're successful. Teams grab your coaches, and coaches become head coaches. You see it in the NFL all the time. It's happening everywhere right now. Coordinators becoming head coaches, being real successful. So that's, I guess, one of the downsides of winning championships is teams want your coaches. But since Mike Brown left, that's been a big deal. But is it personnel that were buying into playing defense, or was it the coach getting them to believe? Because I think in any sport, defense is an attitude.
Yeah.
Especially in baseball and basketball. Like in baseball, you can become a better defender just through hard work. You could be an average shortstop, but if you take 1 million ground balls a day, you can become a really good shortstop. Like your ceiling's your ceiling offensively. But like defense to me in the NBA it's a lot about communication, right? And Steve Kerr was saying this is one of the quietest groups we've ever had as far as communicating on defense. So it's about communication, but it's also about wanting to play defense. It's an effort, it's an attitude. And then doing it. It's hard. You don't get paid for playing defense. You ever you go to Scott Boras goes to the Giants and says, well, my client had a .998 fielding percentage. Oh, let's give him $30 million a year. You don't get paid for that. In the NBA, are there the defensive metrics? Do the agents take that to Warriors ownership and say look at how good of a defensive player my guy is? And no, you don't get paid for that. You get paid for scoring points. You get paid for assists. You get paid for your shooting percentage. You get paid for whatever you're averaging a game. That's what you get paid for. So it's hard to get guys to buy into, hey, defense wins championships.
Yeah, defense is half of the game, but it's not the half of the game that you're most rewarded for. That's defense is incredibly important. And the Warriors having a generational defensive player for their titles and Draymond Green is a big part of why they were so good. But they also had Clay, who was a great defensive player. Andre Iguodala, even Kevin Durant when he was here was great on defense. Their defense is, yes, coaching perhaps is a reason why they're not as good as they could be. But I'm with you. You said this earlier, and it points to something that we've kind of talked about throughout the week. Is players play and coaches coach. If you don't have talent, coaching can only take you so far. If a guy can't hit a curveball, you can only teach him so much on how to maybe lay off that pitch. I mean, you kind of have to play to your players' strengths, and right now the Warriors don't have players that have strengths on both ends of the court enough to kind of mesh. Like, one thing that I watch the Warriors and I look at all the time is they seem like combination dependent. Like, this guy can play with that guy, but he can't play with this guy. Or this guy has to be on the floor with that guy at a certain time, but then he comes off and the other guy comes off. Like, you do need players that can stand alone, and right now Curry's probably the only guy right now on a consistent basis that you throw out there.
And I've heard all of it, and I see it all on the internet, and everybody wants to blame a coach. Like, the players, if you don't like it, play better. You're making $30, $40, $50 million a year. To me, it lies on the players. Like, you just don't get dumb overnight if you're a Hall of Fame coach, and Steve Kerr is a Hall of Fame coach. So you just don't get dumb overnight. But in our society, we're always looking for somebody to blame, no matter what it is. Like, right now, he's a bad coach, and let's blame the coach. Let's blame the coach. I mean, that's why I didn't make the varsity team in high school, because the coach sucked. That's why I got cut from the junior college team, because the coach sucked. That's why I didn't play basketball, because my coach sucked. And then we have that mentality. My boss sucks, as he walks by right now. Like, everybody blames. What was that? Everybody wants to blame everybody instead of just like, this team just isn't good right now. It's not Steve Kerr's fault. He doesn't shoot one shot. He doesn't shoot one free throw. He doesn't play defense. Like, his job is to get him ready for a game. I understand that. But you just don't become a bad coach overnight. And this whole blame the coach mentality and fire the coach mentality, I guess it's from a player's standpoint. Like, it's on the players for me. The old say, like, guys would bitch on the back of a bus, like in the minor leagues. It's just, you've been a part of it, Evan. Like, 12-hour bus ride, this sucks. And we'd look at him and say, you don't like it, play better. Yeah. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches after BP.
Exactly.
You don't like it, play better. Meaning, this doesn't happen in the big leagues. If you don't like losing, play better. It's that simple. Like, we can break it down all we want, X's and O's. This guy trades. You don't like it? You don't like getting booed? Play better.
Well, let's get out to Mark at San Francisco. Has got perhaps an answer for the Golden State Warriors. We'll see. What's up, Mark? You're on with FP and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, gentlemen, I think it's to the point now we have to rebuild. You look at Oklahoma City, they've got 15 first-round draft picks, and look at the team they got. If we start trading away our young players and we don't have a good year, where are we going to be? We're going to be an expansion team for 2 or 3 years? I want to just keep our young players, Moody, Kuminga, Brzezinski, and Davis, and build with them. The league's caught up with us.
Thanks, Mark. No, point taken. I mean, like, if you have a place to go, something to address, something to solve.
But dude, don't get outplayed, don't get out-efforted. Like, that can never happen, all right?
That's why you got booed.
Whatever you do on a nightly basis, if we're going to lose by 20, we're going to lose by 20, dive in for loose balls. We're going to play our asses off for however long it takes, and we're going to lose by 20. But it's not going to be because of lack of effort, ever. Ever, 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 ever. And then when you see that on a consistent basis, now you got to figure out, like, okay, why is this happening and how do we change it? It's not like you flip a switch like a light switch. Hey, let's play harder today. And it's the fight, the here we go again mentality, man. We've all been a part of it. It doesn't have to be sports. When things are going bad in our life, it's like, here we go again. Mm-hmm. And then that's what these guys have to fight right now.
Let's sneak Rich in before the break. Rich in Fremont back after breaking up earlier. What's up, Rich? How you doing?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for taking my call second time. Sorry for the breakup. I just honestly believe that, the booing thing is something I really didn't appreciate, because at the end of the day, a lot of the fan base, they're younger. This thing's been going for 10 years. So, appreciate what they brought to the table, and they brought it, okay? But my other problem is this. The reason why the Warriors are playing the way they're playing is because they're playing the same way they played last year, where they thought they can just go out on the floor and think, hey, we're the Golden State Warriors, we can outshoot you. It's like, well, no. There's teams out there that can shoot just as good as you now, okay? And the other thing is, if you want to win games, you've got to play defense, okay? You don't play no defense. I mean, come on. We're watching guys from the opposing teams taking wide open shots, and there's no one there to even defend them. And they wonder why they're losing. It's like, to win games, you got to stop the other team from scoring. And if you can't do that, then guess what? 70% of the time, you're going to lose. That's just the way it is. So, that's just my whole take on it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. Look, no, there's a lot to appreciate about the Golden State Warriors and what they've done. And coming up next, I do want to get into what we can appreciate about what we're about to see with the San Francisco 49ers, because they're about to embark on a playoff quest for the 6th Super Bowl potentially in franchise history. All of that will be in front of them. We're going to find out who they play at the latest on Tuesday, potentially by Monday morning. We could walk in with Steiny Guru, hopefully are back, and you could be talking about who the 49ers are going to be seeing in the divisional round next weekend. Evan Giddings alongside FP Santangelo filling in here midday. Mark Willard and Dan Dibley an hour away on 95.7 The Game. Also a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Shop Safeway this week and find deals on items.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So this is Rush.
Yes, Evan, this is Rush. They are a rock and roll band out of Canada. Look at, he knows.
Yeah, John, looking behind the board, producer extraordinaire, rocking out. John, so is this your bag? Like, you're all about Rush?
I mean, I don't mind them.
Oh, he doesn't mind him, FP.
He doesn't mind them. They're great. Geddy Lee, Alex Leifson, Neil Peart on the drums. Like, there's probably no better drummer.
Neil Peart, probably the best drummer ever.
Probably best drummer ever. And then if you watch the documentary on Geddy Lee, like he has this strange voice, and he's playing these bars, and people just were like, "What? It sounds like nails on the chalkboard." And then it just became his thing. So and they became super famous. But like,
you got to own what makes
Geddy Lee is just the biggest nerd ever. It's just turned into like a rock and roll legend. Yeah,
that's
right,
awesome.
Dude. Rush, rock and roll.
Wait, they have a doc. Actually, I do love documentaries. They have a documentary.
Yeah, check it out when you get a chance.
I will. I'll be sure to text you.
Fly by Night. Come on.
By the way, last hour here before Willard and Dibbs hop on for the remainder of your Friday here on 95.7 The Game. But we got an hour left. If you got any recommendations for FP of where to start as a San Francisco tourist, we will be taking them at 888-957-9570 because you're showing the family around today, right?
Well, my son's from here. He lives in Walnut Creek, and he used to work at 95.7 back in the day. And his wife just arrived from Brazil. And they came through customs last night, and she's never been to San Francisco before. So I greeted him at the airport. If you go on my, get ready for the drip, at FP Santangelo 7 on my Instagram, you can see my story of embarrassing my new daughter-in-law with an American flag. And I was chanting USA, USA as they came through Gate A at the International Terminal at SFO. Then I wrapped the flag around her like Jim Craig, the goalie from Miracle on Ice and the USA hockey team, and gave her a big hug and said, "Welcome to America." So I'm going to show them the city today. So I live on the Embarcadero by Water Bar, so I'm probably going to take them to the ferry building first. Then maybe we'll walk down. You got to do the Pier 39. I mean, you got to do the touristy stuff.
Fisherman's Wharf.
Maybe Fisherman's Wharf, and then take them up the Coit Tower stairs, the Filbert Steps. Then maybe go down. We got to go through North Beach for my people. We got to take them to the North Beach.
Got to.
Gino and Carlos have a beer. Got to go there. And then maybe, I don't know, go down to Chrissy Field and check out the Golden Gate Bridge and that whole thing. It's going to be a walking tour. It's a walking tour, and if we get tired, we'll just Uber home.
Well, no, that sounds perfect. I mean, it sounds like you got it all locked in. But, of course, if you got something that you think is a must-see at San Francisco, be happy to call in. Be happy to get you on to call in at 888-957-9570.
Go to Market Street, see, introduce her to the fentanyl fold, maybe. See some addicts like tripping balls. I don't know.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unfortunately, that is a part of San Francisco nowadays.
You gotta get the full experience.
That's FB Santangelo. Evan Giddings with you here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to get to the 49ers in just a sec, but I do want to clean up this call from D.C. D is in D.C., wants to discuss the Golden State Warriors and where they're at before they take on the Chicago Bulls at 5 o'clock tonight. By the way, Draymond is not back for tonight. Moses Moody is out with a calf strain. D, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan and FP.
What's going on, my man, Evan? What's going on, SB?
What up?
Hey, great discussion. I just want to clean up one thing, man. I noticed that, I know most of you are not going to be very happy with what I'm about to say, but it appears to me that the host at 95.7, they have an issue discussing coaches, specifically when callers call to point the fingers at the coaches. You guys are always quick to blame the players, but never the coaches. Now, our defense has been one of the worst in the league for the last 2 years. Reason for that is because Brown is no longer there. Kerr decided to surround himself with a bunch of yes man assistants who are not known for defense. I mean, here lies the problem. So yeah, you can blame the players for not having the energy or the desire to go out there and defend. But at the same token, you also have to blame the coaches for the scheme that they actually put those players in. The coaches are their main jobs, right? Is supposed to be to push those players to do what they designed to have done, right? So UFP as a former player, I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. If the coach does not have a plan of action, there is no way you, the player, was going to go out there and perform as a team, right?
Do we know they don't have a plan of action, though? Do we know that? Or just seem like that? And maybe the talent isn't as good as it should be to carry out the plan of action?
I would agree. I would agree with you in one point, right? Yes, the coach, the talent is a problem. You cannot be this small and expect to defend the entire floor. But who do you blame for that? The one person that's been the coach of this team for the last 10 years is Steve Kerr. Why can't Steve Kerr go to the front office and say, "Look, I want 6'8", 6'9" players to improve my defense"? He's not doing that. In fact, he's throwing a bunch of 6'1", 6'2" lineups out there to try to defend guys who are 6'8" and 6'9". Stop blaming the players, man. You got to stop blaming the coaches and the front office.
The one thing I will say is that there's a huge misconception with any fan base that the head coach's job is to motivate players.
Thanks, Steve.
That's not your job. When you get to the highest level, it's your job to motivate players in junior high school, and college. When you get to be a professional athlete, it is not the head coach, the manager, the head coach in the NFL's job to motivate players. Like, you have to be, if you get to that point and you're the 1% of the 1%, like, it's not incumbent on the coach to motivate you. That's called being a professional. And you have to motivate yourself on a nightly basis whenever you play the games, whether it's a weekly basis in football, a nightly basis in baseball, a bi-nightly basis in basketball. You have to find a way to motivate yourself. It's never, oh, he needs to motivate him. He needs to get him in the locker room and have a speech. That's not how it goes in professional sports, man. It's big boy sports. Like, it's on you to have, it's called professional pride. And I don't need you, Evan, to pump me up in the locker room. Although teammates can. Like, I'd rather hear from my peers than a coach any day. But it's not up to Steve Kerr to motivate. That's not his job. Again, it's not Kyle Shanahan's job. It wasn't Gabe Kapler's job before he got fired. Now, to communicate, yes, that is your job. But to motivate, it's never your job as a head coach at the highest level.
Yeah, there's strategic things that a head coach can implement. And for the 510, the Comcast Business Text line, it does agree with the last call. The Warriors haven't had a top 10 defense since Mike Brown left to go to the Kings. That's true. I also wouldn't consider the Sacramento Kings, a defensive-minded team. It's not as if he's helped them all of a sudden rise to the level of a top 5 or even top 3 defense, which the Warriors were during their 2022 championship run. So, look, you can say, I agree, they do probably miss Mike Brown. I agree that Kerr probably has not had his greatest season as a head coach. But he doesn't control, to your point, FP, the level of energy that his team comes out with each and every night. He can only do so much. He can go to the clipboard and say, hey, we're going to run this play. We got this out-of-bounds setup that we're going to do, and you ask your players to go out and execute it. But if your players are not stopping the ball at the point of attack. If your players are not getting down to the deck and diving for loose balls, if they're losing and getting out rebounded, if they're getting pounded on the glass, if they don't look like they are showing successive efforts throughout a 48-minute game, I can't necessarily blame the head coach for that. And Steve Kerr has had, yes, like maybe a little bit of it is a product of that. Steve Kerr has created a kind of, easygoing environment. He's discussed his door being open and you can come talk to him about anything. The Warriors are pretty laid back, I think, for the most part. But that's also a big reason why you have 4 championships. That type of attitude, that type of joy that the Warriors had played with for such a long time. It might not be there this season, but that doesn't just undermine everything that the coach has done. And so I think that it's unfair to blame just the coaches. And the other point of the caller from DC or D and DC, to me, the relationship between the front office and the players are intertwined. Like, I can't look at the players and say, well, it's not really their fault. It's the front office's fault for signing these players. Like, no, the players come out and should be playing as hard as they can. The coach is there to aid them. And right now, the Warriors have not been able to get on the same page, or they don't look like they're on the same page right now. So they got a lot of issues. Kerr's one of them, or it could be one of them. The front office is part of it. And that's why we're talking about making moves at the trade deadline. That's why we're hearing Pascal Siakam's name in trade rumors. That's why we're hearing the Warriors talk about maybe needing a 7-footer, about changing philosophies. Like, there's a lot of questions in the air right now, and I don't think it's fair to just pinpoint one person as the reason for it all.
I'm a big believer in judging someone by their body of work for a season and not before then. Like, I know that's all we have to go on right now, but like, judge Steve Kerr at the end of this year. Like, I've talked to a lot of head coaches. Gabe Kapler and I had this discussion a number of times about when he was in Philadelphia as the Phillies manager. He said that some of his best years of managing were on teams that were right around 500 or below 500 because you just don't know what's going on behind the scenes. This guy's hurt. This guy's banged up. This pitcher's arm is hanging. Sometimes there's a saying in baseball, anybody can drive a Cadillac, meaning anybody could manage the 27 Yankees or anybody could manage a great team. And maybe Steve Kerr had that luxury for a while, having the best talent in the NBA and winning these championships. But now is when you really earn your money as a head coach. Now is when you really got to dig down deep, use all your references, whether it's Phil Jackson, whether it's Pop, whoever it is, like people right under your wing, like your assistant coaches, and figure out a way to make this thing better. Where at the end of the year, even if the Warriors don't win a championship, this has potential for Steve Kerr at the end of his career to look back and say, you know what? Even though I didn't win a championship in 23-24, that was one of my best years ever as a coach. It still has that potential, but they got to find the right combination. They got to find the right players. I just think this is a thing where they're in this rut of here we go again. And maybe they just don't have the talent as the other teams in the West. It's that simple. I watched Steph Curry run around. He's not moving as freely with spring in his step away from the ball like I used to see him. He's got that big knee thing on. Nobody's ever talked about that. Why are you wearing a big knee sleeve? And you watch him without the ball, and he's not running circles around the defense. He's not creating the space for open shots that he once had. He's the only guy. If he doesn't score, they don't win. He's not getting the wide open looks that he got in the past because you had to worry about other people, and the ball movement's not the same. And it's just dribble, 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 try to dribble around defender, set a pick, and shoot. Like, it just doesn't look like the same team. And it could be as simple as they just don't have as much talent as anybody else in the West.
And definitely doesn't help. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's FB Santangelo. Evan Giddings with you, filling in for Steiny and Guru. Let's get out to San Francisco. What's up, Robin? How you doing? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I caught the tail end of someone has a family coming?
FP.
Which one of you guys?
Yeah, my son's wife is here from Brazil. She's a new citizen to the United States of America. She's never been to San Francisco, and I'm taking him around today. Where should I take him? Can I take him to the nudie bars, like right away? Just like go on Broadway?
So I'm a sociology major. One of my favorite classes was the sociology of Brazil. But that's a whole nother subject. Brazil moves their capital according to their economy. Did you know that? They've had 3 different capitals. It's very interesting. And they have their own women's police station. But anyway, I didn't call in for
Wow,
that.
this is tremendous knowledge. What would the capital of the United States be right now if we did that? It wouldn't be San Francisco, would it?
I don't think so because, see, first it was Bahia, Bahia, which was like the largest slave trade. And the last of the slave trade. And then they moved it to Rio de Janeiro for economy. And now I think it's in Brasilia, I think, or some.
Yeah, that's where she's from. So where do I take her today?
So where you take her, if you have a car, I would prefer that she saw it at night, but you have got to take to Treasure Island. I mean, you got to see that view, both day and night, whatever's convenient. But the view from Treasure Island is it's breathtaking. And I always take people there. And, you know, they get a big kick going across the Bay Bridge because they love the skyline. You know, we know it used to be better. And they love that. And, of course, Vista Point, you know, if it's clear out there, they got to see the Golden Gate Bridge from that side. From Sausalito, from that side. I don't know how much time you have. I'm not impressed with Sausalito, but people always tend to love Sausalito on the ferry boat. But you have got to take them to Treasure Island. That view is just, I could just sit there and daydream.
What about the Hard Rock? What about the Hard Rock restaurant on Pier 39 and then the Wax Museum? Those are my top 2.
I don't know, because, you know, I lived here 45 years, child. You know we don't go to them places.
I'm kidding. Of course.
I'm not spending $15 on a damn corn dog when I can go buy the whole box. Okay? And the last thing I just want to say, if you like good Southern food or whatever, go down 3rd or go to Clement Street and go eat at the Hard Knocks Cafe, which is she might like that. I don't know if you've been to Hard Knocks Cafe. There's one here on 3rd and Dogpatch, and there's one on Clement Street. Out in the avenues, so that might be great. One last thing I just want to say, you guys, I know my time's taken up. It's just on the Warriors. I love Eddie. He always has the right perspective. They don't have the talent. People calling in talking about wing players. Hell, you don't think they need wing players? If you watch enough basketball, wing players, they ain't out there. They like defensive backs and safeties and corners. They're becoming distinct, you guys. Use your head. And they're in the position that they're in because money dictates talent. You understand? So they've, in essence, become a victim of their own success. I could go on, but you guys have to cut me off. Bye, you guys.
Thanks, Robin.
No, keep going. We're almost at the finish line. Kill a segment for us, Robin. It's outstanding.
Well, I do agree. Clement Street has got some of the best food in the city. I don't know if you have some time to get out there. It's like inner, outer Richmond. It is absolutely wonderful. Again, get the thumbs up, seal a sign of approval from my guy, John. Let's get back to the phone zone. Let's get back into this thing. And Tino has been hanging on in Alameda. What's up, Tino? You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan and FP.
Yeah, good afternoon. I wanted to go back to the booing thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not in favor of booing your home team. So let's make it a baseball analogy. You were playing third base, you kicked the ball. Nobody boos that. You made an error. You made a physical error, right? But the other night, when Warriors were getting booed, to me, they were getting booed for effort. They gave up. And as a paying fan, you can't just accept that. You know, if you shoot a shot, you miss a shot, you give your best effort, that's all cool. But to go back and tell, you're not giving me the product I bought, and I think I have the right as a consumer to say something about that.
What if a guy boots a ball in the bottom of the 9th and then the winning run score? Can you boo him then? Or, I know what he's saying. Physical error versus effort. Effort's controllable. Everyone's going to make physical errors. Everyone's going to miss a free throw, a shot, a layup, whatever. But like defense is an attitude, effort is an attitude. And I think those are the things that Warrior fans are frustrated with right now.
No doubt about it. I also promised we'd get into the Niners a little bit. Sounds like Dave in Fresno wants to talk about Brock Purdy and the postseason that begins tomorrow. I know the Niners aren't in it, Dave, but where are you at with the San Francisco 49ers? What's up?
Hey, I'm here to enjoy the stress-free weekend. We got the week off, so we can watch all these other teams be on pins and needles. And it sounds like everybody's pretty much healthy, so I'm feeling good about our chances. The reason I was calling you guys and want to get your perspective, the All-Pro team came out today, and Brock Purdy wasn't, on either one or two. Me, myself, I'm a diehard Niner fan. I don't have a problem with that. And, the theme this year with Brock is he elite? Is he this or that? My thing is, why can't we just like him and not make him Tom Brady? Because I feel like with a lot of Niner fans, if you don't have him in that Mahomes category, it's like you're a hater. Like, I don't feel that way. I get that a lot, because I'm just a realist. I think he's having a great season. I'm not, to me, it doesn't matter. MVP, Pro Bowl, All-Pro. At the end of the day, I want the Niners to win the Super Bowl, not necessarily just Brock Purdy. But it's a tired argument, and people always want to say, well, his numbers. Well, if you want to say numbers, Jared Goff, the numbers are damn near identical. So if you watch the game, there's a lot of factors in going into being an elite quarterback. You have to do it for longer than a season and a half. And I like Brock Purdy. I'm happy he's my quarterback on this team. It's all clicking, so I'm not looking to trade him or anything. But I'm just speaking to you Niners fans that just relax. Just enjoy the ride, because who knows what he is. I don't care what he is. Do you really have a problem not being an All-Pro? I don't. I'd rather win the Super Bowl. So that's where I stand. I'm feeling good. Again, we got the week off. Enjoy the football weekend, everybody. And we'll see everybody next week, and we'll revisit this conversation.
I like that Brock Purdy didn't make the All-Pro team because he plays best with a chip on his shoulder and something
light a
to prove.
fire under.
Yeah. I mean, not that he needs it. It's the playoffs, and he wants to get to the Super Bowl and get past the NFC Championship game where he got hurt last year. But, yeah, I'm looking at the team right now, and I have zero problems with it at all. I think they nailed it. The AP All-Pro, Lamar Jackson, quarterback, Christian McCaffrey, running back, Kyle Juszczyk is the fullback, George Kittle's a tight end, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, Amon St. Brown from the Lions, Trent Williams. I mean, this is dead on. They didn't miss. Maybe the second team, I don't know. I'm not a Dak Prescott guy, but he has had a hell of a season.
So I was going to say, I don't know if it's that Brock Purdy did make an All-Pro team or the fact that Dak Prescott made the second team over Brock Purdy. But, I mean, Dak Prescott's had a really good season. I know that a lot of Niners fans just have the taste in their mouth left by his performance in Week 5, in which Brock Purdy and the Niners just took his lunch. But 36 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, a 106 quarterback rating, all of those things, and near 70% completion percentage, all those things are really, really good. But I think that with what Brock Purdy did head-to-head against Dak Prescott, as well as what he's done over the course of the season, I think that's what irks fans the most, is that the Cowboys quarterback is in there over the 49ers quarterback. Not just that Brock Purdy didn't make an All-Pro team. And I do think you're right, that he's someone that would internalize that, not take it personally, but just say, okay, that's fine. I didn't make an All-Pro team. I don't really care about that. I'm here for the postseason. I'm here to take home number 6.
Dude, how do you pick a Pro Bowl long snapper? That's Andrew DePaula from Minnesota. Like, is this like exit velocity on the snap?
I don't know. Well, like
spin rate.
So in baseball now, right? They have the awards. Like, how do you pick the utility man? Like the guy who played the most positions this season,
yeah, made
but is
the least
also
amount of errors. Dude, I'm pissed. They didn't have that. I made 18 errors in 7 years total. Like I wanted a Gold Glove, but they didn't have one for a utility player.
So because you didn't qualify for a particular position?
Yeah, they didn't have that as a thing. It's just like the last 3 or 4 years where they have utility player Gold Glove, and it's a guy that plays the most positions, the most versatile, and makes the least amount of errors.
They made it for Brock Holt, I think.
Yeah, Jalen Reeves-Maben from Detroit won the special teamer, punt returner Darius Davis from the Chargers, and kick returner Marvin Mims from Denver. But yeah. I want Andrew DePaula's job, long snapper. What do you do, Pro Bowl long snapper? That's a great bar line, dude. Like, what do you do, Pro Bowl long snapper? I'm a long snapper, made the Pro Bowl this year. I tell people I'm a pro snorkeler. Yeah, what do you do? I'm a pro snorkeler.
Down to the Keys?
Yeah, don't laugh at that. What do you think? That's funny? I swim in some of the clearest waters in the world, and I get paid to do it. And you're making fun of me that I'm a pro snorkeler? You just throw it right back on them. Like, what do you do? I'm not laughing at what you do. It's one of my lines.
Pro snorkeler?
Yeah, blimp folder, pro snorkeler, Denny's menu photographer.
That's stupid.
Pro hot air balloon artist? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I fly a hot air balloon. I'm a hot air balloon pilot. That's a good one. Yeah. Actually, that just made the arsenal.
There you go.
I'm a hot air balloon pilot.
What do you got to say to that?
I've crashed into a few power lines.
The best of my craft.
You got a problem with that?
I've been working on this for years.
Yeah.
The trick of the trade. Coming up next, I do want to dig deeper into that conversation about Brock Purdy as well as the San Francisco 49ers as we continue on here on a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll get to you, Maurice, on the other side. I do see your call. I do want to get to you, but FP Santangelo alongside Evan Giddings here with you on 95.7 The Game, filling in for Steiny and Guru. We'll be back after this for our final break, and then the crossover. 1:45, we'll get Willard and Dibbs in here. We're back after this.
My little brother's friends have been camped out.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We've been trying to tell you what it is. Just haven't necessarily figured it out yet. Evan Giddings and FP Santangelo with you, filling in for Steiny and Guru here on a Friday. I've had a lot of fun. It's almost over, FP. This show's flown by, man.
It's been great. Did you ever just read the live chat on the YouTube just like randomly? I'm off to Target. Anybody need anything? Oh, yeah. I go to Target and spend like $400 for no reason that I don't have.
You pick me up like 12 pack of LaCroix.
You know, no matter what time of day I come on here, I always see the same people in here. You guys are awesome. Jazz fan, LOL. You get me some whey protein for my boy Andrew Wiggins. Just read them. You should just like have a segment where you just like go straight down and read everything on the chat. Be careful though, you get in trouble if like somebody swears. But like,
yeah, you do have to proofread a little bit. But actually, so you were talking about with the Wax Museum earlier from CO 2020 here on the YouTube chat. Museum tragically now closed at 5:15. Like this is knowledge I just don't have.
Right. People are trying to rob like wax figures after 5:15.
I guess so.
It's like, I got Beyonce.
It's tough times for these figures. Yeah, I don't know if they have a.
Whoops. I think that was my.
Was that you?
Yeah.
That wasn't the drip. I thought you changed your ringtone.
That's my mom's text message, so I know it's my mom. She's been calling the show. Calling me. I'm like, Mom, I'm on the air. She's in Hawaii.
Well,
White Lotus Senior Edition. She's in Hawaii right now.
Well, you answered that text message. Very important, by the way. Always got to respond to Mom. Let's get out to Mo in San Francisco. Wants to bring up the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Mo? You're on with Evan and FP here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Love you guys. What's really important to me is the decline in the quality of some of the fans. When I hear booing, it's not like they haven't been here. We've been in the Bay Area for a long time. The Warriors been here for a long time. We've been supporting them for a long time. Booing is just not who we are in the city, in the Bay Area. That really shouldn't happen. We should be supporting the team. I've been to games. I see how the crowd lifts teams. I can't imagine how players feel, even though they're professionals, when they get booed. The fan they have a right. They have a right to, to feel however they're going to feel. But usually fans uplift programs, and that's what we're here to do. So I'm a little disappointed about those folks who choose to express their feelings that way. It's a privilege to come to the game. It's a privilege to be with a franchise like the Golden State Warriors. That's what I think.
Thanks, Maurice. We've been privileged to watch some great teams in the Bay Area. You talk about the Giants in the early 2010s, of course, the Warriors for the last decade plus. And now it looks like the Niners are set up for a lot of success, both this season and in the near future. So, yeah, I don't want to sit up here and tell fans how to fan. I thought Wednesday was warranted, so was Sunday. But, if the Warriors go on a nice little road stretch here, FP, win a couple in a row, maybe take 3 of 4 on the road, turn this thing around, come back home on Friday next week against the Mavericks and show us that they're a different team. Maybe they get some help at the trade deadline with players' names that have been floating around. Then we're in a very different place. So, I mean, he's right. Look, you're always a 5-game win streak away from turning the season around. The question is, are you actually going to win 5 games in a row?
They ain't turning this around anytime soon. I mean, there's so much momentum going the other way, and they're in such a funk right now that it's all on Steph. If Steph doesn't score 50, they have no chance. They don't. I mean, Clay's got to step up and do something. Steph's got to. Kuminga, to me, just let him go. Let him play. Let the kid just go and play him as many minutes as you possibly can. He's 21 years old. He's not going to get tired. Let him play.
I am with you that I would like to see, well, of course, depending on what they do at the deadline, I mean, they can move off a couple of the young guys, but it does feel like, all right, when Draymond Green comes back, do you think that he automatically slots in starting lineup 30 minutes and that affects the young guys play, or do you think that he actually will be kind of slowly work back in, and he's not going to be someone that messes with the hierarchy at this point?
Got to get in game shape, dude. It's not a video game. You just don't plug a guy in that's missed this much time. He's got to get in game shape, so his minutes will be sparse to start, and then just see where he's at. And I'm more anxious to see his effort and his attitude and his act, so to speak, versus like how many minutes he gets. But like you can run a treadmill and play pickup games and all you want, but like game shape. Like people in baseball think you come off the IL, you just hit like 400. But like when you're away from the game moves fast, and it's a lot different in the NBA. You got to get in game shape. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot initially.
Yeah, and I would look to also see if Draymond Green is one to suggest coming off the bench or working his way back in. I think it's interesting because we were talking about, well, what do you do with Draymond when they were winning 5 games in a row? And then it's like, well, he's kind of got to, tip-tap toe back his way into the shallow end, get into the deep end, all this stuff. But now maybe because the team isn't going well, that they're more inclined to trust him right off the bat. I think, look, you're right. He does need to get into game shape. He's not going to be cleared until Rick Celebrini says so. But it could be tomorrow. We know he's not going to play tonight at 5 o'clock against the Chicago Bulls. We also know Moses Moody's out with a calf strain. But if and when Draymond Green's ready, I just wonder with the disarray that they currently are in and the lack of voice, especially with Chris Paul being out now, if Kerr is inclined to trust Draymond more, I would like to see him come off the bench to start because I also think he can be the secondary unit creator, ball handler right now that they don't have because CP3's out. And then see what he's got, where he's at, and then find his way back into the starting lineup. But I don't think Draymond Green's just going to wave a magic wand and all of a sudden, to your point, they're just going to turn this thing around.
Dude, my excitement level is like a 3 on him coming back. Like I don't even... If 10's doing cartwheels and super fired up and I'm going to give him a standing O, it's like a 3. I don't think this is going to matter, and it's kind of cringy to me. Like when he comes back, I don't have that. I have kind of a weird feeling in my gut about like all that happened last year, derailing a couple of seasons because his agenda is more important than the team's agenda. His behavior is not conducive to being a good teammate. He's not available for me as a teammate. I don't know if I can count on him. And now he's coming back, and I'm supposed to be like, woohoo, Draymond's back. I don't know how Warriors fans feel, and maybe I'm saving this hot take for way too late in the show. But like, I really don't care. I don't. I'm not excited about it. It's just weird. This whole thing's weird to me. Maybe that's the best way to sum it up.
I think that's how a lot of people feel. I'm a little more excited than you, but it's not so much about Draymond. It's more about what the team's going to look like with him. And I don't even know if it's excitement. It's more just interest because we're all attached to the Warriors in whatever way we want to fan or just from a media perspective. But I'm interested to see how the team looks. I don't know if I'm necessarily excited that Draymond Green is just going to come back in and we're just going to sweep his indiscretions under the rug.
He's important to Steph. Like, I will say that. He's important to Steph Curry's success. I'm not going to downplay that, but I'm just saying my excitement level about this isn't very high.
No, and I'm curious what Willard and Dibbs think about it as well. I'm also curious to get their excitement level for the football playoffs because Wild Card Weekend starts tomorrow, and we got 2 games on Saturday, 3 games on Sunday, and then the Monday night game between Philly and Tampa. If you were to choose an opponent for the 49ers next week in FPA, like who would you want to see at Levi's Stadium?
Lions.
Who do you want? You want the Lions?
Yeah, Rams are hot. Stafford's hot. Yeah, I'm rooting for Jared Goff and the Lions. I think the Niners handle the Lions. I'm really worried about the Rams.
I would be worried about the Rams too. You're more worried about the Rams than Philly?
They're 7-1 since their off day. Like, they're playing great football.
So you just want to avoid the hottest team.
And Sean McVay, and I know we've had our success against the Rams, and I know like that Kyle has McVay's number. I know all that, but I'd rather them play the Lions for sure.
Yeah, I think if we're looking up and down the NFC, the teams that I don't want to see are certainly the Rams, and then you'd have to play them in the championship game. But I think the Cowboys can make some noise. I don't think they'd be favored. I don't think they could beat the Niners. But those are the two teams that would scare me the most if I had to choose anyone in the conference.
The most satisfying first-round win for the Niners would be the Rams.
You think?
Yeah.
More than the Eagles even?
You send them home. Any LA team you send home is a good thing. Yeah. You send them home. But, I don't know. The Lions are good, but I don't know that I think they're not ready for prime time right now.
Okay.
And I've watched them play a lot.
Sounds good. Well, we'll see what Willard and Dibbs have to weigh in on the discussion. Coming up on the other side, the crossover. That's what's coming up on 95.7. The Game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. FP Santangelo, Evan Giddings back after this. In for Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and FP Santangelo in for Steiny and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. This is the crossover. What's up, Mark Willard? What's up, Dan Dibley? How we doing on a Friday?
We're doing great. Doing great.
Yeah,
Excited about Wild Card Weekend.
Yes,
and
sir.
the Warriors play. Sorry. I mean,
the Warriors play tonight. Is Draymond in? Is he in?
Yeah.
Is he? Well, and how do they lose tonight is the question.
They don't.
You would hope
that for a plot twist.
That would be crazy, right?
Yeah, book it.
Yeah.
They don't lose.
I got him plus 35.5.
What's the number?
Good question. I don't know.
Are they favored?
You would hope so, right?
I mean, you would expect them to be.
You think they'd be favored on the road?
Against the Bulls?
The Warriors?
Against the Bulls?
The Bulls are like against the Warriors?
The Warriors should be favored by like 10.5, but it's probably Warriors by 3. I would guess.
You got to stop Jordan.
Number tonight.
Oh my God, Chicago minus 2.5.
There you go. There you go.
That's what.
No, I got it at 3.
Make Pippen.
It's going up. Bulls minus 3.
Make Rodman shoot.
Well, I mean, Moody is out, so it's understandable.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You lost your leading scorer.
It's worth 4 points.
True. Yeah. Okay. Man.
But yeah, that's kind of where we're at with the Warriors, guys. Right. Well, at least they can't be booed, right? So.
I mean, that's the thing. You looked at the Bulls and you went, I mean, that's an 18-21 team and maybe a play-in team. And the rest of the world's you just described the Warriors.
Well, I guess they're 13-9 at home. So
exactly.
I guess
they're a home team.
You just got Vucevic back.
How many NBA teams right now against which would the Warriors be favored on the road?
Probably.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it,
Pistons.
JT. Thanks. Happy Friday.
Let's go down the list.
Detroit for sure.
The Pistons, the Wizards.
And then Detroit.
Portland.
The Fighting JPs.
Probably Detroit.
Yeah.
Spurs.
Portland.
Yeah.
Charlotte.
All right. Memphis. Maybe. I think Memphis.
On Monday, probably. Ja Morant's out.
No Ja.
Yeah. Toronto? No. Not after what happened last week.
No.
Atlanta?
Hawks? Maybe.
Big win the other night.
Before or after the DeJounte Murray trade?
Not Utah.
Right.
Not Utah.
Yeah, so you could count on one hand and you might need one finger from the other.
It's a shame. Yeah.
So
there was a ton of blowouts, by the way, yesterday in the NBA. It did make me feel a little bit better about what the Warriors did on Wednesday. Like you see the score of the Oklahoma City Portland game?
I did.
It was a nail biter.
Was it 62?
62 is the final scoring margin.
There's no load management anymore. They're tired.
Scoot Henderson was a minus 52. I've never seen that in an NBA game in my life.
He's like if you do the metrics, the whatever analytics, which is a word we're starting to have a really hard time with. But anyway, he's like one of the worst players in basketball. Scoot Henderson.
Him and Jordan Poole.
And
Wiggins and Clay.
Yeah.
And Andrew Wiggins.
No, and Andrew Wiggins. Clay is,
he's down there.
Not quite that far down.
No, but he's down there.
But it's literally,
in terms of,
it's those three guys. They're the worst players in basketball.
And Ryan Rollins, if you count in target visits.
Right.
Which, and I'm surprised I didn't get more love on our show thread because.
What'd you want? It was timing. It was when you sent it. Oh, it was when you sent it. It was a funny response, but it was like
very funny.
But the cycle had already run its course, and we had moved on with our day.
But you sent it at 10:40 at night.
I didn't send it at all.
No one had responded.
Lucas sent that.
I thought you sent that.
No, I didn't send that.
Let's go to the
facts here. He walked out with a handful of $9.99 graphic tees. Like
for the 7th time.
Oh, for the 7th time.
It was the 7th time that he was seen shoplifting at Target. In DC.
Yeah, I mean,
they never caught FP when he was there.
Nah, dude. Sneaky like that.
Totally.
Grab some
you're not 6'10".
Dude, the analytics, getting back to your point now, this year is like it's the new load management. The coach just says, hey, if we're down by 20, quit. Just stop playing.
Well,
and take your day off while you're playing since you can't give you a day off.
And put Wiggins in.
Yeah.
That's what they did the other night.
Yeah, it was in the white flag lineup.
Sure. Wow, that hurts.
Well, you guys talked to Kawakami yesterday. I agree with him. I think they will move him. The question is, how? Like, how do you do it?
Right. What are you going to get?
You got to send something with him,
probably. I tried to make this point yesterday, and I don't know if everybody received it, which is that the other teams have TV sets. Like everyone, trade Wiggins. They can see what's happening too. We're not the only ones who know that Andrew Wiggins has scored 11 points in the last 3 games. The Raptors know. Just because he's from Canada, they're not going to be like, well, he's from here, so.
They'll take it back.
They
don't stay up late.
Yeah. No customs. You're good.
He needs, when you say he needs a change of scenery, we literally mean he needs to change country.
Sure.
And then everything's going to be amazing.
He needs a protein shake.
Yeah.
Or 2.
And a sandwich. Yeah, something. I don't know. He needs a hug right now. I mean, I don't know how many people he's got in his corner right now, certainly from the fans. I know Klay Thompson stuck up for him at the press conference the other day, but yeah, the Warriors got a lot of issues right now. I know Draymond is supposed to come back and help as much as he can, but the deadline is approaching. And especially hearing now that a few minutes ago from Chris Haynes that the Raptors and Siakam are on the verge of parting ways. I don't know if that means to Golden State. I know he was rumored to be also in talks with Indiana. Sacramento was in on him, then they're out on him. So it's not necessarily Golden State that's the team, but I feel like if another deal happens, there's going to be more pressure for the Warriors to move sooner rather than later.
Well, this is where the Wiggins thing actually could get interesting because I feel like the further this goes, when you start having a name it's been out there for 2 years, Pascal Siakam, and now you're at the end of the deal. So now he's expiring. He's a rental. And the whole world knows he's been available, and now you're starting to use phrases like parting ways. All of these things serve to lower the ask. Like the Raptors are not going to get some sort of a great package for Pascal Siakam. So if the Warriors want him, if the Warriors are willing to give up Kuminga, I bet they could have him immediately. I don't think anybody's going to give him a better player than that. You know, what are you going to give up for a guy who you have to pay a bunch of money for 2 months? And then he leaves. What are you giving up for that? You have to want to get rid of whoever's on your roster. Well, the Warriors have one of those guys. It's Andrew Wiggins. They need a few more dollars in order to make the whole thing work. That would be Kuminga. And the Raptors would be very attracted to it. So, you know, that all boils down to what the Warriors really think about Kuminga in his future.
Right. And that's what I said yesterday in terms of will they trade him? If they are going to trade him, it's because they don't think that he can be a real number 1 or number 2 on a good team in 5 years and 10 years, because Jonathan Kuminga is not going to be the best player that he can be for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Is it 5? I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. So is it after the Steph Curry window? If it is, and you believe that he can be, 22 points a night and 8 rebounds and a real dominant player, then you don't trade him. But if you're not sure, then you might as well trade him and try to make the most of the Steph Curry window.
Yeah, and also depends on how much you want to pay him because he's extension eligible, how much he wants to be paid or how much he thinks he's worth. I'd be less inclined to move him also. Just, I don't know how much you guys feel like this factors in, but if you're looking at the next iteration of Warriors basketball beyond Curry, I would like to have a piece of it that at least was in the building when he was around, when winning was commonplace. I think sometimes players can, and we talked about this, FP and I did throughout the show, like you can kind of fall into a losing mentality. And I think having someone that at least experienced the highest of highs, even if they weren't a big part of that championship team in his rookie year, I think that is valuable to have some sort of, I don't know about torchbearer to the next stage, but at least someone that is familiar with how things are supposed to, or the expectations from someone like Joe Lacob.
Yeah, there probably will be. I mean, look, I don't think Klay Thompson's getting traded.
I don't think so either.
And I think that there's a decent chance that they find a way to extend him on a short deal that's not terribly expensive, especially if they can clear a bunch of money, which, meaning other than him, you can clear Chris Paul. If you get Wiggins off the roster and in return get something else that will also clear, like Siakam, then the idea of re-signing Klay is not that big of a deal.
Do you think if Klay had a crystal ball and could see into the future to now, he would have signed the 2 for $48 prior to the season?
No.
Probably not.
No.
He's not playing poorly. He's not playing that poorly. Everyone, like you admitted this the other day, Dibs. Y'all got mad at him this week because of what he said. Not because of the way he's playing. Like, you look at the Warrior roster right now, I got about 7 people I'd be ticked off before Klay Thompson. As far as the way they're playing basketball.
And if he plays like this, can he get 2 and 48 somewhere else?
Sure.
I think so.
You guys probably missed this today, but player translation to what Clay said is like, I won you 4 championships. We've gotten boat race for 3 games, and you're going to boo us?
Right.
What do you think about that?
I mean, anytime a fan cares more about a player, or it appears that, then you're in slippery slope, right? That's not a good place to be. But like, what his attitude, and I've seen guys say this behind the scenes that they're not going to say it publicly. Like, wait, we busted our ass. We climbed to the top of the mountain 4 times. We planted the flag. We had parades. We got rings, and now we have a little slide. And you're going to boo us? Screw you. That's what that was in a nutshell.
But at the same time, look at the way Steph handled it, and you don't take it personal because it's not like they were booing Clay. They're booing the Warriors.
Right.
And these people are also, like, these people are out hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to go to a game at Chase Center. Like, I said this the other day. I don't think booing is that offensive. You go out and do back-to-back stink games, and you get a little groan from the crowd, that's no big deal. You said this. I heard you say it earlier, too.
Yeah.
Leaving. That's a big deal.
Dude, looking up there and people are filing out.
Booing is emotional. Leaving is indifferent.
You don't want to see me anymore.
Right, but booing hurts the players. Leaving hurts the owner. I think not showing up hurts the owner.
But booing hurts the owner.
Well, booing hurts the owner because he's there courtside.
Oh, the owner's been booed.
Well, it's like that. That says that you're putting out an entertaining product, and people are rejecting it. That's incredibly hurtful, especially when you're the guy who's essentially in charge of putting on the show. It's Joe's show. And they booed it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Leaving, though, leaving is the one that is the indifference. FP, you know this.
Yeah.
That's what's happening at 3rd and King.
That's when I played, is when everybody already left. They're like, it's safe to put FP in now. The fans have left in the 7th
I
inning.
would love it if we were still booing the Giants. You left.
You're hooing the Giants.
That's right.
You're hooing them.
That's way worse.
Yeah.
You are hooing them. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ
Hanging there,
FM in
Steiny.
HD1 San Francisco.
You
Always
really
live
are.
on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Speaking of Steiny, I'll do my best impression. Hey, 49ers, 7 All-Pros, not named Brock Purdy. You hate to see it.
Well, before you get to the Niners, I just want to applaud Bleacher Dave today. I thought his call was awesome.
So good.
Hadn't heard from him in a long time, and he was like laying out the whole idea about booing and booing the Warriors and being there for a long time, and the fans that are now booing, are these fans the ones who were there before? So I think that it's interesting. And the Niners, your transition. Oh, here's a team that's not getting booed. The Niners. And that's coming up next. I thought it was great.
just trying to calm the seas. I mean,
yeah.
Look, people are inclined, and you're free to boo if you want. I'm not one of those people, but
right.
To me, it's more like my thing is if I'm silent, like I just don't care. I would never. I rarely have ever left the game, just because I'm also a cheapskate. But I'm inclined to not give you any applause or any emotion at all. Like if I'm just sitting there and just honestly, I found myself kind of chuckling at the end of the Pelicans game. Like it was bad. This is bad.
FP and I were at the Heat game, and not together, but we were in the same row, and we can speak to the same shared experience where it was ugly early, and it was like okay, and the Warriors did good things, we cheered. And then they didn't do much. And then quietly, our section started to empty. Mm-hmm. And there was a Heat fan who came in next to me, and he was immediately like, running his mouth and bumping his gums. And the people in front of us, they left because they were mad at him. And then, before long, like you left and I left, and there was about 2 minutes left. And, we kind of looked at each other like, why would we stay? And
yeah.
They're down by 18, and this thing is cooked.
Well, because you want to see Jamal Cain. That's
right. That's why I came. Yeah.
So you get beat. Don't get out efforted ever.
Right.
Like you can beat me, but you ain't gonna play harder. You ain't gonna play harder than me. Sorry. Yeah. Never, ever, ever, ever. Losing is part of sports, but like somebody going out there, attitude, effort is an attitude, and it's the only thing you can control on a daily basis. Your effort. Like you beat me. Okay, I'll tip my cap. Beat me by 20.
That's probably.
But I'm diving for loose balls, and I'm taking charges, and I'm playing defense, and
that's how you made your career.
Playing hard,
fighting hydrant.
Totally.
That's also I think it's kind of unfair that everyone points squarely at the head coach. Like the head coach does deserve some criticism, but it's not his job. And I'm with FP. Like I don't think it's his job to show up to the locker room and try and rile the troops each and every night. Like if you don't show up for successive games and you don't show effort, I mean, I don't know. I can't look at Steve Kerr and say, you know what? He's the reason.
I mean, are you referring to the Kendrick Perkins thing?
Yeah.
That's absurd. That was stupid.
That's Harry High School.
I mean, the idea that the Warriors have been champions for over a decade and now they've lost their spirit because Steve Kerr, that's stupid. Steve has had a rough year. They all have. That's why we're all sitting here and on different days, everybody's got someone else to blame. This is a bad mix. I don't know exactly what the new mix needs to be. And I don't even know exactly why the mix is bad. But we can go person by person. Andrew's no good anymore. Draymond's unavailable. Steph has, all of them start to fall then. The Steph, the Clay, the Looney, they start to fall because what they're used to around them is no longer there. So you can go individual by individual. Steve Kerr won't play. Moody and Kuminga. All of that stuff is all true. But the bottom line is it's just one big mix. And the whole thing doesn't work right now. That's why they're going to shake it up.
They have to. I mean, the insanity quote from Steph after the game. They have to do something. I don't know if it's multiple moves. I think it
has to be multiple moves.
So, but why though?
Because
what is the goal of the multiple moves?
Okay, here's what I'm saying. If you just go get, and let's take, for instance, Siakam. Like, if you just go get Siakam, and that's it, like, that doesn't really achieve either of your two goals, which is either to get to relevance this year or do something of organizational health for the future. I mean, Siakam could come for 2 months and then leave. So that's no good for the future.
He also could leave you with $40 extra million in cap space.
Absolutely. Although you, in theory, already have a bunch of cap space that's coming next year. If all you want is expiring deals, then Chris Paul and Klay Thompson expire.
72.
There's a bunch of money. But
$72 million.
I think if you're willing to trade Kuminga, which is what can get you Siakam, then you've got to make another swing also to actually put together a starting and finishing five. And it probably
like DeJounte Murray or something,
or a big man,
like the one we're going to see tonight.
Well, I don't know who it is.
Vucevic,
maybe. I mean, that's what Bill Simmons threw out there. Now, the trade that he proposed was Draymond to the Lakers in a 3-way deal that gets you a future first-round pick, and Rui Hachimura would go to the Bulls for Vucevic. That's an interesting lineup. Steph and Clay are still there. Your two rookies are still there. Looney's still there. Siakam, Vucevic. I mean, it's not going to happen that way. I get it. But the theory that's behind what he's saying makes sense to me, because that's a lineup that gets interesting right away. And it does add even more roster flexibility, financial flexibility, that is, going forward, because you're essentially clearing Wiggins' number also.
And Draymond and $88 million or whatever it is.
Exactly. Goes into Vucevic, but yeah.
No, I like that. I mean, I think the goal of the deadline should be to set yourself up to make whatever moves you need to in the offseason. I'm just not sure there are a group of players out there that automatically vault the Warriors into a place necessary to, I don't know, to contend for a top 5 seed, maybe even 4 seed. Like I just, they're so far back at this point. To me, the hope is that you add by subtracting, and it starts with Wiggins,
right?
And then you have your decisions to make this offseason about Clay, Chris Paul. You might even be able to move Chris Paul, because I think his expiring deal is what is attractive about him to a lot of teams anyways. So I think you have some flexibility there, and then you just set yourself up for the summer to make decisions about how you want to retool around Steph. I mean, I don't think rebuild is in the cards. I think it's got to be trying to move as much money around as possible so that either you can attract a free agent, you can distribute some of that money bringing back Clay. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they want to bring back Chris Paul. I don't know. But the deadline to me is more about setting yourself up to, yes, I mean, you want to play well this season. You want to try and get back in the playoff hunt, but it's got to be about the summer to me.
Right, and next year, because even if you do what Mark is talking about and Bill Simmons is laying out, does that make you a top 2, top 3 in the West? No. But does it make you a team that maybe can be top 6 and you make the playoffs and you go on a run, sure, it's possible.
Yeah.
And that's what you were last year, where you were a 6 seed, you beat the 3, and then you lost, and then that was it. You were one and done. And I know you want to win a championship, but you also want to be a playoff team and you want to be relevant. Does that move make you relevant? Maybe. To me, the biggest thing is addition by subtraction, and it starts with Chris Paul, because he'll be gone anyway, and Andrew Wiggins, who is no longer, in my opinion, a viable member of a championship team.
Yeah, and I think they can take their own blueprint, too. I mean, how'd they get Wiggins in the first place? They flipped a player that didn't really fit that well in D'Angelo Russell. And even the first year Wiggins was here, I mean, well, it came in a bad season, but also the next year after that, they were a play-in team. They didn't look like they were all of a sudden going to be able to take a massive leap, and then they did. So I think if there's another player out there that they can find and identify as being an aid beyond this year, but also be able to get off of Wiggins, move around some money, I think that is possible. That's the only reason I think Siakam would be in the cards for me, is because I'd be okay with him walking because he gives you flexibility, but also if you can lure him into sticking around, maybe he could be your 4 of the future.
Well, and I would bet that Joe Lacob is very activated right now by the idea of relevance this year. If we're all going to move off the idea of championship, okay, fine. How about relevance? That's not out of the question. Usually NBA teams, the Warriors don't have the pieces to do it right now anyway, and even if they were able to find them on the market, you have to be together for a while in basketball, usually, not always, but you have to build the chemistry, the know-how, the system, all of those things. So championships are not won at the deadline in the NBA. But the Warriors could absolutely I believe that if they got aggressive enough and the right moves are made, does that turn them into a noisy playoff team? I think that's possible. And I would think that if I was Joe Lacob and fans were booing my product, that would matter to me right away.
Yeah.
Right now. So yes, don't blow up whatever you think the future is, but let's also address right now. He was not happy the other night. That was a power walk when he left.
Sure was. Yeah, it was
billionaires don't power walk unless they got a little emotion behind
Olympic speed walk to the locker room.
that was a power walk.
Well, but before we get out of here, I'll throw this at you guys. Before next Friday when they come back, 4-game road trip, you think we have a different roster?
No. They need more information. Draymond is just going to be coming back to the floor. People are going to want to see that. Every night is information. Tonight is information. Be great to get a win, but
information on another team, perhaps too.
Well, information on yourself, because if you go 1-3 on the road trip, well, then maybe your whole motivation to do what Mark is talking about and be relevant now, maybe that becomes less important if you realize that there are no moves that can be made that would even make you that relevant. If your team is trending toward being, 35-47, no matter what, then why would you even bother?
To try and get off of a bad contract. I mean, that's probably...
You can get off a bad contract, but why would you try and do a 3-team Vucevic?
True.
I do think that Wiggins is gone no matter what.
I agree.
Don't leave yet.
Okay.
Jordan Hicks. I want your 90 seconds on this.
I was just going to say on the way out, Jordan Hicks is going to win the Cy Young, and I'm going to go steal groceries.
Let's go.
I'm going to steal groceries after the show.
For real, what's your reaction?
I don't have a job. Just watch video on him. His fastball averaged 100.2 miles an hour last year.
Intense.
His sinker goes right off of your back knee if you're a right-handed hitter. He just sometimes it's a snowball fight and he can't throw strikes.
Right.
But other than that, here we go again. You got a reliever. You're making him a starter.
Yeah, can he start?
We usually get starters and make them relievers, and now we got a reliever and we make him a starter. I think they want to see. He has started some in his career, and they want to see if he can command the strike zone and throw strikes and not blow out when you throw that hard. That
feels like it's another opener. He's going to be the new Zach Littell.
I'll tell you what. If Camilo falters at all, you got 104 in your bullpen now.
So that's what.
Now it's 104.
But I'm with you perfectly on this.
But
I think that this is a really smart signing.
Kilometers.
That really ticks me off.
Oh,
why?
That's a tease.
I am losing trust
Wait. Time out. Mark the tape.
Hold on.
Mark is losing trust.
Hold on. No. Way higher than him.
Whoa. The Johnsons?
I think everybody,
God,
including the free agents themselves, I think the word about the Giants organization right now is trust. And
well, they gave him 4 years.
Can't argue with that, dude.
Yeah, you can because.
No, I mean, I don't think players trust.
They don't trust the Giants.
Yeah, I can't argue with that
for a bunch of different reasons. And
you're hoping that Bob Melvin would change that because I think if Gabe was still here, that would be a legitimate issue.
So
Hicks will throw 2 innings. Every 4th day.
Hit a mascot.
You want Yamamoto.
Sure.
You want Yamamoto. You want Stroman.
Lucille's in
trouble. You want Imanaga. You talk about Jordan Montgomery. You talk about Blake Snell. And then you slide in somebody with 8 career starts and electric stuff who's a third of the price of all of these other players. And it starts to smell. The whole thing. And I know some of you are driving around going, well, you're the last to get here. I get it.
Welcome.
But this is to me, what I don't trust is it's above Farhan. This just feels like a game is being played. A big game.
And the way this doesn't stink to you.
This is a big ownership game.
The way this doesn't stink to you if they sprinkle some Cody Bellinger on there or they sprinkle whoever, the rest of the free agents, Snell. And now you're going, oh, okay, now the whole piece looks good. But right now, I feel like just by reading the Twitter today, the Giants Twitter, everybody's on board with your take.
It's all about money. The whole thing.
Well, the owner told you that in the offseason that we're just trying to come close to breaking even.
It's hard to do.
Those are his words, right?
That is a good year for a franchise.
Would you still,
really
question for y'all, would you still, because there's so much Farhan anger, would you still be mad at Farhan if you knew, and this is a total hypothetical, he is simply out there doing exactly what he's been told to do?
Yes.
Wait, I got to raise my hand.
Yes.
Okay.
99.99% of GMs or presidents of baseball operations throughout Major League Baseball are doing what they're told to do.
Of course, which is how they keep their job.
Rizzo and I were tight. And Rizzo would go to ownership all the time with the Nationals and have all these deals on the table.
Like an hour since he got
and contracts, and they say, "Here, we got this guy right now for this, and this," and they would say no.
Yeah,
right.
I have this trade on the table. He had Bryce Harper on the table for 7 of Astros' top prospects, all guys that threw like 98 miles an hour, #1 picks, and ownership said no. Turned green when he said, "Here, we can't trade Bryce. It's a bad look." So I would say that in my experiences, that most presidents of baseball operations obviously have to answer to ownership.
Right.
But in the end, that's who's making the decisions.
Well, you don't fire owners, so...
Can you imagine being a GM and just like that's why Mr. Steinbrenner was so great with the Yankees. Just like, here, Cash, do what you want.
Exactly.
I got you.
Exactly.
I trust you. Do what you want.
But Farhan signed a 3-year extension to work for this individual. If this is the case, you signed on to continue doing what you're doing for a guy who doesn't want to do what everyone wants. So to me, as a fan, it comes down to the GM, the president of baseball ops. That's your job.
You're 100% right.
But even if FP is right, and I believe that you are right,
I mean, I might not be.
Ultimately, he's the fall guy. As was Gabe and as will Bob be.
But he's not, because he hasn't fallen.
Yeah.
He got an extension.
Yeah, don't let the extension fool you, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
they offered $700 million to Otani. They can eat any contract.
Oh,
in the
I
front
know.
Office
I'm not saying he's going to live.
I think Farhan knows that he's going to make adjustments and that you'll see a different brand of baseball this year. Who's in the uniform? It still remains to be seen.
My mind will stay open until opening day. That's why they call it opening day. But this is what I feel is an exciting player and probably a smart asset for a very untrustworthy reason. That's what I think.
All right, boys.
I think that's a hot take, and it's a good take.
Well, FP, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hopping on today.
Thanks. Let's go steal some groceries.
Yeah, let's go. We're going to catch us at Target in San Francisco. Now, coming up next, Will and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. All that said, Wild Card Weekend is about to start, and I want to throw this by you about the 49ers. Good seeing you, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, Evan Giddings and FP Santangelo.
It's a good combo.
Yeah, that was fun.
Good combo, yeah.
And
really Bleacher Dave too. Where you been, Bleacher Dave?
I don't miss that. I got the recap, but I wasn't
it was
listening
good.
at that
Bleacher
time.
Dave replay coming up at 4:05. We're gonna replay everything today. What do you think? Let's go.
Well, it's Friday.
Peter King, rack it back. Come on.
Peter King, Steve Kerr.
Yep.
TK, Tim Kawakami.
Let's play it all.
Bleacher Dave, and that's the show. Thank you for being with us.
Warriors basketball coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Totally, right?
No, that's not what we're doing at all. I got stuff on all the teams today. But what about this with the 49ers as we head into Wild Card Weekend? I tell you what. You know I hate Super Bowl or bust. You know I hate it.
Super Bowl or try again, darn it.
Super Bowl or try again.
Dude, stop.
Super Bowl or try again.
You and I are at odds early.
Well, but here's what I will say. I'm starting to get a little bit, the word's not nervous. It's anxiety, sports anxiety. The 49ers are going to be relevant and they're going to be good for a long time because they've got a great coach who has a quarterback who fits with him perfectly. And I think that is a recipe for success for a long time. And don't be worried about Brock Purdy getting offered $50 million because if that happens, that means that this month went well and next year went well.
Right.
Okay?
And also, he won't make that for 2 more years.
Right.
Next year and the year after, he can't make $50 million.
He can sign it a little bit like,
but he can't make it.
Right,
Jordan Poole.
He can sign it a year and a half from now. He can make it 2.5 years from now.
So you have 2 more years of a bargain basement, $900,000 a year quarterback who is a Pro Bowler at the very least.
After this season, 2 more seasons.
2 more years
of cheap Brock.
Yes.
Okay, that's awesome. However, as that starts to come into focus, so will the salaries and careers of other 49ers who you might think are important, like Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk, I think he'll get taken care of this year. But is that sustainable if he's making 25 and Debo's making 24? How much longer are they going to do that? So it's not Super Bowl or bust because I think that's silly. I just don't think that's the way it works.
Well, there is no bust for this team.
Exactly.
There's no bust.
You could be like Super Bowl or I'm super disappointed. So there's another phrase. How about that?
Super Bowl or bum?
Super
is the
Bowl
one.
or bum?
Super Bowl or bum?
Totally
is what I came up with.
But I wonder if we all understand how much better their chances are this year and next year and seen. Okay? Their chances, the percentage play of the 49ers winning the Super Bowl is way higher. I think they'll be relevant, they'll be good, but watch the other teams that are relevant and good. Look at the Chiefs right now. Do you think they're going to go to the Super Bowl? They've got Mahomes. Nobody thinks they're going to go to the Super Bowl because whatever. This year, the mix is not right. And the Niners will have those years under Brock Purdy. I think that Purdy is going to end up being a 7 to 10 year quarterback for the 49ers. That's my guess right now. And you're going to be relevant. And maybe there's a playoff miss in there a couple of times. Maybe there's some near misses and maybe there's a couple of Super Bowl appearances or whatever. Relevance. Josh Allen is relevant. Still never been to a Super Bowl. They're good every year, though. I think that's what the Niners are about to head into. But you've already got the 1 seed in your back pocket. You've got this salary game that you could play for 2 more years. I don't know how much more Trent Williams you've got. Christian McCaffrey's deal is up in a couple of years. His 30th birthday is looming. So the Niners' percentage chance of getting that ring is so much higher over the next 13 months of our lives. And that is nerve-wracking.
Well, it's pressure.
Yep.
It's pressure in terms of your window because you talked about Kansas City, and they've been to 3 of the last 4, not including this year. So they won, they lost, they missed, and they won. And that was when they had their quarterback on a rookie deal, and then he got big money, and he won another one. So Kansas City's been to 3 of 4.
Yeah.
So if that is what can happen for a good team with a good quarterback, and you've got a good team, and you've got a good quarterback, well, then here we go. You don't have to get to 3 of 4, but if you have a quarterback on a rookie deal for this year and 2 more, then you better get to at least 1, and you should probably win at least 1 with this roster. And like you mentioned, Trent Williams, he might have between 1 and 3 more years left, and you got George Kittle who's turning 30. You got Ayuk coming into his deal. McCaffrey's about to be 30. You got Debo for 3 more years. You got Fred Warner. You got Greenlaw. You got Mooney Ward. You have all these pieces for the next 2 to 3 years, depending on which guy you're talking about. Now's the time. Win at least 1. If you don't win 1 in the next 3 years, well, then Kyle Shanahan, we got questions for you.
Yeah.
Because they should win, Mark. In the next 3 years, they should win at least 1.
But you have to always qualify that with why did they not win it? Like, yes, you're going to have questions for Kyle Shanahan unless it's something like what happened last year or whatever. Like, I came out of last year, I'm like,
Sure.
I got no questions. I have no questions about you, Kyle.
Right.
Your quarterback's arm blew up. And, I mean,
it's unfortunate.
My lips to God's ears. I hope that does not happen this month because there's nothing different. I thought
it was a lot different because you got Sam Darnold instead of Josh Johnson.
I don't think it's good enough.
But it's different. It's a lot different.
It's different. I mean, it's different. My point is I don't think they're the best team in football anymore if that guy gets hurt. That's different.
Sure.
I don't.
You could say that about any team.
I do think they're the best team in football as they are currently constructed, as they stand right now. And so, yeah, there are the list of things that can happen, from an injury to a bad bounce to a bad call to a heroic performance by another team. They're all good.
All
too.
that's unacceptable to me.
Really?
If you're a bad bounce away from winning a game, then you're not the best team. You should be bad bounce proof.
Really?
Yes.
You think you should? So you're suggesting that the 49ers should just steamroll through the playoffs?
No, but you shouldn't be a bad bounce away from losing the Super Bowl.
If you're favored by 6 and you're up by 6, you're a bad bounce away from the game going the other way.
Well, then you weren't the best team.
Well, okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't necessarily
Handle
share
your
that.
business.
Right, but the other teams feel that way too, and and they're all good also.
Right, and you might go up against a team that already beat you.
The Chiefs,
Cleveland, Baltimore, they've already beaten you.
Last 4 years, Chiefs' best team, right? Well, 2 of the 4 years they didn't win.
Right.
2 of the 4 years they did.
But 3 of the 4 they were there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. You can watch us live and see the cheeks get red. Like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Oh, and you ready for this? I got my text back from Vegas.
You did?
Would you like to know what the spread would be if the Niners played the Ravens?
Can't wait.
I got it for you next on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Floor Store's year-end clearance is...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
My mood meter is on 10.
Yeah?
It is on 10 right now.
I'm close to it, yeah.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Football.
Yep.
3-day.
Yep. Short show.
Short show. It's not really about that because I love doing this.
And I also enjoy watching and listening to Warriors basketball, so that's fun too.
And if you're listening, you know who you are. I had a 90-minute coffee pre-show with just a gem of a human being.
Okay.
And yeah, man, I just came out feeling good. Feeling good.
Awesome.
Yep.
I got to see my guy FP today.
Yeah, it's Friday.
Which, it's Friday. I had a nice BART ride in.
Is that what the F stands for, by the way? Friday people? Is that what FP stands for?
It does today.
Okay.
Friday people.
There you go.
My guy FP. I had a great BART ride in. Mostly empty train.
Okay. AirPods?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in. The pods were in.
All right.
Listening to a podcast, the Run TMC podcast, which is Run the Marin County. It's a basketball podcast based in Marin County, and it's a lot of old friends of mine who are guests, so it's a little bit of nostalgia for me, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. 7 games refereeing at St. Hilary's in Tiburon. I got a 7-pack. Knees are feeling great today. I'm ready to lace them up and get after it.
Game 5, I've heard, is going to be a doozy.
Yeah. And Game 5 is usually the hardest one for me.
Why?
Because you do 7 games, and, Game 1, you're fresh, you're excited. Yeah. Game 2, the same. Games 3 and 4 is a little bit of the
dog days of
long
summer.
way to go.
Yeah.
And then Game 5 is like either right before lunch or right after lunch. And then you get to Game 6 and it's like, okay, I'm smelling it now. I'm almost done.
Yeah.
Games 4 and 5 are the tough ones.
So you're either hungry or slow.
Or angry.
Okay.
Or all 3.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I'll let him know.
Go ahead and chime in. No, you go ahead and chime in from the second row.
I am going to heckle the living
I dare you.
Daylights out
I dare you. I've been embarrassing parents since 1988. I will stop the game.
And so will I.
Although if you're with the lovely Christy, there's no chance you get singled out.
What are you going to do?
Dude.
What are you going to do about it?
Hey, guys. Good call. Yeah, I probably should have called 3 in the key for the first time in 30 years.
Dude, every time out, I'm
can't
running
wait.
laps around that gym. It's going to be great. I'm going to have banners, face paint. It's going to be incredible. All right.
Just do me a favor and wear stripes. Just wear a ref shirt. That would be perfect.
You need to provide me one. I got a
couple of extras.
Yeah, I know
I'll
you
bring
do.
one. Yeah.
I know you do because you celebrate in those things.
I should have wore it today.
What do you think the number is? Niners-Ravens Mythical Bowl.
In the MB and LV?
I went deep within the Vegas community. Okay, this is the same person.
Yeah.
Remember the whole show we did.
Man, this guy is money.
Niners were favored by 3 at Philadelphia.
No wonder where you get all your takes.
And the whole world was all shrugging their shoulders and how? What? Road? Philly? Last year? How? What? And I said, so what's going on? And he goes, dude, they're just better. They're better in every part of the ball. And we can see that. We've got TVs in Vegas. We watch these teams. Okay. Did you see Christmas night? Because the Ravens, they mollywopped them, Dibs.
Kind of.
The Niners got served.
They did.
They
did. Your boy got served.
And so what would the number be if they were to play again? Because Greg Cosell says Niners were going up and down the field. Mark Schlereth says, I went through the tape.
Yeah.
Niners were dominating that football game. Okay. Dibs, what? That number.
Well, I'm going to stay with what I said a couple days ago when you asked me, which is Niners by 4. Niners are favored by 4 in that game in a mythical bowl based on not only what Greg Cosell said, stinky, but if you take out the anomaly of the 4 picks, the 1 pick was awful. The 3 picks were tipped, and the 4th one wasn't even his, by the way.
Correct. Well, yeah. Oh, no, he had 4.
Oh, no, they had 5.
Yes.
They had 5. He had 4.
One.
Yeah, they had 4. They had 5. He had 4.
Yes.
I apologize.
He had over a third of his picks in the season in one game.
Right. which I think is a little bit of the outlier.
Yes.
I think it's the Niners by 4.
Okay.
Number 4.
You have to get it exactly right in this particular game.
Well, I already guessed.
You have to get it exactly right. So
it's probably 3.5 then. Yeah, it's probably 3.5.
The answer is
Niners by 3.5.
3.5.
Exactly. I knew it. Because 4 is
Niners by 3.5.
3.5 is more likely or susceptible to being bet down to 3, which is a magic number. To go from 4 to 3 would take a lot of money on Baltimore to get it down to 3. So yeah, 3.5. I get that, and it makes sense.
Are you like, wait? The Niners dominated the game on Christmas? What the hell are y'all talking about? Well, we're talking about a guy by the name of Mark Schlereth.
I went through that film with a fine-tooth comb. I went and looked at all the coaches' tape, and I spent a lot of time doing that. And I honestly I thought San Francisco dominated that game. Now, you're not going to win any game you turn it over 5 times in. But I thought they were dominant. I thought they ran the ball any way they wanted to run the ball. I thought they set up their play action and had big plays in the passing game to, not only to Ayuk, but to George Kittle. I just thought they had big plays all over the place offensively. And I thought, defensively, in that first quarter, they forced Lamar to stay in the pocket, and Lamar had a lot of errant throws, did not throw the ball particularly well in that scenario. So to me, there's 2 things. Offensively, just do what you do, and ultimately, you can't get the ball tipped on some of their blitzes and things of that nature. And then defensively, you got to cage rush Lamar. You just cannot let him. They had probably 4 or 5 free runners on Lamar that none of them got home. They all got there, but he made every one of them miss. And then it was just a big play afterwards. And so to me, it's just like, hey, man, we're going to sit back, we're going to mush rush you or cage rush you and make you throw the football from the pocket.
All right, so what's the takeaway of all this, right? Because who cares?
You got to mush rush him.
Yeah, you got to mush rush him.
You got to cage rush him.
That's going to be in my head if they do play this game. But anyway, what's the takeaway here is what? Who cares if they dominated the game? They got beat. They got beat by plenty in that football game. All right, fine. For me, this is the takeaway, and it furthers what I was saying 10 minutes ago. The 49ers are the best team in football. The best team doesn't always win, but I am completely unaffected by what we saw on Christmas night. I don't think it has anything to do with a rematch. If that rematch happens, I look up and down the NFC. I do not see a football team that's going to come to Levi's Stadium and win a game. I don't see that. Could the Rams be a little bit scary? Sure. Could the Cowboys or the Lions have a good quarter or a good half? All of those things are possible. I trust a healthy 49er football team. I do believe this team should go to the Super Bowl if blessed with health over the rest of this month. That's what I think. And so therefore, that leads us down the road of the conversation we're having. Not Super Bowl or bust, but my goodness, the desire to finish this off is turned all the way up. And maybe that's an obvious thing to say, but I just think that when Brock Purdy is making $800,000 and Trent Williams is healthy and playing, and Christian McCaffrey is healthy and playing, and you've already acquired the 1 seed, you're not going to get a better chance than this. You're not going to get a better chance than this.
No, it's a great chance. There's no doubt.
You're not going to get a better chance than this. I don't think chances come any better than this. You will be a healthy favorite over anyone you play.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a better chance.
No, you're not. And even if you get to where you're talking about, which would be the Super Bowl, and if it's Baltimore and you're favored by 3.5, and if it's any other team, you probably would be favored by 3.5, if not more, a little bit more. And assuming that Baltimore loses to a team and Baltimore's not there, the team that beats Baltimore would probably have as much respect from the odds makers as Baltimore. You might not be favored by more than 3.5. And if it's Cleveland, a team that I think is very dangerous and a team that could be live when they go to Baltimore if they win against Houston, if they beat Baltimore and they go on to run the table, if they win 3 games and they get to the Super Bowl with Joe Flacco, a Super Bowl winning quarterback at the helm.
Who they've seen in the Super Bowl before.
Correct. The spread would be bigger than 3.5.
Oh, God, yeah.
But I do think that Cleveland becomes a live team. If the Niners make the Super Bowl, no matter who they play, you're going to be able to make an argument that that team is a live and viable team. If it's Josh Allen, Buffalo's the hottest team in football.
Yeah.
If it's Pat Mahomes, he's looking for number 3, and now he's knocking on Montana and Brady's door. If it's Cleveland, it's Flacco and the best defense in football. And so as we go through all the scenarios of, what it could be, and if it's somehow Miami, it's McDaniel, it's the teacher against the student, McDaniel and Shanahan and that high-powered offense, whatever team would make it through to get there, you could make an argument that what they've done to get there is legit enough to give them a chance to beat the Niners.
You know what you just crystallized for me is that every single
D'Amico against Kyle.
There you go. If the Niners make the Super Bowl, the opponent,
who am I forgetting,
will have a delicious storyline.
So many delicious.
Well, you're forgetting Pittsburgh.
The Mason Pickett Trubisky's.
Right.
They would be the one team where you'd look at it and go, okay, that spread's 10.5.
Yeah. That's not going to happen.
No, but if Pittsburgh was able to run the table,
right,
you would have to look at them and go, my God, well, Mike Tomlin, best coach ever?
I mean, think of the storylines. If it's Baltimore, it's obvious it's the rematch from Christmas.
It's the Harbaugh Bowl.
If it's Buffalo, you call it the hottest team in football. I'd also mention that many would argue that the night Josh Allen came into Levi's and seemingly never threw an incomplete pass was the night that Kyle Shanahan decided we need to go get a different quarterback.
Right.
If it is the Houston Texans, it's D'Amico.
If it's Miami, it's McDaniel.
If it's Miami, it's McDaniel. Yeah. If it's Cleveland, it's Flacco against the Niners again. And if it's Mahomes against the Niners again.
Jeez.
Like there's not
so much deliciousness.
Yeah, the only matchup that I guess doesn't have some sort of obvious connect is Pittsburgh, which A, is not going to happen, and B, there would be so much coaching intrigue with Kyle Shanahan against Mike Tomlin. Tomlin would be a total magician if he were to somehow bring this team to the Super Bowl. And who was it that promised an interception on opening day this year? Was that Minka? Who was the one who, remember, went on a podcast and he's like, I'm going to pick
Patrick Peterson?
Maybe it was Peterson. That's who it was. It was Patrick Peterson who promised an interception of Brock. And then he almost had it. He had a shot at one, but he didn't catch it. And the Steelers got completely trucked by the Niners in that Week 1 game. So a lot of rematch, a lot of Kyle assistant coaches out there, a lot of quarterbacks they've already faced in the Super Bowl before. All of those things are sitting there if the 49ers can win 2 games.
Right. If they win 2 games and Baltimore wins 2 games, then we've got a 1 versus 1, which doesn't happen very often. It's only happened, according to the stat I'm looking at right now, 13 times in the Super Bowl era. And, only, I guess that would be 7 times since they expanded to 14 teams in the playoffs. So it's a little bit tougher in terms of just, penciling in the 1 versus the 1. I do think that Baltimore's got the tougher road, but I also look at the NFC and I think about the Niners and what could be if you have to play the Rams, a team that, is playing great and they've matched up well against you and they beat you once, kind of. And the first time you played against the Rams,
it was close.
It was very close.
It was very close.
And that was before Puka Nacua became really Puka Nacua, and they didn't have Cooper Kupp in that game.
But he was amazing in that game.
He was, but now he is the offensive rookie of the year, and now you've got Cooper Kupp who's back, and their team is a lot better than they were back in week 3 or whenever that was.
Yeah, I'd argue maybe the 49ers to a degree are as well. I mean, what was that? Brock's 9th start? 8th start?
Regular season,
when he took on the Rams. But yeah, look, no doubting the Rams. This is a good football team. As far as the NFC is concerned and what it has to offer with the Eagles completely crumbling, there are not that many threatening teams in the NFC. Therefore, the Rams are one of them. There's no doubt. However, there are 2 games this weekend where, for me, and this is not a Steiny pick, which is what I would call it when somebody's making a pick just because everyone else is going the other way. I actually feel this way, but there are 2 games this weekend where, for me, for my taste, there are 2 picks that are just too in vogue. They're way too in vogue. I think the Lions are going to beat the Rams. And I think the Texans are going to beat the Browns.
Yeah.
There are way too many people who think the Browns are going to the Super Bowl, and they're forgetting that Joe Flacco in these 5 games that he's played, has it been a nice story? He came off the couch, and he's done some good things. He threw 8 picks in those 5 games. That is a bad recipe. He's turned the ball over a lot, and you know, it's an offense that has been somewhat dynamic at times. They get really good opportunities because their defense is so good. These 2 teams played about a month ago. Cleveland ran away with it. The Texans didn't have their quarterback. This time they do. I'm a big believer in home field meaning something in the playoffs. I'll grant you that for me, this one's a little tighter. I have less confidence in the Texans than I do the Lions, but I think Houston can get this game. I think Houston gets this game.
Yeah, rookie quarterback against a very good defense, and I look at a home field advantage that is not a very good home field advantage in terms of, you know, a noted great crowd or a team that's always been good at home. And I look at a veteran quarterback who has played well. And yeah, he's thrown 8 picks, but he's been over 300 yards in all but 1 game. And this offense, since he took over, has been humming, and a defense that took apart the 49ers in a spot where, yeah, it was windy, and boy, that ball sure was slick for poor Brock Purdy, and he couldn't handle it with the wet ball. And that Cleveland defense, they've got either the DPOY or a guy who's going to finish second in DPOY in Myles Garrett, and he was maybe the 5th most impactful player in that Niner game. This defense is nasty. They can run the ball, and as you know, Mark, no matter where you play in the playoffs, you have to be able to run the ball, stop the run, and you have to, you know, be able to be a veteran team that can handle a, quote, hostile environment. I look at Cleveland, and I think that that's the easier of the 2. And yes, everybody's thinking about the Rams beating Detroit as a vogue pick, and I'm also on that game as far as the Rams beating Detroit. And I think that it comes down to a couple of different factors. One, the Rams quarterback is better, and I love Jared Goff. I know his father. I just saw him about a month ago, and I love Marin Catholic where Jared went. I'm a big Cal guy and all the rest of it, but I'm not a big Dan Campbell fan. I don't think that he's ready for the moment.
Well,
he's a nice coach.
He's stubborn.
He's a good motivator.
Yeah, he's done a great job changing culture.
What I saw him do in week 17, when all you had to do was get your ego out of the way and kick the PAT,
which guarantees you nothing.
Which at least guarantees you overtime.
You're not wrong.
Does it not get you to overtime?
It
most
likely gets you to overtime.
I don't think that Dan Campbell.
Still the ref's fault.
Whatever. We can
still.
You're
the
right.
Ref's fault.
Fine. It's the ref's fault. Yeah. So you take that and then you compound it by making an additional mistake by going for 2 from the 7.
They made an emotional decision.
I think the coaching edge is with LA. The quarterback edge is with LA. And Detroit can run the ball, but the Rams have a good defense at times. I think the Rams go in there and they beat Detroit.
They might. I think Detroit has wonderful weapons. I think Goff has had a great year, and I think the Rams are headed for an energy in that building that is going to be elite. 40 or 30, how many years?
30. Almost 30 to the day.
Years they've been waiting for this.
But how long does that last if you go down 10-0?
Not that long.
Right.
What happens to it if you go up 7-0?
It probably prolongs.
It doubles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I wonder if the Lions using that take the ball if they get the opportunity.
Rams are strong. They're not that great. Look, they needed to clinch a playoff game by the New York Football Giants missing a field goal 2 weeks ago. They had a field goal. It would have set the whole thing up to where the Rams needed to win at Levi's Stadium last week. They missed a field goal. The Giants. So I know the Rams are hot, but let's not act like they're blowing people out. They're playing well. They got a good offense. Detroit is too. Detroit's playing really well. I remember when they went into Dallas recently and won the football game. Anyway.
Was that a guru right there? Rams have won 7 of 8.
Yep.
Including.
It's a good team.
The only loss was against Baltimore.
They're both good teams.
On a punt return that you want to talk about refereeing. You go back and watch that punt return.
No, there was a block that should have been called.
There was a block in the back, a blatant block in the back, and a hold. But we're going to go ahead and highlight the refereeing on a 2-point conversion because they rushed 3 guys at a poor official and confused him.
Those are completely different.
It's exactly the same thing, but we don't talk about a punt return. That's the play of the season. Oh, my God, a punt return.
One's procedural. The other one is a flag.
That was a blatant block in the back. What are you looking at, Stripes?
Yes, that's the kind of stuff we all come in and say every day, and you clown on us for it. It's a flag that got missed, which happens on almost every play in the NFL.
Detroit got what they got by trying to confuse the ref. And you know what? Congratulations. You confused everyone.
Exactly.
Including yourself, Dan.
You even confused somebody who you sat with pregame and explained to him what you're doing. Like, that ref is absolutely no different than what all of us have experienced with our kids, or when the wife sends the husband to the grocery store with one item on the list.
Too soon.
Okay, could you go get milk and you come back with matzo ball mix? You know what I mean? And you're like, I asked you to do one thing. I sat there and I talked to you and I told you one thing.
Dude, she doesn't send me for avocados anymore because I come back
with hard ones.
Well, either I'm supposed to get a soft one and I get a hard one, or I'm supposed to get a hard one for a week from now and I get a soft one. I just can't get that right.
It is a Football Friday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And then check this out. Starting next week on Tuesday, all you got to do is listen to 95.7 The Game, which you already do because you're smart. And you've got your chance constantly throughout the day to win a framed, autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, which I'm going to show to the YouTube and Twitch audience here in just a moment.
You won't.
Listen for the keywords in between 4:30 and 5:30 on our show. That's all you have to do is listen for those keywords and then text the word, and we'll give you the number, which, by the way, is going to be 20357, and then you'll qualify. We're going to be doing it all next week between 4:30 and 5:30. Also, between 7:30 and 8:30 on the roast, 12:30 and 1:30 with Steiny and Goo. You sit there, you listen, you get the keywords, you text, you win. And yes, you can qualify once each show. So you can qualify 12 times for this. Do some talking, Dan Dibley.
Yeah, for this. It's a beautiful framed Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's signed, and it could be yours. All you have to do is listen and figure out how to enter. And yes, people will enter. Many people will enter, but somebody will win. And if you want to win, all you have to do is listen, and you enter. It's McCaffrey on the back with a beautiful white number with a black border, 3 white stripes, and it's even signed. And I'm being told it's signed by Christian McCaffrey. It's not signed by Mark Willard. It's a McCaffrey signed jersey.
That would be funny if we were just like, it's a signed Christian McCaffrey jersey.
Well, there's 2 things. There's a signed...
We don't know who signed it.
There's a signed McCaffrey jersey, which means, it's signed. And then there's a McCaffrey signed jersey, which means he signed the jersey.
Yeah, he signed it.
Captain Syntax over here.
Him, yeah. He's got a very tight signature for someone with a long name.
Well, and it's what you do when, you put the one initial, the other initial, and then scribble.
Yeah.
And, if I was a forger, I would see that as vulnerable.
CMC 23. That's kind of what it looks like it says.
Yeah.
Unlike
his checks, which are a little different.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Ooh. If you booed the Warriors the other night, or if you support that idea in general, you're going to want to listen to what we have for you coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
What a season it was.
Call 800-374-0758. Again, 800-374-0758.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Ooh, spicy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a football Friday, Dibs.
Oh, I love it. It's one of my favorite football Fridays, although I'm filled with some sadness.
Why?
Because you start to realize how many games are remaining.
Well, what is it? So it's 6 this weekend.
14, Mark.
7
this weekend.
7?
6.
6.
I almost swore. Yeah.
6.
So we're down to 13. 6, 4, 2, and 1.
6, yeah.
13.
Well, it's got to be 13 because there's 14 teams and one will be left.
There you have it.
So 13 elimination games.
So it's joy because I love this weekend with 6 games, but also sadness because we're down to 13.
If it makes you feel better, technically one of the 6 is not on the weekend. Although it's a 3-day weekend, so you get into a little bit of a semantics play.
Yeah.
But the Eagles and Bucks will play on Monday.
And I know they have a read here, and then I'll weigh in on how I feel about that Monday night game.
Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
I don't like it, Mark. I don't like having a Monday night playoff game because it gives that team a noted disadvantage going into their next game. And I know that the Monday winner won't play until Sunday, but that still is one fewer day than the other teams will get. And I think that that's unfair, and I think it's unnecessary. That bothers me more than the peacock thing that's going on tomorrow.
Well, what if we talked about the fact that, let's see, who played didn't the Texans defeat the Colts to win the division last Saturday? Right? So then the team that they're playing played on Sunday.
Right.
So they got an extra day.
Which is equally ridiculous.
That bothers you?
It bothers me this time of year.
Okay.
And it's one of the things that I love about the English Premier League and international soccer in general. When you get to the World Cup and you get to the third match in any of the groups, they play the games at the exact same time. So it's a simultaneous start. Therefore, there are no chance for shenanigans. And I think that this time of year, you should all be on even footing. There should be no advantage. Even though one day is not a huge advantage, it's still an advantage.
I mean, it's technically impossible because you've got Saturday games. I mean, are you suggesting that all of the games should be on Sunday? You would set up a situation where you would have simultaneous games.
You could have the Saturday games be AFC, and then the Saturday games next weekend would be AFC, and you could have the Sunday be NFC, and then the Sunday be NFC.
And then Championship Sunday will automatically have teams that got to have an extra day.
No, because the AFC teams would each have the same extra day, and the NFC teams would have the same lack of an extra day.
Yeah.
It'd be the same.
Yeah.
Same.
I guess.
Again, it's not going to get me to not tune in.
Yeah.
I just think that
it feels splitting hairs a little bit.
Well, and again, the NFL is always going to do things for money first.
Well, it's TV. It's TV.
Right.
You got a holiday on Monday, they'd like to put a game on. It's going to be very, very watched.
Sure. It'll be watched no matter what, though. Yeah. As we talked about
not if it's on Peacock.
You shared the tweet where 93 of the top 100 shows were NFL games, and one of the other 7 that weren't was a game after the Super Bowl, and 3 of the other 7 were college football games. So all but 3 of the top 100 most viewed shows were football games. So you could put it on Wednesday at noon, and it would get viewed.
Yeah, it would. It would. But, I get it. And I think that that's going to be a really interesting game for the 49ers because I do believe that Baker Mayfield is going to come to Levi Stadium next Sunday. I believe that that's the way it's going to be. The Niners will host the Bucks in 9 days. That's my prediction.
It'll be Sunday, you think?
Well, it would have to be because the Bucks played on Mondays.
Yep.
So they automatically get a Sunday game, right?
Yep. I think it's going to be the Rams come to town. It's going to be Eagles, Cowboys, and it's going to be Rams and Niners.
Wow, you and I are totally opposed on
double divisional matchup. I think Philadelphia.
Games.
I think they right the ship and they go to Tampa and they win that game.
Okay. Oh, there it is, Dibs. I love that.
It's already 5 o'clock.
Yeah, because it's Friday at 5 o'clock, except for this time it's not Friday at 5 o'clock because it's Friday at 3 o'clock. But we get to do like it's 5 o'clock because the Warriors play at 5 o'clock. Warriors are in Chicago. The 3 o'clock pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for this weekend, which feels a little nerve-wracking for the Warriors. Very relaxing for the 49ers. They will just watch football like the rest of us. We're going to be doing it while sipping on their unfiltered wheat ale called 530. It's late hop to produce a slight citrus floral aroma and flavor. You should grab a 6-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the weekend with us and the beer right here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, you ready to hear this?
I am.
This is from the Oddball podcast. Amin El Hassan, who is really good. I love Amin.
Big fan.
And he had this to say to Warriors fans who booed.
By the way, I'd like to point out that from 1994 to 2013, the Warriors made the playoffs one time. So, respectfully to everyone in the Bay Area, or everyone who claims to be a Warriors fan, when you say we're not used to this, I say go f*** yourself. You were defined by this for damn near 20 years. 20 years. Your high point was an 8 seed winning one round of playoff basketball. Who the f*** are you to all of a sudden be the wine and cheese crowd? Like, we're not used to this peasantry. What? You defined it. Before the We Believe Warriors, you know what the Warriors are most known for? Their player choking the coach in practice. That's who the Warriors were.
Foreshadowing? Sorry.
Well done.
Amin El Hassan will join us in 20 minutes.
Okay. I mean, that's strong. And I appreciate what he's saying because unlike you, Amin, I was there for those years.
So was I. Yep.
Yes, you were just a young kid. I mean,
a wee little pup.
And I don't know if he's a Warrior fan or if he's not a Warrior fan. And I know that in 94, I was already a grown man and I was going to a ton of games because it's what I did. And we suffered through all those years. And even before that, we suffered and it was no good. You had Run TMC and that was a nice little brief thing. And then you had the Chris Webber experience where the organization chose Don Nelson instead of Webber, and that didn't work out. And then, all those years of PJ and Cowens and Adelman and Musselman and all the rest of it, it was awful. So I'm with you. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't, as a fan, express your feelings and emotions about your current team. I do think that there is a divide, though, between the fan that remembers those days and the fans who are now showing up expecting a championship every year.
Well, okay, couple things there. Because I think that what's going to get center focus is the start of the conversation, which was, what do you think about Warriors fans who boo? But if you really listen to what he just said, he wasn't actually coming at Warrior fans for booing. He was coming at Warriors fans for the greater issue, which is stating, well, we don't even know what this is like. So that means we get to act differently than a different fan base because we're not used to this. That's different than booing. That's more sort of a conceptual feel to the whole process. And here's what I would say. There's a blanket over this idea for me. You know what I mean? Like if you want to boo, then boo. Like, you bought your ticket. I kind of think it's usually stupid. I don't know what the hell you get out of it. Maybe you're just releasing some endorphins or something like that.
Sure.
But it's not very effective. And I would argue that if you're a fan of your team, there is zero evidence that booing helps. So, but if you want to express your displeasure, that is completely your right. That's completely your right. So take that whole sort of, like even somebody just said on YouTube, don't boo shame us. Take the boo shaming out of it and make it a larger concept, which is to say, should you feel this entitled? I think that's what Amin is saying. You shouldn't feel this entitled. And he's right.
Well, entitled to what?
He's 100% right.
Entitled to show up and see your team win every night? Of course not.
Or even entitled to say that what has taken place with these Golden State Warriors is like nefarious and ignorant. And it's just been a damn shame that they've allowed this to happen.
I don't think it has to be that deep.
Well, but I think it is for the fan that's booing.
I think it's as simple as...
What is the fan booing?
The fan is booing what he sees.
Okay.
He or she sees.
And what does he or she see?
You're seeing a lackluster team playing lethargic, uninspired, bad basketball.
What if they're just not good?
Well, I think
that's a key question.
I don't think that you boo because your team is just not that good. You go in with an expectation, and your expectation when you go to a Warrior game is that you're going to see good basketball players play well or play hard and compete. And you know what? If they don't win, at least it'll feel like they gave a good game effort. And when you go out and you give up $140 to a New Orleans team that is pretty good, they're good.
Yeah, it's a good basketball team.
But you give up $140, and by and large, your team looks lackluster and lethargic, you're frustrated.
But why do they look lackluster and lethargic? My point is that I think it means...
Well, they're better than that.
Well, I don't know that.
That's what I think the fan thinks.
I know, and that's the point. I think that's what Amin and others on a national level are topping into, is the sort of underbelly arrogance that comes along with the booing. Because if you're booing... The presuppose is that you're actually good enough to beat the Pelicans, but you're not trying.
Well, you're good enough to be better than that. And the reason why we didn't boo in 94 and 98, the reason why we didn't boo in 01 or in 03 is because you went to the game and you knew that they stunk. And you knew they stunk, and you went because you liked basketball, you liked Bimbo Coles, you liked Vonteego Cummings, and you thought,
those are good polls.
You know what? Maybe the Warriors win tonight. Maybe I get to see one of the 19, 21, 19, or 17 wins. That was 4 consecutive years.
They were plucky.
And I was there. Amin probably wasn't there. I don't know Amin's background, but I was there. And when you went to one of those games, when you saw a Warriors win under Dave Cowens, who was 8-15, or Brian Winters, who picked up the pieces and went 13-46, it was almost like a quad to candlestick.
Oh.
Remember the quad to candlestick?
I had a whole hat full of them.
You're darn right you did, because you went to candlestick for Giants games, and if you got extra innings, you got a button on the way out that was the quad to candlestick.
And I had an absolute disease in terms of leaving early. I would not let anybody leave early ever.
Even though those Giants teams, and I'm guessing that you were there in probably 82, 83.
Finish 80, and the answer is yes.
They stunk.
They were terrible.
Yeah, 86. We went to a bunch of games with Mike Krukow. Totally. Mike Kruko's 20-game year.
Yep.
We went to like 25 games. Tom Avakumovitz, Rick Barsati, Steve Rabb, myself. We drove from Marin. We got Gordo's Burritos, the whole deal. But when you got an extra inning game, you got a quad to candlestick button. It was special. When you went to a Warrior game in that era and you saw a win, it felt like that.
Yeah, you were like, what?
But you didn't boo. You didn't boo because they were bad. You boo now because you expect more than what you're getting. And when you give up $140 to New Orleans, I don't boo because I'm not that guy.
Okay.
But some fans who aren't used to Brian Winters and Dave Cowens and E. Muss and all the rest of it, they're used to a different standard, so they boo.
Right, but that's the word. They expect something different. But should they?
They should.
I don't know if I agree with that.
The team says that Steve Kerr says.
Who cares what they say?
They're telling us, they're signaling to us as fans that they still think they're good.
Since when are you listening to words and ignoring actions?
They're in a championship window.
If somebody tells you all day long, I'm the most loyal person ever and I'll never let you down, and then every single time that you have a lunch date set with them, they don't show up, what's louder to you?
Well, you know what happens then?
What?
I boo them.
Okay. Do you?
I boo them. If you and I make plans.
Amazing.
If you and I make plans for lunch and you don't show up, okay, I'm going to give you a second chance.
Okay.
If we make plans again and you don't show up, you're getting a phone call.
Okay.
Or you're getting a nasty text or your firmly worded email.
And when I pick up the phone, it's just going to be you being like, boo!
Totally.
Boo! That's what I'm going to do to you tomorrow.
Do it. I dare you. You know what?
You won't.
You absolutely won't.
You shouldn't.
You can. You can. You think that I'm an obnoxious radio co-host?
Oh, I know.
Just you wait to see me in the stripes. You don't know obnoxious until you see the dibber with a whistle.
You know me. I'm going to do it the other way. I'm going to give you like a standing every time somebody's. Yep, that ball's going that way. That's an amazing call. That's incredible, ref. We love you, ref. Anyway,
you will sit there quietly.
Listen, I'm asking these questions to push the conversation for sure. Little bit devil's advocate here.
Sure.
But I wonder if you understand why some of the outsiders feel the way they do. And I've heard this from a lot of people, for instance, who live here now, but they didn't grow up here. I was driving around this morning, and a nice lady from Minnesota called in to, I can't even remember if it was the roast. I think it was by the time FP and Evan were in here. A woman from Minnesota calls in and she goes, ever since I moved here, I've thought you all are a bunch of crazy people. Because I grew up in Minnesota, we never won anything. Anything. You guys have got 10 years of 3 championships, NFC championship invite seemingly is just sitting there omnipresent, going to the Super Bowl, and you're the 1 seed right now. You've had all of that in 11, 12 years. And you have the gall to call up radio stations and be mad? I heard someone actually, the very next caller, was like, yeah, you know what? This is what I've been angry about for the Warriors and the way they've been conducting themselves for the last 3 years. And I'm like, what was it about the championship that you hated so much? There is some truth to it. Can we shine the light on ourselves for a moment?
For sure.
Are we acting a little snooty?
If you boo this Warrior team, I don't know if it's snooty as much as it is just being
disrespectful.
Clueless. It's being clueless.
Yes.
And it's, sure, I went to the game and I mentioned it before in the crossover with FP, and neither one of us was that impressed with the product we saw. Neither one of us, and FP's not going to ever boo because he's a former pro athlete and he knows what that means.
What
and
it feels like.
Even myself, as a noted heckler and a smart aleck, I'm not a booer. I don't do that. I'm more prone to heckle than I am to boo. And when I'm in the 27th row, there's no sense in heckling. I got to preserve my voice. So I'm not going to boo. But fans who do boo, you have every right to boo. I just wonder why at this point you would boo. I mean, if they were 20-57 and they went out and they lost to New Orleans like that, okay, it might be a little bit of a different story. This season is far from over. You're going to boo in January with a team that's 3 games below? That I don't get.
Just know, like, again, I think you and I are on the same page. You want to buy a ticket and boo? Buy a ticket and boo.
Sure.
Don't be mad if the rest of the world thinks that you're a jerk, thinks that you're expectant, entitled, and snooty. That's how it comes off to a lot of people. And I think that's what Amin, that's why he's like cussing. He came out like cussing at me.
Cussing? And Amin, don't cuss on our air. Come on, Amin.
No, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I think it'd be great.
On an F-bomb Friday?
Yeah, what the hell?
Sure.
All right, we'll see if we can get some calls in on this.
Let's do it.
Amin is going to join us, but we do have the Defensive Play of the Week. It's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's go back to Wednesday night. The Warriors lost to the Pelicans by 4,332 points, and the Chase Center crowd didn't like it, so they booed for the second straight game. Steph Curry clearly not happy about his and the team's performance, but he defended those of you who decided to boo.
There's nothing to really cheer about, so opposite of cheering is booing. Might as well. I don't take it any certain type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself, booing our team in my head because of the way we're playing. So, it is what it is. Fans are going to react the way that they want. It's our job to, give them something to cheer about. We have not done that.
PR 101. I mean, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, whatever you think about either of them at any portion of their career, they are brilliant at diffusing when there is an energetic question.
Right.
Yeah.
How are you going to clap back at Steph when he comes out and disarms you with, I'd boo me too. I booed myself. I don't know if you saw it, but I missed a 3, and I immediately started booing, and I was booing myself. So I don't know how you're going to come back at him when he does that.
Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Amin El Hassan in 5 minutes. He's in Chicago for the game. He's in there covering the Warrior game tonight. Let's go to George in Fremont. Hey, George, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just can't believe that these people are booing them 2 games in a row. It just drives me crazy. It's like they don't remember all the bad times that we've gone through with the Warriors. I mean, I come from the Clifford Ray days, and I'm still relatively young. I'm 58, and I can't believe that. It's like, you don't remember that?
Yeah, maybe they don't, George.
Yeah, they don't, George.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're a 35-year-old basketball fan right now, you're asking them to have been dialed in and, feeling the pain from before they were in college. So maybe they don't remember.
Oh, my God. I even remember going to Giant games at Candlestick, and we might not like the games that we were watching, but at the end, we would always say, hey, we still love you guys. We still love you.
No doubt. And those Warrior teams, and thank you for the phone call, I'm with you in terms of Clifford Ray he was a god in our house. And, I grew up during the Clifford Ray Warriors where he was one of the bright spots on teams that usually weren't very good in the 70s. 38 wins, 24 wins, 39 wins. You were not a playoff team. You were not a threat. And even if you went to the game, you didn't go out there and you didn't boo anybody.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm not into it either, but I get it. I get how this sounds to others like Amin El Hassan, who joins us next in Chicago. He is covering the game, and he is not happy with you, Warrior fans. Warriors do take on the Bulls right here on 95.7 The Game at 5 o'clock. Warriors Live is going to start at 4. Dibbs and I will start that out for you. It's brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. We'll get back to your calls, and Amin El Hassan joins us next on Willard and Dibbs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Do I sound excited?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, mood all turned up. It's a Friday.
Yeah.
Wild card weekend. Warriors about to play Bulls. And the Giants signed a pitcher.
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
The Giants signed a reliever and paid him $11 million a year. Good stuff, Farhan.
To not be a reliever.
Sure.
Unless they change their mind in May.
Right. Guy started 8 games in his career.
In his career.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Of his 212 appearances, 8 have been starts.
But
those were not this year, but the year before.
Fireballer. Throws really, really hard.
Fireball.
I got a quick take we can do a little bit later on that. But let's talk to Amin El Hassan, who is in Chicago, getting ready for Warriors Bulls. But before we bring him in, let's let you hear one more time what he said on the Oddball podcast via Meadowlark with regard to all you Dubs fans who booed the last 2 games.
By the way, I'd like to point out that from 1994 to 2013, the Warriors made the playoffs one time. So, respectfully to everyone in the Bay Area, or everyone who claims to be a Warriors fan, when you say we're not used to this, I say go f*** yourself. You were defined by this for damn near 20 years. 20 years. Your high point was an 8 seed winning 1 round of playoff basketball. Who the f*** are you to all of a sudden be the wine and cheese crowd? Like, we're not used to this peasantry. What? You defined it. Before the We Believe Warriors, you know what the Warriors are most known for? Their player choking the coach in practice. That's who the Warriors were.
Foreshadowing? Sorry.
Well done.
All right. Yeah, speaking of well done, it's a good rant. Amin joins us now. We want to squeeze in the breaking news that Moses Moody will miss the road trip.
Okay.
Steve Kerr has announced that he will be out at least 4 games with his calf injury, so no Moses Moody in any of these 4 games on the trip. But now, let's go ahead and bring in Amin El-Hassan. Hey there, man. Why all the energy for Warriors fans?
It was something very irritating about hearing, them boo and Steph Curry say, I would have booed us too, and Steve Kerr saying, I would have booed us too, and all this talk about booing. And I guess for me, they told me years ago, people said, watch, when they move from Oakland to San Francisco, it's going to change. I said, no, it's not. It's like a subway ride. It's all okay. You're going to games here, you're going to go games over there. Like, everyone was commuting anyway. No one was living right around the arena. Everyone was commuting. I was like, no, it's not going to change. And lo and behold, it's changed. I remember that stretch of years that I was talking about there, 20-year period roughly. Going to Warriors games, the Warriors would win 20 games, 25 games. The arena was full. It was one of the loudest arenas. It was one of the hardest buildings to play in. Hardest to play in. And now, these are the people who are booing Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr? There was a part of me that was just offended on behalf of the city. I don't know what I was offended on, to be honest. Was I offended on behalf of the Warriors? Was I offended on behalf of the city of Oakland? Was I offended on behalf of the legacy of ineptitude that these people seem to have forgotten? One of these things flew over everybody's head in that building. I get it. The team hasn't been playing well. I'm not saying you got to like it. But when you take the step of booing people who have brought most of those people the happiest moments, the happiest moments of their life, that to me is next level disrespectful and also kind of like unappreciative at all.
Yeah, and you're not wrong in that sentiment, but these are not the same people that were in Oakland during those years. And yeah. I was among the people who was in Oakland all those years. I'm born and raised here, and I suffered through all of it. And part of the move, it's more than geography. And I know that you are familiar with the demographics of East Bay versus Peninsula. So these people, the people who have seen 9 of the last 11 years as a playoff team and 4 times in the championship and 2 times not winning the championship but being in the finals, these are not the same people. So it's tough for me when you say what you said, even though you were spot on in terms of the sentimentality of your statement. It's a completely different demographic now.
I thought, Damon Bruce and all those guys told me a long time ago, it's going to change. And I said, come on. I was like, you guys are overblowing it. You guys are overblowing it. I was like, in my mind, foolishly, I thought about it like if Madison Square Garden moved to Queens. All right, like, what's the deal? Or moved to Jersey. Like, what's this? It's the same people. We all live in the same area. We go to the same places. Like, it did not hit me that the demographic, I know what the demographic difference is between East Bay and the Peninsula. It didn't hit me that the demographics would change inside the building. I thought ultimately the building was still going to be a melting pot of the entire Bay Area, and I was dastardly wrong, I guess.
I mean, let me ask it this way, because at the core of your point, it sounds like when you say, how are you booing these people who have helped give you some of your favorite moments, how does that translate to someone, in your opinion, like Draymond Green, who's been a big part of that, but then also presents this other side to him that is really starting to turn people off? So should they be blindly loyal to him?
No, because I think in that case, so when you talk about Steph and Klay and Kerr and Looney and whoever was been around for the good glory days, who's now playing or coaching, like those people are doing their best, right? And you know what? It's not good enough. There are a lot of injuries. There are a lot of, inconsistencies in the lineups. There's a lot of reasons why. But, Steph goes out there. We don't think Steph's dogging it. We don't think Klay's dogging it out there, right? Now, when it comes to Draymond, I think there's a difference between not playing well and doing things that actively impact your team negatively by not being available. And so I think in some way, yes, he deserves
some ire because some of this failure that's happening right now is on him. He's been missing for, 14, however many games it's been. So, yes, he does deserve to be maligned for that, right? And held accountable for that. But he wasn't in the building. They weren't chanting F you, Draymond, or Draymond, this is your fault. They booed the guys that were out there trying to win the game. And again, if this were Detroit, I'd be like, yeah, you guys are like, this is unacceptable. No one should be this bad. The team needs to be better from the top all the way down to the guys on the floor. But that's not the case here, man. It's a team that's underachieving, for sure, not up to championship caliber, but also have had their fair share of adversity that's preventing them from being as good as they could be. And again, if you want to say, hey, Draymond, this is your fault, that's cool, but then you need to direct them, like in the words of my man Steven Jackson, you need to put a name and an address on those boos. You can't just throw out boos willy-nilly.
Right, and that's kind of what fans do. And I was a little surprised myself, in terms of the booing for a team that's just 3 games below 500. And as I mentioned, 4 championships and, 9 playoff appearances in 11 years. But do you think that the booing is indicative of the fans maybe looking at this team and seeing where this thing is heading and perhaps the dynasty drawing to an inextricable close?
Maybe. There's entitlement. There's definitely a sense of entitlement that I bought a ticket to the greatest show on earth, and I'm not getting that. But there is another part of it where there is maybe there's a trepidation of oh man, this is what the window shutting looks like. This is what it feels like. But I can't think I think about so many teams that went through that, where they were great dynasties and then it kind of sputtered at the end. And whenever these people responsible were out there towards the end, the crowd usually gives them the thank you ovation. Guys, I know it's over, but thank you for all the memories. You have exceptions I'm in Chicago right now. They didn't have the chance to do that because Jerry Krause went from Parade to starting Dragon Tarlac and Dalibor Bagarit and names like that. So people in Chicago never got that opportunity to say thank you for everything. And tonight they're doing a Ring of Honor celebration to induct the 95-96 Bulls as well as Johnny Red Kerr and a bunch of other artists, Gilmore, a lot of other Bulls luminaries into their Ring of Honor tonight. But that's a different situation. When however frustrated you are, however oh my God, it's over, you're feeling as a Warriors fan. To me, until Steph Curry says F you, I never liked it here anyway, you got to applaud that man every single time he walks on the court, even if they lose by 100 every game from here on out. As long as he's playing and he's respecting the game, you respect him, you respect what he does. Because, again, the best moments of your miserable life have come thanks to that guy and the guys around him.
That hit real close to home, Jeez.
Amin El Hassan is joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Some choice comments for Warriors fans booing on the Oddball podcast. You got any ideas on how to fix the Warriors?
Oh, now we're talking.
Let's go.
Now we're talking. Mike Dunleavy's got a lot of work to do. Here's in a perfect world, I call up my guy Doc Brown. We get into the DeLorean. We go back a couple of years ago. Championship, win it. That summer, you got to trade all the young guys. They had just played well. You got to trade them. You got to package those guys and go get Pascal Siakam or some other defined player. This is my favorite NBA trope, right? Whenever they say, but this guy's really good, he could be really good. I said, how good could he be? So he could be as good as Pascal Siakam at least, or even better. I'm like, okay, you could get a guy who might be as good as Pascal Siakam one day, or you could get Pascal Siakam right now. You get him right now. And for the Warriors, who are within their window, they flew too close to the sun. They wanted to do this thing where it's we're going to win championships and develop our future. And the reality is, it's hard. It's damn near impossible. Show me an example of someone who's done that in the last 25 years in the NBA, in our sport, where they've developed the future simultaneously while winning titles. The closest thing would have been the 86 Celtics drafting Len Bias and having Reggie Lewis and those guys. And obviously we know that didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. But point being, this is hard, man. So the game is always a game. And this goes out to Joe Lacob and all the owners that have come in as disruptors. I know you think you can do it better than anyone else has ever done, and everyone, all the old people who've done it are dumb. They don't know what they're doing, and, you could do both and be in light years ahead. But this thing is really hard to do, win championships. So when you have a window that's open for it, you go full throttle. To hell with the future. You win as many as you can in that window. And when it's exhausted, you say thank you to everyone for the memories, and we start over. That's the only way to do it. And they had that opportunity in that moment. They had just won a championship. Their guys were riding high. Those young guys had played pivotal roles, small pivotal roles. That's the time where you say, I'm going to sell high. I'm going to get established guys to keep this thing going. Because, and I know I'm running long here, but when you think about the Warriors teams that won the titles, we think about Steph, Clay, Draymond, KD. Absolutely. They're stars. They're beyond amazing, top 75 players, etc. But the other thing that was really important was you had a supporting cast that was all really smart, really high IQ vets, not young guys. Those guys, you might have an Ian Clark here, a Patrick McCaw there, but the majority of your minutes, Sean Livingston, Andrew Bogut, David West, Leandro Barbosa, David Lee, Zaza Pachulia. You go down the list, Andre Iguodala. All these are guys, Otto Porter with this most recent one, right? All guys who have been around the league, knew what they were doing, knew how to play. Not guys like, I'm trying to prove that I'm really good too. Like, no, it wasn't that. They didn't have, I'm trying to do good. I'm good. I'm just as good as Steph. They didn't have that energy. They had, hey, we're here to get something done. And that means I got to take a step back. That means I got to focus on this thing. That means I've got to be a much lesser version of myself than I've been in my career and that I could probably be right now. I'll do it. That's what helped them win championships beyond the greatness of the talent at the top.
A little Fredo Corleone in that rant with, I can do things, Mike. I'm smart. That was good of me. I like that. That was strong. So the key to the two timelines was a bridge player in Andrew Wiggins. But, oh, boy, that didn't really seem to work out. What do you think, and what does the league abroad think of Andrew Wiggins in this moment in terms of the trade deadline in 27 days?
It's like, for me, Wiggins is never, like, he played his best basketball those 2-3 years, right? Like, there was a rehabilitation, if you will, of him coming from Minnesota that first year when the Warriors were terrible, and there was a lot of him learning and sitting next to guys and learning. And then the next year played really well, and then obviously played really well in the championship year. He was an all-star, but I think that was more a function of Warriors being really good and him putting up good numbers rather than him truly being, like, one of the best forwards. To me, bridge player had to be someone who could jump to the next echelon, who's showing the ability to be like a major feature player. I don't have to say franchise player, but a major feature player. To me, Wiggins was always at his best being a rich man's Harrison Barnes, a high-level role player, defends, versatile, hits shots, and in big moments sometimes can have a burst that takes you over the top. He was never, okay, and now the keys are yours. Okay, or you're our number 2 best player. I never got that vibe, not even at his best. So for that to be the plan for the transition, maybe I'm a pessimist. I never saw that in him. But I mean, now as we stand it here, I think the league looks at him like he's Andrew Wiggins under contract for several years because they gave him that deal. And so, do you want this guy? What can he do for you as a team? Is this for an up-and-coming team? Is he the vet that's going to lead an up-and-coming? I don't think he's that kind of guy. He's going to lead young guys. Is he the missing piece on a championship team? Maybe. But if he were the missing piece, maybe the Warriors could have used him a little better.
Amin El-Hassan, now I was going to boo you on your way out, but then you have provided us with one of the greatest moments in the history of our show, and so now I'm told that we're not allowed to.
You know what? I'm like Clay. I could take the booze. I don't care.
You're not going to lose sleep? You're not going to lose sleep, huh?
I'm not going to lose sleep.
Boo! Boo! All right, Amin. Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, there he goes. That's Amin El-Hassan. Oddball Podcast. Don't you dare boo the Warriors, you entitled SOBs.
It's an interesting take, and it's one that many people have had, and it's definitely a new Warrior fan take versus, if you're a Warrior fan who's been around for the times in Oracle and the times before they even became a championship team, I think it's tougher for you to sit there and boo.
I agree with that. And I also, again, I think two things can both be said here. One, you buy a ticket, man, as long as you're not doing anything to mess with everybody around you, as long as you're not stealing anything, rock out with your Brock out. You're fine. You're fine. You bought the ticket. You can go conduct yourself as you see fit. But I also think good people turn the mirror on themselves at times. And whether it's just to be self-deprecating or self-aware, those are all really good things. And if you're booing the Warriors, you're a little entitled. It's going to, at minimum, I'm going to say it's going to come off. It's going to come off as spoiled. And I think that is a completely fair statement.
Yeah. And entitled, and I think it's just short-sighted in terms of where you've been. And it feels to me like a new fan experience, because if you're a fan of the Warriors and you have been for the past 10 years, then you don't have any backstory with the Golden State Warriors. You see what you saw against New Orleans, and you think, this is not what I expected. This is not what I paid for. I'm a Warriors fan. I've been a Warriors fan since 2014, darn it, and this is not what we do. Well, if you've been a fan since 1977, like myself, and you look at that game against New Orleans, you have a little bit more perspective, and you say, you know what? This is not what I am hoping for. This is not what I expect. This is not what they expect. But you know what? Darn it. They went from being an absolute embarrassment, and Lucas printed out the 60 steps that all happened to lead them to be a laughingstock. And I'm just picking through this, and I had forgotten about all these bad moves in the 70s and the Kevin McHale and, all the rest of it. If you've been around for a minute, you understand that even if this is who they are this year, it's not okay, but you can tolerate it. They won 4 titles, dang it.
Yeah.
Have some perspective.
I have this conversation with the lovely Christy a lot, because she has not followed Warrior basketball to the same level until recently. Now she does, because we watch the games together and whatnot. Well, she's not a real big fan of Clay. And I think sometimes she doesn't understand the nostalgia that I have with my Clay takes. And so am I going to die real hard at this idea of busting up Steph, Clay, and Dre? Yes. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not going to tell you it's rational. I'm not even going to tell you it's the right basketball thing. I'm going to tell you that I don't want the 3 favorite basketball players I've ever watched play in my entire life to leave. And I'm not going to apologize for that. And there are a lot of Warrior fans like me out there. And yes, it does mean I've been around for a minute.
Yeah.
And I have been here for Todd Fuller. Okay? And Troy Murphy. And all of that stuff. And so this was beyond special. It will never not be special. And sue me if I stick around a little bit too long.
And if you stick around a little bit too long, and maybe this whole thing is ending this year. Maybe this year is the first of 3 consecutive bad years where they don't make the playoffs, and Draymond and Steph and Clay get old, and Steve is here, and then Steve is gone. And, well, maybe you don't make it back to a championship level for 20 or 25 more years, but I'm with you, Mark. I'm here to watch these 3 play together and go out together, even if it means 3 more years of games like the other night against New Orleans.
All right, Steiny and Goo are off today, so normally on Fridays in the crossover we do What's Bugging You, but they weren't here, so we're going to pick up our teammates today. It's time for What's Bugging You right here on Willard and Dibbs. So, Dibbs, what's bugging you?
Well, I mentioned it earlier, and I just want to drive home the point. What's bugging me is Monday Night Football with the playoffs. We don't need a game on Monday night, and I understand with 6 games, it's hard to do 2 days of triple headers, but give me 2 days of triple headers. Give me a 10, a 1, and a 5 on Saturday, and a 10, and a 1, and a 5 on Sunday. I don't need Monday Night Football. To me, it's a cash grab that's unnecessary. I like Monday Night Football. I like doing the show with you and being able to talk while you watch the game, and then you talk and I watch the game. And we usually try to trade off plays for those of you who aren't watching us on YouTube. But I don't need that during the playoffs. I don't want to have, well, this Monday's different. It's a holiday, but I don't want to have to lock in on a Monday night for a playoff football game. That's bugging me, Mark.
I hear you. I got one for you on the San Francisco Giants signing of Jordan Hicks. Look, this is a little bit of an odd one because I like Jordan Hicks. If you have no idea who that is, and you probably don't, go check out some highlights. Throws the ball harder than anybody in all of baseball. He's a magician. He's still young. They want to make him a starter. He's never been a starter. 4 years, $44 million. Good piece to have? Absolutely. Interesting, intriguing. Could it work? Sure. But it's emblematic of a larger issue. And that conversation I told you I was having over coffee before the show today ended up being all about trust. The word trust and the San Francisco Giants. And I think they've lost it. And I don't just mean with the fans. I mean within baseball, and it might speak to why they're having such a hard time pulling in free agents. Think about those pitchers who were told they were going to be starters and they ended up as openers or bullpen guys. And so when you start talking about Blake Snell and Yamamoto, and you finish with a reliever who's going to transition to a starter for a third of the price, I really start to wonder what kind of trust is going on with the Giants inside baseball. Warriors Live is next. The Warriors play the Bulls. We've got you covered right here on Willard and Dibbs, and that is What's Bugging You, presented by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. And also want to tell you about Daisy Dips because the game is coming, and I keep telling you what I do during games, and I'm going to rush out of here in about a half hour to see if I can get home to eat French onion dip and watch the Warriors hopefully do their little dip into Chicago and win a basketball game. It has become my guilty pleasure. I've always been a chips guy. I've always been a chips and dips guy. But now I don't have to make my own dips because Daisy Dips has put together the right concoction so that they have done it for me. Comes in French onion and ranch. They are both completely delicious, very flavorful, and guilt-free, no MSG. You know those long words, if you're a label reader that are on the side, they don't have the long words. And that, my friends, is what you're looking for. As long as the party in your mouth is going on as well, that's the all-new Daisy Dips.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our plan.
The Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Yes, it does. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Here we go. The Warriors take on the Chicago Bulls, two teams that, quite frankly, this year have looked pretty similar, both sitting at 3 games under 500. Both of them dealing with some injuries for sure. The breaking news that came about a half hour ago, if you're just tuning in, you knew that Moses Moody would not play in this one. He will not play in the next 3. He will at minimum miss the road trip because of his calf injury. Steve Kerr called it, quote, a huge loss, which is interesting because a week and a half ago, he wasn't even putting him in the basketball game. All of that controversy coming out of back-to-back games where the Warriors were booed, knowing that the trade deadline is looming, and reports that everybody not named Steph Curry is on the table. Every Warrior basketball game right now is filled with intrigue for reasons beyond the final score.
Yeah, and the biggest intrigue right now, beyond winning a game and getting within 2 games of 500, it's the ongoing question about who will stay and who will go. And Andrew Wiggins, can he get injected into a more meaningful role, as you still don't have Draymond Green and you don't have Moses Moody now, and no CP and no GP. So all of a sudden now the idea of a log jam doesn't exist in terms of playing time.
No, there's none of that. But what I look at, which I think will be true in this game and every single one of them that comes up before February 8th, or whatever is going to happen, whenever it's going to happen with this roster, is that you're watching 2 games in one. You're watching a basketball game the way you normally do, results driven, who's going to win, are the Warriors going to score, play well, what have you. But then you're also watching the game within the game. Who's getting the minutes? What are the matchups that work well and don't work well? Which individuals are playing well, which therefore raises their value, lowers their value. How are the rookies doing? Are they earning even more? So all of these things, as we've been calling it lately, bring information. And the Warriors are hot after that right now. Mike Dunleavy stated that about 10 games ago and said we need about 15 to 20 games more of information, and then we'll know what to do. That means their record. That also means how each individual is playing. And the way things have gone so far, it certainly feels like we are moving toward more moves than less.
Yeah, as you get closer to the deadline, which now is 27 days away, and this the first of back-to-back games. You got Chicago tonight, you've got Milwaukee tomorrow, and you don't have Moses Moody. So it feels a little bit like all hands on deck in terms of, the bodies that you have and the minutes that they're going to play. And I think that tonight you've got to find a way to play Kuminga and Wiggins together some in terms of information. You mentioned it, and even if you've already kind of decided in your own mind that maybe that combination doesn't work in any way, shape, or form, you're in a spot now where you don't have a lot of bodies. So I do think that Steve Kerr is going to be pressed into a spot where he's going to have to play a lot of guys in combinations that maybe he's not in love with.
That's an interesting thought because they've clearly come to the decision that those two don't play well together. Then again, you hear rumors of the two of them being packaged together in a deal, which creates an interesting conundrum for whoever acquires them. Does somebody want to acquire Kuminga and Wiggins together knowing that they can't play together?
Right.
That would be odd.
That would be super odd. And I can't imagine that the team eventually will part with both of them. It feels more and more like Wiggins is the one that they want to part with. And
you think?
I think so. And if they part with both, I can't imagine them both being a part of the same trade because of what you're talking about.
Well, they do actually pair well together for a trade when you think about it from a salary standpoint.
Yeah.
If you want to go get one of these players that makes $25, $30, $35 million, and Siakam certainly qualifies as that, actually a little bit more as 37. The nature of these deals is usually very clear. You've got a team that wants to get rid of salary or a player that's about to expire. And what they want is young assets. However, young assets don't cost that much. So you have to throw in a bad contract, if you will, to make the salaries mix. And what does that do for you? Well, the team, in this case, the Warriors, gets to clear money, and the team, in this case, the Raptors, gets a young player who's interesting. That's Jonathan Kuminga. So if you want Siakam, you pair Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga in a pick, and that'd probably get it done.
Yep.
Be honest with you.
It would, and I don't know if the team is looking to or willing to or excited about trading Jonathan Kuminga. That's something that I've talked a lot about in terms of the proof will be in the pudding over the next 27 days. If the team is really sold on Kuminga as a future piece, then you don't make that trade. The other interesting piece coming out of what you broke in terms of breaking news, Moses Moody out for the next 4 games, the entirety of the road trip. How might that affect his potential trade value as we get closer to the deadline? Because Moses Moody's a player, and we've heard Podziemski, and the report came out from Shams that everybody's on the table except for Steph Curry. Moses Moody, to me, one of the more attractive pieces out there in terms of what other teams might want. But now, how would this week off affect his tradability?
Well, and we can go ahead and add to that breaking news because now, per the Warriors, he will be reevaluated in 10 days.
Oh,
that covers the home game against the Mavericks as well. So 10 days from now covers the whole road trip and the home game against Dallas. It is 12 days from now on the 24th where they will play a home game against Atlanta, but it's only 2 days before that he'll even be reevaluated.
Right.
Which I would think makes it very unlikely that he plays in that one or the very next night against Sacramento. Again, I'm just throwing some numbers together here, nothing official, but it feels to me like the idea of a Moody return is, well, that would probably make it about 2 weeks away. And that's at least Saturday the 27th against the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, and you look at that game against Dallas, you mentioned it, a week from now, and then they have the rare 4 days off. It's like a mini all-star break between Dallas and Atlanta. They're off Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So that's with 40 games left to go. You get to that 42nd game, and you hope at that point you can take a deep breath. You'd expect Draymond's back at that point. Maybe GP is getting closer to returning. CP's probably still a couple weeks away, but right now you're dealing with absolute attrition of bodies heading into a pretty big road stretch where you've got 4 games over the course of the next 6 nights.
Very smart little 4-game window of days off for the Warriors by the league. because we will largely be reacting to the Niners' win over Tampa next Sunday.
Thank you, Adam.
And then that gives us a couple days to do that before the Hawks get to town.
An overtime win over the Rams, but go ahead. We'll get into it.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. We've already started the injury report, of course, with all of that Moses Moody news. He is out, left calf strain, reevaluated in 10 days. Draymond Green remains out with return to competition conditioning. Remember, Steve Kerr sort of insinuated that the road trip was a possibility for Draymond. Not tonight. They got to turn around and play immediately again tomorrow in Milwaukee. That's a possibility. If not that, then I would largely guess that in Memphis on Monday. I think one of those two. This is just me spitballing. Likely for a Draymond Green return. Chris Paul out with the left hand fracture. GP2 still out with the hamstring strain.
You've got 9 bodies right now, not counting Lester and Gee and Jerome and Usman. You got Dario, Kavan, and Clay. You got Kuminga, Steph, and Wiggins. You got Pods, TJD, and Corey Joseph. You're looking at a pretty short bench right now. You're dealing with 9 players, which is why I think you're going to have to see Wiggins and Kuminga play together. And Corey Joseph is going to have to get some minutes tonight at the backup point guard. And Pods is going to get 30 or more minutes. You're in a spot here, Mark, where this is not a must win. But you look at tonight in Milwaukee, back-to-back games, this feels like the more winnable game. So you got to have that mindset as a Warrior team going into Chicago tonight, 2.5-point underdog in a game that you look at of the next 2, this one much more winnable.
The Bulls injury report goes like this. Lonzo Ball is out with a knee injury that has kept him out, for 2.5 years now.
Jeez.
And Torrey Craig is out with plantar fasciitis. That is the Bulls injury report. Warriors as well. Theirs is longer, and you're right. The bodies, the minutes complaints can all get thrown out the window now, because if you've got a jersey, you're playing tonight. There's no doubt.
Lonzo Ball, you mentioned it.
Yeah.
The last time he played was January 14th, 2022. So almost 2 years to the day.
Wow.
It's been 728 days since Lonzo Ball's been able to play pro basketball. That's a shame.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable with the way things had started out with his career in the NBA. All right, back to the Warriors, and it is Warriors Live getting ready for the Bulls and the start of the 4-game road trip, and every game really does feel real interesting because of what it could mean for what the Warriors are going to do. We're all bracing ourselves because it could be big, somewhat small, anywhere in between. I just think the only thing it can't be is nothing. The Warriors are not going to stand pat. That has not been the report. That doesn't make any sense anyway. So it brings us to the question of what do you do? This is something we've been wanting to play for you. It's fun fodder. It's hard to predict trades before they happen. But this is from Bill Simmons and The Ringer, and he's cruising through town, and he put it on Instagram, 2 trades to fix the Warriors.
Was trying to think of how to save the Warriors, who looked like dog last night. I could do it in 2 trades. Trade number 1, Toronto. Send him Andrew Wiggins, he's Canadian. Jonathan Kuminga. Send him an unprotected first and get Pascal Siakam back. He's an expiring free agent. They're going nowhere anyway. They can roll the dice with Kuminga, who I think has a chance to be really good. He's only 21. That's trade number 1. Trade number 2, they got to end the Draymond era. Send him to the Lakers. He'll be super happy. He gets to play with LeBron James. LeBron keeps him in check. It makes too much sense. All right, what do the Lakers have to give up? How about Rui Hachimura and a 2029 unprotected first-round pick for Draymond, and you send that to Chicago for Vucevic, who gets rerouted to the Warriors for Draymond. So the Warriors end up with a center with a, score rebounder, great offensive IQ, Vucevic, Siakam, all their young wings, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Jackson Davis. They kept Looney. I like it. I think we could save the season. I got you, Steph Curry.
Okay, that's from Bill Simmons. Vucevic this year, 16.7 points per game, 10.4 rebounds per game. Not a name that you're hearing that much get thrown around in this talk. And again, this is just somebody walking down the street with an idea, but it's not a bad one. However, it means breaking up the big three, which I know many of you say you're ready to do. But I do want you to let it resonate in your brain what that actually means. Like truly, truly, firmly with Sharpie, saying the end of an era and pitching that to all Warrior fans, diehard and casual and everything in between. This is not something that the organization would take lightly.
Right, and I don't know if they would do it to bring in Vucevic as the catch-all or the cure-all for, what ultimately ails this team. He's a nice player, and he's making $20 million next year and then 21.4. So financially, it kind of helps you a little bit in terms of your long-term cost and your commitments. But I don't know if that move or the combination of moves is enough to make you relevant enough to blow up the big three.
Yeah, absolutely. Warriors Live getting ready for Warriors Bulls. Take it to the bank. Prediction by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. You got anything for tonight?
Absolutely.
Hit me.
Andrew Wiggins scores.
Yeah.
Did I go out on too much of a limb?
No, you didn't.
I'm going to actually...
He's only averaging 3 a game.
3.666. Yeah. I'm going to give Andrew Wiggins a dozen tonight.
Okay.
Which feels... Sadly, that feels a little bit like you're going out on a limb, but considering they've only got 9 legitimate NBA bodies and some two-way players who might be up and participating, I think Andrew Wiggins responds to criticism and he gets a dozen points or more.
I am focused on Brandon Pajemski.
Who?
Pajemski.
Who?
Poughkeepsie kid.
I know him.
Jaminski.
Pajowski.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look
Pazemski.
Thank you. Let's take a look at Brandon Pazowski because he quietly, in the midst of an awful game for everybody, nobody really pointed to the fact that it was really a terrible game for him.
Minus 31?
Yeah, a game where a lot of us were looking to him with the Chris Paul injury now firm. The role was going to grow for Brandon Pajemski. And so many times so far this year, he has looked like someone who's ready for it, ready for things that you wouldn't think he was ready for. And he came out and had a really disappointing night. I think that gets turned around tonight. So I'll just pitch it this way, a double-digit scoring night for Brandon Pajemski in this one.
Okay, they're going to need it. They're going to need scoring from a lot of different players, especially when you're a team that is, I think Steve said 28th in defense. Transition defense has been bad. Overall defense has been poor. So feels like you're going to need 120 tonight to get by Chicago in a key spot here with a ferocious back-to-back coming at Milwaukee.
What's on Tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it is time to put your lips on a Farmer. You know what's coming up? Lots of road games. And the Warriors entering today have played just 15 road games on the season. That is tied for fewest in the league, which, by the way, does not inspire a whole lot of optimism right now. That's not what you want to hear. And the Warriors have not been great in those road games. 6-9. I know if you put that up against last year, it looks fantastic.
Wow.
But it's not great. 6-9 in their 15 road games. That means for the Dubs, in their final 45 games of the regular season, 26 of them are going to be on the road against just 19 home games. So a team that is a little disjointed, out of whack, maybe lacking in confidence, now has to hit the road, in some cases for some back-to-backs. And if they truly have designs on saving this season, you figure a deal might still be 2-3 weeks away. And so you're going to have to do some good work in the meantime. Puts a high level of importance on this 4-game road trip, especially games like tonight.
You said 6-9 on the road, and they started out 4-0 on the road, which tells me they've lost 9 of 11 on the road. And I'm looking at the game log, and the 2 wins on the road at Detroit in November and at Portland in December.
Jeez, 2 of the worst teams in the league.
Exactly. So you've lost 9 of your last 11 on the road, and your only 2 wins were against 2 of the bottom feeders. Yikes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know, you look at this road trip that they are on right now, and it actually, if all things were equal, spoiler alert, they're not, but if they were, you'd look at this as a road trip where there actually is some opportunity. The Bulls are not great. The Bucks have been struggling. I know they didn't last night. My God, they did not last night.
Good little team.
Yeah, but the Bucks, you'd think, I don't know, maybe more vulnerable than they normally are. I don't even necessarily know how true that is. It's a good team. But then after that, it's on the road at a jawless Memphis Grizzlies, and then you get a night off and you go to Utah. Like, these are winnable games.
Coach, you'd look at this and think 3-1.
You could.
You would.
And maybe they will.
They should.
They won't.
I mean, but you're right. Traditionally, you would look at this, all things considered equally, and you would think, all right, you win tonight. Tomorrow's going to be tough. We'll give them a loss because Milwaukee's legit, but you beat Memphis and Utah, 3-1 trip, and then you start to lick your lips a little bit about a homestand where maybe you could go 3-2 there, and now you start to roll again a little bit, but all bets are off with how this team has played. Right now, you're squarely focused on, can you beat Chicago?
Wow.
And the odds makers tell you this is a coin toss game, and most of the coin toss games this year you've come up short in.
That's no doubt. The Bulls are a 3-point favorite in this basketball game. High level of importance, sure, but confidence, at least among the fan base, completely cratered because it's one thing to lose games that you didn't think you'd lose. It's another thing to lose games where you get blown off the floor moments after you arrive.
Yeah.
So I know we're in a moment where it feels like the Warriors are going to lose every time they take the floor. I don't think that's the case. You'd love to see, obviously, a different level of execution tonight.
Absolutely. A different level of effort is what I'm looking at. Execution comes and goes, but I'm looking for some effort and some grit. And that's what Draymond Green brings. He's not going to be there tonight, but for the rest of the fellas, they know the situation, Mark. They heard the boos, and now you're out on the road in a winnable game. You got to show up and play with some real toughness tonight. Win or lose, just make some plays and show some effort tonight.
We're going to send this out to Tim Roy and the arena coming up next. We wish all of you an absolutely wonderful weekend. So for Dibs and for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. But I'll also add in that this is the start of a Warriors road trip. Draymond Green's return looms. Trade talk is constantly looming as well. So a lot is on the line as they get started this evening. Warriors Live is presented by the Xfinity 10G Network, the best way to stream live sports. To the arena next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.